Chapter 2732. Xia Duanchuan said unhurriedly, "Is it a crime to kill someone? Who here hasn't killed someone before? Whose hands haven't been stained with blood? What crime is there in killing someone who deserves to be killed? What kind of justice do you want? I'll tell you what justice is. According to what I know, it was Geoffrey of the elemental sacred region who bullied Qin Xiao because he held a grudge. He captured Qin Xiao's spiritual beast and threatened to bully Qin Xiao. Originally, the two of them agreed to have a spar to determine the victor, but Geoffrey refused to admit defeat. That's why it ended up like this. If he didn't admit defeat, then he didn't lose. If he didn't admit defeat, then he had to be killed? Is this your so-called justice? Holy Master Luolan rebuked Xia Duanchuan angrily. Xia Duanchuan wasn't afraid of Holy Master Luolan. He continued to retort. He was the one who started the fight, and he refused to admit defeat. What's wrong with killing him? Xia Duanchuan was very domineering. On one hand, he displayed his domineering attitude. On the other hand, he intended to support Qin Xiao and support Qin Xiao. This action made Qin Xiao feel very grateful. In this moment of danger, Holy Master Xia Duanchuan, who he didn't know, actually spoke up for him and defended him. Ji Baiguan also chuckled and said, "Holy Master Luolan, we respect you very much, but you can't always say that justice is the elemental sacred region, can you? Everyone can see what's right and wrong, and we all know what's right and wrong. The source of this whole thing is your elemental sacred realms, Geoffrey." He used his strength to bully the weak, and bullied the people of the immortal region. He thought that there was no one in the immortal region, and wantonly bullied the people of the immortal region. In the end, he refused to repent, so he can't blame anyone else. Holy Master Luolan snorted and waved his hand. "I won't argue with you about what's right and wrong. Have you forgotten the rules of the 8 Regions Alliance? In the 8 Regions' divine palaces, what should be done about internal strife? Right now, I want to use the rules of the 8 Territories Alliance to judge this kid. I want him to pay with his life. Can't I? What? Could it be that you people of the immortal realms are going to shield this brat like this? Then wouldn't the rules of the 8 Territories Alliance be child's play? Or do you people from the immortal region think that the 8 Realms Alliance is dominated by the immortal region alone, and that you have the final say? If that's the case, let's ask the other 6 great holy domains if they agree." As soon as Sacred Mage Roland's voice fell, a voice immediately sounded. The people from the Great Path Sanctuary were the first to speak. Since when did the immortal region have the final say in the 8 Realms Alliance? What do you think of our great Tao Sanctuary? You must be joking. Even our great Tao Sacred Realm doesn't dare to say that we have the final say in the 8 Realms Alliance. Does your immortal realm dare to jump out? Who gave you the courage? Rules are rules. Since they are rules, they must be obeyed. Are the people of the immortal realms special? If you want to break the rules of the 8 Territories Alliance, you'll have to ask us first. That's right, our Strength Sanctuary doesn't agree. That's right, our Heart Force Sanctuary doesn't agree either. Our Sword Cultivation Sanctuary doesn't agree either. People from the other 6 great holy domains expressed their opposition as well. They couldn't break the rules of the 8 Realms Alliance. Everyone's voice was very loud. They'd all come for Qin Xiao, and wouldn't rest until Qin Xiao was dead. Many people took pleasure in Qin Xiao's misfortune, and shouted a few words. They didn't know him anyway, so what did Qin Xiao's life have to do with him? Killing a genius was a very interesting thing to do. There were also many people who were jealous of Qin Xiao. Therefore, they couldn't wait for Qin Xiao to be punished and die here. A first-step Empyrean saint who defeated a second-step Empyrean saint was too heaven-defying a genius. Those who could make it here all had some background, and were all young geniuses. Geniuses all had their own pride. When geniuses fought against geniuses, it wasn't admiration, but envy. Therefore, there were quite a few people who hated Qin Shao. These people hated Qin Shao and wanted nothing more than for Qin Shao to die, so they weren't afraid of making a big deal out of it. Wasn't it just as the saying went? Those who wanted to watch a good show would never mind making a big deal out of it. With the help of the other 6 great holy domains, the momentum was indeed leaning towards the elemental sanctuary. The people of the elemental saint realm were also shouting their banners, saying that they had to abide by the rules of the 8 Realms Alliance and defend the dignity of the elemental saint realm. They had to make Qin Shao pay with his life, and no one could cover for him. Xia Duanquan and Ji Baiguan indeed wanted to protect Qin Shao, but with the current situation, the two of them really couldn't protect him. First, they didn't have that much prestige, and second, they didn't have that much strength. Under the countless voices, Xia Duanquan didn't say anything else. He just stood there and didn't retreat easily. The people from the immortal domain in the crowd naturally wouldn't take the risk to stand up for Qin Shao, so they all kept silent. This matter was indeed a little difficult to deal with. Big brother, let's fight it out with them. Damn it, at most, we'll just lose our lives. Shao Gu gritted his teeth and said with a resolute face. Qin Shao frowned deeply. His eyes were incomparably cold, and his face was extremely gloomy. Was there really no other way to go? Was there really no other choice but to fight with his life? If he only fought with Holy Master Luolan alone, Qin Shao might feel that there was still a slight chance of survival. However, from the looks of the situation in front of him, everyone wouldn't let him go easily. They already had a formation that wouldn't stop until they killed him. The people from the elemental sanctuary had all come over and surrounded this place. Obviously, they wouldn't let Qin Shao leave easily. The people from the other 6 sanctuary also joined in the commotion, and many of them were in high spirits. Especially the Great Tao Sanctuary, under the leadership of Shinkong Shi, their emotions were also very strong. They were all shouting that Qin Shao should pay with his blood, and shouting that they wanted to kill Qin Shao. Under such circumstances, Qin Shao simply felt like he was being spat on by thousands of people. But even in such a situation, Prince Zhang Yang and the others still stood firmly by Qin Zhao's side. They didn't retreat or leave. Lang Jinghong also didn't retreat half a step. Xia Dongho hesitated for a moment, but still stood there firmly. However, Xia Duanquan and Ji Baiguan looked a little embarrassed. They stood up for Qin Shao from the beginning. Now, under the pressure of the situation, they really felt a little embarrassed. If they retreated, it would be a bit of a slap to their own face. It wasn't their style of doing things. If they didn't retreat, the pressure would be too great. The current situation was so big that it was scary. This matter was obviously not easy to solve. They were afraid that it would end with bloodshed in the end. In the end, they also made up their minds. They would stand here and try not to interfere. Otherwise, under the anger of the public, they were afraid that they would suffer. Qin Shao of the Immortal Domain, after Sacred Master Luolan deterred Xia Duanquan and Ji Baiguan, his eyes fell on Qin Shao again. He shouted sternly, as if it was a divine judgment. You killed the members of the 8 Territories Alliance and your own people in the 8 Territories Divine Palace. Do you know your crime? Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! The ancient saints of the elemental sanctuary began to shout in unison. Under the leadership of the ancient saints of the elemental sanctuary, the people of the other 6 sanctuary also began to shout, as if they were going to crusade against Qin Shao. The shouts were so loud that even the deaf could hear them. They were like sharp bayonets, ruthlessly stabbing into the hearts of Qin Shao and the others. The momentum was vast and mighty. These were all voices of crusading. This was the first time Qin Shao had been attacked in such a manner. Moreover, all of them were ancient saints. Thousands of ancient saints were attacking him at the same time. Sacred Master Luolan activated divine judgment. Thousands of ancient saints shouted in unison, as if they were sentencing Qin Shao to death. They wanted to kill Qin Shao on the spot to appease the public anger. Under such a situation, the people of the immortal domain could only remain silent, not daring to make a sound. Once the rhythm was brought up, it would become very terrifying. Under such a terrifying momentum, it was a great impact on one's soul and will. What crime have I, Qin Shao, committed? However, Qin Shao was not afraid of anything as he replied with a resounding and powerful voice. Standing there, facing the crowd's crusade, he was still not weak. His back was straight, and he was still neither servile nor overbearing. There was still no trace of fear. How dare you refuse to admit your crime? You deserve to die. Don't talk nonsense with him. Just kill him. Humph, this kind of person should be cut into pieces. Why are you talking so much to him? He will definitely refuse to admit his crime. The ironclad facts are right in front of us. There's nothing more to say. Just kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Everyone's emotions surged again. There was a wave of shouts, and they wanted to kill Qin Shao. After all, Sacred Master Luolan was a fourth-step ancient saint. Therefore, he also wanted to have a good reason to kill. Only by having evidence and evidence could he defend the dignity of the elemental sacred realm. Sacred Master Luolan shouted coldly, "Arrogant child, still want to quibble?" "What quibble? I don't even have a chance to speak when you convict me?" Qin Shao replied. Then, he continued, he bullied and humiliated me. He injured my spiritual beast and threatened me. Since he failed to bully the weak, he wanted to fight me. He didn't keep his promise and refused to admit his crime. He fought me to the death and was killed by me in the end. Who can he blame? I'm well aware of the rules of the Eight Realms Alliance, but I've already agreed to spar with Jeffrey. How is that a violation of the rules? The rules of the Eight Territories Alliance don't state that we can't fight, right? Just because Jeffrey is dead, you want to push all these crimes onto me? Don't you think the elemental sacred realm is bullying me with the power of a single sacred realm? If the Eight Territories Alliance is ruled by whoever has the biggest fist, then I don't care if I don't join it. What crimes are you trying to pin on me? I'm sorry, but I won't admit it. If you want to kill me, Sacred Master Luolan, it's actually very simple. Just say that you have the bigger fist, that you're strong, and that you don't like me. You just want to kill me. Why do you need so many excuses? I, Qin Shao, am weak and weak. I'll admit that I was killed by you, Sacred Master Luolan, a fourth-step ancient saint. Humph! Sacred Master Luolan snorted angrily. What a sharp-tongued child. You know how to distort right and wrong. You've killed someone, yet you're still twisting words and twisting logic. You refuse to admit it and insist that you didn't break the rules of the Eight Territories Alliance? Since you killed someone, you've broken the rules and should receive the punishment you deserve. Therefore, I represent justice and light, as well as the dignity of the elemental sacred realm, to judge you. You, Qin Shao, must pay with your life for murder. Your crime is unforgivable. Do you have any last words? Author. Cruel Death, 5th update. Cruel Death will continue. Strive for the 6th update today. Chapter 2733. Leaving a last word? Was he going to kill him? In the face of a fourth-step ancient saint, Qin Shao felt a little powerless. He was too powerless. The gap between their realms was really too big. Moreover, Holy Mage Roland was obviously not an ordinary fourth-step ancient saint. He was obviously a very powerful fourth-step ancient saint. Therefore, in terms of strength, Qin Shao was naturally unable to surpass him. Even if he used the ancient token, he might not be able to save his life. This was not the immortal realm. Even if he used the name of his master, Li Xing, it might not be of much use. Therefore, Qin Shao was also thinking of a way to save his life at this time. How could he save his life? This was indeed a big problem. In terms of treasures, perhaps only the ancient token and the Tianji prescription given by eldest senior brother could be of use, right? Qin Shao had not studied the Tianji prescription thoroughly yet, but it should be very powerful. The Tai Chi 8 trigrams mirror that he obtained in the Lost Palace was also very powerful. However, he did not know whether it would be of much use here. In terms of treasures, Qin Shao did have a lot on him. However, this time, Qin Zhao's opponent was a 4th-step ancient saint. This was not a joke. Facing a 4th-step ancient saint had indeed given Qin Shao unprecedented pressure. Hearing that Holy Mage Roland was going to kill Qin Shao, Zhang Yang, Lang Jinghong, and the others stood firmly by Qin Zhao's side. Yuan also stood up, looking like he was going to live and die with Qin Shao. Holy Master Luolan swept his gaze across the crowd and warned them with a cold gaze. What? Do you want your friends to suffer together with you? If anyone wants to stop me, then you asked for it. Don't blame me for hurting others. Holy Master Luolan said coldly to Qin Shao. His tone was filled with warning. Qin Shao also wanted to persuade Zhang Yang and his gang to back off, but he knew that even if he was willing to do so, Zhang Yang and his gang would definitely not back off. Therefore, he could only keep his mouth shut. Were they going to make a move? What should he do now? Could he only endure it head-on? In fact, there was really no other way. So be it. Let's fight. This could be considered the most difficult time Qin Shao had ever encountered. It was the most dangerous time, and the opponent he faced was the most powerful. But Qin Shao still wouldn't bow his head. He still wouldn't be afraid of anything. Holy Wizard Roland suddenly flipped his palm, and a scorching flame gushed out from his palm. It was eerie and terrifying. As soon as the ball of flame appeared, the temperature instantly rose a lot, making everyone feel a burning sensation. They felt a dangerous aura, an extremely terrifying aura, enough to suffocate them. This small ball of flame gave off the feeling that it could burn everything, including the heavens and earth. Everything here seemed to be able to be destroyed. A small ball of flame could be so strong that it gave people such a feeling. It was really terrifying and hard to imagine. Many people's gazes fell on Qin Shao. They were secretly happy and gloating over his misfortune. Soon, a peerless genius would fall. I don't believe you. Prince Zhang Yang gritted his teeth and said Meng Dali's favorite catchphrase. He rushed directly to Qin Shao and stood there, staring at Holy Wizard Roland. It seemed that if anyone wanted to touch Qin Shao, they would have to step over him first. Princess Xiaoyu was the second to come out, standing in front of Qin Shao. Lang Jinghong, Ming Yuexin, Yuan, and Baby Mo also came out, standing in front of Qin Shao, showing their final determination. Xia Dongho also came out. Although he didn't spend much time with Qin Shao, he had always regarded Qin Shao as a true brother. Xia Dongchun and Ji Baiguan shook their heads helplessly. They still stood there and didn't move. They had helped Qin Shao so much just now, and they had done their best. Seeing that everyone was willing to risk their lives for him, and that they were willing to risk their lives to block the last line of life and death for him, Qin Shao was really touched. Although this was all within his expectations, when he saw this scene, his eyes couldn't help but turn red. It was Qin Zhao's greatest honor to be able to make these friends. Qin Shao had always thought so. Such a situation made many people envious and jealous. It was a great blessing to meet one or two such sincere friends in one's life. It was a great blessing to meet so many of them. Only in adversity could one see true feelings. Those who dared to stand by one's side in the face of death must be friends worth risking one's life to make. Humph, I really admire your courage, but courage alone is far from enough. You are not qualified to stop me from killing. You are just asking for trouble. Holy Mage Roland said lightly. Naturally, he did not care about the actions of Zhang Yang and the others. He did not pay any attention to them at all. He was going to make a move. No one could stop him from killing. Whoosh! Sacred Master Luolan moved. Seeing that Sacred Master Luolan had made a move, Qin Zhao's hair stood on end instantly, and his nerves were extremely tense. This was the feeling of the god of death. Qin Shao had faced death many times, and he didn't know how many times he had one foot in the door of death. But this time, he was afraid that he was the most powerless. He was really powerless. He was facing an existence in the fourth step Ancient Saint realm, while he was only in the first step Ancient Saint realm. The difference was too big. Let's fight. Qin Shao gritted his teeth and was ready to fight. At this moment, a stream of light fell from the sky and suddenly separated the two worlds, forming two halves. All of Sacred Master Luolan's power was completely blocked in the other world. A sealed space completely enveloped Qin Shao and the others, protecting them. Sacred Master Luolan's power hit the space heavily, but it couldn't break the space. Instead, it was shaken back a few steps. It had completely blocked Sacred Master Luolan's power. Such a sudden change really stunned everyone. What was going on? Not to mention the onlookers, even Qin Shao and the others were dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on. Only Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Seeing this familiar sealed space, he couldn't help but think of a person. Could it be that she had come? Qin Shao only knew one person who was able to use this spatial technique to such a terrifying extent. When the onlookers saw this scene, they were stunned for a moment, and suddenly, there was an uproar. What's going on? Did someone from the immortal domain make a move? Who made a move? What are they trying to do? Who is this person called Qin Shao? What kind of background does he have? So many people are willing to risk everything for him, and there's even an existence in the fourth step Ancient Saint realm who came to save him? The situation seems a little complicated. Let's wait and see. Look, it's her. It's actually her. This Qin Shao isn't from the Fushi clan. Why would she come out to save him? The figure of a celestial immortal slowly descended. She was like a blazing sun in the darkness, illuminating the entire world. As soon as she descended, she immediately attracted everyone's attention. Many people were immediately dumbfounded and mesmerized by the scene. Princess Fu Yeni, why is she here? Why did she save Qin Shao? Xia Duanchuan and Ji Baiguan couldn't help but look at each other in astonishment. What kind of person was Fu Yeni? She was one of the core members of the Eight Realms Alliance and one of the leaders of the Immortal Domain. She was a disciple of the Fushi clan and an extremely formidable existence in the fourth step Ancient Saint realm. Her status in the Eight Realms Alliance was exceedingly high, and she'd always been relatively mysterious. She rarely interacted with others and could be said to be elusive. Fu Yeni usually wouldn't attend such small gatherings. Who would have thought that she'd come this time? Not only that, but she'd even come to save Qin Shao. Clearly, she wanted to protect Qin Shao. Otherwise, there would have been no point in her saving him. Someone like her must have thought things through carefully before making a move. Seeing that it was really Fu Yeni who'd saved him, Qin Shao couldn't help but blink. This was indeed unexpected. Fu Yeni wasn't easy to deal with. She'd bullied him before and was very unhappy with him. She'd actually saved him? This made Qin Zhao's impression of Fu Yeni a little better. Qin Shao had already prepared himself to put his life on the line. Who would have thought that at this critical juncture, the most unexpected person would appear? Fu Yeni turned around and glanced at Qin Shao. The corners of her mouth curled up into an intriguing and strange smile. It disappeared in a flash as if there was no trace of it. However, that smile was seen by Zhang Yang and the others. They weren't fools. Naturally, they immediately figured out that Fu Yeni had saved Qin Shao because she knew Qin Shao. F***ck, you've killed Qin Shao. You actually know Saint Fu Yeni? Tsk, she's a fourth-step ancient saint from the Fushi clan. She's also a great beauty. You actually know her. You've got some connections. Prince Zhang Yang made fun of Qin Shao. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. There was nothing wrong with that. Her relationship with Fu Yeni wasn't good. However, Qin Shao naturally couldn't say that. After all, Fu Yeni had come out to save him. He should be grateful. Who is she? How did you two know each other? Princess Xiaoyu suddenly asked. Her words seemed to be full of jealousy. Ming Yuexin also said, It seems that their relationship isn't shallow. She's winking at you as soon as she arrived. Qin Shao, you're quite lucky outside. Not bad. These two women echoed each other. Qin Shao was convinced and didn't dare to say anything. A man's silence was golden. He chose to remain silent. Brother Qin Shao, are you feeling guilty? Are you going to fall in love with someone else? Do you not like us anymore? Yuan blinked and suddenly said, What was this? What did she mean by not liking them anymore? These words were too ambiguous. Of course, there was love between friends. There was no love between a man and a woman. This kind of question really made Qin Shao feel a little helpless. He'd better continue to remain silent. Prince Zhongyang and Lang Jinghong both looked at Qin Shao with admiration and envy. Why were all the women surrounding Qin Shao? Alas, comparisons were really infuriating. On the other side, Holy Master Luolan's expression turned cold and ugly. He stared at Fu Yeni and said in a deep voice, Fu Yeni, what do you mean by this? As a core leader of the Eight Territories Alliance, you also want to take the lead to disregard the Eight Territories Alliance's rules? Aren't you afraid of being criticized by the world? Fu Yeni stood there with her long robe trailing on the ground. She looked like a fairy and looked at Holy Master Luolan with her starry eyes. She said, How dare the world criticize me? No one can touch my people. Author, Cruel Death Haha, the 6th update. I'll do as I say. There are only 2 days left this year. Everyone has a holiday. Cruel Death doesn't have a holiday. He'll stick to it until the last moment. If he doesn't work hard, it will be next year. So, in the last 2 days, he'll continue. Tomorrow and the day after, what time? 5, 6, or 7? Let's go all out first. Friends who still have flowers don't want to waste them. Friends who don't have flowers should just read quietly. Chapter 2734. Who in the world dares to criticize me? No one is allowed to touch my people. Domineering. What a domineering statement. Her words made Holy Sorcerer Luolan speechless. She was a woman, yet she was able to say such heroic words. Her unrivaled heroism was displayed vividly. She was incomparably valiant. In particular, the words, "No one is allowed to touch my people," made everyone cast envious and jealous looks at Qin Shao. Fu Yeni was the supreme goddess in many people's hearts. She was the target of many third or fourth step ancient sages, and she was the unrequited love of many ancient sages. However, Fu Yeni was too high and too cold. No man could get close to her, and no one could please her. However, Qin Shao, who was only a first-step ancient sage, could get Fu Yeni's protection and directly declare that he was her man. The meaning of this was very thought-provoking. What did Fu Yeni mean when she said he was her man? Firstly, Qin Shao was not a member of the Fushi clan, so he was not her relative. Secondly, Qin Shao shouldn't be Fu Yeni's servant or anything like that. Therefore, when she said he was her man, it really made people's imagination run wild. There was only one possibility, which was that he was a man. Was this a declaration of sovereignty? Was this the reason why Qin Shao was so arrogant? Zhang Yang and Lang Jinghong stared at Qin Shao with their mouths agape. Their expressions were so rich and interesting that they were speechless for a moment. Princess Xiaoyu and Ming Yuexin's expressions seemed to become a little strange. Qin Shao, I'll call you boss from now on. I really want to kneel down to you. I'm completely convinced that you have accepted such a goddess. Good, good, good. Prince Zhang Yang said to Qin Shao with admiration. Qin Shao wanted to explain, but she didn't know how to do so. That's right. She's cold, beautiful, has a high status, and is strong. She's indeed far above me in all aspects, Princess Xiaoyu said with jealousy. Although she had already gotten over it and had long regarded Qin Shao as her younger brother, she still felt strange when she saw this situation. Stop fooling around. Don't make fun of me. It's not what you think. Alas, I'll explain it to you when I have the chance in the future, Qin Shao said helplessly. Princess Xiaoyu said, what's there to explain? You don't have to explain anything. We didn't think anything of it. This is your private matter. It's your freedom. Nothing you do is wrong and no one can criticize you. So, you don't have to explain anything to us. Why did these words sound a little strange? However, Qin Shao didn't think about this matter at this time. The trouble in front of him hadn't been solved yet, so he wasn't in the mood to think about it. The entire place quickly quieted down. Everyone's gaze was focused on this side. The situation had changed. Princess Fu Yeni, what do you mean by that? Saint Master Luolan asked in a deep voice. Now it was a contest between two fourth-step ancient saints. Everyone was as quiet as cicadas in winter, listening and watching quietly. They didn't expect that a small matter would cause a confrontation between two fourth-step ancient saints from the immortal domain and the elemental saint domain. Fu Yeni said, I've already said it very clearly. It shouldn't be difficult to understand the meaning of my words, right? So you mean to say that you're completely unreasonable and don't care about the rules of the Eight Territories Alliance? Saint Master Luolan asked in return. Fu Yeni glared at Saint Master Luolan coldly and snorted. Saint Master Luolan, I think there's a problem with your ability to understand. I've always been a reasonable and law-abiding person. First of all, who started this matter? I'm sure you know what's right and wrong. Is there a need to say more? Second of all, they agreed to spar. It should have been a draw, but the elemental saint domain refused to admit it. Who can you blame? Even if that's the case, no matter what, Qin Shao killed someone. That's an ironclad fact. Killing someone is a violation of the rules of the Eight Realms Alliance. Princess Fu Yeni, do you think the elemental saint domain will let this matter go so easily? Is the dignity of the elemental saint domain so worthless? Princess Fu Yeni, I'd advise you to stay out of this matter. We won't let it go so easily. I've already notified the others to come over. If you, Princess Fu Yeni, insist on protecting him, then you can give it a try. Holy Master Luolan did not back down. He did not back down at all. Instead, his attitude became even more unyielding. He even notified the other fourth-step ancient saints and called for help. Fu Yeni chuckled and said, What's wrong? Are you threatening me? Do you really think you can threaten me, Fu Yeni? Since when have I ever been threatened successfully? It's unwise to use such a threat on me. I've already said what I should say. Qin Shao is my subordinate, so I must take him away. Saint Master Luolan, if you're not convinced, you can stop me. Let's see if you have the strength to do so. What domineering words! Fu Yeni's domineering words shocked everyone once again. They couldn't help but admire this goddess. After saying that, Fu Yeni ignored Saint Master Luolan. She turned to Qin Shao and said, Come with me. Hearing these words that didn't allow him to refute, Qin Shao couldn't help but be stunned. He had a strange feeling. When he thought of the person who called him Fu Yeni, he felt that these words were full of ambiguity. Qin Shao was also a little helpless, but he also knew his situation at this time. Saint Master Luolan was still unwilling to give up. If he didn't go with Fu Yeni and let Fu Yeni save him, he was afraid that there was no other way. Although Qin Shao really didn't want to owe Fu Yeni a big favor, it seemed that he had no choice but to do so. Go quickly, what are you waiting for? Do you want to die? Seeing that Qin Shao didn't move for a while, Zhang Yang immediately urged him. Xiao Yu and Ming Yu Xin also nodded to Qin Shao, indicating that he should go. This was the only way to save his life. Qin Shao kept Xiao Gu and baby Mo into his inner world and walked behind Fu Yeni. Thank you, Miss Fu Yeni, Qin Shao said. Before Qin Shao finished his words, he felt a strong force wrap around him. Fu Yeni waved her hand and left with Qin Shao. Saint Master Luolan wanted to chase after them, but he gritted his teeth and gave up on the idea. He knew that his strength was no match for Fu Yunny, so he didn't dare to stop Fu Yunny. If Fu Yunny really wanted to be ruthless, he could only shrink back. He had no choice but to shrink back. He knew a little about Fu Yunny's character. This woman definitely dared to do anything. Moreover, this woman's background was not small. Most importantly, her strength was really terrifying. She still had a few good sisters, and none of them were weak. Those 5 women usually acted as a group. Therefore, if you provoked one, you might provoke all of them. It was best not to provoke them. Women and villains were the best existences to not provoke. Fu Yunny left with Qin Shao in a carefree manner. This matter ended with such a strange result for the time being. Although the people of the Elemental Saint Realm were very unwilling and couldn't accept such a result, what could they do? Saint Master Luolan didn't dare to stop Fu Yunny, so how could the others dare to? However, if this matter was left unsettled, it was obvious that the Elemental Saint Realm would lose face this time. After Saint Master Luolan was angry for a while, he said to the people of the Elemental Saint Realm, "We definitely won't let this matter go so easily. We definitely won't let it go so easily. Princess Fu Yunny can save Qin Shao once, but she can't save him twice, thrice, 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 thrice. Qin Shao will be the public enemy of the Elemental Saint Realm in the future. No matter who sees him in the future, kill him first. How can the dignity of the Elemental Saint Realm be lost so easily? This is a disgrace to all of us. Therefore, this is the responsibility of each of us. None of us can let this matter go. We definitely can't let it go, absolutely can't. Kill Qin Shao, kill him. Yes, he can escape for a while, but he can't escape for a lifetime. Unless he stays in the immortal realm like a coward and doesn't come out. As long as he dares to come out, we will definitely have a way to kill him. Kill him, we must kill him. How can we swallow such a great disgrace? The voices of the saints of the Elemental Saint Realm were very loud. The people of the other saint realms could only watch the show. Xing Konglai and the others were all very depressed. They didn't expect Qin Shao to escape. It was really unpleasant. Holy Master Luolan had already made his move, yet Qin Shao had still managed to escape. What kind of heaven-defying luck did this kid have? Seeing that Fu Yunny took Qin Shao away, Zhang Yang and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, Qin Shao, you are really a lucky person. No matter what kind of dangerous situation you encounter, you can always escape. You are so lucky. I really envy you. I really did not expect that you would be able to escape so smoothly this time. I have already prepared to use all my trump cards, said Zhang Yang with a smile on his face. Lang Jinghong also smiled. Such a result couldn't be better. Brother Lang Jinghong, although we met for the first time, your actions just now have made me recognize you and respect you. Since you are Qin Zhao's brother, you are our brother. Come, let me introduce these people to you. If you don't mind, we can get to know each other and communicate. I believe that we should be able to get along. Prince Zhang Yang suddenly said to Lang Jinghong. Lang Jinghong immediately cupped his fist and smiled, saying, Brother Zhang Yang, you are too polite. You are all Qin Zhao's best friends. You are all friends who stood out to help him at the critical moment. From this point of view, it is enough to see what kind of people you are. I, Lang Jinghong, like to make friends with people like you who value friendship and righteousness the most in my life. It is also a great honor to be able to know you thanks to Qin Shao. Your behavior just now really made me deeply admire you. It is my honor to be able to know you. I can't ask for more. In fact, Qin Shao and I have not known each other for long. We haven't spent much time together. Our previous friendship was actually not that deep. It's just that I have always admired and respected him. What happened this time will allow us to get closer to each other. Moreover, it is really good to be able to know you. The bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 27:35. On the other side, Fu Yeni took Qin Shao and left the Eight Realms Divine Palace. After leaving the Eight Realms Divine Palace, Fu Yeni looked at Qin Shao with a playful expression. Looking at Fu Yeni's expression, Qin Shao couldn't help but recall Fu Yeni's bullying behavior. In Qin Zhao's impression, Fu Yeni was a barbaric, willful, and unreasonable woman. But this time, Fu Yeni saved him, so Qin Shao was naturally grateful. His impression of Fu Yeni also changed a little. Miss Fu Yeni, if you look at me like this, it really makes me think that you have really fallen in love with me. You can't have really fallen in love with me, right? Qin Shao suddenly joked. Originally, it was just a joke, but as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shao regretted it a little. He shouldn't have made this kind of joke with this woman. He wasn't the kind of person who liked to joke about men and women. Moreover, if he accidentally made this woman unhappy, then he would be the unlucky one. Qin Shao had suffered a big loss in the hands of Fu Yeni, so Qin Shao still had some lingering fear in his heart. But the words had already been spoken, so he couldn't take them back. Fu Yeni glared at Qin Shao and said snappily, "I haven't seen you for a while, and your nature has already been revealed. Before, you were still pretending to be virtuous in front of me. It seems that you are no different from other men. You are just a lecherous prodigal. What, do you usually pick up girls like this? I see that you have 3 pretty good girls by your side. Do you use this kind of method to make them stick to you? I have seen a lot of the tricks of you men, but don't be whimsical. These little tricks are completely useless against me. Don't waste your effort." Qin Shao suddenly felt like he was hit hard. How can you play like this? You don't play by the rules. He was supposed to be a general, but in the end, he instantly became a general. Moreover, Qin Shao was speechless. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. After holding back for a long time, Qin Shao finally said, "Then prove my innocence first. Women, you should be called liars. You just announced to the world that I'm yours. Those domineering words, those soul-stirring words, how many envious eyes did you get?" But as soon as he turned around, he refused to admit it. "Sigh, I'm sad, I'm really sad. I didn't guess the beginning, but I didn't guess the ending either. Fate didn't play with me, but you, Miss Fu Yeni, played with me ruthlessly. Is this really okay?" Poochie. Hearing Qin Zhao's funny words, Fu Yeni couldn't help laughing out loud. However, she immediately realized that she had lost her composure. She immediately stopped smiling and glared at Qin Shao. "Shut up. Didn't I just save you? Are you trying to take a mile after taking an inch? If I didn't say that just now, how could I have a reason to take you away directly? In order to save you, I sacrificed my innocence. Now you're biting me back. Why don't you say that all men are called scoundrels?" "Scoundrels?" Qin Shao frowned and shook his head. "But I'm not a scoundrel. Miss Fu Yeni, your words are seriously biased. You saved me. I'm very grateful to you. Didn't I just thank you? But those are 2 different things. You made me lose my innocence. That's also a fact. Forget it. I'm a gentleman and don't fight with women. I won't argue with you about your innocence. So, don't blame me. As for me, I'll thank you again, Miss Fu Yeni. You saved my life. I, Qin Shao, will definitely remember it in my heart. Well, there's also the last time you saved my life. Now, it's 2 times. This is a big favor. I'm afraid that even if I, Qin Shao, repay you with my body, I won't be able to— Stop. Before Qin Shao could finish speaking, Fu Yeni immediately stopped him. What do you mean by repay with your body? You, Qin Shao, may be willing, but I'm not. How can this kind of thing be decided just because you're willing? A glib-tongued guy. Bah, I despise you. I seriously despise you. For some reason, perhaps Fu Yeni didn't realize it. If there was a man who dared to joke with her like this in the past, she would have beaten him up. Even if she didn't beat him up, she definitely wouldn't be happy. She would even feel disgusted. But she wasn't really angry at Qin Zhao's words. On the contrary, there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. What? Miss Fuyeni, do you mean that you don't want me to repay you with my body? Ha ha, that's great. I've been worried about this. After all, I'm still young and I still have a long way to go. I really don't want to marry someone so early. It's good that you don't have to. Then I don't have to worry about not being able to repay you. Miss Fuyeni, what's wrong with you? Why are you staring at me like this? Don't be like this. I'm really a little scared of you. Let me tell you, I'm really a little scared of you now. Don't worry, don't worry. Although I don't have anything to repay you for now, I'll always remember this favor in my heart. I'll definitely repay you in the future. Of course, Qin Zhao said this deliberately. Through their previous interactions, Qin Zhao had a rough idea of Fu Yeni's character. Therefore, he naturally took advantage of this opportunity to not provoke Fu Yeni. He tried his best to say something nice to her. This way, he wouldn't have to suffer more. Besides, Fu Yeni saved him this time. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to curry favor with her. Last time, Qin Zhao was really unhappy with Fu Yeni at the beginning. His arrogance rose, so naturally, he didn't give in. But it was different now. This time, Qin Zhao's mood was completely different from last time. Naturally, he was willing to be grateful and curry favor with Fu Yeni. And Fu Yeni had obviously eaten this trick, and it was somewhat effective. Okay, don't be so glib. You know, I don't like men who are glib. Fu Yeni waved her hand. Qin Zhao pursed his lips and said, It's okay. Anyway, I didn't think that I could make Miss Fu like me. Fu Yeni's face darkened. She stared coldly at Qin Zhao. It seemed that she was a little angry. Was she really angry? Qin Zhao felt that Fu Yeni was a little angry. It seemed that this kind of thing had to be stopped. She couldn't open it too much. Fu Yeni could accept it if it was a little more, but she couldn't accept it if it was too much. Qin Zhao was very tactful this time. He immediately said, Okay. Let's not talk about this. Oh right, Miss Fu, if I leave like this, the people of the elemental sacred realm won't let it go, right? Fu Yeni nodded and said, Of course they won't let it go. How can such a big thing be so easily forgotten? Although I took you away by force, it is true that you killed the people of the elemental sacred realm. I know that it's not your fault. Your spirit beast killed them in a fit of anger. At that time, you probably weren't in a hurry to stop it, or you didn't expect it to be like this. Even if the person you killed didn't have a big background, you killed him in the 8 Regions Divine Palace. The nature of the matter is completely different. For the elemental sacred realm, this is definitely a very humiliating thing. For the ancient sages of the elemental sacred realm, it's naturally a humiliation. In order to defend the dignity of the elemental sacred realm, in order to defend their own dignity, in order to raise their heads in the 8 Regions Alliance in the future, they definitely won't let it go. Otherwise, wouldn't they be treated as a joke by the other sacred realms? This matter has already risen to the level of the entire elemental sacred realm's honor. Do you think they will let it go? Qin Zhao smiled faintly. He didn't care about anything. He had already expected this situation. Yes, it was indeed impossible for them to let it go so easily. This was related to the honor of the entire elemental sacred realm. It had already risen to a very high level. At this level, everyone's shoulders would be shouldering some responsibility. At least those who were still in the 8 Regions Alliance would definitely take the initiative to shoulder this matter. They wouldn't let Qin Zhao off so easily. This was very easy to understand. Although the 8 Regions Alliance was an alliance, it was also a large stage. It was a stage for the 8 sacred realms to communicate and compete. Unknowingly, it was naturally divided into 8 camps. Between the 8 camps, there would definitely be open and covert struggles. They all wanted their own sacred realm to suppress the other sacred realms. There was a great sense of honor and mission in this. Since you couldn't refuse it even if you didn't want it, it would be forced on everyone. As long as you were a member of the sacred realm, it would be forced on you. If the people of the elemental sacred realm were to let it go, then there would probably be no one who would dare to kill people of the elemental sacred realm in the 8 regions divine palace. If that happened, how could the people of the elemental sacred realm continue to live in the 8 regions alliance? Since it had risen to such a high level, it wouldn't be so easy to calm down. Qin Shao pursed his lips and shook his head. Although I didn't expect Baby Mo to directly kill Jeffrey, to be honest, in my heart, I also want to kill Jeffrey. This guy, he deserves to die. He provoked me time and time again, and even injured Xiao Gu. He shamelessly refused to admit defeat and didn't want to let it go so easily. If I didn't kill him, then he would definitely be a problem in the future. Therefore, Baby Mo killed him. I don't regret it, and I won't blame Baby Mo, but I will bear the responsibility and consequences alone. Since I've already done it, there's nothing more to say. If the elemental sacred realm wants anything in the future, I'll take it all. You. Fu Yinny glanced at Qin Shao and shook his head. If you want to say that the consequences are scary, then it's very scary. If you take it all on your own, I'm afraid you won't be able to take it all on your own. If I didn't save you this time, you probably wouldn't be able to live. Although you have some trump cards, they shouldn't be of much use in front of Sacred Master Roland. If no one saved you, it's basically impossible for you to survive. You'll have a lot of trouble in the future, so you have to be more careful in the future. Try not to go too far from the immortal region, and don't go to the elemental sacred realm. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even know how you died. If you want to be safer in the future, work hard to cultivate and improve your strength. When you become a 4th-step ancient saint one day, you'll basically have the strength to protect your life. Those people from the elemental sacred realm shouldn't do anything to you anymore. Before you reach the 4th-step ancient saint realm, I think you'd better keep a low profile. In the future, when you see the ancient saints from the elemental sacred realm, try your best to avoid them so as not to cause trouble for yourself. Qin Shao nodded. He also knew this situation. It was indeed like this. In the future, he could only be more careful. However, he didn't have to be so worried now. The Great Thousand World was so big, it wasn't so easy for the people from the elemental sacred realm to find him. There was still potential danger, but there was no other way. Since it had come to this, he could only face it. Chapter 2736. Qin Shao followed Fu Yunny and walked in the endless sea of the universe. He didn't know where they were going. Qin Shao couldn't help but ask, "Miss Fu, where are we going?" Fu Yunny seemed to remember something and said, "Oh, I forgot that you're still following me. You weren't in my plan, so you're extra. How about this? I'll give you 2 choices. First, go back to the immortal region by yourself. Second, you can follow me, but you have to listen to my orders. I say you definitely can't say no. If you can do it, then follow me. If you can't do it, then get lost immediately. Do whatever you want." Cough. This woman's unruly and willful side was starting to show again. Qin Shao knew that he couldn't have too much hope for her. He thought that Fu Yunny had really changed, or maybe he was biased before. Now it seemed that she hadn't changed. She was still learning from the original taste and the same formula. Cough, I can follow you, but do I have some freedom? I promise that I won't mess around, Qin Shao said. He didn't know where Qin Shao was now. Returning to the immortal region was probably not an easy task. If possible, Qin Shao didn't mind following Fu Yunny. Fu Yunny let out a strange laugh and spat out a few words. "What do you think?" This. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao decided and said, "All right, then I'll follow you." He didn't care about this for now. He would follow Fu Yunny first. It wouldn't be too late to separate from her when there was a good opportunity. For the time being, Qin Shao didn't want to go back to the immortal region. Therefore, He didn't have any direction or goal now. Since that was the case, it was naturally better to follow Fu Yunny. Qin Shao had already summed up his experience to deal with Fu Yunny. It was fine as long as he didn't confront her head-on. On the contrary, it would be much easier to go along with her first, then think about what he wanted, and do it bit by bit. If he didn't go along with Miss Fu's wishes, then when her temper flared up, he would be the unlucky one. Last time, Qin Shao had suffered a lot. He had learned his lesson. This time, he would not repeat the same mistake. But no matter how much he calculated, Qin Shao still miscalculated this time. It's too late. Fu Yunny coldly spat out 2 words. What did he mean? Too late? Too late? Before Qin Shao could think about it, Qin Shao felt a powerful force suddenly sweep over him and throw him away. He did not allow Qin Shao to resist, nor did he give Qin Shao a chance to speak. He directly threw her out. Moreover, this force was very strong. Qin Shao felt that he was thrown far away before stopping. When he stopped, Fu Yunny was already nowhere to be seen. No one knew where this Miss Fu went. Anyway, she had already abandoned him, Qin Shao. Damn it. At this time, standing in the endless cosmic ocean, Qin Shao could not help but complain as he looked at Fu Yunny, who had disappeared without a trace. How could she play with him like this? Qin Shao was sure that this woman did not want to take him with her from the beginning. She was just saying it casually. In the end, he still fell into her trap. After falling into her trap, this woman decisively abandoned him and threw him into the endless cosmic ocean. Qin Shao did not even know where this place was. Women were really cold-blooded when they were ruthless. After complaining for a while, Qin Shao could only shake his head, collect his thoughts, and calm down. However, when he thought about it, Fu Yunny did not have the obligation to take him with her. She was right not to take him with her. She had already saved him, so he should not ask for too much. So be it if he was abandoned. Qin Shao did not really care about being abandoned. He just felt a sense of loss when he thought about being abandoned by this woman. After adjusting his mood, Qin Shao threw away these distracting thoughts. He compared it with the map and found that he was a little further away from the immortal realm. He was in the remote area of the upper-class world. This woman's speed was really fast. In such a short time, she had already traveled so far. She really did not want him to go back to the immortal realm, right? Since he was here, there was no other way. Qin Shao looked at the map. The nearest upper-class secret realm was a little far away. This was already considered to be a sparsely populated place. There were no upper-class secret realms at the edge. Qin Shao scanned her surroundings and discovered that there was a universe not far away from her. Other than the Hong Meng universe and the Crouching Dragon universe, Qin Shao had not been to other universes. Seeing this universe, Qin Shao suddenly had an idea. He wanted to go and see what this universe looked like. Different universes should show different forms. For example, the Hong Meng universe and the Crouching Dragon universe were completely different. The structure of the universes was completely different. Qin Shao soon approached the universe and used his spiritual consciousness to cover the entire universe. He wanted to check out the general situation of this universe. He wanted to have a rough understanding first and then see if he should go in and take a look. Qin Zhao's spiritual consciousness covered the universe and was surprised to find something. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly became sharp. He looked at the universe and sneered, "You Luosha, I didn't expect your original body to be hiding in a small universe. I didn't look for you, but I got such a big surprise. It's really like searching high and low for something, only to find it by chance. You're an ancient sage, but you're hiding in a small universe. Interesting, very interesting. However, this universe seems a little strange. For you Luosha to be guarding it like this, it shows how important it is. But let's not talk about this first. Let's deal with you Luosha first." Wait a minute. Qin Shao seemed to have thought of something. How could there be such a coincidence? Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Fu Yeni threw him here, and Yu Luosha just happened to be in this universe. Was this really just a coincidence? Thinking about it carefully, he felt that something was wrong. There shouldn't be such a coincidence. Fu Yeni had always been dealing with the Bloodbath Alliance. She knew a lot about the Bloodbath Alliance. Yu Luosha was hiding here, and she just happened to throw him here. It didn't seem right to say that she didn't know about the situation here. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but realize something. Could it be that Fu Yeni threw him here on purpose? Fu Yeni knew that he had been looking for Yu Luosha, so she did him a favor at no cost? Was this a favor at no cost? Could it be that she was looking for Yu Luosha's whereabouts on purpose? No, that shouldn't be the case. He didn't have anything to do with her. Fu Yeni wouldn't go to such lengths to help him, right? No, definitely not. How could he be so important? He was just an insignificant person. In front of someone like Fu Yeni, he was nothing. Let's not think about this for now. Let's deal with Yu Luosha first. Yu Luosha was the only one in this universe. Very quickly, Qin Shao sensed that Yu Luosha was about to escape. Yu Luosha naturally noticed Qin Shao as well. Baby Mo, Shao Gu, go and stop Yu Luosha. Don't let him escape. Qin Shao snorted coldly and released Baby Mo and Shao Gu, telling them to split up and stop him. Qin Shao also quickly chased in a direction. Indeed, he soon saw Yu Luosha running for his life. Previously in the Heavenly Fire's secret realm, Yu Luosha's clone had died at the hands of Qin Shao. Yu Luosha was naturally very wary of Qin Shao. How would he dare to go against Qin Shao? Seeing Qin Shao, it was naturally more important to run for his life. Seeing Qin Shao chasing after him, Yu Luosha's expression was extremely ugly. His face was ferocious as he gritted his teeth. Damn it! This Qin Shao, why did he chase me here? How could this be? Last time, after something happened to my original body, I specifically applied to the higher-ups to be transferred to another area. Furthermore, I stayed in such a hidden little universe. How did Qin Shao find me? How long has it been? It's only been a few million years. Qin Shao actually found the hiding place of my original body. How could this be? My secret whereabouts, who leaked it? Could it be that there's a mole in our Bloodbath Alliance? Madman, this madman, after killing my clone and saving Baby Mo, he still isn't willing to let the matter rest. He still wants to chase after my true body. I, Yu Luosha, am really a hero for a lifetime, but a fool for a moment. Back then, why didn't I know to kill this kid? If I had killed him back then, this wouldn't have happened. Back then, your daddy had only treated him as a puny ant. A puny ant that would never be a threat to your daddy. That was the reason why I didn't bother with him and didn't kill him. But who would have thought that a puny ant from back then would have grown to the point where your daddy would be wary of him? Life is such a *king irony. Something that I didn't expect at all actually happened. As Yu Luosha ran for his life, he was filled with regret. He hated that he didn't do it back then. But what happened back then was already in the past. There was no use in regretting it. There was nothing he could do to change it. Therefore, he could only accept the reality before his eyes. As he ran, he called for help. He hoped that this time around, he wouldn't be as unlucky as before. The previous time, he had fallen into a trap. He had underestimated his opponent too much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. This time around, he was prepared. He wouldn't underestimate his opponent. He didn't want to fight either. He only wanted to run for his life. But how could it be so easy for him, Yu Luosha, to escape? Baby Mo was now a second-step Empyrean saint. Moreover, Baby Mo was already extremely fast. Therefore, Yu Luosha was soon blocked by Baby Mo. Seeing Baby Mo blocking his way, and seeing that Baby Mo had already become a saint, Yu Luosha's expression turned ugly. He laughed bitterly. He had wanted to get the spirit beast so badly, but in the end, Qin Shao had benefited from it. In the end, he didn't get it. He had been brooding over this matter for a long time. Yu Luosha still wanted to run, but Xiao Gu immediately blocked his way, guarding one direction. Qin Shao also caught up and blocked another direction. With 3 directions attacking, they formed an encirclement. Yu Luosha had nowhere to run. Moreover, the situation before his eyes was clearly not good. 3 Empyrean saints against him alone. How was he supposed to fight? Besides, it wasn't just 3 against 1. Yu Luosha knew very well that in terms of strength, he was no match for Qin Shao. In fact, he wasn't even a match for Xiao Gu. He could feel Baby Mo's powerful aura. Clearly, he was far from being a match for Baby Mo. Chapter 27:37. Yu Luosha wanted to cry, but no tears came out. How could she be so unlucky? A few million years ago, his avatar had been killed by Qin Shao in the heavenly fire mystic realm. His true body had fled to this place and hid there. However, Qin Shao had still managed to find him. And this time there was Baby Mo, a powerful spiritual beast. 3 against 1, how could she have the slightest bit of confidence? Not to mention 3 against 1, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to defeat any one of them. So now, Yu Luosha knew she couldn't escape even if she wanted to. Run, if you keep running, I'll bite you to death. Little Gu waved his fist at Yu Luosha and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to eat her. Yu Luosha's expression was ugly as she laughed bitterly. She looked at Qin Shao and begged, Lord Qin Shao, let's talk things over, let's talk things over. What happened before was my fault. Please be magnanimous and don't stoop to my level. Look, didn't you already save Baby Mo? I haven't mistreated Baby Mo all these years. My clone has already been killed by you. Why do you have to be so ruthless? I don't dare to provoke you anymore. I've already hidden in this remote place. Why are you still clinging on to me? There's no deep hatred between us, right? With that, Yu Luosha looked at Mo Baobao and said, Mo Baobao, I haven't mistreated you all these years, have I? I've raised you well. Hurry up and tell your master to let me off this time. On account of the good things I've fed you all these years, please help me. But Baby Mo wasn't fooled. He glared angrily at Yu Luosha and said, Of course not. You haven't been good to me at all. How have you not mistreated me? You've been locking me up all this time. How can you say you haven't mistreated me? You gave me those things just to make me submit to you. You're so evil. I don't believe you. Qin Shao sneered and said, Yu Luosha, I think you're really forgetful. Don't tell me you've forgotten all the words your clone said before it died? Even if you forgot, I still remember it very clearly. No, no, no. That was just a slip of the tongue, that's why I said those harsh words. Actually, I wouldn't dare. Besides, I don't have that ability. Miss Yao Xuelian was sent to the Blood Hall. With my status, how could I be qualified to know about the Blood Hall? At that time, I just wanted you, Lord Qin Shao, to not kill me. That's why I said those foolish words in a moment of desperation. Yu Luosha hurriedly shook her head and waved her hands as she explained. However, Qin Shao didn't believe a single word of his explanation. He couldn't be bothered to believe anything. In fact, how could Qin Shao not know that Yu Luosha was willing to lower his head so proudly because he was afraid of death? He was just stalling for time. However, Qin Shao obviously wouldn't give him the chance to do so. Today Yu Luosha would definitely die. Qin Shao snorted disdainfully at Yu Luosha's performance. Yu Luosha, oh Yu Luosha! Back then, how high and mighty were you? How domineering were you? How domineering were you? Back then, you descended in front of me in the image of the unparalleled heavens. You made me, an ant, tremble beneath your feet. Back then you, Yu Luosha, only needed a thought to kill me. But back then, you didn't even deign to trample an ant like me to death. Instead of killing me, you thought that playing with me would give you more pleasure. Last time, when I killed your clone in the Sky Fire's secret realm, you still have some backbone. Where's your backbone now? You're a dignified Empyrean saint, yet you're begging so humbly. Where's your domineering self from back then? If you'd been a little tougher and had more backbone, perhaps I would have respected you a little more. But right now, I really don't care about you at all. I despise you from the bottom of my heart. Yu Luosha was unperturbed by Qin Zhao's insults. Why would he care about anything else if he wanted to live? You're right to despise me. I'm really not worthy of you dirtying your hands, Lord Qin Zhao. How am I worthy of you killing me now? Lord Qin Zhao, just treat me like a fart and let me go. I beg of you. Right now, I'm far from your match. If you're still angry about what happened back then, what do you want me to do, Lord Qin Zhao? Just say the word. Everything can be discussed, as long as you don't kill me. I really don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Lord Qin Zhao, please be merciful and spare my life. If not, I'll kneel down before you. With that, Yu Luosha actually knelt down before Qin Zhao with a loud thud. Men have gold under their knees. How can a man kneel so easily? This was truly a complete disregard of his own face. To think that a dignified ancient saint would behave in such a manner. This was truly an eye-opener for everyone. Qin Zhao had killed a few Empyrean saints before, but he had never met someone as spineless as Yu Luosha. To think that he would kneel down and beg for mercy. Just how much did he not want to die? His skin was already thick to the extreme. Towards such a person, Qin Zhao indeed snorted disdainfully and despised him very much. If it was just about baby Mo, Qin Zhao could have spared his life. What was the point of killing someone like this? It would just dirty his hands. However, this Yu Luosha was a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. Therefore, Qin Zhao naturally could not let him off so easily. Yu Luosha, don't say such useless things. If you want me to spare your life, sure. As long as you tell me the details of the Blood Hall and Yao Xuelian's current situation, I can consider it. Other than that, you have no chance of living. Don't expect anyone to come and save you. You won't be able to wait for reinforcements. I won't let you live until reinforcements arrive. Qin Zhao said coldly, dispelling all the thoughts in Yu Luosha's mind. Yu Luosha's face turned pale. Was there really no way out? Was he really going to die here today? He was unwilling. He was really unwilling. He had already accumulated enough merit points. Before long, his merit points would be enough to exchange for a huge opportunity. It was very likely that he would be able to break through to the second step of the Ancient Saint realm. Success was right around the corner. Once he broke through to the second step of the Ancient Saint realm, his status in the Bloodbath Alliance would rise by a lot. However, just as all of this was about to happen, Qin Zhao came knocking on his door, wanting to shatter all of his dreams. How could this be? Why was this happening? He was unwilling. He was unwilling. Why did the heavens have to be so cruel to him? Why? Not to mention that he did not know the situation in the Blood Hall. Even if he did, he would not say anything. If he did, he would only die an even uglier death. Therefore, Yu Luosha was forced into a dead end. Yu Luosha gritted his teeth and hesitated for a while before saying, Lord Qin Zhao, I don't know much about the situation in the Blood Hall. I can't explain it clearly. After that Yao Xuelian entered the Blood Hall, I have no way of knowing her situation. Therefore, I really don't know much about her situation. However, I know where the Blood Hall is. If Lord Qin Zhao can really let me live, I can take you to find the Blood Hall. Qin Zhao sneered. Don't you think it's a little funny that you still want to play tricks at this point? I hope you won't wear out my little bit of patience. It's better to think before you speak. If you can't convince me, then don't say it. I'll give you 2 breaths of time to speak. After that, I won't wait. Yu Luosha panicked. Qin Zhao, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, then I can't do anything about it. I can really take you to find the Blood Hall, but I really don't know anything else. The way to the blood hall is very strange and hidden. Without a guide, it's impossible to find it. Even if I'm willing to draw a map for you, you definitely won't be able to find it. Moreover, there's no way to draw a map. You should be able to guess this situation. The blood hall is such an important place. How can it be so easily found? Without a guide, Lord Qin Shao, do you think you can find it? Qin Shao shook his head and sneered. Looks like you don't know how to cherish the chance I gave you. Forget it, you'd better die. Big brother, let me kill this person. I want to eat him. Xiao Gu directly invited Ying. Baby Mo immediately said, Xiao Gu, let me step on him first. He bullied me for so long. I want revenge. Ha ha, good. Baby Mo, you go first. Just don't kill him. Leave the killing to me. Xiao Gu laughed. The two of them echoed each other and discussed how to kill Yu Luosha. Yu Luosha wanted to die. It's over. I'm really done for this time. There's no hope for me to live. Run. Although she knew she couldn't escape, her strong desire to live made Yu Luosha unwilling to sit here and wait for death. Therefore, she could only run. Run with all her might. You want to run? You'll have to ask if Baby Mo agrees to it. Mo Baobao's figure flashed, turning into an extremely fast stream of light as he charged in front of Yu Luosha. Then, he stomped his foot heavily on Yu Luosha's body. What a fast speed! How can it be so fast? No, this aura. It's not the aura of a first-step ancient saint. It's the aura of a second-step ancient saint. How can it be? It's only been a few million years. How can Baby Mo break through from the heavenly venerate stage to the second-step ancient saint? How can it be so fast? Damn it. What kind of dog's hit luck does Qin Shao have? How can he obtain such a powerful ancient divine beast bloodline Ink Qilin and break through to the second-step ancient saint so quickly? I'm afraid if she continues to grow, she might become a world god. A world god. At the moment, Yu Luosha's heart felt like it had been overturned by 100 different emotions. He had snatched it away, but it still didn't belong to him in the end. Not only did it not belong to him, but he had even paid the price with his life. Such an outcome was really ironic. Yu Luosha resisted with all her might, but how could she resist with her strength? Yu Luosha's strength wasn't strong to begin with. Even Xiao Gu could suppress her, let alone Baby Mo. Baby Mo was too strong. Even a second-step ancient saint like Jeffrey had been stomped to death by him. Right now, dealing with Yu Luosha was even more of a walk in the park. He stomped down heavily, causing Yu Luosha to spit out blood. She was dizzy and her holy body was shattered. She was unconscious and had lost the ability to fight back. Author Qin Shang said, 4th update. Chapter 2738. It's over, I'm really going to die. How can Baby Mo be so strong? Baby Mo had only stepped on Yu Luosha once, but he was already badly injured. His sacred body was greatly shaken. That one stomp almost killed him. Yu Luosha's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He knew that he was really done for today. He was going to die here. He, Yu Luosha, had lived a glorious and brilliant life. Who would have thought that he would die in such a humiliating way? In the game of chess in life, one couldn't make a single wrong move. One wrong move and the whole game could be lost. But the road of life was too long, and this game of chess was too big. Who would have thought that the day would come when he would lose everything? Boom! Baby Mo stomped down heavily again, causing Yu Luosha to spit out blood again. His sacred body was almost shattered, and he was already 70% dead. Baby Mo huffed, I'll stomp you to death. It seemed that Baby Mo was also very naggy. He held a grudge in his heart. Baby Mo, don't stomp him to death. You said you'd leave him for me to kill. You're a little fairy and a baby. It's better not to kill people. Seeing that Baby Mo had no intention of stopping, Xiao Gu immediately rushed over. If he didn't come over, Yu Luosha would have been stomped to death by Baby Mo. Seeing that Yu Luosha was beaten half to death, Baby Mo finally stopped. He stuck out his tongue playfully at Xiao Gu, saying, "Hee hee, I got too excited. It's fine, it's fine. He's not dead yet. I'll leave him to you. I'll stop killing people in the future. After all, I'm still a baby. Babies need to be cute, babies need to be delicate." Xiao Gu was overjoyed. He rushed over, leaving the rest of the job to him. Yu Luosha was already on the verge of death, and had no strength to fight back. Therefore, Xiao Gu didn't spend much effort to kill Yu Luosha. "It's done." Xiao Gu clapped his hands and smiled at Qin Xiao, as if he was asking for credit. Yu Luosha's real body was also dead. He was completely erased from this world. Both Yao Shuoyan and Yu Luosha were dead, but he still couldn't save Yu Luosha. His clone couldn't be revived. Although Qin Zhao's revenge, he couldn't save Yao Shuoyan. It was still a wound buried deep in Qin Zhao's heart. With this wound, Yu Luosha's dead, Luosha's dead, Luosha. Killing Yu Luosha was mainly because she was a member of the Blood Killer Alliance. Blood, where was blood? Right, Fu Yunyi might know something about this, but it was a pity that he forgot to ask Fu Yunyi. Of course, he didn't have the chance to do so. Now that he had killed Yu Luosha, Qin Xiao couldn't help but think about the question that he hadn't thought about earlier. Qin Xiao felt that this wasn't a coincidence. Could it be that everything was planned by Fu Yunyi? But if it was really carefully arranged, then this matter shouldn't be so simple. Fu Yunyi had spent so much effort to do this. How could it be as simple as killing Yu Luosha for revenge? Fu Yunyi was an extremely intelligent woman. A woman like this shouldn't have done things so simply. However, Qin Xiao could not think of an answer to this question for the time being. A woman's thoughts were like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Let's not bother about this for now. Let's deal with the matter at hand first. Xiao Gu had already taken everything from Yu Luosha's body. These were the spoils of war. Haha, big bro. This Yu Luosha is really vicious. I wonder where he got all this ill-gotten wealth from. Fortunately, he met us. Let's confiscate them, lest he use these ill-gotten gains to harm the common people. Looking at the spoils of war that Xiao Gu handed over, Qin Xiao was taken aback as well. Holy **T. Yu Luosha was only a first-step ancient saint. To think that he would have such a frightening amount of wealth. There were a total of 8 saint items and close to 1 billion chaos source stones. It was likely that even the entire net worth of an ordinary second-step ancient saint would not be able to match up to that much. He was only a first-step ancient saint, but he had actually accumulated so much wealth. It was truly amazing. Seemed like a lot of it was ill-gotten wealth. As a core member of the Bloodbath Alliance, he had brought him a lot of wealth. However, all this wealth was now in the hands of Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao pocketed all of it. Originally, Qin Zhao's foundation was already thin after spending 80 million Chaos Source Stones in the 8 regions Divine Palace. But now, Qin Zhao's pockets were filled to the brim. After settling the matter with Yu Luosha, Qin Xiao thought for a while and decided to take a look at that universe. Since the Bloodbath Alliance had sent Yu Luosha to guard this place, it meant that there was something special about this universe. It should be of some use to the Bloodbath Alliance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent an ancient saint to guard this small universe. No matter how generous the Bloodbath Alliance was, it wouldn't be to this extent. Therefore, there was only one possibility, and that was that this must be an important place. There must be some unspeakable secrets in this universe. Previously, Qin Xiao had wanted to check out that universe. However, he had sensed Yu Luosha's aura and thus, Qin Xiao hadn't continued investigating. Qin Xiao immediately returned to the front of the universe. His divine sense enveloped the universe and examined it. This investigation caused Qin Xiao to involuntarily frown deeply. all the life forms in this universe have been demonized by the Bloodbath Alliance. Everyone has pledged their loyalty to the Bloodbath Alliance. This is a breeding ground of the Bloodbath Alliance. They use this universe to cultivate countless people who are loyal to the Bloodbath Alliance. Furthermore, there are obviously many external disturbances in this universe. The entire universe has been transformed, making the cultivation environment here very good. Everything is in order and has formed a very good system. Therefore, life forms can be cultivated in batches. There are countless life forms in this universe. The number of universe-grade cultivators is as high as 1,000,000. The number of heavenly venerates is also more than 3,000. Unbelievable. I can't believe it. Even with my help, there aren't many universe masters in my Hongmeng universe. There are only a few dozen of them. Only 3 heavenly venerates have been born in my Hongmeng universe. However, the number of universe masters born in this universe is thousands of times more than our Hongmeng universe. The Bloodbath Alliance has actually unleashed the potential of this universe to such an extent. It's really too powerful. This ability to produce blood is so strong that it's terrifying. How exactly did the Bloodbath Alliance do it? The situation in this universe was indeed very shocking to Qin Shao. It was incomparably shocking. Indeed, he couldn't help but admire the ability of the Bloodbath Alliance to transform a universe. It was simply incredible to be able to make such a small universe have such a powerful ability to produce blood. One had to know that the number of universes in the Great Thousand World was infinite. Innumerable universes. If the ability of each universe to produce blood was so strong, it would be too terrifying. The number of heavenly venerates born in these universes would probably be comparable to a sacred region. In fact, he was even stronger than a sanctuary realm. It didn't seem like a big deal in a short period of time. However, if time was stretched out infinitely, it would be very, very terrifying if ancient saints were to be produced from these countless heavenly venerates. Could the Bloodbath Alliance be playing a huge game of chess and setting up a huge trap? This was really a possibility. Qin Shao shuddered at the thought of it. It was too terrifying. It was indeed a terrifying thing. Qin Shao finally understood why the Bloodbath Alliance had sent Yu Luosha, an ancient saint, to guard this place. There was indeed a reason. But how did the Bloodbath Alliance do it? It's not that easy to make all the lives in the entire universe pledge allegiance to the Bloodbath Alliance, is it? It doesn't make sense if they kill those who don't obey. The number of lives in this universe is extremely large, much more than the Hongmeng universe. It's completely in a prosperous state. Could it be? Qin Shao thought about this problem carefully and finally thought of a possibility, a terrifying thought. This universe seems to be relatively young. Could it be that the Bloodbath Alliance invaded this universe when it was still young and had not given birth to many lives? Then, they enslaved this universe and forcibly instilled ideas into the later lives as soon as they were born so that all lives would pledge allegiance to the Bloodbath Alliance? Well, this is the only possibility. The others are unlikely. Such a method is really ruthless, but the Bloodbath Alliance is indeed capable of it. Qin Shao shook his head. He hated the Bloodbath Alliance very much and was indeed shocked by the Bloodbath Alliance's method. The problem was discovered, but how could they solve the problem at hand? Big Brother, all the lives in this universe have pledged allegiance to the Bloodbath Alliance. It's already ingrained in their souls, and there's no way to teach them to return to normal. They were born for the Bloodbath Alliance, and they'll die for the Bloodbath Alliance. They're completely lives created by the Bloodbath Alliance, just like machines. Keeping these lives will only bring harm to the common people. Big Brother, I think we should destroy this universe and kill all the life forms in it. This will also prevent them from harming others. Destroy this universe? Kill all the lives in this universe? To be honest, Qin Shao actually had this idea before, but he still suppressed it and shook his head to deny it. He still couldn't have this idea. He really couldn't have it. All the lives in this universe added up were innumerable. It was a huge number. Big brother, if you can't bear to do it, then leave it to Xiao Gu. I'll deal with them for you, Xiao Gu said when he saw Qin Zhao's embarrassed expression. However, Qin Zhao still shook his head and waved his hand. Forget it. Don't kill them. Speaking of which, all the lives in this universe are innocent. They have no choice. They have been forcibly instilled with thoughts by the Bloodbath Alliance since they were born. They are forced to pledge allegiance to the Bloodbath Alliance. They are not wrong. They are also victims and pitiful lives. Everything is wrong with the Bloodbath Alliance. If it weren't for the Bloodbath Alliance, they wouldn't have ended up like this. If we kill them, won't we be killing innocent people? What crime have they committed that we should kill them? Author Ken Shang said. 5th update. Chapter 2739. Xiao Gu shook his head and said, Big brother, I don't really understand these principles. However, I think you're being too soft-hearted this time. You're being too kind. Maybe they don't have a choice, or maybe they're not guilty for the time being. But if we let them go, it's very likely that we'll let evil people out in the future. If they're used by the Bloodbath Alliance in the future, won't they kill other innocent people? Qin Zhao patted Xiao Gu's shoulder and said solemnly, Xiao Gu, you're wrong to think like that. Honestly speaking, such a possibility and danger do exist. It's indeed possible for it to happen. But no matter what, these lives are still in this universe for the time being. They haven't left this universe. So, for the time being, they're all innocent. They haven't really done anything for the Bloodbath Alliance, and their hands haven't been stained with the blood of others. For the time being, they're also victims. We can't say that they'll work for the Bloodkiller Alliance in the future and become evil people. Let's just take precautions and kill them all right now. Everything will be settled once and for all. Yes, we'll end everything. But this way, we'll become executioners and murderers. If that's the case, then what's the difference between us and the Bloodbath Alliance? Just like a person, you can't say that he might become bad in the future, that he might do evil, that he might hurt others, and that he might harm the common people if he stays. So, in order to avoid all of this, it's better to kill him now. No one can say for sure what's going to happen in the future. So, we can't jump to conclusions so easily. Killing those who deserve to be killed is upholding justice on behalf of the heavens. Killing those who shouldn't be killed, even those who shouldn't be killed in the future, might be wrongly killed. Every life, no matter how lowly they are, should be worthy of respect. After listening to Qin Zhao's long speech, Xiao Gu didn't really understand. In any case, he didn't completely understand. However, he still nodded and said, All right, big brother, I'll listen to you. If you say we won't kill them, then we won't kill them. In any case, little Gu doesn't really understand the principles. Just listen to big brother. You're so stupid, Baby Mo said. Little Gu disagreed and said to Baby Mo, I don't object to big brother calling me stupid, but Baby Mo, how can you call me stupid? Are you as smart as me? TSK, I'm much smarter than you, Baby Mo said confidently. Xiao Gu said, You're smart. Then why didn't you say that these people can't be killed? I wanted to say it, but Master already said it, so there's no need for me to say it, Baby Mo said. It was difficult to reason with a woman, even if she was a little girl. Xiao Gu wanted to reason with Baby Mo, but he was obviously asking for a snub, so he could only bear with it silently. The problem of this universe was solved, but Qin Zhao was still thinking about another problem. Since the Bloodbath Alliance has such a plan, it shouldn't be targeting just one universe. Perhaps many universes have already fallen into the hands of the Bloodbath Alliance and become the blood-producing machines of the Bloodbath Alliance. Using universes to produce large amounts of blood is indeed a very terrifying thing. If the number of universes controlled is enough, then it can indeed provide a lot of power to the Bloodbath Alliance. Since I'm here, I'll investigate this problem first. Perhaps this is also the reason why Fu Yunyi left me here. Thinking of this, Qin Shao also made a decision. In any case, he didn't plan to return to the Immortal Region so soon. Since he encountered the Bloodbath Alliance, then he would investigate first. Qin Zhao's determination to deal with the Bloodbath Alliance did not waver in the slightest. Not only for Yao Xuelian but also for the righteousness in his heart, for the awe-inspiring righteousness of the world, he had to uphold this righteousness. Qin Shao began to search for universes. After a while, Qin Shao found something. He came to an area, but found that there seemed to be something wrong with this area. No, I keep feeling that this area is not quite right. Feeling that something was not quite right, Qin Shao immediately stopped and carefully studied to see what was going on. After studying for a while, Qin Shao finally found some clues. I see. Why did I say that this space was not quite right? Turns out that this space-time space was actually concealed by a very good method. The method is not bad. Through the distortion of space and the means of formations, some visual confusion is achieved. Therefore, what originally existed can't be seen. Fortunately, I also have some attainments in formations. In addition, I have mastered the law of space, so after studying it carefully, I was able to find some clues. Qin Shao obviously now had more research in formations. With the Tianji prescription given to him by his eldest senior brother, Qin Shao had studied it for a while before. In the Tianji prescription, there was a mechanical formation armor, which was very unfathomable. After discovering some clues, Qin Shao immediately thought of a way to crack it. After some attempts, Qin Shao cracked it, opened the space, and entered it. As soon as he entered, Qin Shao found another universe. Was a universe worth the Bloodbath Alliance being so careful and covering it up so that others would not easily discover it? Impossible. Obviously it was not so simple. This directly told Qin Shao that this universe was obviously very different. After looking at it for a while, Qin Shao immediately made some discoveries. No, this universe has not been completely formed yet. It is still a universe that is being born. Such a universe is generally called a primordial universe. Primordial universe. Seeing this, Qin Shao suddenly laughed. Haha, there are really surprises everywhere in life. I didn't expect God to give me such a big surprise. I actually stumbled upon a primal universe by chance. No wonder the Bloodbath Alliance is so careful to protect it. So this is the reason. What was a primordial universe? To put it simply, it was a universe that was being born and had not completely become a universe yet. As everyone knew, there were only 9 universe eras from the birth of a universe to the destruction of the Chaos Tribulation. This was an eternal truth of the vast thousand world. However, if a universe was born with the Lord of the Universe origin, it would be immortal and indestructible. Could live as long as heaven and earth. Of course, even a universe with a Lord of the Universe origin was not absolutely safe. An ancient sage could easily destroy a universe. The lifespan of a universe was generally not long. Even if there was a Lord of the Universe origin, it was possible that the Lord of the Universe origin died, and the universe would obviously be quickly destroyed. It could be destroyed by an ancient sage, or it could be destroyed by other forces in the endless universe ocean. Everything was possible. However, universes would be born continuously. Therefore, the number of universes would always be maintained at a very large number. The reason why a primordial universe was precious was that it was a process of evolving a universe. During this process, there would naturally be many great paths displayed in a very intuitive way. Naturally, it would be of great benefit to cultivators. Therefore, the primordial universe became very precious. This was also something that could be encountered but not sought. If one encountered it, it could basically be considered an opportunity. Of course, not everyone could gain from the primordial universe. Qin Shao immediately entered the primordial universe and found that this universe had reached the later stage. It was estimated that it would be completed in at most 10 million years. At this time, a small number of life forms had already been born. These life forms that were born had an excellent cultivation environment. For them, cultivation had become very easy. Qin Shao walked in the primordial universe and could see some changes in this universe with the naked eye. Some of the formation of mountains and rivers, the formation of natural secret realms, the formation of treasures of heaven and earth, the formation of life forms, the formation of continents, the formation of space, and so on. There were countless derivation processes, and this process was a process of writing Tao. The birth of life is so wonderful. It is said that the existence of a world god can evolve a universe in their inner world. And in that universe, life can also be born. It is exactly the same as a universe that was born naturally. Does that mean that the derivation of a universe is the first step to becoming a world god? In that case, would the primal universe not be of great help to those at the fourth step of the ancient saint stage? It can help a fourth step ancient sage understand the process of the universe's derivation. One can see how everything in the universe is born and how life is slowly derived. It is definitely not an easy thing to give birth to life in one's inner world. This primordial universe is for ordinary cultivators. However, it doesn't seem to have many benefits. It might be useful for celestial venerables, but it doesn't seem to be useful for ancient sages. By the way, my inner world has always been different from that of ordinary people. I have never calmed down to study it properly and how to make good use of it and cultivate my inner world. Now I can see how the primordial universe gives birth to a universe and perfect the entire life system. As Qin Shao walked, he was also thinking about this matter. In his heart, he suddenly thought of the problem of his inner world. He couldn't help but think of another question. If this is the case, is it possible? If I can transform the world in my body into a universe of its own, giving birth to true life and forming a complete ecosystem, wouldn't I be able to immediately become a world god? Thinking of this possibility, Qin Shao couldn't help but smile. He really dared to think like this. Ordinary people really didn't dare to think like this because there was no way to cultivate one's inner world. At least, this was the case for others. As long as one reached the fourth step ancient sage realm, one's inner world would have a considerable scale and one could think of turning it into a universe. However, Qin Shao was different. The size of Qin Zhao's inner world was now bigger than the primordial universe, which was far beyond others. If Qin Shao continued to grow like this, by the time he reached the fourth step ancient sage realm, his inner world would be at least 10 times the size of an ordinary universe, right? This was the size before he became a world god. After becoming a world god, it would definitely increase a little. In the words of Master Li Xing, after becoming a world god, the inner world would be fixed after forming a universe and there would be no more changes in the future. The inner world would be considered to have reached the end. The rest would depend on how one cultivated the life in the inner world. Author Cruel Death tomorrow is the last day of this month and the last day of this year. Continue to work hard. Chapter 2740. Walking in this primordial universe, Qin Shao felt like he was witnessing one miracle after another. He could see with his own eyes the birth of all kinds of life forms. All kinds of life forms with different attributes, but they were all life forms. Whether it was flowers, trees, flying insects, walking corpses, demons, and so on, they all displayed the diversity and brilliance of life. Just in terms of life, there was an endless amount. There were only things that one could not imagine, and nothing else. Seeing all of this slowly multiplying made Qin Shao gasp in amazement again and again. It was really too magical. This made Qin Shao think suddenly. Was there also a magical and powerful force in this great thousand world that was used to give birth to everything? If this force could give birth to everything and give birth to this great thousand world, then this force should be invincible. Even if the countless lives in the great thousand world were added together, they would not be a match for this force. Was there really such a force? Giving birth to a universe, what kind of phenomenon was this? This question was a little too profound, so Qin Shao could not think of a reason. As he read, he pondered. At the same time, he also gained a lot of feelings and learned some new things. In this primordial universe, one could see that 100,000 years had passed. What surprised Qin Shao was that no one from the Bloodbath Alliance had come looking for him. This situation was a little strange. Logically speaking, Yu Luosha should have asked for help from the higher-up. Even if the Bloodbath Alliance did not send someone to rescue Yu Luosha in time, this was an important place for the Bloodbath Alliance. Therefore, the Bloodbath Alliance should have sent someone to check on this place. Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. He was still waiting for the Bloodbath Alliance to send someone to deal with them together. However, what surprised him was that no one from the Bloodbath Alliance had come looking for him. Therefore, he could stay here for 100,000 years. During these 100,000 years, Qin Shao walked around this primordial universe and witnessed one new thing after another. This had a lot of inspiration for Qin Shao. This made Qin Shao think about whether he could use this as a reference to slowly transform the world in his body into a universe. Qin Shao did not only think about this, but also began to put it into action. He began to make a series of experiments. However, his current realm was still too far away. Obviously, there was no way for him to truly understand the meaning of life, the truth of life, and there was no way for him to create life. Creating life was an extremely high level. Qin Shao was still far from reaching that level. During these experiments, Qin Shao was also exploring how to develop his own world. He wanted to see if there was any way to make some changes to his own world. At this moment, Qin Zhao's inner world was actually just a blank space. It was chaos and there was nothing. The only things he needed were the space and power. He still had power. However, Qin Shao also felt that the power of his own world was not strong enough. Compared to such a big world, it was indeed not enough. The space was big enough, but there was nothing in it. There was only chaos. The birth of the universe was also directly derived from a piece of chaos. Matter was slowly growing out of the chaos. It formed mountains and rivers, formed celestial bodies, and formed the framework of the universe. Then, it began to give birth to life and so on. All of this was carried out under the power of the law. At the same time, the law would also spread to every corner of the universe. Qin Shao tried to guide some power into his inner world and the law into his inner world, but it seemed that there was no response. Therefore, Qin Shao did not know how to cultivate his own inner world. Before, Master Li Xing said that he could try to develop his own inner world and how to make good use of the advantages of his own inner world. It could even be said that his master had asked him to try and see if he could walk his own path, just like his master, Li Xing, who had walked the path of flying knives. If one wanted to truly stand at the pinnacle of the great wide world, then the best way was to walk one's own path. Qin Shao had also thought about this question many times. How to walk his own path. Qin Shao also thought of his own inner world. Wasn't his inner world different from others? Moreover, no one had ever been able to cultivate his own inner world. Therefore, Qin Shao also suddenly thought about it and made some attempts. However, he did not succeed and did not gain anything. Therefore, Qin Shao put it aside for the time being and didn't spend much energy on it. Now, Qin Shao made another attempt, but he still did not gain anything. Whether this path would work or not was indeed unknown. Qin Shao did not know and could not be sure of anything. He just said that for the time being, this was the only way he could think of to try. For the time being, he had not thought of other paths. How could it be easy to walk a path of one's own? Since this era, only 2 people in the entire immortal realm had succeeded. One was Shakyamuni, and the other was Li Xing. Therefore, it was too difficult to find a path of one's own. This was something that countless powerful beings had been thinking about. However, none of them had succeeded. Qin Shao also wanted to walk this path, but this path was too difficult. Those who could succeed were very amazing. This was a path that could truly allow one to reach the pinnacle of the world. However, since ancient times, only a handful of people had been able to walk this path. The path to success must be extremely dangerous and difficult. Although he had not gained anything and had not made any progress, Qin Shao still did not want to give up. He still wanted to continue to try. A brand new path must be a path that no one had walked before. It must be very, very difficult. It was normal for 1 or 2 attempts to not gain anything. The most important thing was to see if he had the determination and perseverance. If he denied it at the beginning, he would definitely give up directly. Moreover, Qin Shao felt that any path was possible. It just depended on whether he could walk it or not. No one in the inner world could cultivate. This was a prerequisite for success. It was impossible for someone to walk a path that was impossible. But a path that no one had walked before was absolutely possible. Qin Shao continued to walk in this primordial universe. Although he did not gain much, he felt that it had some widening effect on his state of mind. And it might be helpful for his future cultivation. The primordial universe was something that could be encountered but not sought. It was very rare to encounter one. He was lucky enough to encounter one. Naturally, he had to grasp it well. As he walked, Qin Zhao's ears suddenly twitched. He suddenly heard the sound of chopping wood. For some reason, when Qin Shao heard the sound of chopping wood, he inexplicably felt that this sound was somewhat familiar. It was as if he had heard it somewhere before. Strange. Why did he have such a feeling? Following the sound, Qin Shao looked for the source of the sound. Soon, he saw a stooped old man chopping wood there. Seeing the stooped old man, Qin Shao was stunned. He immediately recognized the old man's name. He had actually seen him before. No wonder the sound of chopping wood was somewhat familiar. It turned out that he had heard it before. This stooped old man turned out to be the same old man who had been chased into a forest in the Heavenly Fire secret realm. Speaking of which, Qin Shao owed a debt of gratitude to the old man. If the woodcutter hadn't saved his life back then, he might have died in the Sky Fire secret realm. At that time, Qin Shao felt that the old man was very strange. He clearly felt that the old man was very strong, but he was slowly chopping wood there like an ordinary person. It was a very strange behavior. This time, after 50 million years, the scene was exactly the same as the last time. The old man was chopping wood there. Qin Shao felt that the old man's actions were exactly the same. It was simply a replay of the scene in the past. In the past, he was weak and his realm was low, so he could not see the old man's strength. Now, Qin Shao was a one-step ancient saint, but he still could not see the old man's strength. From the old man's body, there was not much aura. But even if there was only a trace of aura, Qin Shao was very clear that his strength was far from the old man's. The old man was very mysterious and powerful. He was definitely not a simple person. Qin Shao guessed that the old man should be at least a 4-step ancient saint. Why was such a powerful existence always chopping wood? This action really puzzled Qin Shao. He did not understand it in the past, and he still did not understand it now. Senior, I didn't expect to see you here again. Qin Shao stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the old man. Qin Shao still remembered the old man's kindness in the past. At this time, when he saw the old man again, he felt very close and felt that it was fate. The old man ignored Qin Shao and continued to chop his firewood. It was as if he had completely ignored Qin Shao. Qin Shao was not in a hurry. He stood there patiently and watched the old man chop wood. He was also waiting for the old man. In fact, Qin Shao really wanted to know why the old man kept chopping wood. What was the old man's purpose? It could not be that he was chopping wood because he was bored, right? This should be something that did not make sense. It should not be like this. If it wasn't for boredom, then what was the purpose of chopping firewood? What was the reason? He didn't even need to use any strength to chop the firewood. It was as if he was an old man who didn't have any cultivation at all and was struggling to chop firewood. Why did he do this? Qin Shao had been very puzzled. At this time, he could quietly watch the old man chopping wood and observe the details of the old man's chop. However, after watching for a while, Qin Shao did not understand anything. He felt like he was reading a book. There was nothing at all. Could the old man chop wood to create a path? Suddenly, an idea came to Qin Shao's mind. The old man had been doing this for a long time. Could it be that he wanted to create his own path? Could chopping wood achieve a path? Although it was unimaginable, it did not mean that it was impossible. Creating one's own path was a path that no one else had ever walked or thought about. It was a little strange, but it was also possible. After thinking about it, Qin Shao felt that there was no better explanation except for this possibility. Bookmark it for easier reading. Chapter 2741. After a long while, the old man finally cut down the tree. After cutting it down, the old man turned around. He looked at Qin Shao with his turbid eyes. His eyes were not big, so they looked like they were squinting. Although his eyes weren't big and were a little muddy, if one really looked into the woodcutter's eyes, one would find that his eyes were as deep as an abyss, bottomless. After looking at Qin Shao for a while, the old man said, "It's been 50 million years since we last met, but your growth and progress are quite shocking. You've grown from a small one-step celestial venerable to a one-step ancient saint. Moreover, you're very lucky to have taken in 2 good spirit beasts. If the old man is not wrong, I'm afraid that an ordinary 2-step ancient saint is far from being a match for you. You're so young, but you're already standing at the peak of the younger generation in the great wide world. You were born in a humble family. Your cultivation environment is much worse than others. However, you were still able to walk step by step to this point in only 50 million years. This is enough to show that you're very good. The last time I saw you, the old man felt that you were very extraordinary and that you should have great achievements. However, the old man also didn't expect that you could grow to this extent. It can be said that you're very heaven-defying." Qin Shao still remembered that when he first met the old man did not say anything to him at all. He was very cold. However, this time the old man actually praised him so much. He was not stingy with his praise at all. That was then and this was now. It really made one sigh with emotion. Qin Shao immediately said, "Thank you for thinking so highly of Qin Shao, Sr. Qin Shao was born in a humble family and did not have any status or good cultivation resources. Fortunately, the heavens have been good to me, Qin Shao. They have given me a lot of luck and allowed me to obtain many opportunities. Therefore, I've been able to catch up step by step until now." Qin Shao has always engraved Senior's kindness in his heart, and he has always been extremely grateful. If Senior hadn't saved me back then, I might have died back then, and there wouldn't be Qin Shao now. Qin Shao wasn't in a hurry to thank you back then, Senior. Now that I'm able to meet Senior here, I'm really happy. I also want to thank Senior. The old man waved his hand and said indifferently, "It was fate that brought us together. Back then, I formed a good relationship with you. That was my own good fortune. You don't have to think about repaying me. Every stage of life has its own good fortune. There is karma in the world. If there are many good causes, there will be good consequences. You are a good cause, so the old man can also receive good results from you." Qin Shao smiled and said, "No matter what, kindness is kindness, and Qin Shao will always remember it. Even if I can't repay you now, Senior, if Qin Shao had the ability to do so in the past, you could have come to my place and asked me if you needed anything. Young man, it's good that you know how to be grateful, said the old man. He didn't want to continue to dwell on this issue. Since the old man didn't want to dwell on this issue, Qin Shao changed the topic at once. Oh, Senior, I have a question that I feel a little presumptuous, but it really puzzles me. Some of my guesses are also very strange. Do you think it's appropriate to ask Senior? Qin Shao knew that even if he didn't say it out loud, the old man would definitely know what Qin Shao wanted to ask. Qin Shao really wanted to know the answer to this question, but he didn't know whether he should ask the old man. Therefore, if the old man didn't want to answer, it would be less awkward. The old man wasn't stingy. He said, "You are wondering why the old man is so obsessed with chopping wood, right?" If it was in the past, the old man definitely wouldn't answer you. Even if he did, he would say that he was bored. But since I'm so fated to meet you here, and this old man has been secretly observing you all these years, said the old man, there's no harm in telling you. The old man is trying to walk his own path. You saw the old man chopping wood for 5,000 years, but in fact, the old man has been chopping wood for 5,000 universe eras. Sure enough, as he guessed, the old man was indeed trying to walk his own path. Qin Shao still didn't understand. Could chopping wood also become a path? However, it didn't necessarily mean chopping wood. It was just chopping wood to find a path, break through the path, and finally create one's own path. What shocked Qin Shao the most was that the woodcutter old man had been chopping firewood for 5,000 universe eras. It was hard to imagine. 5,000 universe eras was too long for Qin Shao. It was simply unimaginably long. It was really hard to imagine how the old man had been chopping wood for so many years. Qin Shao couldn't help but admire the old man's perseverance. He was able to persevere until now and was so persistent in doing this. Persistence was the prerequisite for success. At least in terms of the prerequisite, the old man had reached the pinnacle. However, even if he could reach such an extreme, it was still too difficult to create a Tao that belonged to him. It was also very difficult to succeed in doing so. There were only so many Taos in total. Many paths that could be created had already been created by others. If the people behind wanted to create a new path, the difficulty would naturally increase a lot. Qin Shao admired the woodcutter's stubbornness. Cultivation indeed required such a spirit. However, Qin Shao also felt that it was very scary. If he were to stubbornly create his own path for thousands of universe eras, would he collapse? Would he be able to persevere? Anyway, for now, Qin Shao felt that 5,000 universe epochs was a bit too long. He didn't want to think about this for the time being. The more he thought about it, the more scared he felt. It was better not to think about it. After all, he had only lived for 50 million years. He was still very young. It's too difficult to create a path. I'm afraid that you are far from being able to imagine it now. A brand new path must be a path that countless lives have not walked since ancient times. However, no one can say for sure how many lives have been born since ancient times. The number of geniuses is also endless. I'm afraid that people have tried to walk the path that you can imagine and the path that you can't imagine. There are already many side paths in our current life. Most of the paths that can be taken have already been created by others. The further you go, the harder it will be to create. This path is the path to the true pinnacle of the vast thousand world, but it's also the most difficult path. It's considered very, very good if 1 or 2 people in a sanctuary realm can make it out of this path. It can even be said that some sanctuaries won't have anyone walking out for an entire era. This path is a path of no return. It's extremely painful to walk on this path. It's a path with no end in sight. It's a path with no light. It's a path of darkness. I've walked for so many years, but I still haven't seen a trace of light." The old man's tone was full of helplessness and vicissitudes. From his words, one could feel how difficult and helpless this path was. A path of no return. Using such words to describe this path was really hard to imagine. "Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. When people get old, they become fond of complaining. This path was chosen by the old man himself. Even if it's all the way to the end, the old man will have to continue walking it. If he doesn't continue walking, the old man's life will lose its meaning. It's better to have a pursuit. At least there's some motivation, the motivation to move forward and work hard. He won't let himself be abandoned, lazy, and bored." The old man waved his hand, not wanting to talk about this matter anymore. At the mention of it, there was probably a hint of sadness in his helplessness. No matter how difficult this path was, if there was a chance in the future, Qin Shao would definitely walk it. He would definitely walk it unswervingly. No, if there was a chance in the future, even if there was no chance, he would have to create an opportunity. It was inevitable to walk his own path. He had to walk this path. Now, he had to make preparations in this regard. "No matter how difficult it is, it can't scare me, and it can't stump me, Qin Shao. Qin Shao, if your goal is only to become a world god, it's better for you to give up this idea. It's not a good thing to have this idea. It may bring you endless pain, pain that you can't imagine. It's a path of no return, a path of darkness. If you have that kind of ambition, that kind of unwavering determination, then you can try to walk your own path and create a brand new Tao. However, the old man wants you to think twice about this matter. You must think carefully before you make a decision. Once you've made a decision, it's a path of no return. Don't think about giving up halfway. But with your talent and potential, you can consider it. The old man thinks that becoming a world god is not a difficult challenge for you. Although the world god realm is already a very high level, it's a realm that countless sacred ancient sages are eager to reach. But for you, it shouldn't be a difficult thing. All you need is your time. The world god realm is already very good, very, very good. Qin Shao understood the meaning of the woodcutter's words. Firstly, the woodcutter thought highly of him and wanted him to try to walk his own path and create a new path. If he walked on this path of no return, he would drag him down with him. Secondly, the woodcutter was very likely to be a world god. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such a thing. He really didn't expect the woodcutter to be a world god. This was really a big surprise. Although Qin Shao didn't dare to be 100% sure, from the meaning of his words, it should be close to the truth. It was something that was extremely likely. Qin Shao smiled and said, "Thank you for your advice, senior. I know that I have this ambition long ago, and I've been prepared for it. No matter what, no matter how difficult this path is, no matter if it's a path of no return, a path of darkness, or a path that can't see light, I will definitely walk it." This junior still has that ambition, that lofty goal and ideal. I want to walk as far as the path of cultivation is. If there's no end to the path, then there's no end to my cultivation. The joy of cultivation is to pursue an extreme, to pursue the limit, to become invincible and not be suppressed by anyone. Chapter 2742. What a great idea! You should pursue the limit and not be suppressed by anyone. You should have lofty ambitions and grand goals. Not bad, Qin Shao, your state of mind is indeed very good and worthy of praise. Qin Zhao's impassioned speech also won the woodcutter's approval. Even he couldn't say such heroic words, but Qin Shao was able to. It wasn't the ignorance and fearlessness of a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger, but great ambition and supreme heroism. A person's mindset could often be seen from his or her breadth of mind. A person's mindset could often affect a person's achievement. If one's mindset was small, he or she would naturally be restrained. Qin Zhao's mindset was infinitely large, which meant that he or she had a prerequisite for immeasurable achievements. With this prerequisite, it was possible for him to succeed. No matter how small the possibility was, if he or she didn't have this prerequisite, it would be even more impossible for him to succeed. Therefore, the prerequisite was very important, very important. If he or she could control his or her ambition, it would be a good thing. If he or she couldn't control his or her ambition, it would be blind confidence, which naturally wasn't good. Senior, do you think it's possible for the inner world to be a direction of creating Tao? Qin Shao asked. The woodcutter's old man immediately replied, Yes, it's completely possible. Why not? It's possible to walk on any path that others haven't succeeded in. It's possible to create your own path. It's just a matter of whether you can walk on it or not. There can be thousands of Taos, but it's extremely difficult to create one. There are easier ones, but they have already been created by others and already exist. For example, the Tao of arrays, the Tao of refining, the Tao of pills, the Tao of talismans, and so on have already existed. It's very difficult to create Tao because it's possible to walk on any path, but it's also extremely difficult to walk on it. Often, a subtle thing may be able to walk on a path, but the more subtle it is, the harder it is to walk on it. So, it's not important which path you take. The key is how you walk out of it. It's possible that countless people have taken this path, but no one has been able to walk it out. That depends on whether you can walk a different path from others. You can seek common ground while reserving differences. You can achieve breakthroughs in things that others can't and walk your own path. Cultivation is not about the heavens or the earth. The key lies in your person. Hearing the woodcutter's words, Qin Shao nodded in relief and fell into deep thought. In that case, it was indeed very reasonable. It seemed that his previous thoughts and perceptions were somewhat wrong. Cultivation is not about the heavens or the earth. It is about the person, about yourself. Everyone's path of cultivation could only be walked by themselves. Others can give you a certain amount of help, can give you a lot of guidance, can give you a ray of light, can guide you in the right direction. But how this path turns out is entirely up to you. Others can influence you, but is their influence good or bad? This is up to you to judge for yourself. In that case, the success or failure of the path of the inner world has not much to do with other factors. The key lies in whether you can walk it out or not. Since it was a brand new path, since it had to be created, no one knew whether this path could be walked before it was created. If someone really knew, then it would have been walked out by others long ago. Just like before Li Xing walked out the path of the flying knife, who would have thought that a small flying knife could become a path of its own? It was also possible to create a brand new path in the inner world. It just depended on how you wanted to create it. This was a path of no return, a path full of endless unknowns, and a path that no one could help you on. Since ancient times there were only a few successful people. There were very few, and they could be counted. There were only a few minor Taoists of this sort. If you wanted to walk this path, you had to be very ambitious. The vast majority of people were probably just thinking about it. There should be very few people who tried it. Those who had tried and persevered were even rarer. They were pitifully few. However, Qin Shao would definitely persevere on this path. He must have a persistent heart. This primordial universe can actually give us a lot of enlightenment, inspiration, and guidance. Cultivation, although you have to rely on yourself, you can't completely build a cart behind closed doors. You still need to be guided and have some inspiration. In this regard, the primordial universe can give us a lot of guidance and inspiration. If you grasp it well, there will be a lot of improvement. Hearing the woodcutter's words, Qin Shao suddenly perked up and looked at the woodcutter with a curious and thoughtful expression. In fact, Qin Shao had also thought that the primordial universe should be of some help to the creation of the path. Otherwise, the woodcutter would not have been here to chop wood. It seemed that the woodcutter had been here for a long time. Everything he had done here over the years had not escaped the woodcutter's eyes. There were indeed many magical places in the primordial universe. However, Qin Shao did not gain much other than some inspiration. He did not rely on these inspirations to have any good ideas about his path. He still had not taken the first step. Everything was difficult at the beginning. It was normal that the first step was difficult to take. The woodcutter pointed around and said to Qin Shao, "You have been in the primordial universe for more than 100,000 years. You have seen and heard a lot over the years. Didn't you comprehend anything?" Qin Shao was slightly stunned and pondered. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao said, "Senior, over the years, I have observed the growth of the primordial universe. It is slowly approaching perfection. This process can also be seen as a process of creation. It's just that this kind of creation is very big. It is naturally created by heaven and earth, and in this creation there are actually a myriad of things. All kinds of Daos, all kinds of philosophies are also integrated into it to become a big whole. We have to walk our own path. In fact, it is also a process of creation from nothing. It is also a process of creation. Therefore, the primordial universe can actually give us a lot of enlightenment and let us get a lot of useful information from it. Different Daos will also have some similarities. Some of them can be referenced. It all depends on whether we can discover them and comprehend them. The formation of the primordial universe will also be of great help to me when I break through to the world God realm. Breaking through to the world God realm is also to create a universe that belongs to me. With the world in my body as the foundation, I can create a universe that belongs to me. The world in my body is truly a complete world. It is a world with life. It is a world that can operate and take care of itself. After completing this transformation, I will step into the world God realm. Thinking about it, I also think that the world God realm is very amazing. He can create a real world in his body, a universe. He can give birth to life. This way, he can also become a creator. Although he can only create things in his own body, it is still very amazing. He can stand at an unbelievable level. The woodcutter nodded and said, "Yes, you have a basic understanding. That is more or less what it means. The process of the birth of a universe is a process in which heaven and earth write all the laws and heavenly Tao. During this process you can absorb as much as you want. Because as long as you are in the greater thousand world, you will still be bound by the laws of nature, no matter what realm you are in. You will still not be able to transcend the laws of nature and be under the control of the greater thousand world. Therefore, no matter what Daos, principles or things, they will all operate under the laws of the heavenly Tao. There are many changes, but they will always be the same. Parasitic minor Daos could form their own Daos, but they couldn't become laws. All side Daos have to operate under the framework of these laws. They have to follow these laws and the heavenly Tao. You know the laws now. The 5 fundamental laws and the 8 great cultivation laws make a total of 13 laws. They are the foundation of our greater thousand world. The heavenly Tao is illusory and formless. We only talk about its existence, but it is difficult to truly understand it. The heavenly Tao recognizes it as the ultimate power of nature and the ultimate restraint of this world. Since ancient times, those who stood at the peak and those who were the most talented throughout history have all tried to break the restraints of the heavenly Tao. However, they have all failed in the end. Since ancient times, no one has been able to shake the heavenly Tao or break free from the final restraints of the heavenly Tao. Everyone has to live under the heavenly Tao. To create one's own Tao, one has to follow all of this first. Under these 13 laws and the heavenly Tao, one has to operate reasonably in order to succeed. The Tao created has to be recognized by the 13 laws and the heavenly Tao. Only then can it be considered a true success. And such a creation process actually has many similarities with the birth of the universe. The ultimate goal is to create something completely new. The heavenly Tao can naturally create things easily. However, it is too difficult for us cultivators to create such things. For example, a universe. In fact, even a world god can't create a universe out of thin air without using his own internal world as the blueprint. However, the power of nature is powerful and magical. It can create countless universes endlessly. Even an existence who has surpassed the world god realm can't create a universe out of thin air. That's why one chooses the internal world as the blueprint and then develops and creates from it. That way it will be much easier. Only in this way can one walk a path. If one can't walk this path, then there is no realm higher than the 4-step ancient saint realm in this world. It is said that this path was also walked by the ancient sages. Only then did they create a path of cultivation. Only then did they push our great 1000 world to become powerful and flourish to the current powerful and prosperous age. After listening to the woodcutter say so much and analyze so much, Qin Shao suddenly understood a lot and understood a lot. However, there were still many things that still needed to be tasted, pondered, and thought carefully. Author Ken Shang said, 4th update. Little friends who haven't contributed flowers, hurry up and contribute. After today, it will be invalid. Chapter 2743. If that was the case, the path of cultivation from ancient times to the present was actually created by the sages one by one, which was why there were so many paths. The countless cultivation methods were also created one by one. It was precisely because there were countless sages who created countless paths that there was such a prosperous and long-lasting upper-class world. The world was bright and beautiful, and hundreds of flowers were blooming. There were big and small creations. Creating a grain of sand was creation, a stone was creation, a mountain was creation, a continent was creation, a world was creation, and a universe was also creation. The smaller something was, the easier it was to create it. Just like Qin Shao, it was obviously very easy for him to create some cultivation method. Qin Shao could easily create ordinary cultivation method. Even if Qin Shao were to create a saint art, as long as Qin Shao was given time, Qin Shao believed that he would definitely be able to create it. However, a brand new path was too big. To be called a path, it was something that could be recognized by all life, all laws, and even the heavenly path. Among the 13 laws, the path that could be operated under the heavenly path could be passed down from ancient times. It was something that was truly integrated into the 13 laws and the heavenly path. The Tao itself possessed unimaginable power, supreme power. The old man suddenly said solemnly, "It's said that we are frogs at the bottom of the well, but in fact, peering at the sky from the well is what we should do." Peering at the sky from the well? Hearing this word, Qin Shao was slightly stunned. How should he put it? Peering at the sky from the well was what they should do. Why did he say that? Peering at the sky from the well was too short-sighted, wasn't it? The old man continued to explain, "Yes, peering at the sky from the well. The real meaning is to look at the big from a small point, from a process to peek at the whole thing. For example, we want to see the process of the formation of the primordial universe. From this process, we want to be able to see how heaven and earth created a universe. In this way, we can peek at how to create a brand new path. Creating a brand new Tao is much, much harder than creating a universe. This idea can also be applied to our cultivation. You also need to look at the bigger picture from the smaller aspects in order to achieve a breakthrough in cultivation." Qin Shao nodded in relief. He also had this feeling, but he didn't focus on it. Now that he heard the woodcutter's words, he had to focus on this aspect in the future. Peek at the surface with a speck, peek at the sky with a well. Everything had to be inferred from one case to three, from the small to the big, to peek at the overall situation. All right, old man, that's all I have to say. If you say any more, you might end up muddling along. Besides, the old man is also exploring this path, so I can only talk about the old man's own experience. But the old man's experience is often summed up by the old man himself. Maybe it only applies to the old man, but it doesn't necessarily apply to you. You still need to figure out how to walk your own path. Everyone's path is definitely different. The rest depends on your own luck. The woodcutter waved his hand and didn't say anything more. After saying so much, Qin Shao did benefit a lot and was deeply moved. Qin Shao was very grateful for the woodcutter's advice. He hurriedly said, "Senior, thank you for giving Qin Shao so much advice and experience. Listening to your words is better than listening to Qin Zhao's hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation." Senior's words do make a lot of sense. Qin Shao will slowly savor them and slowly carve out a path that belongs to him. The woodcutter chuckled and didn't say anything more. Qin Shao could also sense that the woodcutter was a lonely cultivator. He probably didn't like to interact with others and liked to be alone. His personality might be a little eccentric. However, he was fated to meet him. 50 million years ago in the Sky Fire's secret realm, they met once. When Qin Shao met the woodcutter for the first time, he felt that his personality was very strange. He didn't speak much and seemed very mysterious. However, he was very powerful and had saved Qin Shao once. This time, Qin Shao also felt that the woodcutter was actually a warm-hearted person and a good senior. It was indeed his good fortune that the woodcutter was willing to give him advice. It was a great fortune to meet a benefactor in life. The woodcutter was a benefactor. By the way, Senior, I have another question to ask you. Senior, you should have been in this primordial universe for a long time. This primordial universe has been discovered and controlled by the Bloodbath Alliance. They have already set up a boundary here and sent an ancient sage to guard this place. Senior, do you know anything about the Bloodbath Alliance? Qin Shao suddenly asked. Since the woodcutter had been here for a long time, he might have some understanding of the Bloodbath Alliance's situation here. Therefore, Qin Shao took the liberty to ask. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's question, the woodcutter raised his eyebrows and said with a slightly darkened expression, "Old man, I am just a wandering cultivator. I don't belong to any of the 8 great sacred regions. I walk alone in the great wide world and don't make friends with anyone. Therefore, I have never dared to have any interest in the Bloodbath Alliance. As long as they don't provoke the old man, it's fine. Whatever they want to do, the old man doesn't care. So don't ask the old man this question." "Alright, Qin Shao, the old man should also leave. Let's meet again if fate wills it." After saying that, the woodcutter's figure moved and directly disappeared in front of Qin Shao. He didn't even give Qin Shao a chance to say goodbye. Seeing the woodcutter leave without saying anything to him, Qin Shao couldn't help but be stunned. He had an indescribable feeling. He also wondered if the woodcutter was unhappy when he mentioned the Bloodbath Alliance. Could it be that the woodcutter didn't want to provoke the Bloodbath Alliance? Even if he didn't want to provoke them, there shouldn't be such a big reaction, right? But on second thought, Qin Shao felt that maybe the woodcutter's personality was like this. He might not be really angry. Moreover, the woodcutter said that they would meet again if fate wills it. If he was really angry, then he wouldn't have said that. Forget it, Qin Shao shook his head. Since the woodcutter had left, he wouldn't think about this problem for the time being. Now, he should think about his own cultivation problem. It was difficult to walk his own path. It was too difficult. Qin Shao didn't even know where to start to create a new path. He didn't have a clue at all. The creation of a new path was a heaven-defying act. It was also an incomparably long process. It was definitely not something that could be done overnight. But how should he start on this path? How should he take the first step? This problem really troubled Qin Shao. It was like an invisible shackle, tightly binding Qin Shao. But this matter obviously couldn't be rushed. How could it be so easy to take the first step on the path of creating a new path? Let's continue to look at the primal universe. Qin Shao continued to walk in the primal universe. After the woodcutter's guidance, Qin Shao obviously had more ideas and ideas. Now that he continued to walk in the primal universe, he naturally gained more and felt more than before. He could peek into the heavens from some small feelings and pry into even more things. This observation took him another 100,000 years. In this primal universe, many life forms were slowly born, and there were already great beings at the level of rulers. After a period of time, there would be great beings at the level of universe masters. Most of the universe masters were born in the earliest days of the universe. The earlier they were, the easier it would be. After a total of 200,000 years of walking and feeling, he gained a lot of things, but he always felt that it was limited. He always felt that he had encountered a bottleneck and was stuck there. If he continued to look, he reckoned that he wouldn't gain anything more. Therefore, Qin Shao stopped and prepared to leave the primal universe. But before he left, Qin Shao suddenly thought that the world in his body had been expanded and transformed again and again. It was no longer in its original state. If he wanted to create a path that belonged to him, should he take a look at the situation in the most primitive state? From the situation in the most primitive state, he could do some research, make some inferences, and make some attempts to see what the results would be. Thinking of this idea, Qin Shao suddenly felt a little excited. He always felt that he had grasped a ray of light. Yes, why didn't he think of this method? If he tried from the most primitive state, then he could simulate the original state. Furthermore, a Tao was something that could be cultivated by all living beings. It was something that needed to start from the most primitive state. The world in his body now was no longer in its most primitive state. It had long been transformed beyond recognition. Therefore, he didn't know where to start at all. He didn't know how to take this step at all. But now, Qin Shao seemed to have thought of the key to the problem. It might be the problem that had been troubling him. It was very likely that it could help him solve the problem and take the most difficult first step. So, how could Qin Shao not be a little excited? Thinking of this, Qin Shao immediately took action. Now, there were many life forms in the primal universe, so Qin Shao easily found a group of weak life forms. In the universe, becoming a god was to open up one's own world. Qin Shao specially found a group of life forms that had just become gods. Then, he taught them different methods and let them try to cultivate their own world. But the world in the body couldn't be cultivated, because the world in the body had never been able to be cultivated. Therefore, the group taught by Qin Shao had tried all kinds of methods, but all of them had failed. None of them had succeeded and were able to take this step. This group of people was a complete failure, which was obviously a blow to Qin Shao. The little bit of excitement that Qin Shao originally had was completely defeated and dissipated. No, this is wrong. The normal way to cultivate the world in the body doesn't work at all. It feels like it violates the 13 laws and the way of heaven. According to the woodcutter's words, all cultivation should follow the 13 laws and the way of heaven. At the very least, you should be recognized and allowed by these forces. Only then can you walk on this path. If these forces don't recognize you, then you're on the wrong path. It's a path that can't be walked on at all. The methods I've tried are actually imaginable by ordinary people. If these ordinary methods could be used, then this path would have been created long ago. Would it be my turn? People who can create paths are all people who take an unusual path. Chapter 2744. Although this attempt ended in failure, Qin Shao always felt that it had given him some inspiration and allowed him to make a new attempt. This failure was not a big deal. It was very normal. It was a miracle that he could succeed on his first try. After all, Qin Shao was creating a Tao. He was probably doing the most heaven-defying thing in the world. The process of creating a Tao was a difficult and long process. For Qin Shao, his path of creation was not even the beginning. He was afraid that it wasn't even the beginning yet. He was still working hard for the beginning. If you don't take that step, you won't be able to truly start on this path. By this standard, Qin Shao had not started. Qin Shao also tried hard to recall why the world in his body was different from that of ordinary people. Why could it absorb power on its own to expand it? Qin Shao had thought about this question before, but he really did not come up with a reason. He just thought about it briefly and did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. It seemed that, inexplicably, naturally, he began to absorb power to expand his world in his body. Then, his world in his body began to be different from that of ordinary people. But Qin Shao did not understand why there was such a change. Thinking about it, he did not deliberately do anything along the way, but his world in his body was different from that of ordinary people. He recalled and thought carefully, not letting go of any details. He analyzed the situation at that time, his thoughts at that time, and all the possible situations at that time. But after thinking about it, Qin Shao still did not find anything wrong. Impossible, it must be impossible. There must be a reason. Otherwise, there is no way to explain it. Even Master Sage Li said that the world in one's body could not be cultivated on its own. He has never seen such a strange world in his body like mine. There is no record of it in history, and there is no such Tao. Something that no one else has, but it happened to me. This must not be a coincidence, an accident, or a special event. If it is really a special event, it can't be that I am the only one. There is no similar person in the historical record. This must be impossible. Just like the people with the constitution of the immortal king, there are people with the same constitution who are favored by God. They are not unique. I must have overlooked something very small and unnoticeable. I have to think about it carefully. Qin Shao did not give up. He carefully thought about it again. After thinking about it for a while, he analyzed it thoroughly. But still, he did not gain anything. There was still no obvious perception. If there is no change in action, could it be the heart? Cultivation cultivates the mind. Cultivating the mind is the most important part of cultivation, but it is also the part that is least likely to be noticed. When I broke through, when I opened the world in my body, when I became a god. It was when the 9 continents whirled. So, at that time, I had an incomparably resolute power of faith. My mind was abnormally strong and resolute. When I broke through and opened the world in my body, the whole process was supported by a powerful mind power. It stimulated me over and over again to make me stronger. Then, unintentionally, a powerful force joined in, so I absorbed some other forces invisibly. Maybe subconsciously, I wanted to make the world in my body stronger. But at that time, I did not consciously want to cultivate the world in my body. I did not have such thoughts. Everything was done unconsciously. So, in the initial state, I unconsciously changed my world in my body to make it different from that of ordinary people. Later, I tried to absorb power to improve and expand the world in my body. But before that, I did not know that other people had no way to cultivate the world in their body. If you regard the absorption of power to expand the world in my body as a kind of cultivation, then I am afraid you can say that, right? I inadvertently cultivated the world in my body? However, this kind of cultivation is incomparably simple and crude. It is only when one makes a breakthrough in cultivation that they can borrow the power of the heavenly way to cultivate and absorb more energy to expand the world within their bodies. Under normal circumstances, I have no way to cultivate the world in my body. If I could cultivate it under normal circumstances, then I am afraid I would have already created this path. To create this path, I want to be able to let everyone cultivate the world in their body normally. Only when I do this can I be considered to have truly created a brand new path. After Qin Shao analyzed again, he had some understanding and some gains. He roughly knew what the situation was like at that time, but just knowing this situation was still very difficult to get started. It was very difficult to continue to deduce this path. He still had to continue experimenting. So, Qin Shao found another group of people and did some experiments as before. This time, he used his experience at that time as a direction and guide to let these people make such attempts. At the same time, when they broke through, he gave them the power of the outside world to help them. However, this batch still failed. Although it was a failure, Qin Shao was still a little happy because the effect was obviously much better than the previous batch. There was one person who almost succeeded but failed at the last moment. But this situation also gave Qin Shao hope. This meant that his train of thought was very likely to be correct and could be followed. So, Qin Shao continued the experiment and found another group of people to continue the same experiment. This batch also failed, but the situation was better than before. This time, there were two people who almost succeeded. The failure of the two batches also made Qin Shao conclude something. The reason why they failed was that Qin Shao felt that their mental strength was not enough. They could not reach the powerful feeling that he had when he was in a desperate situation. Moreover, he had experienced too much in the past. He had even been to the gates of hell several times. In the end, under the great threat of the destruction of his home country and the eruption of his incomparably powerful obsession in a hopeless situation, the power of his mind had reached an unimaginable level. Under the support of that powerful strength and belief, Qin Shao was able to transform, make a breakthrough, and walk a road that no one else had walked on. These people who were found by him were not very good in many aspects, so it was normal that they could not meet that kind of requirement. Therefore, in the fourth batch, Qin Shao carefully selected some people to do the experiment. He also gave them some conditions so that they could greatly improve their mental strength and the strength of their beliefs and bring out their most powerful potential. He also simulated his situation at that time to restore the most real situation at that time. If he failed once, he summed up the experience and improved it once. Then, he could improve again and again. The fourth batch also failed. If he failed, he would continue. Qin Shao had determined that this road would work. He could find out what he wanted and agree to it. Therefore, no matter how many times he experimented, no matter how long it would take, Qin Shao would not give up. The fifth batch failed. The sixth batch failed. The seventh batch failed. In the face of so many failures, Qin Shao was still not discouraged. He still believed that he was on the right path. It was just that he did not meet the conditions in all aspects. After all, this road had not been created, so he had to simulate the extremely small probability of success at that time to verify whether his idea was right or not. It was not until the 100th batch of experiments, which took a full 100,000 years, that Qin Shao finally succeeded. Finally, there was a change in the inner world of one person, which proved that Qin Shao's idea was right. He made a major discovery. Ha ha ha, I'm right. This idea is right. It's really like this. It's really like this. It turns out that in order to trigger this change, the conditions are extremely harsh. When a mortal breaks through to become a god, he has to have an extremely strong mental power. When he opens up the inner world, he has to push his mental power to the extreme and fully erupt his potential. Then, he also needs the help of a strong external force to help stimulate the power. In the end, in a situation where I was unconscious, I imperceptibly caused the world in my body to change. There are many factors in it, and the requirements are extremely harsh. If any of the conditions are not met, there is no way for such a transformation to occur. The probability of that happening is extremely, extremely low. And generally speaking, it requires the weak life forms in the universe. The life forms in the 8 great holy realms are born in the divine realm and have already opened up their inner world. Basically, they have already opened up their inner worlds in their mother's body. There is no chance for them to transform at all. Therefore, it is basically impossible for the life forms in the 8 great holy realms to change their inner worlds, to think about cultivating their inner worlds, and to think about taking a new path. Among the life forms in the universe, only a very, very few are able to walk out of this place. Even if there are lucky people who can change their inner worlds, they may not be able to go out of the universe. Even if they are lucky enough to go out of the universe, they may not have the opportunity to think that their inner worlds can be used to cultivate a new path. Therefore, all the factors added up to make Master not know that someone's inner world is so strange. But this should be a great opportunity for me. I am more and more convinced that this must be a successful path to take. In the end, whether I can succeed or not depends on my own efforts and my own luck. I definitely don't lack hard work. It depends on my luck. 100,000 years of hard work finally paid off. Qin Shao was in a good mood. All the efforts were worth it. But even if it was difficult to prove these, it would not allow Qin Shao to embark on this path. He had already taken this step, but in fact, he was still far from it. He was still far from it. If he wanted to really take this step, he still needed to figure out a lot of things. For the time being, Qin Shao had only verified that this path could possibly be taken. He verified how he could have such a change. After verifying these, it was naturally of great help to Qin Zhao's confidence. It fully showed that this path could work. Now, Qin Shao still had a lot of problems to consider. The cultivation of Tao lies in the great power obtained after cultivation and the power that can be used in battle. What about my inner world? What kind of great power does it have? How can I judge the use of the power of my inner world in battle? Author Cruel Death said, 5th update, brothers. Chapter 2745. Qin Shao began to seriously think about this problem. This problem should be the key to his breakthrough. If he could figure out this problem, then he might have the hope of taking the first step. After staying in this primordial universe for 300,000 years, he gained a lot of insights and feelings over the past 300,000 years, all for the sake of taking this step. Until now, Qin Shao also had a very strong feeling that he was very close to taking this step. As long as he put in more effort and put in more effort, he would be able to take this step. In order to be able to take this step, Qin Shao would not hesitate to spend another 3 million years or even 30 million years. Now that he had such a feeling with such a belief power here, he naturally could not stop easily. He had to walk out in one spurt of energy. Power. After thinking for a while, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly moved, and an idea came out, suddenly lighting up Qin Zhao's heart. Yes, power, power is power. Power is the simplest thing, and it is also the most easily overlooked thing, but why can't it become the core thing? Everyone has the power of the body itself, and this power is called pure power. Everyone has pure power. As your realm improves, your body transforms and sublimates, and your body's pure power will slowly increase. Some people are born with divine power. There are also people who cultivate the true meaning of power Tao, who can also infinitely improve the pure power of the body. Of course, the true meaning of power Tao was not pure power, but a cultivation path, the power of Tao. It was just that people who cultivated the true meaning of power Tao, the pure power of the body would be greatly improved, and it would be stronger than people who cultivated other Tao. The power of the inner world could almost be used as pure power. This was probably the biggest advantage of the power of the inner world. There was still a big difference between pure power and other powers, and it could be said to be a difference in essence. Although they were all power, the meaning was completely different. Pure power could be fused with any other power without any hindrance. No matter what kind of power it was, no matter what kind of law it was, it could be directly fused together, completely fused together. This was the natural advantage of pure power. What if it wasn't pure power? It would be very difficult to fuse with other powers, and it would be even more difficult to fuse with laws. This was the greatest benefit that the uniqueness of his inner world brought to Qin Shao. Any Tao could be cultivated by any life form. It was just a matter of conditions. After cultivating any Tao, one would be able to obtain the corresponding power and means. Only then could it become a Tao. Although this Tao had not been created yet, this was the problem that Qin Shao was thinking about now. This was like a line, a backbone. If he didn't even know what this backbone was, how could he talk about creating this Tao? The backbone of this Tao was power, and all cultivation was for the sake of increasing power. This was one of the purposes of cultivation. After knowing the goal, how could he obtain this power from his inner world? The inner world itself had power, but it was not strong. Compared to the power of the same level, it was almost negligible. Basically, it could only be used as a means of suppression by the strong against the weak. If he wanted to obtain the power of the same level, or even more powerful than the same level, he needed to expand and improve his inner world. Moreover, it should not only be to increase the size of the inner world, but more importantly, the quality of the inner world. Sometimes, quantity is not as good as quality. With both quality and quantity, it will be more powerful. Not only does it have to have both quality and quantity, but it also needs to know how to use these powers well. How to maximize the power of the inner world to achieve the maximum utilization. In addition, there should be some aspects that I haven't thought of. Only when all these aspects are present can this Tao be considered perfect. If you want to create a Tao, it will take a very long way to go. It is not something that can be done overnight, and there will be a big breakthrough. Therefore, Qin Shao knew that what he was doing now was to do it slowly from the small aspects. In the process of doing it, he would slowly try to go through other aspects. For the time being, the most practical thing for Qin Shao to think about was how to discover the power of the inner world, how to maximize the power of the inner world, and how to improve the quality of the power of the inner world. In these aspects, Qin Shao really didn't think about it before. He simply urged the power of the inner world and made use of it. In the past, he really didn't think of the inner world as a Tao, so naturally, he didn't think about these problems. But now, Qin Shao wanted to create a new path for the inner world that belonged to him, so he naturally had to think about this aspect. If he couldn't do it in this aspect and there was no way to succeed, then he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to go through this Tao. Therefore, now this was the first big test in front of Qin Shao, the first stumbling block. This was only the first problem. If he really wanted to create a new Tao, there were too many problems to face, which were far from what he could imagine. Even Qin Shao couldn't imagine it. He could only take one step at a time and complete it slowly. Anyway, this road was bound to be a very long one, and it would accompany him for a lifetime of cultivation. According to the situation Qin Shao knew, it took sagely 10 epochs to create the flying knife Tao. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally didn't think too much about it. It was still very early, and now was only the first step on the long road. And he didn't know if this first step was considered to be taken. After confirming these ideas, Qin Shao also determined the road he wanted to take. For the time being, the first step to take, the goal to achieve, and the tests and problems to face were all sorted out. After figuring these out, he finally felt a lot clearer, and his mind suddenly became a lot more relaxed, not as messy as before. The road was clear, and the next step was to walk it. Qin Shao began to study his inner world again. This was a brand new study, a brand new attempt. There was no experience to be found, no guiding force, and no ancestors' ideas. Everything needed to be explored by himself. It could even be said that he had to create it. From nothing to something, he had to complete this difficult and great thing by himself. This was the first step of creation. But this first step was obviously very difficult to take. After tens of thousands of years of study, Qin Shao still had no clue and no progress. There were countless ideas, but after trying them one by one, he found that none of them worked. There was no way that could really work completely. Therefore, Qin Shao still didn't have any gains for the time being. This first step was stuck. Qin Shao couldn't move or move forward. It was a mountain blocking the way. He couldn't dig it out, move it away, or climb over it. He encountered such a big obstacle at the first step, which was also expected by Qin Shao. If this road was so easy to walk, then the vast thousand world wouldn't only have so many side paths. How long had the vast thousand world existed? Perhaps even Sage Li didn't know. It wasn't clear, was it? But since ancient times there have only been so many small Dao of this kind. Who knows if there are more than 100 of them in total? Qin Shao didn't know if there were that many. He didn't know about it in detail. However, what he knew was far less than that. He only knew a few dozen of them. Take the immortal realm as an example. In this era, only Shakyamuni and Li Sheng had walked this path. Only 2 people. Therefore, it could be seen how difficult this road was to walk. It was too difficult to walk out of it. It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao had been mentally prepared for everything. He had long known that the road would definitely not be so smooth. It was normal to encounter difficulties and obstacles. It was also very normal for him to be stuck at the first step. If this first step was so easy to take, then this road wouldn't be difficult to walk. The more difficult it was, the more right it was. But it also encouraged Qin Shao more and strengthened the strength of Qin Zhao's belief. He had to walk this path, and he had to succeed. However, no matter how long it took, he must continue to walk down this road. Qin Shao had always been like this. The more frustrated he was, the braver he would be. The more difficult and challenging something was, the more confident he would be in achieving it. After trying for tens of thousands of years, there was still no progress. Qin Shao didn't continue to waste time on this. Qin Zhao's cultivation habit was like this. If he really encountered difficulties, encountered bottlenecks, and stagnated, then he would not blindly force it. Instead, he would stop, rest, adjust his mood, and continue. If he were to blindly insist on it, he might even get what he wanted. That was not a good thing. After stopping, Qin Shao left the primordial universe. It was meaningless to stay in the primordial universe. After leaving the primordial universe, Qin Shao temporarily put aside the matter of trying that road and didn't think about it for the time being. Cultivation. This was obviously not a place for cultivation. Therefore, Qin Shao continued to think about the situation he had discovered before. He went to the primordial universe again and found that the Bloodbath Alliance didn't send anyone else to take over this place. This was normal. If the Bloodbath Alliance sent someone else to take over this place, then they would have gone to the primordial universe to check the situation. Qin Shao stayed in the primordial universe for more than 300,000 years, but he didn't find anyone from the Bloodbath Alliance. This universe was no longer under the control of Yu Luosha, but the whole world still operated as usual. The people in this world were very obedient and only followed orders. Without orders, they would only repeat what they had been doing before, just like living puppets. After taking a look, Qin Shao left and began to investigate the nearby area. Sure enough, as Qin Shao expected, he found many universes that were in the same situation as that one. They were all universes that were completely controlled by the Bloodbath Alliance. All the life forms in these universes were loyal to the Bloodbath Alliance. They were the Bloodbath Alliance's breeding grounds, and they were dedicated to supplying fresh blood to the Bloodbath Alliance. and the situation was similar to that of the primordial universe. They also had a very large number of celestial masters and universe masters. The situation was thousands of times better than that of ordinary universes. They were unbelievably strong. This made Qin Shao sigh more than once about the means of the Bloodbath Alliance. To be able to breed a universe like this, they were indeed very generous. Author Cruel Death will accompany everyone on the New Year's Eve with an update. I wish everyone the best in the new year. Chapter 2746. In just a few hundred years, the number of universes that Qin Shao had discovered had actually reached as many as 13. Qin Shao had not discovered many areas over the years. He did not know how many universes the Bloodbath Alliance controlled and how many such universes it had raised. Just thinking about it made people feel that it was an extremely terrifying thing. Qin Shao had really thought about whether he should do something to stop this from happening. But what could Qin Shao do? Unless he was really ruthless enough to destroy all those universes, there was really nothing he could do. Destroying those universes and killing countless innocent lives for the time being? Qin Shao could not do such a thing. Therefore, he could only give up. Qin Shao could only watch, but he was powerless. He could not do anything for the time being. The more he knew about the situation, the more Qin Shao's mood was stifled, and he became even more depressed. He felt a chill in his heart, and Qin Shao hated the Bloodbath Alliance even more. Qin Shao was ready to leave this area and go to other places to have a look. He did not have a clear goal for the time being, so he would just walk around casually. On this day, Qin Shao took Xiaogu and Baby Mo to walk in the Endless Universe Sea. Suddenly, Baby Mo frowned slightly and said to Qin Shao, Master, I feel a powerful and terrible force approaching us at an extremely fast speed. The aura is very strong. I think it's a third-step ancient saint. I feel threatened. While speaking, Baby Mo was also vigilant and ready to fight. Baby Mo's words startled Xiaogu and said, Baby Mo, can you not scare people? A third-step Empyrean saint shouldn't be here for us, right? The Bloodbath Alliance won't be so ruthless as to send a third-step ancient saint to deal with us, right? I don't know, but it's possible. Baby Mo thought for a moment and said. He glanced at Xiaogu and added, Xiaogu, you're weak. Be careful later. Try to hide behind Baby or Master. If there's really danger, go into Master's inner world. Master and I should be able to deal with it together. These words it made Xiaogu feel like he had been hit 10,000 times. Wasn't this saying that he, Xiaogu, was weak? He was a first-step ancient saint after all, so how could he be so weak? Well, he was indeed a little weak. But there was no need to say it so directly. Didn't he know that men were prideful? Could they still play happily? Xiaogu smacked his lips, but he couldn't say anything to refute. He could only remain silent. As Baby Mo spoke, Qin Shao also noticed the powerful aura and looked over. The other party's origin was unknown, and a third-step ancient saint was extremely fast. Unless Baby Mo transformed into his true form and ran at full speed, he would not be able to escape. Otherwise, his speed would not have been able to match up to the speed of the other party's ancient saint. Therefore, Qin Shao had no intention of running away. The situation was unclear, so running away would be a little strange. If it wasn't someone from the Bloodbath Alliance, it would be very awkward. But even if it was someone from the Bloodbath Alliance, Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. Baby Mo's current strength was extremely strong. If he was truly enraged, he would be able to put up a fight against an ordinary third-step ancient saint. At the very least, there should be no problem in exchanging blows. Qin Shao, on the other hand, had defeated a second-step ancient saint like Jeffrey. Jeffrey had a weakness. Elemental Dao cultivators were not good at close combat. Therefore, after Qin Shao broke Jeffrey's technique, He directly closed in on Geoffrey and beat him until he could not fight back. Even so, Qin Shao was confident that he could fight an ordinary second-step ancient saint. If he unleashed his full strength and used his treasures, he should be able to put up a fight against an ordinary three-step ancient saint, right? Most importantly, he had Baby Mo to help him. If the two of them joined forces, Qin Shao would not be afraid of an ordinary third-step ancient saint. With such confidence, Qin Shao did not care who the other party was. At this time, a man wearing a handsome and mighty armor was coming over. The gold and silver armor made him look very majestic and domineering. He held a red spear in his hand, and his expression was solemn. Looking at the flickering light in his eyes, he seemed to be in a hurry. Moreover, he looked back from time to time, as if to see if anyone was chasing after him. From the looks of it, he seemed to be running away. The armored man saw Qin Shao and the other two from afar. They were originally moving in opposite directions, so the distance between them widened very quickly. A man and two beasts? A first-step ancient saint from the celestial region? A second-step ancient saint and a first-step ancient saint from the beast clan? That's right. These three should be the people that trash Yu Shaoluo said were going to kill him. This trash really can't accomplish anything, but is good at spoiling things. Back in the Heavenly Fire secret domain, he caused our Bloodbath Alliance to suffer great losses. Now, he's ruining our plans here. He deserves to die. But these three. The armored man sneered. A sinister smile appeared on the armored man's face. That crazy bitch has been chasing after me. She's a fourth-step ancient saint while I'm a third-step ancient saint. In terms of speed, I'm no match for that crazy bitch. She'll catch up to me sooner or later. Since there's still some time left, I might as well capture these three first. This little fellow is also someone from the immortal region. Using the lives of the three of them as shields should be able to make that crazy bitch somewhat fearful, right? That crazy bitch is also from the celestial region. She's doing this in the name of justice. If that crazy bitch doesn't even care about the lives of people from the celestial region, what justice is there to talk about? Isn't it all bullshit? I don't have any other choice now. Since I've been targeted by this crazy woman, I can only accept my bad luck. Damn it, that crazy bitch has a few helpers who are just as crazy as her. Otherwise, I could have waited for reinforcements to come. Now that the reinforcements are being held back by those crazy bitches, no one can come to save me. Damn it, my life can't be that bad, right? I must get through this. I must. The appearance of these three fellows can be considered a blessing from the heavens. Take them down. I must take them down. A cold glint flashed in the depths of the armored man's eyes as he came up with a plan. On the other side, the distance between them was getting closer and closer. Qin Shao quickly sensed the sinister hostility from the armored third-step ancient saint stage man who was rushing toward the three of them. There was a murderous aura around him. Fortunately, Qin Shao had already prepared for the worst. He had long expected that the other party was most likely from the Bloodbath Alliance. He might even be someone who came to deal with him. Even so, Qin Shao wasn't afraid of anything. So what if he was a third-step ancient saint? Since he came knocking on his door, he would fight. What was there to be afraid of? Little Gu, go to my inner world first, Qin Shao said to Little Gu. Little Gu curled his lips with an aggrieved expression, but he also knew that he wouldn't be able to help even if he stayed. Not only would he not be able to help, but he might even be a burden to Qin Shao. Therefore, he could only obediently go to his inner world. Baby Mo, Qin Shao said. Get ready for battle. Listen to my command later. When I tell you to step on him as hard as you can. However, we have to be careful this time. After all, we're facing a third-step ancient saint. We can't afford to be careless, Qin Shao said to Mo Bao. Baby Mo nodded obediently. Yes, I'll listen to Master. I can feel that this person is indeed very dangerous. Master, you have to be careful. If there's anything, let Baby Mo take the lead. To be honest, Baby Mo's current strength might be above Qin Zhao's. However, how should one put it? Baby Mo's strength was fixed, and there were no changes to it. Qin Zhao, on the other hand, could have countless variables. On the battlefield, unless one's strength could completely crush the opponent. Otherwise, a battle of wits would be very important. Baby Mo was strong, but he lacked battle experience. He only knew how to charge forward and smash his way into his opponent. If he was facing someone weaker than Baby Mo, there would naturally be no problem. However, this third step Ancient Saint stage armored man's strength was clearly above Baby Mo's. If he continued to charge forward recklessly, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Qin Zhao flipped his palm and the heaven-opening sword appeared in his hand. The heaven-opening sword seemed to have sensed danger and couldn't help but tremble slightly. Qin Zhao glanced at the crimson spear in the armored ancient saint's hand. It should also be a life weapon. At this moment, it was emitting a powerful and unparalleled aura. The heaven-opening sword sensed danger from this aura, so it trembled. Humph, you two little guys, do you still want to resist? Humph, you overestimate yourselves. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You'd better obediently surrender. That way you won't have to suffer. Don't worry, I won't kill you as long as you cooperate. The armored ancient saint snorted and a cold voice came from afar. The person had not arrived yet, but the threatening voice had already arrived in front of Qin Zhao. It was like a cold knife piercing Qin Zhao's ears. Qin Zhao looked coldly at the armored ancient saint and said coldly, "Dream on, dog of the Bloodbath Alliance. Today, I, Qin Zhao, will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. I will kill you right here and now to avenge the people your Bloodbath Alliance has harmed." When he heard Qin Zhao call him a dog of the Bloodbath Alliance, the armored ancient saint's face darkened slightly, and his eyes became even colder and more vicious. "Humph, kid from the Immortal region, you actually know that I'm a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. Since you know, all the more I can't let you live. You'll die without a doubt. A one-step ancient saint brat dares to be so arrogant? I really don't know where you get your courage from. I've seen many sharp-tongued people. Soon, you'll know how to write the word death." "Baby Mo, do it," Qin Zhao said to Baby Mo. He didn't want to waste any more time talking nonsense. Baby Mo had been waiting for Qin Zhao's order for a long time. When he heard Qin Zhao's order, Baby Mo immediately made his move. With a shake of his body, he transformed into his true form. A 5-meter-tall ink Qilin appeared. Although Baby Mo was a girl, after transforming into her true form, she was still very tall and mighty. Her aura was very powerful. After all, this was the ink Qilin, an existence known as an ancient divine beast. Although it couldn't be compared to the supreme ancient divine beasts like the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger, it still had the title of an ancient divine beast. There was no need to doubt the strength of the ink Qilin. Author. Kenshang 7th Update, awesome, a perfect 2018. Goodbye. Thank you for your company this year. I'm truly grateful. I also hope that everyone will continue to support Kenshang in the new year. I'm asking for your flowers tomorrow in advance. Tomorrow is a new month and also a new year. Everyone will have a guaranteed number of flowers. Please give them to Kenshang and let the Book of Exceptional Divine Powers have a new atmosphere in the new year. Chapter 2747. Oh, it's an ink Qilin with the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. It looks pretty strong. It's a pity that it hasn't matured yet. It's still very weak. It's not bad to be my mount. Prime Saint Warframe's eyes lit up when he saw Baby Mo beasts with the bloodline of an ancient divine beast were extremely rare and hard to come by. Those who could show up in public were basically extremely strong. Therefore, Prime Saint Warframe was a little envious of Qin Shao. "You're just a one-step ancient saint, kid. How can you have a two-step ancient saint Ink Qilin as your spiritual beast? What kind of luck do you have? How can you have such heaven-defying luck?" Qin Shao didn't bother replying to Prime Saint Warframe's words. Instead, he attacked with all his strength. The heaven-splitting sword art was pushed to the extreme. He didn't hold back at all as he used all his strength. Such a sword attack was enough to make Jeffrey retreat. Qin Shao was naturally quite confident in the power of this sword attack. Mo Baobao also rushed towards ancient sage Zhanjia. Surprisingly, the two of them didn't retreat, but instead took the initiative to attack. How bold! Prime Saint Warframe had a look of disdain on his face. He didn't take Qin Shao and Baby Mo seriously at all. One was a one-step ancient saint while the other was a two-step ancient saint. Such a cultivation level didn't pose any threat to him at all. Even if Baby Mo was a Ink Qilin with the bloodline of an ancient divine beast, he would only be a little stronger, but definitely not too strong. However, these two fellows he didn't take seriously actually dared to take the initiative to attack him. "You two ignorant fools! Scram!" Ancient sage Zhanjia snorted disdainfully. He also attacked. The power of darkness gushed out of his hands and turned into countless demons. They roared and charged at Qin Shao and Baby Mo. This was the power of the law of darkness. Clearly, Prime Saint Warframe was a cultivator of the Tao of darkness. Moreover, his power not only contained the power of the Tao of darkness, but also the power of the law of darkness. Among the 8 great cultivation paths, there was the Tao of darkness. Among the 5 fundamental laws, there was also the law of darkness. The names of these two laws were similar, and their attributes were similar as well. The only difference was that they were fundamentally different. However, it was precisely because of their many similarities that the power of these two laws was very easy to fuse and completely fuse. As a third-step Empyrean saint, it was only natural that Prime Saint Warframe was able to perfectly fuse the power of the two laws together. Furthermore, the level of these two laws was very high. Therefore, the power they unleashed was extremely powerful and terrifying. As soon as the dark energy appeared, it covered the sky and covered the earth. It gave people the feeling that the end of the world had arrived, as if it was going to devour everything. The power of darkness was extremely eerie, cold, and terrifying. It was a power that could devour everything. In terms of attributes, it was rather unique. Among all the powers, the power of darkness was definitely the most terrifying and most destructive. The two laws of darkness of the ancient sage battle armor had perfectly fused together to form a terrifying devouring power. Darkness covered the sky as if doomsday had arrived, sweeping across the firmament. What a terrifying power! Fortunately, it's only a fusion of two laws. It seems like he's just an ordinary third-step ancient saint. He's not an ordinary third-step ancient saint at all. Qin Shao pondered for a moment in his heart when he sensed the overwhelming power of the darkness. However, he was not afraid of anything. If he encountered a powerful third-step Empyrean saint, Qin Shao knew that he was no match for him. He would probably have to use his trump card to save his life. However, if it was just an ordinary third-step Empyrean saint, he and Baby Mo should be able to put up a fight if they join forces. Baby Mo unleashed his invincible power. His body burned with scorching flames. Baby Mo howled as he charged forth. Within that sky of darkness, he rampaged about and unleashed his godly prowess. Her power could collapse the firmament. Her flames could burn all darkness. Qin Zhao's heaven-splitting sword technique was also imbued with supreme sharpness. He slashed out with his sword as if he wanted to tear the darkness in half. What kind of monster was this kid? How can he be so strong? Is he really just a first-step Empyrean saint? He doesn't look like one at all. I can feel the power of 5 laws in his sword move. It's perfectly coordinated. Although it hasn't reached the level of fusion, it's still very powerful. The kid's strength has also reached such a terrifying level. When combined with his laws of darkness, the power of his sword actually makes me feel a little threatened. Also, this kid actually managed to cultivate a natal weapon. He's really a monster. It took me a lot of effort to cultivate a natal weapon back then. It was only when I broke through to the 3rd step Empyrean Saint that I managed to cultivate a natal weapon. This kid actually managed to cultivate a natal weapon at the 1st step Empyrean Saint stage. 1 step Empyrean Saint stage. His strength is actually close to the 3rd step Empyrean Saint stage. What kind of reincarnation of a monster is this kid? How can he be so heaven-defying? It's not that I haven't seen peerless geniuses before. In fact, I've seen many of them. However, I've never seen such a peerless genius before. Sensing Qin Zhao's formidable means, ancient sage Zhanjia couldn't help but feel astonished. This was truly beyond his imagination. Indeed, he had never seen such a monstrous genius like Qin Zhao before. This kind of monstrous talent was simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It was really unimaginable that a 1st step Empyrean Saint stage could reach the 3rd step Empyrean Saint stage without the help of any treasures. A peerless genius and a black Qilin with the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. Prime Saint Zhanjia thought that he would be able to capture Qin Zhao easily. However, he couldn't help but frown. He was on his guard now. He really couldn't afford to be careless. Eternal night descend, darkness devour, kill. Prime Saint Zhanjia suddenly shouted. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a dark abyss. Endless dark energy gushed out from his body and roared wildly. Immediately, the entire area was plunged into boundless darkness. Light was completely devoured. Everything ceased to exist. Everything fell into extreme darkness. The world of darkness descended. In the world of darkness, everything would be devoured and cease to exist. Extreme darkness represented death. Qin Zhao suddenly felt that she was wrapped in an extremely cold power. This power had an extremely strong devouring effect. It penetrated into her body and wanted to completely devour her body, will, and soul. It wanted to strangle her in the endless darkness. This power was indeed terrifying. It was mighty and turbulent. Baby Mo rushed over with a roar. The scorching flames on her body could burn away the darkness. The flames were the power of the divine beast's blood. It was as if they possessed divine power. Naturally, they were extremely powerful. Prime Saint Zhanjia's boundless dark energy couldn't do anything to Qin Zhao and Baby Mo. The two were still rapidly destroying the dark energy, allowing light to return to the world. Seeing that he couldn't take down Qin Zhao and Baby Mo, Prime Saint Zhanjia's face turned grim. He hadn't expected such a situation. He had already used all of his strength and his strongest means. Yet, he still couldn't take down Qin Zhao and Baby Mo. If that was the case, his plan to use the two of them as bargaining chips would have to be announced in advance. Let alone taking down the two of them, he felt that even having the upper hand was a little dangerous. He was on the verge of collapsing. This favorable situation was slowly disappearing. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. By then, he wouldn't be outstanding anymore. Once that happened, the situation would most likely be reversed, and he would become the one who was suppressed instead. Thinking of this, Prime Saint Zhanjia felt a chill run down his spine. As a 3rd step Empyrean Saint, he could not even deal with a 1st step Empyrean Saint kid and a 2nd step Empyrean Saint beast. Just the thought of it was enough to make him feel extremely humiliated. To think that he would miscalculate such a good plan. This made him feel extremely indignant. Furthermore, he had been delayed here for such a long time. That crazy bitch would probably catch up to him soon. Not only did his plan fail, but he had also gotten himself into trouble. This made Prime Saint Jeanjiao want to cry, but no tears came out. Was he really that unlucky? What should he do now? If this continued, it would be even more disadvantageous for him. Death was the only way out for him. No, no, no. He couldn't waste any more time here. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. Having made up his mind, Prime Saint Jeanjiao no longer hesitated. He immediately retracted his power and fled. Baby Mo, stop him. Don't let him get away. Qin Shao had been keeping a close eye on Prime Saint Jeanjiao. How could she let him escape so easily? Therefore, as soon as she saw Prime Saint Jeanjiao's actions, Qin Shao immediately gave Baby Mo an order. Baby Mo was already prepared. When she heard Qin Zhao's order, she rushed out as fast as she could. After all, Baby Mo was a beast with the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. Therefore, when she unleashed her full strength, her speed was extremely fast. With such speed, Prime Saint Jeanjiao was no match for Baby Mo naturally. Baby Mo blocked his path. Humph, scram! How dare a beast block my path? You're courting death. Seeing Baby Mo blocking his path, Prime Saint Jeanjiao snorted coldly. His voice was filled with disdain and threat. However, Baby Mo couldn't be bothered with him. In fact, she was a little angry. She said angrily, "You're the beast. Your whole family are beasts. I'm clearly an adorable ink Qilin baby. Are you blind? How dare you scold me? I'll stomp you to death, you bastard." When Baby Mo scolded someone, she didn't hold back at all. When he scolded someone, there was a certain degree of grandeur to him. Moreover, Baby Mo was really angry. When a woman is angry, the consequences are very serious. Therefore, Baby Mo erupted even more. She charged at Prime Saint Jeanjiao with an even more ferocious roar. Her body grew a lot bigger, and every step she took was extremely powerful. Every step she took could shatter mountains and rivers. Although Prime Saint Jeanjiao was a third-step ancient saint, under Baby Mo's fury, he actually felt a little strained. Author. Savage Death, everyone, Happy New Year 2019. I wish you all the best. Please continue to support Savage Death and the exceptional mystique as always. In a few months this book will come to an end. Savage Death will work hard to present a good story to everyone. In the new month, as usual, I'll first ask for fresh flowers. Chapter 2748. How could this Black Qilin be so strong? He's just a mere second-step ancient saint. How could he be this strong? Ancient Saint War Armor was extremely displeased. How could something like this happen? This was infuriating and pissing him off. He was a mighty third-step Empyrean saint, yet he was actually stopped by a second-step Empyrean saint beast. His path was blocked, and he couldn't leave at all. While Baby Mo was holding back the Black Qilin, Qin Shao rushed forth with his strongest sword strike. This was a sword strike that was filled with a torrential aura. Qin Zhao's sword contained an extremely strong power of laws. The power of 5 different laws surged out, and this was before Qin Shao even used his law of heart. However, the law of heart could only be used as a support. Against a third-step ancient saint, it wasn't that useful. Therefore, Qin Shao did not use it. Qin Shao still had a few treasures that he had yet to use. The Radiance Rubik's Cube, the Tianji Cube, and the Taichi 8 trigrams mirror were all extremely powerful treasures. Qin Shao had yet to use any of these treasures. If he did, he might be able to suppress Ancient Saint War Armor together with Baby Mo. For the time being, there was no need for Qin Shao to rush things. Qin Shao had no idea what other trump cards the Ancient Sage of War Armor had up his sleeve. It was all a matter of position. Therefore, Qin Shao would not use those treasures easily. For the time being, he could join forces with Baby Mo to deal with this Ancient Saint War Armor. That would be enough. Qin Shao knew very well that even if he used the ancient token given to him by his master, he might not be able to kill a three-step ancient saint. Qin Shao did not think too much about killing a third-step ancient saint. As long as he could force the other party back, that would be enough. However, Qin Shao did not seem to have any intention of fighting the ancient saint war armor. He wanted to leave immediately. This made Qin Shao feel a little puzzled. That ancient sage wore armor from earlier. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all. In fact, he even had the upper hand. Why did he suddenly want to leave? Since ancient sage Warframe wanted to leave, there was no way Qin Shao would allow him to leave so easily. That was why he asked Baby Mo to stop him first. Now that Baby Mo had gone berserk, the armored ancient saint man began to struggle. Kid from the immortal region. Looks like I've really underestimated you and your spirit beast. I have no intention of doing anything to you. That trash Yu Luosha must have provoked you, which is why you killed him. He deserved to die. Our Bloodbath Alliance doesn't care about a puny Yu Luosha. He's just a piece of trash. So what if he's dead? Kid from the Immortal Realm, you're pretty good in all aspects. If you're willing to join our Bloodbath Alliance, you'll be able to do so. Then he would definitely be able to use his fists and kicks. Our Bloodbath Alliance has always cherished and valued talents. If you're willing to join our Bloodbath Alliance, we'll definitely be able to give you all the benefits you want. We'll try our best to satisfy all your conditions. You'll have a bright future ahead of you. In the future, you'll definitely be able to conquer a huge territory. You'll be able to stand out and shake the entire Great Thousand World. Wouldn't that be great? What's the point of cultivation? Isn't it all for the sake of power? Who doesn't want to have the power to rule the world, to have the power to dominate the world? But our Great Thousand World is simply too big. You're in the small immortal realm with too many restrictions. You won't be able to use your fists and kicks properly. Why don't you listen to my suggestion and consider joining our Bloodbath Alliance? Ancient Sage Warframe began to tempt Qin Shao. Such bewitching words were naturally of no use to Qin Shao. Instead, it made Qin Shao laugh coldly and snort even more disdainfully. Qin Shao sneered and said mockingly, I can consider it. Let me kill you first and I'll consider it. How about that? Those words nearly caused ancient sage Jianjia to choke on his own saliva. He really wanted to be angry, but after considering the current situation, ancient sage Warframe suppressed his anger. Ancient sage Warframe chuckled and said, Young people, it's better not to be too impetuous. Many things are far from as simple as you think. A lot of things aren't as beautiful as you think. You still don't understand the cruelty of reality. It's just that you're far from understanding it. You're still young and inexperienced, so you take many things for granted. It's not your fault that you don't understand. If you want to hold on to the so-called justice, you'll know how ridiculous it is in the future. Since you're unwilling, I won't force you. I cherish talents, and you're also a talent. It's a pity to kill you. I believe that you'll understand what I'm saying today in the future. Alright, kid from the immortal domain, I don't want to be entangled with you anymore today. Although these words came from ancient sage Warframe's mouth, there was still some arrogance in it. However, Qin Shao could clearly feel that ancient sage Warframe was showing some weakness. He didn't want to be entangled with ancient sage Warframe anymore and wanted to leave. This made Qin Shao even more certain that there must be something going on. Otherwise, why would ancient sage Warframe be in such a hurry to leave when he wasn't at a disadvantage? Why was he in such a hurry to leave? Or did he encounter some danger? But no matter what, Qin Shao felt that he had to stop ancient sage Warframe. At the very least, he had to delay him for a while. Since he had something to do, he would ruin it. Although he couldn't kill ancient sage Warframe, he could at least create some trouble for him. Then I'm sorry. I don't want to be entangled with you. Do you really think that I'll let you go so easily? You're the one who attacked us first. You want to control us. Now that you realize that you can't control us, you want to leave? Do you really think that there's such a good thing in the world? Even if there's such a good thing, it won't necessarily fall on your head, right? As you said, reality is very cruel. That's something I agree with. Now, it's indeed very cruel. So, you may have a good idea, but reality may not be as you wish. Since I've already made a move, how can I, Qin Shao, let it go so easily? If I don't get an explanation, I, Qin Shao, will never stop. If you want us to stop, it's very simple. Just now, you have to do something, right? You have to do something that can satisfy me, Qin Shao said coldly. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, ancient sage Warframe's face quickly turned gloomy. What a brat! He was only a first step ancient sage. How dare he speak to him like this? How dare he threaten him like this? After all, he was a third step ancient saint. How could he allow someone at the first step ancient saint to be so disrespectful to him? If it was anyone else, they would have been dead long ago. How could they still stand here and talk? However, he didn't have the strength to kill Qin Shao. Not to mention killing him, he didn't even have the strength to suppress him. Therefore, he felt very aggrieved in this battle. Very aggrieved. He had really gotten himself into this battle. It was too late for regrets. He really regretted it. Why did he want to use this brat from the immortal domain as a bargaining chip? Now, not only did he not get the bargaining chip, but he also got himself into trouble. If this dragged on, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. That crazy woman would definitely catch up with him, and then only death would await him. What should he do? Should he really lower his head to that brat from the immortal domain? No, 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 impossible. He was a third step ancient sage. How could he lower his head to a first step ancient sage? If news of this spread, how would he have the face to show his face in the outside world? Wouldn't he be laughed at by others? Impossible, absolutely impossible. However, ancient sage War Armor immediately said to Qin Shao, "Little friend from the immortal domain, let's talk things over. If we continue to fight like this, it will only end with both of us losing. Besides, if we really go all out, many things will be difficult to predict. I believe that little friend from the immortal domain is also a smart person and should understand what I mean. Why do we have to make things so tense? I can apologize to you for what happened just now. Let's just treat it as an exchange of blows. It's normal for us cultivators to exchange pointers. Let's stop here. What do you think?" No matter how much he thought about it, he had no choice but to lower his head and apologize to Qin Shao on his own accord. A third step ancient sage apologizing to a first step ancient sage. If news of this spread, who knew how many people would be shocked? Qin Zhao's move was truly impressive. However, the more ancient sage War Armor acted like this, the more Qin Shao was certain that he had something urgent to do. It might even be something that concerned his life. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't give up. If he could kill ancient sage War Armor, Qin Shao would be more than willing to do so. Nothing, Qin Shao replied with a sneer. Nothing? Ancient sage War Armor's face darkened when he heard Qin Zhao's words. His eyes were filled with extreme anger as he glared at Qin Shao. It was very terrifying. It was as if he wanted to eat Qin Shao alive. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of being overtaken by that crazy woman, he wouldn't have lowered his voice and disregarded his dignity. Even so, the situation didn't calm down. Ancient sage War Armor naturally felt like he had been ruthlessly toyed with. How could he not be angry? How could he not want to kill someone? Kid from the immortal domain, it seems like you are really determined to become an enemy of the Bloodbath Alliance. The ignorant are really fearless. I've seen many people like you who aren't afraid of tigers. I've seen many arrogant people like you, but none of them ended up well. All of them died miserably. The strength of the Bloodbath Alliance is far from what a one-step ancient sage kid like you can imagine. Anyone who dares to go against the Bloodbath Alliance, even a world immortal, wouldn't be able to escape death, let alone a puny one-step ancient sage like you. You are just a little caterpillar. How dare you make such a fuss? I really don't know where your courage comes from. Since you insist on courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The ancient sage wore armor's face was vicious. He was completely enraged and was ready to attack regardless of the consequences. However, Qin Shao wasn't afraid of anything. He was also prepared to deal with it. Who said that a firefly like me can't start a prairie fire? Can't I stir up a storm in this world? Although I, Qin Shao, am just a firefly, I have the determination to illuminate the sky. The Bloodbath Alliance and I have long been irreconcilable enemies. I know how strong the Bloodbath Alliance is, but this doesn't scare me. The Heavenly Tao will always stand on the side of justice. Light will eventually illuminate all the darkness in the world. No one dares to go against the Bloodbath Alliance just because the Bloodbath Alliance is strong. As long as the Bloodbath Alliance is dark, the light of justice will illuminate you and sweep away your darkness. Even if I am just a firefly, I will do my best to sweep away the darkness of the Bloodbath Alliance. What other means do you have? Show them all. Since I, Qin Shao, dare to stop you, why would I be afraid of you? Qin Zhao's words were sonorous and forceful. They were so resolute and powerful. Chapter 2749. You're courting death. The War Armor Prime Saint spat out these two words in a sinister voice. Every word was heavily enunciated. Every word was filled with terrible resentment. Ancient Saint War Armor waved his hand, and needle-shaped ice weapons shot out from his hand. These needles were incomparably dark, so dark that they were like black holes. It was the ultimate darkness, the darkness that could devour all power. This kind of darkness possessed an extremely powerful devouring power. All light and all matter would be devoured by it. At this time, thousands of needles whistled towards Qin Shao and Baby Mo like a heavy rainstorm. Wherever they went, all light and matter were completely devoured. It was enough to make people tremble in fear. Qin Shao suddenly smelled an extremely dangerous aura. This treasure was extremely terrifying. Clearly, ancient sage Warframe had used his trump card to deal with Zhang Xian. Therefore, he naturally didn't hold back when he attacked. He used an extremely powerful and terrifying method. Baby Mo, come here. Qin Shao didn't dare to hesitate. After he said this to Baby Mo, he directly threw out the light magic cube, enveloping him and Baby Mo. Qin Shao knew that this move of Ancient Saint War Armor's was very powerful. It would be difficult for the light magic cube to block it. While using the light magic cube, Qin Shao waved his hand, and the Taiji 8 trigrams mirror flew out and hovered in the void. Suddenly, a sacred light gushed out and covered the sky. Qin Shao activated the Taiji 8 trigrams mirror with all his strength. The 8 gates flew out and formed an octagonal wall, surrounding Qin Shao and Baby Mo and protecting them. The sacred light also formed a protective shield, supporting the light magic cube. The might of the great path and the vast power, under Qin Zhao's display, reflected each other's brilliance, and naturally appeared very powerful. And right now, Qin Shao was completely on the defensive, not on the offensive. He was using all his strength to defend against the powerful attack of the ancient sage. The tens of thousands of black needles whistled through the air. Sure enough, there was no way for light magic to block them. Even with the power of the Great Path, and the support of the power of the Holy Light, it only lasted for a while and weakened the power of the black needles a little. However, the black needles still penetrated the magic cube and attacked inside. Under the influence of Qin Zhao's Great Path nomological power, the Taiji 8 trigrams mirror erupted with a powerful force. The Taiji 8 trigrams mirror itself was a powerful treasure. It was mainly because Qin Shao could display the Taiji 8 trigrams mirror's power. Therefore, its effect was naturally much better than the radiant magic cube. As for the light Rubik's Cube, no matter how he put it, it was still a pretty decent holy artifact. It was just that Qin Shao couldn't fully exert the power of it. Otherwise, it would be much stronger. Under the protection of the power of the Tai Chi 8 trigrams mirror, most of the black needles were blocked. Some of the black needles penetrated the layers of defensive power and attacked inside, but they posed no threat to Qin Shao and Baby Mo. They were easily knocked to the ground by the two. After a round of confrontation, Qin Shao and Baby Mo finally succeeded in knocking down all the black needles and solving this crisis. But after solving the problem, Qin Shao was surprised to find that the ancient sage had already slipped away. He probably didn't care whether he succeeded or not when he attacked. He just left directly. Therefore, at this time, the ancient sage had already run far away. If they wanted to chase after him, it would be very difficult to catch up. "Master, I'll go after him," Baby Mo said. Qin Shao thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Forget it. There's no need to chase after him. It's hard to catch up. It's true that we can't kill a 3-step ancient sage. It's already a great success to be able to force him to such a state. After all, our cultivation realm is still a little weak. There's nothing we can do about it. It's better to improve his cultivation realm as soon as possible. When he really encountered a problem, he would know that he was still too weak." Previously in the 8 Realms Divine Palace, Qin Shao couldn't resist at all in front of the 4-step ancient sage Luolan of the Elemental Saint Realm. That feeling of helplessness was too unpleasant. If it weren't for Miss Fu Yunny's help at the last moment, Qin Shao would have most likely died in the hands of ancient sage Luolan. This time, facing a 3-step ancient sage, he couldn't do anything to him. He could only protect himself from being bullied. However, it was impossible for them to suppress the other party. They could only watch helplessly as the other party escaped. As the saying goes in the secular world, one would only regret not having enough knowledge when it was time to use it. For cultivators, it was the same as regretting not having enough strength when it was time to use it. At this moment, Qin Shao and Mo Baobao's expressions changed abruptly as they stared at the void in the distance. They saw a golden light whizzing out from the depths of the endless universe sea. It was so fast that it felt like they were looking at the flow of the sky. Dragging a long tail behind him, he swept across the endless void in an instant and chased after ancient sage war armor. The speed of this streak of golden light was far, far faster than ancient sage Jinjia. Most likely, it was at least 10 times faster than him. Under such speed, the armored ancient sage was so scared that his face turned pale. He wanted to escape in a panic, but how could he escape? In the face of absolute speed, there was no way to escape. There was no way to resist at all. In just an instant, it was right in front of him. There was no way to escape. "No, no, no," a desperate voice rang out in the endless void. Qin Shao could hear it clearly even from far away. Qin Shao and Mo Baobao saw with their own eyes that the golden ray of light had pierced through the ancient saint man's body. After being penetrated by the golden light, the armored ancient saint seemed to have been frozen in place. His body stiffened as he stood there in a daze. Hiss! Dead. Seeing this scene, Qin Shao suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. The armored ancient saint died just like that. The golden light penetrated through his body and killed him directly. This was a 3rd-step ancient sage. How could he die just like that? He was killed just like that? This, even though Qin Shao saw it with her own eyes, she was still shocked. It was too unbelievable. For a 3rd-step ancient saint to be killed just like that, it was simply too shocking. However, Qin Shao was naturally happy that the armored ancient sage was dead. There was one less scourge in the world. Such a person's death was not to be regretted. "Master, what's going on? What was that golden light just now?" Why is it so scary? Even baby Mo was a little scared as he asked. Qin Shao shook her head and said, I don't know what's going on either. It should be an expert who killed the armored ancient sage. Someone who can kill the Bloodbath Alliance should be a righteous person. Let's go and have a look. Qin Shao and Mo Baobao quickly flew in that direction. Soon, they arrived before the two of them and saw a shocking scene. There was a huge hole in the chest of the armored ancient saint. The hole was about the size of a basin, and it was completely shattered. If it was just a hole in the saint body, it wouldn't have killed him. Not only did it create a hole, but it also instantly cut off the armored ancient sage's lifeline, killing him on the spot. His soul and will were instantly erased, and he was killed on the spot. Such power was truly inconceivable. Lin Fan did not know what kind of terrifying power it was to be able to achieve this. To be able to kill a third-step Empyrean saint in an instant, how terrifying was that power? Carefully recalling the scene just now, Qin Shao looked at the situation in front of her and sensed the remaining aura. Suddenly, she had some guesses. It's an arrow. The golden light that killed the armored ancient sage just now was actually an arrow. An arrow that came from afar and killed the armored ancient sage on the spot. And within this arrow, there is the power of extreme yang, and extreme power. Could it be that this arrow is the legendary Fushi arrow? Rumor has it that the Fushi sword can easily shoot down the stars in the 9 heavens and kill enemies from hundreds of millions of miles away. It can traverse countless galaxies to kill enemies. The Fushi arrow is the strongest and most terrifying arrow in the world. Miss Fu Yunny is from the Fushi clan, so she should know how to use the Fushi arrow. She should be the one who attacked just now, and she just so happens to be here. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. Thinking of this, Qin Shao thought back to what had happened just now and finally had some answers. If that was the case, then Fu Yunny had left her behind on purpose. She'd wanted her to deal with Yu Luosha. But was he trying to help him on purpose? Or was it because he had already planned to do something and brought him here just to do him a favor? The situation here wasn't as simple as it seemed. The Bloodbath Alliance must have some unspeakable secrets here. She didn't know what Fu Yunny had been doing for the past 300,000 years. Qin Shao looked in the direction where the arrow had come from, but she couldn't find Fu Yunny. If it was really Fu Yunny, then she should have been there. It had been so long, but Qin Shao couldn't find her. What was going on? Could it be that it wasn't Fu Yunny who had killed Ancient Sage War Armor? That couldn't be right. According to the situation, it should have been the Fushi arrow. Besides, even if it wasn't Fu Yunny who had attacked, the person who had attacked should have shown up. It couldn't be that she had left after killing a third-step ancient sage, right? She didn't even show herself? That couldn't be. That couldn't be. Qin Shao still felt that it was Fu Yunny who had attacked. She must be nearby and just didn't show herself. Yes, that must be it. Qin Shao thought about it and confirmed his guess. He said to the void, "Young Mistress Fu, since you're here, then show yourself. Why are you hiding? Could it be that you're too shy to come out and see me? Although I, Qin Shao, am quite popular with girls, you must not fall for me. Otherwise, you'll get hurt." Bah! Sure enough, as soon as Qin Shao finished speaking, a coquettish voice came from the void. Qin Shao laughed in his heart. He had said that on purpose to provoke Fu Yunny to come out. This woman had fallen for it so easily. An incomparably beautiful figure walked out of the void. Every time Fu Yunny appeared, it was really eye-catching. Author can Shang take a break today. I have an event to attend this weekend and will be delayed for a few days. In order to keep updating, Can Shang will save some manuscripts for the next few days. I'll update 3 times a day for the next few days. After I'm done with my work next week, I'll continue to work. If I don't work hard, it will be the new year. I'll inform everyone in advance and hope everyone can understand. 3 times a day is 10,000 words. It's not a small number. Chapter 2750. Every time Fu Yeni appeared, she would give people a feeling of amazement. No matter how many times you met her, she would always give you such a feeling. Speaking of which, Qin Shao had also met Fu Yeni many times. The two of them had been together for a period of time. However, every time she saw Fu Yeni, she would still feel amazed. For the time being, no one had given Qin Shao this feeling, including Princess Xiaoyu. Do you have any shame? Are all men so narcissistic? You speak as if I have never met a man before. I have seen many men who are much more outstanding than you. At best, you are just an ordinary man. Fu Yeni glared at Qin Shao and said with some disdain. Qin Shao chuckled and said, Miss Fu, do you feel any pain? Where did it hurt? What did she mean? For a moment, Fu Yeni did not react and looked a little confused. Seeing Fu Yeni's confused look, it was rare to see such a cute side of her. Fu Yeni's appearance really made people want to get to know her again. You are speaking against your conscience. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Qin Shao said again. Fu Yeni suddenly reacted. So that was what Qin Shao meant. She glared at Qin Shao angrily and looked as if she could not be bothered with her. Sometimes, not answering was the best answer and the most powerful weapon. It would make the atmosphere awkward in an instant, making Qin Shao feel awkward. It seemed that she still could not joke with this woman. But in fact, Qin Shao was not a woman who liked to joke. She just felt that using this method to get along with Fu Yeni might be better for her, so as to avoid this woman showing her unruly and willful side. That would be very uncomfortable. After a moment of awkwardness, Qin Shao changed the topic and broke the silence. Thank you, Miss Fu. Thank me? Fu Yeni looked at Qin Shao strangely and said, Thank me for what? This third step ancient saint of the Bloodbath Alliance is not a threat to you. I didn't kill him to save you. Qin Shao shook her head and said, Firstly, I want to thank you for saving me in the 8 Regions Divine Palace. Secondly, I want to thank you for bringing me here and letting me kill you, Luo Sha. Thirdly, I want to thank you for not killing me. Wait, when did I say I wanted to kill you? Fu Yeni frowned and asked. Qin Shao laughed and said, I was just joking with you, but you didn't kill me. Of course I have to thank you. Fu Yeni was speechless. She rolled her eyes at Qin Shao. What kind of nonsense was that? Was she so unreasonable in Qin Zhao's heart? Did he want to kill her just for a joke? She was a girl. Did she like to fight and kill so much? Did this guy even know how to talk? Actually, Miss Fu, if you weren't so unruly and willful, you would give people the impression that you are quite gentle and cute. The current you gives people a very good impression. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said. This sentence was the truth. He did have such a feeling. Compared to the first time he met Fu Yeni, Qin Shao felt that she was a completely different person. The current Fu Yeni was obviously very likable. She gave people a good impression in all aspects, although she still looked a little cold. After all, she was an extremely powerful fourth-step ancient saint. She was definitely someone who stood at a very high position in the world. It was normal for people who stood at the top of the clouds to have the air of a superior. What's more, she was such a beautiful woman. Get lost. You are the unruly and willful one. Fu Yeni directly sent Qin Shao a word and then left in a huff. Was she really angry? This woman, was she really so petty? Seeing that Fu Yeni was about to leave, Qin Shao naturally did not hesitate and immediately chased after her. However, it seemed that Fu Yeni did not really want to shake Qin Shao off. She did not walk fast. Obviously, she was giving Qin Shao a chance to catch up. Women, sometimes when they were angry, they would deliberately leave a chance to come out. They would deliberately give men a chance to make them happy. How to describe this kind of woman? Most of them probably still cared about that man. I said something wrong just now. You are not unruly and willful at all. What happened between us before was actually a misunderstanding. Actually, I was just a little angry at that time. But now that I think about it, no matter what, I have to thank you for saving me twice. You have also helped me a lot. I Qin Shao am a very grateful person. I Qin Shao will always remember Miss Fu's kindness. I will never forget it. Qin Shao caught up and said. Fu Yinny coldly glanced at Qin Shao and said lightly, If you talk nonsense again, I will let you know what is called unruly and willful. It was better to provoke a villain than a woman. This sentence was indeed true. Regardless of whether Miss Fu was really angry or not, Qin Shao knew that he could not provoke this woman anymore. Then let's not talk about private matters. Let's talk about business. Qin Shao regained his seriousness and said, Miss Fu, you haven't answered my question. You first saved me in the 8 Domains Divine Palace, and then accurately threw me in front of you Luosha. This shouldn't be a coincidence, right? Don't think too much, it was just a coincidence. Fu Yunny casually replied. Just a coincidence? How could it be so coincidental? Coming here from the immortal domain, they did not pass through the 8 Domains Divine Palace. That was a lot of detours. However, Qin Shao did not think too much about it. Fu Yunny should have helped him along the way. Perhaps she just happened to pass by the 8 Domains Divine Palace. Actually, Qin Shao did not believe that this woman would specially come to help him. He did not think that he had enough face to deserve Fu Yunny's help. Then where are we going now? Qin Shao asked again. Fu Yunny gave Qin Shao a strange look, as if this was a very difficult question and she needed to think about it carefully. Seeing Fu Yunny's strange look, Qin Shao also felt strange. Was there a situation? Why don't you go back to the immortal domain by yourself? Or do what you want to do and don't follow me? After a long silence, Fu Yunny suddenly said. What did she mean? She wanted to send him away? No, Miss Fu, you can't be so irresponsible. Qin Shao firmly objected. Irresponsible? Fu Yunny was also a little confused by Qin Zhao's words. Qin Shao continued. Miss Fu, you brought me to an extremely remote place in the Great Thousand Domains. Even if I did not stop for a moment and rushed back at the fastest speed, it would still take millions of years. You brought me so far and disrupted my original plan, so you have to be responsible for me. So, I want to follow you. Wherever you go, I will go. Don't even think about getting rid of me. Fu Yunny was speechless. So this was the way of being responsible. However, Fu Yunny still shook her head and said, No, it's too dangerous for you to follow me. I still have some things to do. For me, these are more dangerous things. If you follow me, you might lose your life if you're not careful. Then I have to follow you even more, lest you suffer like last time and no one can take care of you. Qin Shao immediately said. You'll only be a burden if you follow me. You'll implicate me. Fu Yunny frowned slightly. Qin Shao was speechless. He was really shocked. He was a burden? Yes, he was only a one-step ancient sage. His realm was very low and his strength was very weak. Even with the addition of Bao Bao and Mo, they could only barely deal with an ordinary third-step ancient saint. If he really encountered the power of a fourth-step ancient sage, he would not be able to resist at all. Sigh, forget it, forget it. Since Fu Yunny had already spoken to this extent, then he, Qin Shao, could not continue to pester her. Although Qin Shao really wanted to help Fu Yunny, how could he not know that what Fu Yunny was going to do was definitely very dangerous? However, it was precisely because of this that Qin Shao wanted to follow Fu Yunny. Perhaps he could help a little. Just like last time, he had played a certain role in the end and helped Fu Yunny a little. Seeing Qin Zhao's expression, Fu Yunny realized that her words seemed to have gone too far. Qin Shao, that's not what I meant. It's fine if you want to follow me, but if something really happens, you can't blame me, Fu Yunny said softly. Hearing Fu Yunny's change of words, Qin Shao looked at Fu Yunny with some surprise, and his mood suddenly became better. He immediately nodded and said, I won't blame you even if I die. I feel that I will only benefit from following you, Miss Fu. I won't lose out. After all, my experience these 2 times tells me that this is the truth. You're so talkative. Fu Yunyi glared at Qin Shao again. However, she felt an inexplicable sweetness in her heart. This feeling was very strange, or perhaps it was also very inexplicable. Fu Yunyi suddenly became serious and said, "However, there's one more condition. Don't be happy too early. If you really want to follow me, you will be involved in some confidential matters. Therefore, you have to join an organization first." Join an organization first? Another organization? The Devil Vanquishing Saintess Group? That's not right. Wasn't the Devil Vanquishing Saintess Group made up of the 5 of them? She had already joined the 8 Regions Alliance, but Qin Shao would definitely leave this organization. He didn't care about it at all. There was also the Righteous Alliance. Qin Shao had originally planned to let Lang Jinghong introduce him to join this organization. Other than this, what other organizations could there be? Was it one of the 8 great sacred regions, or an organization of the immortal region alone? Miss Fu, does your Devil Vanquishing Saintess Group recruit outside members? It's not suitable for a man like me to join a Saintess Group, right? Qin Shao said. Fu Yunyi shook her head and said, "You wish. Our Devil Vanquishing Saintess Group naturally won't recruit anyone else. Even if we were to add, it would definitely be women. How could it be something you want to join? I think you should know. You should have heard of the Righteous Alliance, right? Was it really the Righteous Alliance? Could it be that Fu Yunyi was also a member of the Righteous Alliance? It couldn't be such a coincidence, right?" However, Qin Shao thought about it carefully. He also felt that this was a very normal thing. Fu Yunyi had always been doing what the Righteous Alliance did. She had always been dealing with the Bloodbath Alliance. The Righteous Alliance's main target was also the Bloodbath Alliance. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, I also only found out about the Righteous Alliance not long ago. I'm also preparing to join the Righteous Alliance." Miss Fu, since you're saying this, it seems like you want me to join the Righteous Alliance. Of course, that's not a problem. It's exactly what I want to do. Miss Fu, you're also a member of the Righteous Alliance. You're preparing to join the Righteous Alliance? When Fu Yunyi heard Qin Zhao's words, she was slightly taken aback. She had originally wanted to introduce Qin Shao properly so that Qin Shao could join. After her inspection, she felt that Qin Shao was a very good candidate. He had the qualifications to join the Righteous Alliance. Unexpectedly, she didn't even need to waste her breath. Qin Shao was already willing to join. Chapter 2751. Qin Shao nodded affirmatively. Yes, I promised Lang Jinghong that I would join the Righteous Alliance. I was supposed to follow him back to the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary to join. I didn't expect Miss Fu to be a member of the Righteous Alliance as well. It seems like fate has brought us together. Fate, well, how should he put it? Well, it was fate, but the circumstances of their first meeting weren't too good. Fate. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Fu Yunyi was slightly taken aback. Could this be considered fate? She didn't think that there was fate between her and Qin Shao. It was fine to talk about fate between 2 men, but if there was fate between a man and a woman, there would always be a hint of ambiguity in it. Qin Shao also sensed that Fu Yunyi didn't seem to agree with fate, so he immediately changed the topic. Miss Fu, it seems that to join the Righteous Alliance, we still have to go through a series of strict tests, right? Fu Yunyi nodded. Yes, we have to go through some strict tests. Only by passing them can we be accepted into the Righteous Alliance. The Righteous Alliance isn't like the 8 Territories Alliance, where there aren't many requirements. Relatively speaking, the requirements of the Righteous Alliance are still very high. You should be able to guess the purpose of this. It's to prevent people from the Bloodbath Alliance from sneaking in. Of course, even if there are strict tests, there's still no way to completely prevent people from the Bloodbath Alliance from sneaking in. I can say with certainty that there are some spies sent by the Bloodbath Alliance in our Righteous Alliance. We already know about some of them, but we won't expose them for the time being. But we'll keep an eye on them. Sometimes we can even make use of them. Qin Shao knew a little about the current situation of the Righteous Alliance, and Lang Jinghong told him a little about it. Although Lang Jinghong didn't know much, Qin Shao roughly understood the situation. However, Qin Shao was still somewhat surprised. There were actually quite a few spies from the Bloodbath Alliance in the Justice Alliance. It seemed that the Bloodbath Alliance was truly a force to be reckoned with. They were able to infiltrate every nook and cranny of the Righteous Alliance. And these were the ones that had been discovered. There might be more that hadn't been discovered yet. Just thinking about it made him feel a little scared. Don't be surprised. The strength of the Bloodbath Alliance is far beyond what you can imagine. In fact, even I don't know how to figure it out. Perhaps even I don't dare to imagine it. What I know about the Bloodbath Alliance is probably just a small part of it. Fu Yunyi immediately threw out another bombshell. This time, Qin Shao was indeed shocked. Qin Shao knew how powerful the Bloodbath Alliance was. They had no less than 10 world gods. Fu Yunyi had also told him about this before. But he didn't expect Fu Yunyi to say that what he knew was probably just a small part of it. Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? Then what kind of existence was behind the Bloodbath Alliance? Fu Yunyi was a fourth-step ancient saint and the princess of the Fuxi celestial race. She stood at an extremely high position, but she still couldn't figure out these questions. One could only imagine how terrifying these questions were. What's wrong? Are you scared? Fu Yunyi glanced at Qin Shao and asked. Qin Shao curled his lips and chuckled. What's there to be scared of? I'm not afraid of the heavens or the earth. Why should I be afraid of the Bloodbath Alliance? If I was afraid, then I wouldn't have dared to think about going against the Bloodbath Alliance. I wouldn't have dared to think about joining the Righteous Alliance. Although the Bloodbath Alliance may be stronger and more terrifying than we think, I still believe that the light will eventually triumph over the darkness. Justice will always exist. If there is light in my heart, then I can't tolerate all the darkness in the world. Fu Yunyi looked at Qin Shao strangely and couldn't help but nod. If there is light in my heart, then I can't tolerate all the darkness in the world. I agree with this statement very much. It's a very imposing statement. I believe in your determination and courage. That's why I want to recruit you into the Righteous Alliance. But you should be very clear about this path. It's very difficult and full of danger. If you want to take this path, then you must first be prepared to die at any time. You might even implicate the people around you. The terrifying thing about darkness is that it will not only devour you, but it will also devour the people around you. Qin Shao nodded solemnly. Yes, I know all this. I'm not worried about anything now. There's nothing to worry about. My hometown is protected by the Holy Emperor Guardian token. Even if I really die, my hometown will still be protected. I understand all the dangers, but I'm not afraid of anything. I'm serious about going against the Bloodbath Alliance. Fu Yunyi was surprised again. Qin Shao had already obtained the Holy Emperor Guardian token? Did he really get it? How long had it been? Qin Shao had actually obtained the Holy Emperor Guardian token? She couldn't help but admire him. She originally thought that it was impossible, but she didn't expect Qin Shao to actually succeed and create a miracle. She really admired Qin Shao from the bottom of her heart. This person who was born so lowly was actually able to reach such a dazzling level. He was able to create one miracle after another. Young Miss Fu, why don't you take me to the Righteous Alliance's test first? Qin Shao said seriously. However, Fu Yunyi shook her head and said, No need, you don't need it. No need? What did she mean? Hearing this, Qin Shao couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that Fu Yeni didn't want him to join the Righteous Alliance? Seeing that Qin Shao had misunderstood, Fu Yeni immediately added, "What I mean is, I already know you very well. You've already passed my test, so I don't need to test you anymore." Qin Shao finally understood what she meant. He said, "You mean, Miss Fu, you can decide for me to join the Righteous Alliance?" Fu Yeni nodded and said, "Yes, I can decide for you to join the Righteous Alliance. With me personally vouching for you, and with me personally testing you, there naturally won't be any problems. Now, I'll ask you again in a very formal and solemn manner. Are you really willing to join the Righteous Alliance? Once you join, you'll have to fulfill your duties. You'll have to fight against all the darkness. You'll have to obey the orders of the Righteous Alliance. You'll have to accept the tasks assigned to you unconditionally, and complete them unconditionally. You'll also have to be prepared to die for justice at any time. For the cause of justice, you'll have to give your all. You'll have to be unswerving until you die. This is a road of no return. This is a dangerous road. It's a difficult road. You'll have to think it through." Qin Shao said with a serious face, "I've already thought it through very clearly. I've already considered all these problems. It's not a problem for me. If I really die at the hands of the Bloodbath Alliance, then I'll have no regrets. I've never thought of being a great person. It's just that I can't bear to see the darkness in this world. I'm willing to do some righteous and bright things. I've always felt that if a person doesn't do something meaningful in life, then there's no meaning to it. A person shouldn't live only for himself. He should pretend to be someone else. Family, friends, clansmen, and even more importantly, all the lives in the world. I'm not as open-minded as a nude model. I'm not as compassionate as a Buddhist cultivator. I just feel that I should do something meaningful. That's all." Listening to Qin Zhao's seemingly simple words, but in fact they were able to sublimate one's thoughts, Fu Yeni also felt somewhat empathetic. Yes, she didn't dare to say that she was a compassionate person. She also felt that she should do something meaningful. Joining the Righteous Alliance, eradicating the darkness in this world, and dealing with the Bloodbath Alliance was what she felt was meaningful in her life. "Well, Qin Shao, congratulations. You've officially become a member of the Righteous Alliance," Fu Yeni announced with a solemn face. "Thank you." Qin Shao nodded. After officially becoming a member of the Righteous Alliance, Qin Shao suddenly felt that the burden on his shoulders had become a lot heavier. Upholding justice, eradicating darkness, and dealing with the Bloodbath Alliance had become his responsibility and obligation. It was also his sacred mission. But Qin Shao was willing to do these things. He was willing to deal with the Bloodbath Alliance. Even if he didn't join the Righteous Alliance, Qin Shao would still deal with the Bloodbath Alliance. At least before rescuing Yao Shuilian, Qin Shao definitely wouldn't give up easily. After joining the Righteous Alliance, there seemed to be a bit of a ritual. Fu Yeni continued, "Now that you've officially become a member of our Justice Alliance, there are some things that you need to know. I'll explain them to you. If there's anything that I haven't said, don't ask. Our Righteous Alliance is not like other organizations. It's very different. First of all, unlike other organizations, we won't give you an identity token or something like that to prove your identity. On the contrary, we ask that you don't reveal your identity to anyone. Unless there's one situation. If you meet someone you trust very much and want to introduce them to the Righteous Alliance, you can reveal some things to them. However, what I can reveal is only the most basic information. In short, you have to try your best not to let anyone know that you're a member of the Righteous Alliance. This is very easy to understand. Firstly, it's to prevent people from the Bloodbath Alliance from getting close to you and asking about the Righteous Alliance. Secondly, you're also afraid that the forces of darkness will target you. It's not early on. So, this is also a way to protect yourself. Qin Shao nodded. He could understand this situation very well. He also knew a little about it. Lang Jinghong had told him some things before. It was because of this that the Righteous Alliance was very, very mysterious. Basically, no one knew about the existence of this organization. Secondly, every member of the Righteous Alliance usually only has one direct contact. That's the person who introduced you to the Righteous Alliance. To you, your contact is me. If there's anything in the future, I'll be the one to convey it to you. If you have any problems, you only need to report it to me. I'll be directly responsible for you. In this way, you basically won't have the chance to come into contact with the other members. You won't be able to know anything about the other members. The purpose of this is to prevent the Bloodbath Alliance from infiltrating. The Bloodbath Alliance's infiltration ability is really too strong. So, the Righteous Alliance has no choice but to be very careful now. Only one direct contact for each member? This was indeed too careful and too mysterious. But thinking about it, it was understandable. It was just that this would make people feel that it was really strange. He had clearly joined an organization, but he didn't even know who was in the organization. Currently, the only members of the Righteous Alliance that Qin Shao knew were Fu Yunyi, the Five Sisters, and Lang Jinghong. Chapter 2752. But just like what Fu Yunyi said, there were already quite a few people who had infiltrated the Righteous Alliance. Therefore, this method could reduce the possibility of the members of the Righteous Alliance being exposed to the outside world to a certain extent. This method was understandable, so Qin Shao didn't mind. Whether or not they knew about the existence of the other members wasn't a big problem for Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao had a doubt. Miss Fu, in this kind of meeting, will there be a situation where the flood floods the Dragon King's temple? If our own people don't know each other, then even if we meet, we won't know each other. If one side happens to be in trouble, I'm afraid we won't be able to help. Fu Yunyi shook her head. Actually, I was worried about this problem at first, but later I understood that this kind of thing almost never happens. First of all, those who can pass the test and sincerely join the Righteous Alliance are all righteous and righteous people. Therefore, our Righteous Alliance members, no matter where we are, should see injustice on the road and pull out our swords to help. There won't be any conflicts between the members. Everyone is righteous and will definitely be reasonable. Naturally, there won't be any conflicts between our own people. It's because of this premise that we have always used this method. It's also because of this method that our Righteous Alliance has been able to survive until now. Although it's far from what it was in the past, at least it still exists and can still actively appear. It hasn't been destroyed by the Bloodbath Alliance. If we weren't so careful, the Righteous Alliance would have disappeared long ago. How would there still be a Righteous Alliance? Qin Shao nodded in relief. This way, it did make a lot of sense. The Righteous Alliance was indeed different from any other organization. Although joining this organization made one feel like one didn't have much of a sense of existence, it was still not bad. Fu Yunyi continued with her introduction. Then let me tell you about the membership levels of our Righteous Alliance. Our Righteous Alliance is divided into 3 levels, first, second, and third. Level 1 is the lowest. You are now a Level 1 member. As for me, I'm a Level 2 member now. There's a Level 3 member above me. Third level members are the leaders of our Righteous Alliance. That's why the Righteous Alliance's big decisions are all made by the third level members, and then distributed to us second and third level members. Level 1 members only have the right to recommend new members, but not the right to test them. Level 2 members have the right to recommend and test them. Level 3 members basically won't show their faces, and Level 1 members won't know their information. I've already sent your information to the Level 3 members. Right now, apart from me and those Level 3 members, no one else knows that you're a member of the Righteous Alliance. Qin Shao pursed her lips and chuckled. Young Miss Fu, you are wrong, Xian Mumu and the others definitely know. Fu Yeni rolled her eyes at Qin Shao and said, don't say it out loud. Cough, he had successfully joined the Righteous Alliance. Fu Yeni also increased her speed. Fu Yeni didn't say anything, and Qin Shao didn't have anything to talk about either, so the two of them chose to remain silent. Baby Mo stayed at the side and didn't make a sound. She had a curious look on her face and kept staring at Fu Yeni. Master, this big sister is so pretty. Does she like you? Baby Mo was a little childish and suddenly asked. Fu Yeni turned around and glanced at Baby Mo. Her cold gaze made Baby Mo feel a little scared, and she immediately shrank back and hid behind Qin Shao. Baby Mo was a cute baby to begin with, and she was even cuter when she was scared. Seeing Baby Mo's delicate appearance, Fu Yeni only glanced at Baby Mo, but didn't do anything to Baby Mo cough. This question made Qin Shao feel very awkward, and she hurriedly said, Baby Mo, don't talk nonsense. Your master isn't that lucky. It's good that you know. Fu Yeni turned around and glared coldly at Qin Shao. What's with the glare? She's just a little prettier and has a good temperament. What's so great about that? Really, it feels like no man in the world is good enough for you. Qin Shao smacked his lips and shrugged, but didn't pay much attention to it. It didn't matter, he really didn't have such thoughts anyway. Qin Shao said to Baby Mo, right, what happened before? What's so special about that sapphire? A sapphire can actually help you break through to the second step of the ancient saint realm. That sapphire must be something special, right? Baby Mo stuck out his tongue and immediately smiled happily. He nodded and said, yes, yes, master. That sapphire isn't as simple as an elemental energy stone. It's just wrapped in a layer of elemental energy stone. If you don't know it, you'll think it's an elemental energy stone. But in fact, there's an ancient beast crystal core hidden inside that sapphire, and it contains extremely powerful energy. Baby Mo absorbed the powerful energy in that ancient beast crystal core, and that's why I broke through to the second step of the ancient saint realm. Otherwise, how could a small elemental energy stone help Baby Mo break through? Qin Shao was relieved. It turned out that such a good thing was hidden inside that sapphire. Qin Shao immediately thought of a question. Baby Mo, does that mean that as long as you're given enough beast crystal cores, you'll be able to continuously absorb and break through? Baby Mo thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, yes, master. As long as I'm given enough beast crystal cores, I'll be able to continuously improve and break through. But beast crystal cores are very rare, and very difficult to get. Also, you'll need a beast crystal core of a certain quality. The beast crystal core that Baby Mo ate last time was at least from a third step of the ancient saint realm. Otherwise, Baby Mo wouldn't have been able to break through. Qin Shao smiled. It seemed that raising Baby Mo was really easy. The ancient saint realm beasts did have a natural advantage. They didn't need to cultivate at all. As long as there was enough energy for them to devour, they could rapidly improve their strength. It only took a few million years to break through from the first step of the ancient saint realm to the second step of the ancient saint realm. With such a terrifying speed, perhaps other than the ancient saint realm beasts, no other life form could achieve it. It was absolutely impossible for someone to cultivate normally like Qin Shao. At least, Qin Shao had broken through to the first step of the ancient saint realm more than 10 million years ago, but he was still far away from the second step of the ancient saint realm. He still couldn't see the end of it. Baby Mo's ability was indeed very heaven-defying. But this was a good thing. This way, Baby Mo would be able to improve his realm in the future. At least there was a clear way to do so. However, it would not be an easy task to obtain a beast crystal core. But no matter how difficult it was still much easier than cultivating on his own, right? Haha, Baby Mo, don't worry. I'll try my best to get beast crystal cores for you to eat in the future, Qin Shao said with a smile. Baby Mo was so happy that he danced around like a little girl who had been rewarded. Baby Mo nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Master. I know you're the best to me. But Master, not just any beast race can produce a beast crystal core. Only a higher level beast race can produce a beast crystal core. Beasts like Xiao Gu won't produce beast crystal cores. So even if you kill him, there won't be any beast crystal cores. Master, don't kill those beasts just to find beast crystal cores for me. They're innocent. Qin Shao coughed dryly. What was this? Was he such a person? Qin Shao would never do something like killing the innocent. Whether it was humans or other species, Qin Shao would never do that. He would treat everyone equally. Xiao Gu didn't have beast crystal cores. This meant that his level wasn't high enough. Without beast crystal cores, Xiao Gu wouldn't be able to use this path to increase his level. But thinking about it, if all beasts could do this, wouldn't it be too heaven-defying? Then wouldn't the beasts be very chaotic? But he hadn't heard of any brutal killings between the beasts. Possessing a beast crystal core was something that only the higher-level beasts possessed. High-level beasts were very rare to begin with, and they all hid very well. They wouldn't show themselves easily. It was very difficult to see them, and even if you saw them, you couldn't just kill them. I said find, not kill them to get beast crystal cores. Qin Shao shook his head and explained. Baby Mo playfully stuck out his tongue at Qin Shao. Fu Yunny, who had been silent all this time, suddenly moved her hand. Two things that looked like crystals appeared in her hand. One was aqua blue and the other was light purple. They were both only the size of large pebbles. It was sparkling and translucent. The crystal was also emitting a powerful aura. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. Is it like this? Fu Yunny asked Baby Mo. Baby Mo's eyes lit up when he saw the two beast crystal cores in Fu Yunny's hand. He looked very greedy. He hurriedly nodded and said, Yes, 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 beautiful big sister. Yes, yes, these are beast crystal cores. This aqua blue one should be a beast crystal core of a second step ancient sage realm beast. The light purple one should be a beast crystal core of a first step ancient sage realm beast. There are two of them at once. Although it can't let baby break through a level, it can increase baby's strength by a lot. With that, Baby Mo went to take the two beast crystal cores in Fu Yunny's hand. However, Fu Yunny pulled back her hand and held it tightly. Baby Mo didn't get it. Baby Mo saw this and looked at Fu Yunny with a pitiful expression. He looked very greedy and said, Big sister, beautiful big sister? Fu Yunny looked at Baby Mo, unmoved. You little beast, you have a sweet mouth. However, you said the wrong thing just now. So, big sister won't give you the beast crystal cores. Baby Mo blinked and stared blankly. Did he say something wrong? What did he say wrong? That's not right. He didn't say anything just now. How could he say the wrong thing? Baby Mo said weakly, Beautiful big sister, can you tell me what I said wrong? I'm still a baby. I really don't know. Think about it yourself. Fu Yunny said calmly. She put away the two beast crystal cores and continued on her way. Baby Mo was even more confused by her actions. He had no idea what was going on. But wasn't she too greedy? Chapter 27:53. Baby Mo looked pitifully at Qin Shao, asking for Qin Zhao's help. Qin Shao naturally knew the meaning of Fu Yunny's words, but Qin Shao didn't want to say it out loud. Teaching her spirit beast to please others, what kind of thing was that? Baby Mo saw that Qin Shao did not dare to say anything, so he could only scratch his head and think hard. After thinking for a while, Baby Mo suddenly jumped up in excitement, jumping high into the air. I know. I finally know. I'm so smart. It's so simple. Baby Mo did not talk about the main topic, but kept praising himself. After praising himself for a while, Baby Mo moved closer to Fu Yunny, almost sticking his body into Fu Yunny's arms. Such intimacy startled Fu Yunny, and she stared at Baby Mo in a daze. She was not familiar with Baby Mo at all, and they had just met. Baby Mo was not shy at all, and directly moved closer to her, as if he was very familiar with her. Baby Mo smiled at Fu Yunny and said, "Beautiful sister, I know. I was wrong just now. How could a woman as beautiful as you be interested in my master? Although my master isn't ugly, for the time being, he's still far from you, pretty sister. This distance has to be at least this big. No, it has to be at least this big. My hand can't even compare." Baby Mo was really gesturing with his hand as he spoke, and he looked very lively and cute. Seeing Baby Mo like this, Fu Yunny could not help but want to laugh out loud. She tried her best not to laugh, but the muscles on her face were already tense. It was obvious that she wanted to laugh, but was trying her best to hold it in. "Beautiful sister, I don't think any man in this world is good enough for you. You are the brightest moon in the sky, and no star can compare to your brilliance. Beautiful sister, I want to eat the beast crystal core. Give me one." Baby Mo winked at Fu Yunny, and gently shook her arm as he acted coquettishly. This was definitely very effective. But when she heard Baby Mo's words, Qin Zhao's mood immediately turned sour. She even suspected that she had taken in a fake spiritual beast. Was this really her spiritual beast? Was there such a spiritual beast that would side with outsiders? It was fine if he wanted to please Fu Yunny, but why did he have to drag her into it? Although it seemed like this was the case, there was a saying, "Don't say it out loud," because once it was exposed, the situation would change. Baby Mo was willing to say anything, for the sake of a beast crystal core. Fu Yunny couldn't take this kind of attack, so she tossed a beast crystal core to Baby Mo. After receiving the light purple beast crystal core that Fu Yunny tossed to him, Baby Mo immediately danced with joy. He rubbed against Fu Yunny and said sweetly, "Thank you, beautiful sister. I know that beautiful sister treats me well. If beautiful elder sister could give baby another beast core, that would be even better, hee." This little sly fellow was really smart. He still wanted to ask for another beast crystal core. And he was really thick-skinned. He directly asked for another beast crystal core. Qin Zhao couldn't stand it anymore. She had a feeling that she wanted to cut off the master-servant relationship with Baby Mo. Fu Yunny wasn't someone who was easy to coax. She looked at Baby Mo and said, "If you want another beast crystal core, then it depends on your performance. Beast crystal cores are very precious things. I just gave you one because I felt that you and I were fated to have one. It just so happens that I like you. That's all. Why don't you ask your master to come and beg me? Maybe I'll give it to you." Hearing Fu Yunny's words, Qin Zhao looked at Fu Yunny strangely. What did she mean by that? What did she mean by maybe she'll give it to him if he begged her? Who was she trying to tempt? Baby Mo immediately looked at Qin Zhao pitifully. Qin Zhao rolled her eyes at him. But Baby Mo still didn't give up. He said to Qin Zhao, Master, please help me save beautiful sister. You won't lose out if I beg her. She's such a beautiful sister. I want to beg her all the time. If I can get more beast crystal cores, I'll be able to increase my cultivation level faster. I'll be able to help you in the future. So, Master, if you help me beg beautiful sister now, you'll also be helping yourself. You'll be killing two birds with one stone. Master, please save me. Woman, when she acted coquettishly, it was indeed very harmful. Normal men wouldn't be able to resist her. Actually, Qin Zhao wouldn't be able to resist her either. But Baby Mo was his spiritual beast, so he didn't fall for it. Is she your master or am I your master? Don't even think about it. How can you trick your master like this? Qin Zhao said. Baby Mo looked at Qin Zhao with a wronged expression, then looked at Fu Yunny. But Fu Yunny was clearly unmoved. Since Qin Zhao wasn't willing to agree, Baby Mo didn't dare say anything more. After all, she was his master. Baby Mo felt wronged and could only mutter, "But master, you don't have any beast crystal cores for me to eat. I really want beast crystal cores." He's really a foodie. Forget it. After all, Baby Mo was still a child. Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to say anything. However, Qin Shao also began to plan in his heart. How could he obtain more beast cores? If he could quickly raise Baby Mo to the 4th step of the ancient sage realm, that would be great. The three of them stopped talking, and the atmosphere became silent again. "Young Miss Fu, where is it possible to obtain the beast crystal nucleus?" Qin Shao suddenly asked. She might know something about the 2 beast crystal cores in Fu Yunni's hands. After all, Fu Yunni was a quadruple Empyrean saint. She should be more knowledgeable than the rest. Fu Yunni turned her head and looked at Qin Shao. Being looked at like this, Qin Shao suddenly felt like a spring breeze. This feeling was really indescribable. How should he put it? It was a wonderful feeling. For a moment, Qin Shao felt a little embarrassed and wanted to look away. But then he thought that he was a man. He couldn't be so shy that he didn't dare to look at a girl, right? He had lived for more than 50 million years and was also an ancient sage realm expert. No matter how bad he was, he couldn't be like this. After looking for a while, Fu Yunni said something that Qin Shao was very familiar with. Beg me and I'll tell you." Last time, when he fell into Fu Yunni's hands, Fu Yunni kept saying the same thing to him. She wanted Qin Shao to beg her. He was determined not to beg. Fu Yunni turned her head and said, "If you don't want to beg, then forget it. I'm too lazy to say it anyway. Here, there's nothing that can't be solved by begging once. If there is, then I'll beg twice. But you, Qin Shao, are an exception. I'll make an exception for you. You only need to beg me once. As long as you beg me, I can tell you at any time. This includes the beast crystal core in my hand. Actually, this is a fair and just thing, right? I have no obligation to give you the beast crystal core, nor do I have any obligation to tell you how to get it, right? There's a principle that you should be clear about. If you want to get something, then you have to give something first. We each take what we need. At best, it's a transaction. What do you think?" Qin Shao nodded his head in agreement with Fu Yunni's words. "Yes, I agree with what you said very much. With the relationship between you and me, it's indeed not to the point where you can be so generous. But it's a transaction. You have to be willing, and both sides have to nod their heads, right? If you want me, Qin Shao, to beg you, then I think I still have a backbone." So Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled at Fu Yunni, saying, "Miss Fu, please tell me where I can get the beast crystal core. As for the one in your hands, I won't ask for it. I, Qin Shao, like to do things on my own. Do it on my own, and I'll have ample food and clothing. As long as I know how to get the beast crystal core, I will definitely be able to get it." What kind of operation was this? Fu Yunni really thought that Qin Shao was like last time, refusing to lower his head and beg her even if she beat him to death. This time, why did he become so cheap? This kind of Qin Shao made Fu Yunni a little uncomfortable. She glared at Qin Shao and said, "Then I really like your backbone. Can you be more backbone?" "I can, but it depends on whether it's worth it." How could Qin Shao not understand Fu Yunni's insinuations? But he pretended not to know, and responded in a confused manner. Anyway, Qin Shao knew that it was actually a relatively simple matter to deal with Fu Yunni. As long as he went along with her, everything would be fine. This woman, you just can't go against her. The more you go against her, the stronger she will become, and in the end, she will become so strong that you can't stand it. In terms of personality, Fu Yunni was definitely very strong. But in Fu Yunni's heart, she was actually very kind and righteous. She was indeed a good woman. So, as long as you go along with her, everything will be easy to solve. Just now, Baby Mo only said a few good words and immediately received a beast crystal core. After suffering a great loss last time, Qin Shao naturally learned to be smarter this time. Fu Yunyi did not expect Qin Shao to beg her so readily. She originally wanted to get back at him for what happened last time. However, Qin Shao had changed too quickly, so quickly that she was not used to it. But since she had already said it, she naturally could not go back on her words. So Fu Yunyi could only say, beast crystal cores are indeed very rare. In the great wide world, the beast race is considered a relatively special race. The beast race almost never gets involved in any disputes in the great wide world. They can be considered the most powerful hidden race. The beast race has always been very mysterious. The higher-level beast race almost never shows themselves. And because the beast race stands aloof from worldly affairs and does not make enemies with any forces, very few people kill the beast race. Those who have beast crystal cores are at least at the ancient sage level. Beasts at the ancient sage level are very mysterious and extremely rare. Even if we see them, we can't really kill the beast race to get their beast crystal cores. So, there's actually no specific way to get a beast crystal core. It can only be said that it depends on luck. You're saying it for nothing. You might as well not say it. Qin Shao was a little speechless. Why did she feel like she had been deceived? Fu Yunyi glared at Qin Shao and said, "It's like this. If you're lucky, you might be able to find one. Or rather, you might be able to buy it from someone else. Or just like just now, I directly gave Baby Mo one. These are all elements of luck. I was also lucky to find it when I was wandering outside. So, what do you want me to say? Chapter 2754. Alright, Qin Shao had no choice but to shut up obediently. This journey took a full 1,000 years before Fu Yunyi slowed down. She looked at a huge stone elephant in the distance. What a huge stone elephant! Qin Shao was shocked when she saw the stone elephant. It was the first time that Qin Shao had seen such a huge stone elephant. It stood in the endless universe sea and looked like an ancient giant from afar. This stone elephant was actually much bigger than a universe. Its size was probably equivalent to thousands of universes. It stood there steadily and became a huge celestial body. Moreover, this statue was very lifelike. If one looked at it from afar, one would feel as if there was a huge life form standing there at first glance. It would make one's heart tremble, giving birth to a sense of fear. When they got closer, they found that this huge stone elephant had 7 faces. The 7 faces were close together, and each face showed a different appearance. Some had a ferocious face and fangs. Some had a snake head and a human body. Some had 7 horns on their head. Some had the appearance of a human, some had the appearance of a demon, and some had the appearance of a demon. The 7 faces showed 7 different styles. Different personalities gave people different feelings. However, the overall feeling that it gave people was extremely fierce and evil. It would inexplicably make people feel a little scared. Young Miss Fu, is this huge stone elephant artificially created or naturally formed? Qin Shao asked curiously. Fu Yunyi said, "This is not important. What is important is that this is our destination this time. According to the situation we have found so far, this is a dangerous place. The Bloodbath Alliance is very active here. Important figures of the Bloodbath Alliance are stationed here for a long time. This time, we are here to investigate the situation here. If there is a chance, we will also eliminate the people of the Bloodbath Alliance." Qin Shao nodded. He didn't care about how the stone elephant was formed. Dealing with the Bloodbath Alliance was the most important thing. This huge stone elephant had 7 faces, and each face had 7 channels, which corresponded to the 7 orifices. There were 7 faces and 49 passageways. Other than that, there were no other passageways. In other words, the only way to get in and out of this huge stone elephant was through these 49 tunnels. There was no other way. Young Mistress Fu, how do we go through the 49 passages? Some passages should be dangerous, right? Qin Shao asked. Fu Yeni shook his head and said, I've never been inside before, so I don't know much about the situation inside. From what I know for now, these tunnels should be accessible, but the situation inside should be more complicated. There should be a lot of tunnels. So after we go in, we must be careful. We must also remember the way we went in case something unexpected happens. Qin Shao nodded. He just needed to follow Fu Yeni. Fu Yeni randomly chose a tunnel to enter. After entering, she found that the tunnel was slowly shrinking. Finally, it shrank to a diameter of 10 million miles and stopped shrinking. It stabilized. A diameter of 10 million miles was actually quite large. After flying for a while, she found that there were many tunnels, which were intertwined and extended in all directions. There were simply too many passageways. Every once in a while, there would be an intersection. The densely packed passageways were enough to dazzle anyone who saw them. They didn't even know where to go. The most terrible problem was that these tunnels basically looked the same. It was extremely difficult to distinguish them. So once they took the wrong path, it would be difficult to get out. This place was huge, and there were too many passageways. As for the exits, there were only 49 of them. It felt like they had entered a huge maze. I feel that the design of this place is really exquisite. Such a huge maze, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for ordinary people to get out. With such a huge celestial body, there should be many life forms living in it, right? Qin Shao said. Fu Yeni nodded and said, It's really exquisite. It's really like a huge maze. Ordinary first step and second step ancient sages are very likely to be trapped here. According to the information we have now, there are many small worlds in here. There are many life forms and also some dangerous life forms. The structure of this place is actually arranged according to a person's nerves and blood vessels. The most ordinary mortal has a total of 250 trillion blood vessels and 12 nerve. But for extremely ancient and powerful beings, this number can be multiplied by hundreds of millions. This huge stone elephant is a 7-faced person, so it has 7 times the number. So, the total number of tunnels in here is incredible. However, it has also reached an unimaginable level. It is so huge that it is unimaginable. There are countless tunnels, but only 49 exits. This makes this place a terrifying maze. It's easy to get in, but it's very difficult to get out. There are many aperture points in here, and each aperture point is actually a small world. Besides the aperture points, there are also the internal organs. If it was the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, that would be a bigger world. So, there are dozens of worlds in this huge stone elephant. Plus, there are many small worlds and there are countless life forms. Although it's not as big as a Deqian secret domain, but aside from the Deqian secret domain, this huge stone elephant is definitely one of the top celestial bodies in the endless universe ocean. The locations of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels worlds are all very hidden. If you're not familiar with the people inside, it'll be very difficult to find them. This place was arranged according to the structure of the human body. No wonder it was so exquisite. Life was the most wonderful thing in this world. It was the most perfect and successful thing created by nature. The exquisiteness of this place could be imagined. It was incredible. It was really incredible. If it was formed naturally, it would be understandable. After all, the Creator was omnipotent. If he could even create this Deqian world, what else could he not create? If it was man-made, it was really hard to imagine. It was too shocking. Qin Shao had tried to leave some marks on the stone walls of this tunnel. But he found that if he didn't use all his strength, he couldn't leave any marks on the stone walls. Fu Yunyi also said that she didn't have any way to completely destroy these passages. It can be seen how formidable these stones were. In other words, even if a fourth-step ancient saint came in, he could only go out through the tunnel entrance. Otherwise, he would definitely be trapped here. It was impossible for him to open a tunnel by force. Once one was trapped in this place, one would have nowhere to go. There was really no way to escape. However, with Fu Yunyi, Qin Shao wasn't worried about anything. Unless there was a world immortal, nothing would happen. There was definitely no world immortal here. Otherwise, Fu Yunyi wouldn't dare to come in rashly. Although Qin Shao didn't spend much time with Fu Yunyi, he could tell that she was a very careful and steady woman. No matter what he did, he would at least have some confidence before doing it. He would definitely not act rashly. The small worlds here weren't big. Basically, a small world was only 1/100th the size of the primordial chaos divine world. In the small worlds there were some famous people who had lived here for a long time. In the small worlds there were many mortals. There weren't many heavenly venerables. There were only about 1/100th of the total number of heavenly venerables. A third-step heavenly venerate could basically dominate a small world. Therefore, there wasn't much to see in these small worlds. Moreover, the situation in these small worlds was different. Some walked the immortal Tao cultivation path, some walked the great Tao cultivation path, and some walked the sword cultivation path. Apart from the mechanical path, heart force path, and darkness path, Qin Shao saw the rest of the 8 great cultivation paths. He didn't discover anything in these small worlds. He also didn't discover any signs of these small worlds being controlled by the Bloodbath Alliance. It was unlike the situation in the universes he had discovered previously. Some small worlds were still in a relatively backward and uncivilized state. He didn't find anything useful while he was checking the situation in these small worlds. By the way, Miss Fu, I previously saw many universes being completely controlled by the Bloodbath Alliance. All life in these universes swore allegiance to the Bloodbath Alliance from birth. They are completely the Bloodbath Alliance's breeding grounds. They are constantly supplying fresh blood to the Bloodbath Alliance. Qin Shao suddenly said. Speaking of this matter, Fu Yunyi couldn't help but frown slightly. Well, I know about this situation. This situation is indeed very worrying. The Bloodbath Alliance has too many tricks up their sleeve. There are so many that you can't even imagine. The Bloodbath Alliance's tentacles, claws, and teeth are endless. They are spread throughout the entire vast 1,000 domains. It's no exaggeration to say that almost every corner of the vast 1,000 domains has been infiltrated by the Bloodbath Alliance. I've always felt that the Bloodbath Alliance is setting up a very, very big scheme. A scheme that can overturn our vast 1,000 domains and even pose a great threat to the 8 great holy domains. If the Bloodbath Alliance is given enough time to develop, it will be a very unimaginable thing. Therefore, the mission of the Righteous Alliance is to cut off some of the tentacles of the Bloodbath Alliance as much as possible and create some trouble for the Bloodbath Alliance so that the Bloodbath Alliance can't develop so smoothly. Relatively speaking, the 8 great holy domains are still relatively good. Although the Bloodbath Alliance's power has long infiltrated all parts of the Immortal Domain, it has to be said that the Bloodbath Alliance's actions in the Immortal Domain are still relatively low-key. It hasn't reached the point of being blatant. However, in the Endless Universe, the Bloodbath Alliance's power is somewhat unscrupulous, and this situation is continuing to worsen. If we let it develop, it will be really terrifying. It's hard to imagine how far it will go. The burden on the Righteous Alliance is very, very heavy. This is our sacred mission. We can't escape from our responsibilities and obligations. Qin Shao nodded heavily and said with a resolute expression, Well, no matter how heavy the burden is, I believe that we can carry it well. We will definitely grasp the light that belongs to us firmly. We will definitely not let the darkness succeed. As long as we are around, there will still be light in this world. The darkness will definitely not be so arrogant. Fu Yunyi looked at Qin Shao. After a long while, he nodded and continued to lead the way. Chapter 2755. Soon, Qin Shao and Fu Yunyi saw a group of people in black robes appear. These people gave off a gloomy feeling, and one could tell at a glance that they were not good people. These people cultivate the Tao of darkness. The leader is a fourth step heavenly venerate, and the rest are third step heavenly venerate. There are about 100 of them. This power was considered to be very strong in this place. I wonder what they are going to do with this group of people, Qin Shao said in a deep voice. People who cultivate the Tao of darkness would give off a gloomy feeling. Just by looking at them on the surface, one would think that they were evil people and not good people. However, one could not jump to conclusions about whether they were evil people or not. Let's go. Let's follow them and take a look, Fu Yunyi said. Thus, the three of them quietly followed. The three of them were ancient saints, so following these heavenly venerates was as easy as flipping their palms. Following the group of black-robed people, they soon entered a small world. The leaders of this small world respectfully came out to greet these black-robed people, and they even called out the title of Lord Envoy. Then, the leaders of this small world handed over 10,000 young boys and 10,000 young girls to the black-robed people. These young boys and girls were clearly carefully selected. All of them were handsome, and beautiful. Moreover, it was obvious that all of them were pure and untainted. The young boys and girls looked terrified, and some of them were already numb with despair. Seeing the expressions of these young boys and girls, Qin Shao knew that these people probably knew that the fate that awaited them would be tragic, so they fell into despair. Master, these people are so pitiful. It feels like they are going to be executed, right? Baby Mo's heart was greatly aroused, and he sympathized with these people. Just by looking at this, Qin Shao could not tell what was going on, but it did not seem like anything good. Let's follow these people first. Perhaps this is our goal this time, Fu Yunyi said in a deep voice. Seeing this situation, she was very angry and wanted to kill these black-robed people. However, she knew that she could not be impulsive. She must be calm. The three of them kept following these black-robed people. These black-robed people harvested one small world after another. After harvesting more than 100 small worlds, the black-robed leader waved his hand and said to return. Following these black-robed people, they finally arrived at a large world. This large world seemed to only have one entrance, and the entrance was abnormally heavily guarded. Countless walls blocked the originally huge entrance, and it was only 10,000 miles in diameter. Moreover, there was a large number of soldiers guarding the entrance. There were also layers upon layers of formations, prohibitions, and dark techniques. Therefore, the entrance was very heavily guarded. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as an impenetrable fortress. When the black-robed men entered the large world, they had to go through a strict inspection before they were allowed to enter. The inspection was so strict, so careful, and so heavily guarded. It was enough to see that there were some unspeakable secrets at this time. Coupled with the situation just now, Fu Yunyi concluded that there must be something very complicated inside. It was very likely that this was her goal this time. Qin Shao, Baby Mo, the two of you don't move. Just follow me closely. Fu Yunyi did not hesitate and immediately said to Qin Shao and Baby Mo. Then, she took the two of them and turned into an invisible stream of light, and directly followed the black-robed people into the large world. Fu Yunyi's attainments in the law of space were very deep, and her concealment methods were very powerful. She took advantage of the moment when the black-robed people entered to follow them, so she did not come into contact with the power of the restriction formation. After entering this large world, it immediately made people feel like they had entered an infernal hell. There was darkness everywhere. It was incomparably dark and gloomy, presenting a terrifying scene. This kind of gloominess was not something that could be set off by an ordinary atmosphere. It was very spacious, and there was not much life in it. Moreover, it was very quiet. From time to time, some sounds could be heard, but most of them were mournful screams. It was unknown where they came from, but listening to them made one's hair stand on end. It was especially eerie. Baby Mo obviously had not seen such a scene, so at this time, he was a little scared. One of his hands was holding the corner of Qin Zhao's clothes, while the other hand was holding the corner of Fu Yenny's clothes, as if he wanted the two of them to protect him. If you're scared, then go into your master's inner world first. There might indeed be a lot of dangers in there. I don't know the situation inside. Everything is unknown. It's very likely that some unexpected things will happen, and even catch us off guard. It may not have anything to do with you inside. Fu Yenny said to Baby Mo. Baby Mo blinked, thought for a moment, and firmly shook his head. No, no, beautiful sister, I'm not scared. With beautiful sister and master here, I'm not scared at all. Yes, I'm really not scared. I'll be fine soon. Although he said this, in reality, Baby Mo's hands were tightly clenched from time to time, clearly showing that he was nervous. The eerie and gloomy atmosphere here was very scary. It was no wonder that Baby Mo was acting like this. Qin Zhao, Baby Mo, both of you hide your auras, and don't use your divine sense to investigate the situation for the time being. Stay close to me, and don't go more than 30 meters away from me. Otherwise, we'll be exposed soon. This is an unknown place, and there may be unknown dangers, so we still have to be careful. Fu Yenny reminded Qin Zhao and Baby Mo. Qin Zhao and Baby Mo both nodded to show that they understood. The three of them continued to follow the black-robed men. Along the way, there were many open and hidden sentries, and there were obviously ancient saints. If an ordinary ancient saint sneaked in, he would be discovered very quickly. Qin Zhao and the others had not seen a single ancient saint along the way, but they did not expect to see several ancient saints after entering this place. It seemed that this place was indeed not simple. Following the black-robed men, they finally entered a very strange-looking palace, and the guards at the entrance of the palace were even stricter. There was a one-step ancient saint guarding the place, and he did not allow the black-robed men to enter. After the leader of the black-robed men handed all the boys and girls to the ancient saint, the black-robed men left. Although there was an ancient saint guarding the place, Fu Yenny saw it as nothing, and there was no way to stop her. She led Qin Zhao and Baby Mo, and quietly followed the ancient saint into the palace. Inside was an incomparably huge prison. Tens of millions of boys and girls were locked up, and all of them were pure. No one knew what they were trying to do by locking up so many boys and girls here. Master, these people are so pitiful. They are so pitiful. They are all locked up here, and what awaits them is an incomparably tragic fate. Master, I really want to save them. I really can't bear to see them like this, Baby Mo said. Seeing this scene, how could Qin Zhao bear it in her heart? They couldn't wait to take action and rescue all these people. But obviously she could not do that, at least for the time being. Fu Yenny also reminded her, for the time being, let's not act rashly. Otherwise, we will only alert the enemy. Let's check out the situation inside first. If we can save them, we will save them. Sometimes there is no other way. Although we are righteous and do things righteously, we can't sweep away all injustice. Sometimes, even I am helpless. Let's go out first and check out the situation of this world. Yes, Qin Zhao sighed silently. Sometimes there was really nothing they could do. The three of them checked out the world. Although this world was very big, it was very quiet and orderly. It was orderly, and all living beings were quietly cultivating. There was a very strict cultivation system, and also a very cruel elimination system. Those who were eliminated would basically die. Under such a cruel system, the hierarchy of this world was very strict. And under such a strict hierarchy and cruel survival law, it naturally cultivated a group of cultivators who had gone through many hardships. Not only were they strong, but their minds were also incomparably ruthless. All of them were demons who killed without batting an eyelid. What they cultivated was the power of the Tao of darkness, so it was easier for them to fall into the boundless darkness. It was also because all living beings fell into the boundless darkness that their bodies emitted a terrifying aura of darkness. Therefore, the aura of this entire world became extremely gloomy and frightening. After checking once, Fu Yunyi said with a serious face, "We can be sure that this place is controlled by the Bloodbath Alliance. This world is probably the place where the power to control all the worlds in this world is. For this trip, our goal is to figure out the situation inside, and then destroy this place first. At present, it seems that there is no powerful existence guarding this place. We can just do it directly. Let's go rescue those innocent boys and girls, and then destroy this place. Later, we will split up and do our best not to let the evil beings in this world go. Forget about the ordinary beings. Don't be courteous to the four-step, heavenly venerables and ancient saints. Kill them on sight. As for the other beings, try not to kill them if possible. For the weaker beings, this is their fate. They were born this way. They have no other choice." Qin Shao nodded. It wouldn't be good if they really went on a killing spree. After all, in this world, it was difficult to count the number of lives. There were too many of them. The three of them quickly arrived at the palace where the boys and girls were imprisoned. There should only be one ancient saint guarding this place. Qin Shao, Baby Mo, you two are in charge of saving them. I will take care of the obstructing forces, Fu Yunyi said. Qin Shao and Baby Mo immediately obeyed, and the three of them took action at the same time. Fu Yunyi's powerful aura instantly enveloped the palace, and directly grasped it in her hands. Qin Shao and Baby Mo rushed into the palace. Suddenly, hundreds and thousands of figures rushed out of the palace. The one leading them was an ancient saint. It was the ancient saint that Qin Shao and the others had seen earlier. "Insolent outsiders, how dare you barge in here? You are courting death," the ancient saint leading the group shouted. Qin Shao and Baby Mo couldn't be bothered with these people. They went around them and rushed into the palace. Those people wanted to stop Qin Shao and Baby Mo, but Fu Yunyi attacked. Waves of powerful energy descended and wiped them out one by one. Author Cruel Death 3rd Update. Chapter 2756. Qin Shao and Baby Mo quickly entered the palace and saw tens of millions of young boys and girls imprisoned there. Some of the virgin boys and girls might have been locked up for a long time, so they were all sitting there dejectedly, motionless, as if they had been frozen in time. They were incomparably wooden. Seeing this situation, one couldn't help but feel sorry for them. These innocent people were personally presented to them by their respective world. They were powerless to break free and could only accept their fate. Baby Mo, on the other hand, was very active. He quickly rushed over and destroyed all the shackles of the prison. However, this kind of movement didn't attract the attention of the imprisoned people. They didn't react at all, as if they didn't hear him at all. "Everyone, give us some reaction. Master and I are here to save you. We can take you out of here. Don't be so lifeless. Can you hear me?" Baby Mo couldn't help but shout when he saw that these important people didn't react at all. However, no matter how he shouted, there was still no reaction. It was as if they didn't hear him at all. What's going on? Baby Mo was a little confused. He blinked and looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled expression. Qin Shao also immediately noticed that the situation wasn't quite right. He saw that the young boys and girls all had strange expressions. They were gloomy and wooden, and their eyes emitted an aura of darkness. These people obviously weren't frozen in time, but controlled. Everyone was controlled. Suddenly, these people all raised their heads and widened their eyes. Everyone's eyes had turned black. Not only did they turn black, but they also constantly emitted black gas. They looked extremely gloomy, like demons from the 9th level of hell. They were the embodiment of darkness. These people quickly became ferocious. They madly pounced on Qin Xiao and Baby Mo. Oh no! These people are all under the control of a terrifying power of darkness. Qin Xiao cried out inwardly as he hastily retreated. He wasn't afraid of these people, but he didn't want to kill them. They were all innocent. Oh my, what should we do? Master, when did these people become so scary? Baby Mo ran behind Qin Xiao in fear and retreated with Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao said to Baby Mo, "Be careful later. Try not to kill these people. Most of them are ordinary mortals. They shouldn't pose any threat to us." "Oh, that's good." Baby Mo was relieved. Qin Xiao formed a protective space with the law of space, isolating these people so that they couldn't get close to him. However, these people were already in this state, so Qin Xiao didn't take them away. After Fu Yunyi dealt with the guards, she also came over. Her long, shapely eyebrows were deeply furrowed. She had long seen the scene here. These people are controlled by dark means, and it's not as simple as that. Judging from their current state, it's very likely that they've been poisoned with a terrible poison of darkness. It's a terrifying method that the people of the Dark Sanctuary are very good at. When we came in just now, we didn't see this situation. Over 1 million young boys and girls were sent in just now, and they were all fine just now. In the blink of an eye, they've all become like this. These people have surrounded us. Oh no, Fu Yunyi suddenly cried out in alarm, but before her voice even fell, she saw a gloomy light shoot up into the sky. Countless strange little insects whizzed out and circled in the dark vortexes. Dark vortexes completely shrouded this place, forming a trapping array formation, a dark array formation, and a poisonous array formation. The poison gas that filled the sky was like a huge wave that instantly drowned the entire place, completely shrouding it within. The whole palace was instantly enveloped by the poisonous gas. Qin Xiao and the others couldn't even see the situation outside clearly. In the dark poisonous gas that filled the sky, the young boys and girls became crazier and more powerful, as if they had turned into zombies. This dark poisonous gas was very terrifying. It was madly eroding Qin Xiao and the other two. There were also countless insects that launched an incomparably ferocious attack at Qin Xiao and the other two, wanting to devour them. These insects were really very dangerous, and they were really pervasive. "Oh no, Master, I'm scared of these insects." Baby Mo was very frightened, jumping up and down. Baby Mo's body burned with flames, trying to block the poisonous gas. Fu Yunyi frowned and used a spatial technique, enveloping them in it. Seeing Baby Mo's appearance, Qin Xiao directly put Baby Mo into his inner world. Originally, he wasn't worried at all. However, after being called by Baby Mo from time to time, he might really be a little flustered. Qin Xiao and Fu Yunyi were back to back, and their bodies were unconsciously pressed together. Although they were pressed against Fu Yunyi's body, this was the first time Qin Xiao was so close to Fu Yunyi. No, speaking of which, they had physical contact last time, and Fu Yunyi even slept on his arm. But what happened last time didn't count. After all, both of them were in a state of unconsciousness and didn't know anything. Although they were awake this time, Qin Xiao didn't have the heart to think about the situation in front of him. Fu Yunyi turned to look at Qin Xiao, but didn't say anything in the end. She glanced around coldly, and her expression became a little serious. Obviously, the situation wasn't so simple. Countless insects were crazily gnawing at the space, and the dark poisonous gas was also desperately corroding the space, trying to break through it and kill their way in. Fu Yunyi also tried, but she couldn't tear open the poison formation. "Young Miss Fu, what kind of technique is this?" How can it be so terrifying? Even you can't tear it open, and it's forcefully trapping us here? Could there really be a world deity hidden in here? How could they have set up such a terrifying technique to protect this place? Why do I feel like we've been tricked? Don't tell me we've been tricked? Qin Shao said. Fu Yunyi was also thinking about this problem. She said in a deep voice, "This is the first time I've seen such a terrifying poison formation. It's so bad that even I can't break it open. At the very least, it should have been meticulously set up by a world god. To set up such a terrifying formation, not only does it require a powerful existence, but it also doesn't require meticulous planning. Also, it requires a huge price to pay. A lot of forces have to be added, a lot of poisonous insects have to be added, and a lot of terrifying poison has to be added. A huge amount of energy is also needed to activate and maintain this formation. Once this formation is activated, I'm afraid we'll have to kill a fourth-step Empyrean saint to make up for the cost. To set up such a terrifying formation here, it's obviously meant to deal with fourth-step Empyrean saints. The Bloodbath Alliance actually set up such a terrifying formation here. I wonder how important this world is to the Bloodbath Alliance? Was it very important? Qin Shao raised his eyebrows. He had also checked this world with Fu Yunyi just now, but he didn't find anything special. He couldn't feel that this world was really that important. There weren't many Empyrean saints here. As far as they could find, there were only a dozen or so Empyrean saints, and they were all first-step Empyrean saints. There weren't any powerful ones. But now, it seemed that the situation wasn't so simple. There should be at least a fourth-step Empyrean saint guarding this place. Just now, they didn't use their divine sense to check in detail, so even if there was a fourth-step Empyrean saint, they wouldn't know. Qin Zhao's eyebrows suddenly twitched again. He saw that the space had been swallowed by those poisonous insects. These poisonous insects were too terrifying, right? Even Fu Yunyi's spatial method couldn't block them? A bunch of disgusting bugs. Fu Yunyi was a little angry and snorted coldly. His hands moved rhythmically as he unleashed one method after another, directly wiping out many of the venomous insects. Immortal Regions Fu Yunyi, leader of the Demon Vanquishing Saintess group. You have been going against our Bloodbath Alliance, killing our Bloodbath Alliance's people everywhere, and destroying our Bloodbath Alliance's bases. Oh right, you really put in a lot of effort to deal with our Bloodbath Alliance. It's a pity that you came alone this time. Your other companions didn't come with you. If they came together, this venerable could have caught all of you in one fell swoop and made a great contribution. It's a pity, really a pity. But it doesn't matter. If I can kill you, the leader, it can be considered a great contribution. Then, this venerable deliberately set up such a method and waited for you to come to me. Everything will be worth it. Fu Yunyi, now that you have fallen into this venerable's hands, do you think you can still leave this place alive? Ha ha, this venerable has been waiting for you here for a long time. This day has finally come. I'll tell you the truth. This venerable intentionally let people spread the news. It was carefully planned by me. I knew that your Demon Vanquishing Saintess group would definitely be interested in this news and would definitely come to investigate. After waiting for so long, you are finally here. Then, obediently accept your death. A voice suddenly came from the darkness. It was very complacent. Hearing this voice, Fu Yunyi's expression became somewhat gloomy. It seemed that Qin Shao was right. She had fallen into a trap, she had really fallen into a trap. The people of the Bloodbath Alliance were very cunning and sinister. They had actually been planning to deal with her Demon Vanquishing Saintess group. She, Fu Yunyi, had been very careful in screening them, but in the end, she still fell into a trap and could not escape this calamity. In the end, perhaps she had been too confident? Fu Yunyi coldly snorted. Holding the jade sword in her hand, she looked around and said, "Mischievous demon, I think you are just a cowardly tortoise. You don't even dare to come out and fight with this young lady. Let's fight face to face. You are just a sinister villain who only knows how to hide in the dark. You only know how to use poison. This young lady disdains people like you. Do you really think you can kill this young lady with just you? Don't say that this young lady doesn't appreciate you. This young lady has always looked down on sinister villains like you. If you have any tricks, quickly use them. Don't talk so much nonsense. Chapter 2757. Ha ha, are you trying to goad me? It's a pity that it's completely useless to me. I've spent so much effort, so many resources, and paid such a huge price to wait here for the demon-vanquishing Saintus group to take the initiative to jump in. With such a large formation to deal with you, do you think I'm stupid enough to fight you? The voice in the dark laughed loudly. Fu Yunny did not expect that this trap was set up specifically for the demon-vanquishing Saintus group. It seemed that the Bloodbath Alliance had really put in a lot of effort to deal with them. This large formation was prepared to deal with the 5 members of the demon-vanquishing Saintus group. But this time she came alone. To face such a powerful and terrifying formation alone, the situation was obviously not good. Fu Yunny knew this very well. This time, she had really miscalculated. She expected that it would be a little dangerous, and that there might be some unexpected situations. However, she had always felt that she should still be able to completely control it, but she did not expect that the situation would exceed her expectations. Useless is useless. Why are you still trying to talk nonsense? Fu Yunny said disdainfully. Goading her would definitely not work, but Fu Yunny also wanted to scold her a little. At least she would feel a little better. Qin Shao, you'll have to pray for yourself later. I might not be able to take care of you. If there's any danger, ask Baby Mo to come out and protect you. Although she's not very strong, she should be quite good at protecting herself. Fu Yunny suddenly said to Qin Shao. What was she saying? She still needed Baby Mo to protect her? That was impossible. Baby Mo's ability to protect himself was not bad, but her ability to protect herself was not bad either. Not only was her ability to protect herself not bad, but her strength was also not bad, right? Therefore, Qin Shao gritted her teeth and said with certainty, Don't worry, Miss Fu. Just take care of yourself. I, Qin Shao, am not that weak, am I? Who knows, I might have to save you in the end. Tisk, Fu Yunny snorted disdainfully. Did she need Qin Shao to save her? Then, the sun would rise from the west. This kind of obviously impossible thing, she, Fu Yunny, would never think too much about it. Voila! At this moment, a black thunderbolt surged out of the darkness. With an extremely powerful force, it heavily struck Fu Yunny's spatial barrier. Under such a heavy blow, Fu Yunny's space barrier was forcibly torn open, and a hole was torn in it. As soon as the hole was torn open, the goo worms and dark poisonous gas surged inside, almost instantly filling up the hole, wrapping Qin Shao and Fu Yunny inside. Fu Yunny released her immortal energy and formed a small protective barrier around her, protecting her holiness from being violated. The goo worms and the dark poisonous gas were all blocked, and the powerful force contended against the poisonous creatures. Fu Yunny's strength was indeed very strong. Those poisonous creatures were blocked by her immortal energy and could not get close to her. It was just that this scene was indeed very frightening to look at. One could see countless goo worms pouncing towards you and biting at Fu Yunny's immortal energy protective barrier. One could clearly see all kinds of goo worms. They would make you feel a sense of danger at all times. If you were not careful, you might be bitten to death and eaten by these goo worms. Although Fu Yunny said to let Qin Shao fend for herself, the truth was that she was still taking care of Qin Shao. Her immortal energy protective barrier also enveloped Qin Shao. At this moment, the two of them were back to back, and they seemed to be quite intimate. Humph, Fu Yeni, you can block for now, but let's see how long you can last. The goo worms and dark poisonous gas here are enough to deal with your entire demon-vanquishing saintess group. This sovereign does not believe that you can hold on for long. Of course, this sovereign will not give you the chance to hold on for long. In order to wait for this day, this sovereign has been waiting for a long time. There are good things waiting for you. The voice in the darkness spoke again, filled with playfulness and malice. Fu Yeni's expression darkened slightly. She knew that the situation was very bad. It seemed that she had to think of a way to leave this place. In today's situation, she was definitely at a disadvantage. The only thing she could think of now was how to preserve her life. Fu Yeni did not think too much about other things. As long as she could preserve her life, that was the most important thing. In the darkness, a dark light suddenly shot out. The speed of this dark light was incomparably fast, slender like a water snake, directly rushing towards Fu Yeni. At the same time, another terrifying force slashed down from the darkness. It was clearly the fourth-step ancient saint in the darkness who had made his move. Even though the fourth-step ancient saint hidden in the darkness had yet to reveal himself, judging from the way he attacked, it was clear that he wasn't weak at all. He attacked with all his strength, and under the terrifying turbulence of the great formation, he naturally posed a great threat to Fu Yeni. Faced with such a threat, Fu Yeni could only choose to fight back with all her strength. But in this way, it would be difficult for the black light snake to dodge. These two threats came at the same time, and Fu Yeni was trapped in the great formation at this time. It was actually very difficult for her to dodge. Under such circumstances, Fu Yeni could only choose to block the attack of the fourth-step ancient saint first before deciding on anything else. There's a sense of danger. No, the situation is not good. Qin Shao suddenly frowned and subconsciously felt that the situation was not good. After realizing this, Qin Shao did not hesitate and directly blocked in front of Fu Yeni in an instant. At the same time, Qin Zhao's Li Sheng flying dagger also flew out to block the black light. But the strange thing was that the black light actually bypassed Li Sheng flying dagger and directly entered Qin Zhao's body. Even Li Sheng flying dagger could not block it at all, nor could it hurt the black light at all. In an instant, it entered Qin Zhao's body. As soon as the black light entered her body, Qin Shao immediately felt as if thousands of tiny worms had entered her body and exploded in an instant, spreading to every part of her body. There was a tiny worm in every blood vessel and meridian, invading her everything. The thousands of tiny worms exploded at the same time and launched a terrifying invasion on Qin Shao. Suddenly, Qin Shao could not help but cry out in pain. Half of her knee involuntarily knelt on the ground, and her whole body seemed to be convulsing. The muscles on her face were very distorted, and it was obvious that she was in great pain. Pain, unprecedented pain. Her body, soul, and will all suffered great damage at the same time. This kind of great pain was really something that Qin Shao had never experienced before. Therefore, even Qin Shao, who had an incomparably firm heart, could not help but cry out in pain. Qin Shao stared at the darkness, but unfortunately, she could not see the fourth-step ancient saint in the darkness. After Fu Yeni blocked the attack of the ancient saint in the darkness, she immediately looked at Qin Shao and said anxiously and angrily, "Qin Shao, what are you doing? Who asked you to show off? Who asked you to block the poison for me? Do you know that this will kill you? You will die." "Will I die?" Qin Shao gritted his teeth and endured the terrible pain with all his might. The veins on Qin Zhao's forehead were popping out, but Qin Shao was still holding it in, not allowing himself to cry out. Qin Shao looked at Fu Yeni and actually laughed out loud. "I've always believed that I'm blessed and won't die so easily. Even the heavens will not accept a good person like me. Therefore, don't worry, I will not die so easily. It is just a poison. What's so great about it? It is not so easy to kill me, Qin Shao." "Miss Fu, you are wrong about something," I'm not trying to show off. I'm just doing what a man should do. You want me to watch the poison enter your body? I am sorry, but I, Qin Shao, cannot do that. Not to mention you, Fu Yeni, even if it were someone else, I would not sit by and do nothing. I would definitely take action. If it were you, I would definitely take action. I have already said that I might be able to save you. As a man, I have to do what I boast, right? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Fu Yeni's heart was inexplicably touched and trembled slightly. This feeling was very strange. Fu Yeni could not describe it, but she felt that her heartstrings were being pulled. She was not a person who was easily moved, but she did not know why Qin Zhao's words touched her. This man did not care about her life and death and blocked the attack for her at this time of danger. There were many men who pursued her, but how many of them could really do this? Qin Shao was merely a first-step ancient saint. Originally, a battle of this level was far from something he could intervene in. However, Qin Shao had stepped forward bravely without hesitation and forcefully blocked the goo poison for him. Although she was touched, Fu Yeni was still a little angry on the surface. She said angrily, "Are you stupid? Do I need you to save me? Do you really think this poison can do anything to me? But you are different. You are just a first-step ancient saint. It is difficult for you to block this poison. Even if I am infected with this poison, I can still get rid of it. Why did you rush out to join in the fun?" Qin Shao smiled and said, "Then take it that I am stupid. I think it is worth it to be stupid for you, Miss Fu." Worth it? Worth what? These simple words inexplicably touched Fu Yeni's heart again. Fu Yeni had heard so many nice words that she was no longer interested in them. But Qin Zhao's words sounded very simple and even a little old-fashioned, but they could inexplicably touch her heart. This made Fu Yeni feel very strange. Why did she feel this way? Could it be that she had some feelings for Qin Shao? Impossible, absolutely impossible, definitely impossible. This guy, how could she take another look at him? There were so many young masters who were more outstanding than him, but she did not even take a look at them. What did Qin Shao do? Besides, she had never had any thoughts about the relationship between men and women. Not even a little bit. Fu Yeni, you've really hit the jackpot this time. There's actually an idiot who blocked the goo poison for you. What an infatuated person. But infatuated men are destined to not have a good ending. The final ending is bound to be a tragedy. So, this silly boy will die soon. Fu Yeni, he will die because of you. Chapter 2758. The voice in the darkness sneered. The words you caused his death were like an arrow piercing Fu Yeni's heart, making Fu Yeni's heart tremble. Hearing this, she felt very uncomfortable. If Qin Shao was really dead, then she would definitely feel guilty and apologetic. She would definitely feel that she was the one who caused his death. You're the silly boy, your whole family are silly boys. So what if I'm the infatuated type? I want to be the infatuated type, what can you do about it? But a cold-blooded and heartless person like you will definitely not be able to understand the feeling of infatuation, because it's impossible for you to have feelings. I really feel sad for people like you, it's too sad. Friendship and righteousness are the two most precious things in this world, but unfortunately you don't have them. You only have cold-blooded and heartless, and your brain is worse than pigs and dogs. It's really sad for people like you to live. I think it's better for you to end your own life early, so that we don't have to kill you. Qin Shao angrily scolded back. When it came to scolding people, Qin Shao would never lose to others. Since the person in the darkness dared to ridicule him, Qin Shao naturally would not be polite, and directly retorted back. Infatuated type? Hearing these three words, Fu Yeni's heart was slightly shaken, and she looked deeply at Qin Shao. What did this guy mean? Was this an indirect confession? Qin Shao also felt Fu Yenny's deep gaze, and immediately coughed and explained. Miss Fu, I didn't mean it like that. The infatuated type I was talking about was me. I didn't mean that I'm infatuated with you. Don't worry, Miss Fu, I know myself, and I won't like you. I don't like to do things that invite contempt. So, you don't have to worry about me having any improper thoughts about you. I only have respect for you, Miss Fu. Impossible? Don't have to worry at all? No improper thoughts? Only respect? In Qin Zhao's eyes, was she so unattractive? Although there was a strange feeling in her heart, Fu Yenny still coldly stared at Qin Shao and said, It's good that you know. Women, in fact, were often contradictory creatures. The more beautiful a woman was, the more prominent it was. Beautiful women, on the one hand, looked down on those men who had improper thoughts about her, and felt that these men were shameless, lustful, shameless, and dirty. However, if a man really told her that he didn't have any improper thoughts about her and that she didn't need to worry, then this beautiful woman would immediately become unhappy. She was so beautiful and elegant. There were so many men who liked her. There were so many outstanding young masters. How could an ordinary person like him say that he didn't have any improper thoughts about her? At this time, the beautiful woman even suspected that this man was blind. Did he have a different sexual orientation? Humph, I think the two of you should stop flirting over there. Silly boy, you don't have much time left. You will die soon. Since you still have some time, why don't you enjoy the last moments of your life, or leave behind some last words? This poison is a poison that this Lord spent 49 universe epochs to successfully refine. It is enough to kill any life form below the world god level. After being poisoned by this poison of mine, you will definitely die. Even this Lord has not been able to refine the antidote. So, don't have any delusions. It is useless. There's also Fu Yenny. Don't worry, it's your turn soon. That silly boy can block it for you once, but he will not be able to block it for you a second time. When the two of you are poisoned, this Lord will have a good time playing with you. The voice in the darkness sounded again. It was very happy and proud, showing off its masterpiece. Qin Shao was unhappy, but he could clearly feel that this might be the case. He could already feel his soul, consciousness, and even life force slowly dissipating. At this rate, he was really going to die soon. He had no way to resist this terrifying goo poison. You are courting death. Fu Yenny was completely enraged. She spat out a few words in an incomparably cold voice. With a move of her hand, a bow that exuded an extremely powerful aura appeared in her hand. She pulled the bow forcefully, and a golden arrow slowly appeared. This golden arrow was formed by the power of laws, the might of the heavenly Tao, and the supreme divine. Seeing the bow in Fu Yenny's hand, Qin Shao recalled the scene of the Bloodbath Alliance's third step ancient saint being killed. It was still vivid in his mind. That scene was really too shocking. Even now, when Qin Shao thought about it, he still wanted to clap his hands and praise. That arrow was really too powerful. This was clearly Fu Yenny's trump card. She would not use it easily. When she really used it, it meant that she was very angry and wanted to use her true strength. Oh, the Fushi Bao. I have long heard of the power of the Fushi Bao. I just don't know how powerful it is. It seems like I will be able to experience it today. However, according to what I know, using the Fushi Bao consumes a lot of energy. I believe you can only shoot a few arrows, right? You are still struggling when you are at death's door. I would like to see how long you can struggle. The fourth step ancient saint in the dark was very confident. He was not afraid of any of Fu Yenny's tricks. He had come prepared. Fu Yenny snorted coldly. She loosened her grip and the Fushi Bao was shot out. Dazzling golden sacred light suddenly poured out, bathing the heaven and earth in a bubble in an instant. It seemed like it was going to sweep away all the darkness in the heaven and earth. It was so powerful that it was terrifying. The moment the arrow was shot out, Qin Shao felt suffocated under the monstrous golden sacred light. He felt as if time and space had stopped in an instant. Although the arrow was not shot at him, it made Qin Shao feel as if he was facing death. It was too powerful. It was the most powerful, and the most holy power. This arrow was going to sweep away all the darkness and purify the darkness in the world. This arrow would give people a lot of confidence. At the very least, after Qin Shao felt the power of this arrow, he also felt that this arrow would probably be able to wipe out everything in this world and break this great array. The power of this arrow had long been deeply imprinted in Qin Zhao's mind. This arrow was strong enough to threaten a fourth-step ancient saint. Therefore, when he saw Fu Yeni shoot this arrow, Qin Shao felt a lot more confident. However, the result was not what he had hoped for. When Fu Yeni shot out the arrow, the goo poison great formation became more violent. Countless goo poison insects rushed over and formed a thick wall to block this arrow. This arrow was extremely powerful, but the goo poison great formation was even more powerful. Therefore, in the end, the arrow was blocked. It's blocked. Seeing this, Qin Shao shook his head helplessly. The situation was not good. He was in a very bad situation now. The terrible goo poison insects in his body were causing trouble, crazily devouring him, and immersing him in endless pain. Qin Shao had also used a great deal of willpower and strength of faith to barely hold on. However, even if he could withstand the pain, it was difficult to really block the crazy devouring of the goo poison. He could not find a way to solve it. If this situation continued, he would not be able to live for long. He would really die. If he did not find a way to leave this place, Qin Shao was afraid that he would really die here. Dying for a beauty was also a kind of heroism, right? Qin Shao smiled bitterly in his heart and gritted his teeth. It seemed that it was time to test the strength of the ancient token given by his master, and whether it could take him out of here. The ancient token could not only be used to defend against enemies, but also to leave through time and space. Ha! Fu Yeni, as the leader of the demon-vanquishing Saintess group, I think you are just SOSO. You don't have any heaven-defying experience. Even the Fushi arrow has been used, but what can you do? You still can't break my goo poison great formation, and you still can't get out of here. From what I see, you shouldn't put up such a pointless resistance. Just obediently accept your death. The person in the dark was extremely pleased with himself and laughed playfully. If he could defeat Fu Yeni, it was indeed something to be proud of, something to show off, and something to brag about outside. In terms of strength, he was obviously far from Fu Yeni's match. But with the help of the goo poison great formation, he could turn the situation around. He had paid a great price for this goo poison great formation. He had waited for so many years for this day. This day had finally arrived. How could he not be happy? How could he not be proud? How could he not be excited? Fu Yeni's face was very gloomy and a little ugly. Even the Fushi arrow had not been used. It seemed that with her current strength and means, it was really difficult for her to break a path out of here. This time, she did not come prepared. Otherwise, she would not have ended up like this. Now, what should she do? How could she leave this place? Fu Yeni looked at Qin Shao, who was enduring the pain, and her heart ached inexplicably. She felt a little guilty. Although Qin Shao wanted to come with her, if she did not have the intention to pull Qin Shao into the righteous alliance, things would not have ended up like this. She was not afraid of death. But if she caused Qin Shao to die with her, she would feel very guilty. Ever since she had the idea to deal with the Bloodbath Alliance, Fu Yeni had already prepared for the worst. She was ready to sacrifice her precious life for the light of justice. But she was also a somewhat conceited and proud woman. She did not expect that she would fall into the trap of a treacherous villain and fall into such a predicament. He he he, Miss Fu Yunny, this sovereign sees that you are indeed very beautiful. Speaking of which, I have been drooling over you for a long time. This time, I'm going to get what I want. Don't worry, don't worry. I will not kill you so easily. Before I obtain your body, I will not let you die. This sovereign has a lot of good stuff here. I guarantee that once you drink it, you will immediately go crazy and do the thing between a man and a woman with this sovereign, seeking bliss. I already knew that your demon-vanquishing saintess group was full of top-quality women. It's a pity that only you, Fu Yunny, came this time. Fine, fine. I will have a taste of you first. In the future, I will think of a way to have a taste of the others. I believe that you will definitely give me a taste that is different from the others. The voice in the darkness was not only playful, it was now full of shamelessness. When Fu Yunny heard this, her face turned green. Her body trembled and she was incomparably angry. Hateful bastard, damn it! Chapter 2759. You're courting death. Upon hearing such heartless and humiliating words, Qin Shao was infuriated and spat out 2 words coldly. His gaze was fixed on the darkness. It was a pity that he wasn't strong enough and couldn't find the bastard in the darkness. When had Fu Yunny ever been humiliated in such a way? She could not wait to kill the 4th step ancient saint in the darkness, but she could not even see his figure. She was trapped in the poison formation, and there was nothing she could do. She could only be angry. You're just a mere 1st step ancient saint, and you want to be my bodyguard? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Do you think you're worthy? A mere ant like you dares to speak so rudely in front of me? Tell me, how should I punish you? Don't worry, I have a lot of fun poison here. I'll make you do everything and obey everything. Oh right, I thought of something fun. I have a lot of life forms that are interested in men. I believe they'll be suitable for you. However, they're all rough people. I don't know if your weak and thin body can withstand them. Don't kill yourself immediately. That won't be fun. Ha ha ha, how dare you speak rudely in front of me? I'll let you know what it means to beg for death. I'll destroy your so-called arrogance bit by bit and let you know what it means to be humble. The voice in the darkness mocked Qin Shao. Gotcha. Qin Shao clenched her fist. She could not wait to kill someone. Damn it, you're courting death. You're courting death. However, there was no need for her to waste her breath on him. She had to find a way to leave this place. Humph. After Fu Yunny coldly snorted, she drew her bow and shot another arrow. The Fushi arrow that could destroy heaven and earth did not cause any landslides or tsunamis. It could not break through the poison formation. Just as the Fushi arrow was being suppressed, 4 rays of dark light suddenly shot out, the same dark light as the previous one. This was a terrifying poison. Qin Shao had already tasted the horror of this poison. At this moment, she saw the 4 rays of dark light shooting out from 4 different directions at an extremely fast speed. Under such circumstances, Qin Shao and Fu Yunny had no way to dodge. Be careful! Qin Shao shouted and pounced on Fu Yunny. He tried his best to use his body to block Fu Yunny and prevent the poison from entering Fu Yunny's body. At the same time, Qin Shao directly used the ancient token. He had no choice but to give it a try. He did not know whether the ancient token would work or not. However, at this moment, Qin Shao had no other choice. He could only hope that this ancient token would be useful. No matter what, the ancient token was a life-saving treasure given to him by his master. The possibility of it being useful was not small. As soon as the ancient token was used, a powerful force was emitted and enveloped Qin Shao and Fu Yunny. The powerful force directly rushed into the poison formation and forcibly tore open a hole. It directly tore open the void and then entered the void crack. Soon, it disappeared without a trace. After Qin Shao and Fu Yunny disappeared, a figure walked out from the darkness. His face was filled with anger and coldness. After he scanned the surroundings, he roared furiously at the sky. "Ah, damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Bastard! This lord has calculated everything. How could I still miscalculate? Everything should be under this lord's control. How could something like this still happen? This lord spent so much effort and paid such a huge price. After waiting for so long, I finally got this opportunity. How could I still not succeed? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" On the other side, after jumping out of the void, Qin Shao held Fu Yunyi tightly. The two jumped into a vast expanse. Although Qin Shao used the ancient token to escape in time, he still could not avoid the attack of the dark light and poison. Now, Qin Shao was poisoned even more deeply. His whole body began to turn black. Black things could be seen moving rapidly in his body, devouring everything about Qin Shao. The impact of endless pain made Qin Shao feel like death was better than living. His consciousness began to blur. His condition was very bad. Fu Yunyi hugged Qin Shao and said anxiously and angrily, "Do you want to die? Don't you know how terrible this poison is? Why did you block it for me?" Qin Shao tried to squeeze out a smile and said with some difficulty, "It's okay. I'm tough. I won't die. Men like to be heroes. It's rare to have a chance to be a hero. Qin Shao will naturally seize it. Ha ha, men are especially handsome when they are heroes, aren't they?" Fu Yunyi rolled her eyes at Qin Shao and scolded, "Shut up." Speaking of which, Qin Shao really felt a little tired and wanted to sleep. Just like when he was still a mortal in the Qin family, he wanted to sleep when he was tired. After becoming a god, he did not feel sleepy at all. He did not need to sleep to replenish his strength. But now, under the devouring of this terrible poison, Qin Shao felt very tired. This was a kind of dissipation of his soul consciousness. This was a sign of approaching death. If Qin Shao really fell asleep, he was afraid that he would never wake up. "I'm so tired, Miss Fu. It must be very warm to sleep in your arms, right?" Qin Zhao's breath began to weaken. His eyes were so heavy that he could not open them. "Go away!" Fu Yunyi suddenly reacted and pushed Qin Shao away, letting Qin Shao roll to the side. Men and women should not be so close. Fu Yunyi did not think about this in a hurry just now. She let Qin Shao hug her for a while. She also hugged Qin Shao and let Qin Shao lie in her arms for a while. Now that Qin Shao said this, she suddenly reacted. Fu Yunyi had never had such intimate physical contact with a man before. "You men are really bad. You all like to take advantage of women." Fu Yunyi stared coldly at Qin Shao. Thinking of the intimate physical contact with Qin Shao just now, she felt that Qin Shao took advantage of her. Qin Shao, who rolled to the side, smiled bitterly. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He really did not want to take advantage of Fu Yunyi on purpose, although he did take advantage of her. But he did not do it on purpose. The situation just now was too urgent, so he did not think too much. The person who hugged him just now was Fu Yunyi. It was not like he wanted to lie in her arms. He was now a patient. There was no sympathy at all. There was no other way. Fu Yunyi didn't help him. Qin Shao could only struggle on his own. He stood up with difficulty and tried his best not to look so pathetic. But at this time, Qin Zhao's body was getting darker and darker. It seemed that the goo poison was getting stronger and his condition was getting worse. Although Qin Shao tried all kinds of methods to fight against this terrible goo poison, the results were not very good. "Well, something is wrong." Qin Shao suddenly frowned as he recalled something, and then he looked at Fu Yunyi and said, "There were 4 rays of dark light that shot over just now. I only blocked 3 of them, and the last one landed on you? No. Do you think I'm so useless? How could those dark rays of light hit this lady?" Fu Yunyi immediately denied. But this woman was obviously not good at lying. Although she said it very decisively, Qin Shao was still sharp enough to tell that she was lying. Although Fu Yeni hid it well, Qin Shao could clearly sense that there was something wrong with her body. When Fu Yeni hugged him just now, Qin Shao actually felt it, but he did not think too much about it. Only now did he remember where the last ray of dark light had gone. There was only one answer. It must be that Fu Yeni was poisoned. Qin Shao suddenly moved in front of Fu Yeni and grabbed Fu Yeni's wrist at lightning speed. She lifted it up and saw that some dark worms were flowing quickly and devouring Fu Yeni's body. Seeing Qin Zhao's sudden action, Fu Yeni was slightly shocked. She was stunned and stood rooted to the ground. After a long while, Fu Yeni suddenly reacted and came back to her senses. She shook off Qin Zhao's hand with force and withdrew it. Then she shrank back and said, "What are you doing? Don't you know that a girl's hand is not supposed to be grabbed? If it weren't for the fact that you risked your life to block the goo poison for me, I would have broken your dirty hand just now. Next time, you're not allowed to touch me. If you dare to touch me again, don't blame me for being rude to you." Regarding the previous situation, this young lady will take it that I was in a hurry because I was in a difficult situation. Next time, even if you're in a hurry, you're not allowed to do this again. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily. Do you understand? If you dare to take advantage of me like this again, you'll have to bear the consequences. Qin Shao was speechless. His good intentions were treated as ill intent? He thought about it and shook his head. This woman was too reserved. But how should he put it? It was pardonable. It was not a bad thing. A reserved woman was actually quite good. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, Okay. I won't touch you in the future. Just now, I wanted to test whether you were poisoned or not. That's why I grabbed your hand in a hurry. If you're not happy about it, then I'll just let you catch him. Take a look at my body. If you want to grab me, you can grab me. Get lost. Fu Yeni cursed and said, I don't want to grab you anywhere. Qin Shao shrugged his shoulders and said, Young Miss Fu, you are really generous. Then this matter will be considered over. Let's take a look at where we are now and think about how we can save ourselves. Fu Yeni looked around. Qin Shao also looked around. After comparing the map, Qin Shao found that they were still very far away from the immortal region. But the good thing was that they managed to escape. They managed to escape from the giant stone elephant alive. Qin Shao also rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he had a good master. He did not expect this ancient token to be so powerful that it could really bring him out. If he had known this would happen, he would have used the ancient token to escape earlier. Miscalculation, a big miscalculation. He did not know if he would be able to survive this ordeal. Ba. No, when did he lose so much confidence? Yes, I can definitely get through it. He did not believe that his life was so weak that he would really die here. No, it can't be. There must be a way. How about asking for help from Master? Qin Shao could not help but have this idea in his heart. But Qin Shao still hesitated. It was so far away. Even if he asked for help from Master, he might not be able to come in time. Chapter 2760. Fu Yeni was also poisoned. Although she looked very calm on the surface, she would occasionally frown, which showed that she was not in a good condition. She was in great pain, but she was trying her best not to show it. Of course, her strength was stronger, so her ability to resist this pain was also stronger. Fu Yeni was also trying her best to use her strength to resist the poison, trying to get rid of it. But this poison was very scary and very strange. She tried all kinds of methods, but there was no way to get rid of it. She could not get rid of it, but she could only suppress it temporarily. But the poison was still in her body, wantonly devouring everything about her, devouring her body. It seems that the heavens have not forsaken us. Fu Yeni looked around and suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Hearing Fu Yeni's words, Qin Shao looked at her doubtfully. What method did Fu Yeni have to deal with this scary poison? Fu Yeni did not say much. She took Qin Shao and rushed in a direction at the fastest speed. Qin Shao did not know where they were going, but he did not ask. Since Fu Yeni did not say anything, there was nothing to ask. He just trusted her. After the two of them walked in the endless cosmic ocean for a while, Fu Yeni asked Qin Shao, "Are you okay?" "Oh, Miss Fu, you still care about whether I live or die. Just look at me and you will know whether I am okay or not." Qin Shao laughed bitterly. He was trying to find joy in the midst of suffering. His situation was getting worse and worse, and his consciousness was getting more and more blurry. Qin Shao used his strong willpower to support himself, not letting himself fall. But this kind of resistance was very, very difficult. He was constantly under the attack of the crazy devouring power of the terrifying poison. He was immersed in terrible pain all the time. Under the impact of such torrential pain, Qin Shao naturally did not have it easy. At this time, his body had almost completely turned black. Even his 7 orifices were emitting black gas, which was terrifying to look at. His whole body was weak, and he was very sleepy. He wanted to fall down and fall asleep, and then he would die. However, Qin Shao knew that he couldn't do this. He couldn't admit defeat. He must hold on and bite the bullet. The strength of his mind supported him. He must not fall. Hold on a little longer. We will reach Guyong City soon. Once we reach Guyong City, we will be saved. Fu Yeni bit her red lips and said to Qin Shao, "Guyong City?" Qin Shao had never heard of it before. Looking at the direction that Fu Yeni was heading in, she didn't seem to be heading towards any of the 8 great saint domains. Instead, she was getting further and further away from the immortal domain. This place was closer to the Sword Cultivator Saint region. However, since they weren't going to the Sword Cultivator Saint region, he didn't know where the Guyong City that Fu Yeni spoke of was. Will we be saved once we reach Guyong City? What kind of existences are there in Guyong City? Qin Shao knew that in the boundless universe, in addition to the 8 great saint domains, there were also boundless universes and many celestial bodies in the boundless universe. There are also some people who have established their own places of cultivation, palaces, and even cities in the endless infinity Warlock Sea. For example, the 8 realms' divine palaces were palaces built in the boundless universe. For example, it was very likely that the huge stone elephant was also man-made. There were many such celestial bodies in the boundless universe. This Guyong City might also be a celestial body of this type. By the way, Qin Shao, what method did you use to jump out of the poison array? Fu Yeni suddenly asked. Qin Shao answered in a weak voice. It's nothing, it's just a life-saving trump card my master gave me. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. In fact, Fu Yeni had already expected this. She didn't feel like asking about this kind of thing. But when she saw that Qin Zhao's condition was getting worse, she wanted to talk to Qin Shao to divert her attention. If she was too quiet, the pain would only be magnified. By diverting her attention, the pain would be reduced by a lot. In fact, she was also in a lot of pain, but she was forcefully enduring it. But she knew that Qin Shao must be in a lot more pain than her. Qin Zhao's poison was 4 times deeper than hers. Moreover, Qin Shao had been poisoned for a longer time than her. Judging from Qin Zhao's current condition, she was really worried that Qin Shao wouldn't be able to reach Guyong City alive. But this poison was very scary. It wasn't something that could be eliminated by immortal energy. Any kind of power could only slightly suppress it, but couldn't really eliminate this terrifying poison. However, Fu Yeni was clearly not a person who was good at chatting. Fu Yeni thought for a while, then said, Qin Shao, do you regret joining the Righteous Alliance? Do you regret joining me? I do, Qin Shao replied. Hearing Qin Zhao's answer, Fu Yunyi was stunned. She was a little confused. Her jade eyes widened slightly, and she looked coldly at Qin Zhao with a look of surprise. Obviously, this answer was not what she had expected. Although she was the one who asked this question, she didn't expect Qin Zhao to say that he regretted it. Had she misjudged him? Was he, Qin Zhao, such a cowardly person? If that was really the case, then she was really blind. After being stunned for a while, Fu Yunyi's face turned cold. She said in a low voice, "You can back out of the Righteous Alliance at any time. It's hard for us to join, but it's easy for us to leave. You only need to say one word to me. Our Righteous Alliance will definitely not cause any trouble for you. You can rest assured about this. Hurry up. You can just say that you're leaving now." Our Righteous Alliance's basic rules still need to be followed. Qin Zhao shook his head and said, "Miss Fu, what I mean is that I regret joining the Righteous Alliance so late. I regret meeting you so late. Otherwise, I could have thrown myself into the cause of justice earlier. I could have helped my heart listen to justice and fought against the Bloodbath Alliance. Most importantly, I could have fought side by side with you, Miss Fu. Although I didn't do much, I still learned a lot." Fu Yunyi was shocked. She was just about to get angry, but now she couldn't get angry. Glib tongue. "You're not serious at all. If it weren't for the fact that you were poisoned, I would have kicked you away." Fu Yunyi glared at Qin Zhao and scolded him. Although she was scolding him, she didn't know why, but she felt a sweet feeling in her heart. The two were clearly not good at chatting, especially with the opposite sex. Therefore, the topics they talked about were very short. Basically, after a few sentences, they had nothing to say and had to change to another topic. In order to keep Qin Zhao awake, Fu Yunyi worked very hard. Finally, they saw the light. In the endless cosmic ocean, a city appeared in front of Qin Zhao and Fu Yunyi. This city was very big. It was even bigger than the 8 Regions God Palace. From afar, it looked like a huge piece of land. On the land, there was a huge city, just like those big cities in the Immortal Domain. Of course, this city was much bigger than any city in the Immortal Domain that Qin Zhao had seen before. The entire city was shrouded in a huge light screen. It was as if it was covered in a huge glass ball. Apparently, this was a great array that protected the city. It could block out the sea breeze and chaotic storms from the endless universe ocean and prevent them from entering the city. This ensured the absolute peace of the city. An incomparably huge city gate landed on top of the city. Entering the city had to be done through the city gate in the sky. Moreover, there was only one city gate in the entire city. The huge city gate was more than 100,000 feet tall and more than 100,000 feet wide. It was incomparably huge and incomparably heavy. On top of the city gate, there were some living beings from the monster race and beast race. They were obviously the guards of the city gate. These living beings were all 4th step heavenly venerables. They exuded a powerful aura that made people not dare to act rashly. In addition to the living beings from the monster race and beast race, there was also a powerful legion of 100 people guarding the city gate. There was a sentry every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. The city gate was extremely heavily guarded. No one could enter or leave without a good reason. Moreover, these guards all exuded 4th step heavenly venerables aura. There were 100 people from the monster race and beast race. In addition, there were 100 people from the human race's City Guard Legion. Adding up to 200 City Gate Guards, there were 200 4th step heavenly venerables. This was enough to show how powerful the forces guarding the city gate were. It was no exaggeration to say that even a 2nd step heavenly venerables would not dare to act rashly here. An ordinary 1st step heavenly venerables would be courting death if they dared to act rashly here. Just these city gate guards alone were enough to obliterate them. Above the huge city gate, there were 2 simple and unadorned words carved into it: Gu Yong. These two words also exuded an extremely powerful aura. It was obvious that these two words had been carved by an extremely powerful being. Based on the aura alone, it was likely that this person was a world celestial. A world celestial was enough to intimidate a part of the universe, no matter where he or she was. This was Guyong City. It seems like this Guyong City is very likely to be overseen by a world celestial. It's no wonder that the city gate guards are so powerful. Ordinary heavenly venerables would not dare to act rashly here. I'm afraid that ordinary heavenly venerables would not be able to enter this city. I never thought that there would be such a magnificent city in the depths of the endless universe ocean. Just by looking at it, I can tell that this city should be very prosperous. There are a lot of buildings, and it seems that there should be a lot of people living here. It's no wonder that Fu Yeni said that we would be saved once we reached Guyong City. It seems like he was right. Qin Shao pondered in his heart for a while. Fu Yeni brought Qin Shao to the entrance of Guyong City. Although the guards did not recognize Fu Yeni, they could sense the powerful aura emanating from Fu Yeni. Therefore, they did not stop them. They opened the city gate and allowed Fu Yeni and Qin Shao to enter Guyong City. The moment they entered, they felt much more comfortable. The aura here was very comfortable. It was very quiet and warm here. It was not as cold as the endless universe ocean. After entering this place, they felt as though they had returned to the immortal domain. Looking down from high up in the sky, this huge city was filled with buildings. Many magnificent buildings stood in the middle of the city, showing off the prosperity of Guyong City. In a bustling area, Qin Shao saw many people gathered there, forming an extremely bustling area. Don't look around first. Let's walk this way. We can slowly explore Guyong City after your poison is cured, Fu Yeni said. Qin Shao retracted his gaze and followed Fu Yeni to a place. Chapter 2761. Following Fu Yeni, the two of them soon arrived in front of a house. This house looked ordinary, like a place where ordinary people lived. The house was quite big, but it felt cold and cheerless, without any vitality. Moreover, it was located in a relatively remote place. There was no one around, which made it even more deserted. If it were not for the fact that this place was clean, one would think that it was a wasteland. At the entrance of the house, a short and stout man was lazily lying on a rocking chair. A thin and small monkey was gently rocking the chair. From time to time, the monkey would give the short and stout man a mouthful of fruit and a mouthful of wine. This made the short and stout man very happy. The short and stout man was enjoying himself very much. He was lying there with his eyes closed, enjoying the feeling of being served. His face was filled with a happy smile. However, when he smiled, his whole face was like a big pumpkin, round like a pie. Moreover, when he smiled, his eyes narrowed into slits, which made him look even weirder. Qin Shao had seen a lot of fat people. For example, Fatty Kai was so fat that he looked like a ball of meat. He could even roll on the ground. The person in front of him was even fatter than Fatty Kai. Not only was he wealthier than Fatty Kai, but he was also much shorter than Fatty Kai. This head was at most a little over a meter tall. Being so short, he looked even fatter. This appearance was very comical. Coupled with the monkey behind him, who was as thin as a bamboo stick, the two of them formed a very sharp contrast, which made them even more comical. This skinny monkey was not only thin, but also very tall. He was at least 2 meters tall, which was almost twice as tall as the short and stout man. The combination of the two of them was indeed very strange. Qin Shao felt that it was an eye-opener, and he could not help but laugh. Interesting. It was indeed a very interesting combination. They are actually. Both of them are in the Ancient Saint Realm? One of them is in the second step of the Ancient Saint Realm, and the other is in the first step of the Ancient Saint Realm. But soon, Qin Shao was shocked. As soon as he checked his aura, he found that the short and stout man was in the second step of the ancient saint realm. As for the skinny monkey, he was in the first step of the ancient saint realm. It was really strange. He was in the first step of the ancient saint realm, and he could take human form, but the skinny monkey still maintained his beast form and did not take human form. That skinny monkey looked so frail and weak that he could not even stand a gust of wind. He looked like a pet that people could play with. Who would have thought that he would be an ancient saint existence? The two ancient saint realm existences were just here to pass time. It was really surprising. Where exactly was this place? It was clearly out of place with the bleak and defeated scene in front of him. Please stop. If there's nothing important, don't come any closer. Leave quickly. We don't welcome outsiders here. The short and stout man sensed the arrival of Qin Shao and the skinny monkey, but he did not even lift his eyelids. After taking a sip of wine, he spat out these words. In other words, he wanted to chase Qin Shao and Yi Qingyu away. Fu Yunyi ignored him and continued to walk forward. The short and stout man was a little unhappy. He closed his eyes and said to the skinny monkey behind him, "Little Skinny, send them away. Don't disturb Master's peace." The skinny monkey looked over. When he saw Fu Yunyi, he was about to step forward, but he tactfully retreated. He even puckered his lips at Fu Yunyi and gave her a simple and honest smile. Seeing that the skinny monkey did not move, the short and stout man scolded, "Little Skinny, are you deaf? You don't listen to eldest senior brother?" Cough, eldest senior brother, I think you should do it yourself. I really can't handle it, the skinny monkey said awkwardly. The short and stout man raised his eyebrows and opened his squinted eyes. However, the flesh on his face was too thick, so even when he opened his eyes, it still gave off the feeling that they were only a thin slit. From afar, it was as if he did not have eyes at all. The short and stout man's movements seemed to be a little sluggish. He slowly got up, stretched his body, and then slowly turned around. As he turned around, he said impatiently, "What's wrong with the two of you? Didn't you hear what I just said? We don't welcome outsiders here. I told you to get lost." But when he said the last word, Fu Yunyi and Qin Shao had already walked in front of him. Only then did he see Fu Yunyi clearly. After seeing Fu Yunyi, the short and stout man immediately trembled. It was obvious that the muscles on his body trembled violently. He looked like he was scared out of his wit. The short and stout man turned his head and glared at the skinny monkey. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he scolded the skinny monkey for not speaking earlier. The skinny monkey had an aggrieved look on his face, indicating that he had no choice. The way the two of them winked at each other was very amusing and comical. Especially the short and stout man, he was like a drama. The expression on his face was really too interesting. Fu Yunyi chuckled and said, "Little fatty, I haven't seen you in a while. You're getting more and more arrogant now. This arrogance, you're even more arrogant than your master, right? Your master doesn't dare to drive me away, but you actually want to drive me away. It seems that I didn't teach you enough the last time. Just nice, I also want to stretch my hands a little. I see that your skin is also itchy. Why don't I help you to loosen your bones and scratch your itchy skin?" The skinny monkey was very quick-witted. He immediately retreated to the side and shook his head and waved his hands. "Miss Fu, I'm not with Little Fatty. I didn't disrespect you. It's all Little Fatty. If you want to find trouble, find Little Fatty, don't find me. Little Fatty, I usually protect you so much. How can you betray me like this? Are you still loyal? Why did you run so far away? Come over quickly." Little Fatty looked at the skinny monkey with disdain and waved his hands at him. But the skinny monkey was obviously not moved. He expressed that he would not come over even if he was beaten to death. He still wanted to live for a few more years. He didn't want to die. Seeing the exciting performance of these two people, Qin Shao also felt that it was an eye-opener. In his heart, he thought, this Miss Fu's reputation is really not ordinary. These two ancient saints are actually so afraid of Fu Yunny. They must have been traumatized by Fu Yunny's brilliance. In comparison, wasn't he very lucky the last time? Although he was also traumatized by Fu Yunny, it was not enough to leave a trauma in his heart. At least, he was still able to take it. This made Qin Shao a little curious. What did Fu Yunny do to these two guys the last time? Why were these two guys so afraid of her? Qin Shao could tell that this kind of fear had seeped into his bones. It was engraved in his soul. There was definitely a huge shadow in his heart. Forget it, I'm too lazy to deal with you guys this time. Next time, be smarter. Fu Yunny waved her hand. Hearing Fu Yunny's words, Little Fatty and Little Skinny immediately felt relieved. They hurriedly nodded and bowed for a while. Little Fatty's gaze quickly fell on Qin Shao. At first glance, he was shocked. Ah, where did you pick up this black charcoal from? Miss Fu, why did you pick up such a poison person? One look and you can tell that this person is hopeless. Hopeless. Hopeless, definitely hopeless. He's already like this, he's dead meat. Little Skinny also nodded his head in agreement. Fu Yunny glared and glanced at them. I dare you to say that again. Both of them suddenly quivered. Little Fatty immediately changed his words. Cough cough, Miss Fu, don't be angry. I only said that I'm hopeless. But I didn't say that my master is hopeless. I believe that with my master's help, he can definitely save him. That's not right. Miss Fu, why are you also poisoned? Furthermore, it's the same poison as this black charcoal. What happened to you guys? Being called black charcoal by the short and fat guy, Qin Shao really wanted to cry. He was obviously very white, okay? But at this moment, he was powerless to say anything. Don't talk nonsense. Quickly carry me and bring me to see Heaven Mountain, Yao Lao. Fu Yunny said. The short and fat guy immediately led the way and said to Skinny Monkey, Little Skinny, quickly bring that black charcoal in. Be careful, that black charcoal is Miss Fu's friend. Don't break it if not, Miss Fu. This sister will not let you off, heh. As he said that, the short and fat guy smiled at Fu Yunny. Miss Fu, let's go quickly. Your luck is really not bad. My master just came out from closed-door cultivation not long ago. If you meet him in closed-door cultivation, then it will be difficult. That's difficult. We don't dare to bring you in to look for him. Fu Yunny didn't care and said, So what? Wasn't he in closed-door cultivation the last time I came? When a person's life is at stake, this lady doesn't care whether he is in closed-door cultivation or not. The short and fat guy suddenly stopped talking. He was completely defeated. On the other side, Skinny Monkey walked to Qin Zhao's side. After looking at Qin Zhao, he still carried Qin Zhao up and gave him a bride's hug. Being hugged by a man like this, Qin Zhao suddenly felt embarrassed to the point of exploding. This feeling really felt like he was being violated. However, he was really powerless at this time. Fu Yunny didn't bring him, so he could only choose to let Skinny Monkey carry him like this. Very quickly, they entered the room. As soon as they entered the room, they smelled all kinds of medicine, fragrances, and also some strange smells. In terms of refining medicine, Qin Shao was not good at it at all. In front of a row of medicine furnaces, an old man in plain clothes was busy there. He looked at each medicine furnace and was very focused. When Fu Yunny saw Skinny Monkey carrying Qin Shao like this and saw Qin Zhao's look of despair, she couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. However, Fu Yunny forced herself to endure. She pursed her lips and turned her head to the side. After enduring for a while, Fu Yunny cupped her fists to the busy old man and said, Sky Mountain Yao Lao, Fu Yunny has come to disturb you again. I am really ashamed. This time, I will have to trouble you, Yao Lao, to descend the heavenly mountain. Fu Yunny's words were very simple. It didn't seem like she was asking for help. Instead, it was like a small chat between old friends. Qin Zhao's eyes also fell on Sky Mountain Yao Lao. Although this old man looked very simple, Qin Zhao could see that his aura was very powerful. At a glance, she knew that he was also a fourth-step ancient sage. If one didn't look at his aura, it was impossible to imagine that he was a fourth-step ancient sage. Even Fu Yeni was so respectful to him, so one could see how strong this Sky Mountain Yao Lao was. Chapter 2762. Lass, you are really not courteous. Do you really treat this place as your own home? This old man has not settled the previous debt with you, and you still want to do it again? This old man will really make it clear to you, lass, there is no way. Go quickly. Little fatty, little skinny, send the guests off. Who allowed you to bring people in? Didn't master instruct you? When master is refining medicine, no one is allowed to disturb me. Look at the both of you, you only know how to eat and drink all day. Don't you know how fat you are? If you do this again, I will starve you for an entire universe. This Sky Mountain Yao Lao did not even turn his head. He waved his hands with his back facing Fu Yeni, wanting to chase them away. Little Fatty and Little Skinny had a face of grievance. Even if they wanted to block, how could they block it? What's more, the last time they blocked it, the consequences were still vivid in their minds. So this time, they were determined not to block it again. Little Skinny was even more aggrieved. What did this have to do with him? He was already so skinny, how did he eat anything? If there was anything to eat, wouldn't it be snatched away by his senior brother? Seeing the Sky Mountain Yao Lao's stance, Qin Zhao felt that something was wrong. He thought that Fu Yeni had a good relationship with this Sky Mountain Yao Lao. Looking at the situation, that was not the case. Little Skinny, why are you still hugging that charcoal? Do you want to marry it? Sky Mountain Yao Lao asked again. He still did not turn his head, but could see everything. When Skinny Boy heard his master's words, he shuddered and immediately threw Qin Zhao aside. After throwing him away, he immediately shook his head and waved his hands. Master, I do not have that kind of inclination. In this aspect, I have always been very normal. Normal my ass, I don't see you having any thoughts about females. In this aspect, you should learn from your senior brother. If it is a female, he would want to marry her. Sky Mountain Yao Lao lectured. Both Little Skinny and Little Fatty immediately became awkward. Little Fatty mumbled, "You make it sound like I don't have any taste at all. I don't like those who aren't good-looking. I still have to pursue something, all right?" Heaven Mountain Yao Lao knocked Little Fatty's head and blew his beard. "What's there to pursue? You'll like any female who looks good. Tell me, within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, which female do you not like? Which one do you not have to pursue? When I saw that hag last time, I wanted to vomit. Even you want to sleep with her. Do you still have other pursuits? Master, don't say that. Miss Ruhua is quite pretty." Little Fatty said with an innocent expression. Skinny immediately made a vomiting expression towards Little Fatty. This time, he obviously agreed with what Yao Lao said. Qin Zhao was speechless when he heard the three of them discussing the three vulgarities. They were all ancient sages. Could they be a little more serious? Moreover, the three of them were chatting about their daily lives. It was obvious that they had ignored Qin Zhao and Fu Yeni. It was as if they no longer existed. Enough! Fu Yeni suddenly shouted, as though she was very angry. This shout of Fu Yeni's was extremely lethal, scaring both Little Fatty and Little Skinny to the point that they shivered. Heaven Mountain Yao Lao still did not turn around, as though he was not seeing any guests. "Yao Lao, are you really going to leave me in the lurch?" Fu Yeni said. Heaven Mountain Yao Lao raised his head and snorted. "Yes, I'm not saving you. I'm definitely not saving you. If I don't show my prowess today, do you really think that I'm a philanthropist who will save anyone? Last time, this old man only helped you once because of your father. If not, even if you kneel down and save me, I wouldn't help you. This time, you still want to make things difficult for me. I'm not agreeing. I'm definitely not agreeing. This old man would never do something that would cause him to suffer a huge loss. You know, I'm just so petty. I'm just so stingy. I'm just so stingy. This old man's words were really interesting. Yao Lao, you can choose not to save me, but you can't not save Qin Shao. If you don't save him, then I'll destroy this place of yours first. Fu Yunyi said coldly. Fu Yunyi had always been someone who would do what she said. Since she dared to say such words, she would definitely do it. Hearing that Fu Yunyi had the intention to attack, Little Fatty and Skinny hurriedly hid behind Heaven Mountain Yao Lao. Seeing that the two of them were scared out of their wits, Heaven Mountain Yao Lao angrily knocked on their heads and scolded, "Why did this old man take in the two of you who are as cowardly as mice? You're really embarrassing this old man. What's wrong with the old man's brain? He actually accepted you two good-for-nothings. Heh, master, it's not that there's something wrong with your head. When you took us in, there was something wrong with every single one of your heads." Little Fatty chuckled. "Apui, pa." Yao Lao gave Little Fatty another smack. Seeing that Heaven Mountain Yao Lao was trying to change the topic, Fu Yunyi did not say anything else. She stretched out her hand and the beautiful jade sword appeared in her hand. She looked as though she was about to attack. Seeing such a situation, Yao Lao raised his nose even higher and said, "If you want to destroy it, then so be it. Anyway, this place is already so tattered. If not for the fact that my two disciples are so lazy, this old man would have already rebuilt it. It's also good that it's demolished. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. This will also prevent Little Fatty and Skinny from being lazy." Little Fatty and Skinny both expressed that they were wronged. Since when did their master allow them to rebuild it? Seeing that Heaven Mountain Yao Lao was being unreasonable, Fu Yunyi could only use her trump card. "Yao Lao, I think that you are unable to cure this poison, right? To think that you claim that you, Heaven Mountain Yao Lao, can cure all the poisons in the world. His reputation is so great, but it's just a false reputation. It doesn't live up to his reputation at all. I think that you shouldn't call yourself Heaven Mountain Yao Lao. You should just call yourself Heaven Mountain Fraud. How about this? You don't have to refine medicine every day. You only need to rely on your deceitful mouth to say a few words. I guarantee that you can cure all poisons. If you can't cure it, then just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. This also saves me from wasting my time here. If you cause the death of Qin Shao, I will definitely not let you off easily. Let's be honest. Are you able to cure this poison or not? If you can't cure it, then I will go find the West Mountain Medicine Saint. I think that he is more experienced than you. He can cure the poisons that you can't. In the future, I think you should just hand over the title of the world's #1 medicine master to the West Mountain Medicine Saint. Don't use such a nice name anymore. You little girl." The old alchemist angrily turned around. His face was a bit red as he glared at Fu Yunyi with his small eyes. It was as if he wanted to glare her to death. His round little face, white hair, and youthful complexion, but he also had a long beard. His face was flushed red, so he looked somewhat peculiar. "Do you know how to speak? Do you know how to chat? Is there anyone who insults an old man like you? I shouldn't have helped you last time, you heartless little girl. What does West Mountain Medicine Saint think he is? How can he compare to me? He can't even carry my shoes. When I roamed the 8 great sacred realms, I don't even know where he was. A junior who only knows a little about medicine can compete with this old man? Ask the West Mountains alchemy sage to come and see if he dares to boast in front of this old man. There is no poison in this world that I can't cure. If even the old man can't solve it, then no one in this world can. Fu Yeni rolled her eyes at the old man and said, "Don't spout so much nonsense. Anyone can say such things, only those who can do it are capable of doing it. Say it again if you can cure this poison. Otherwise, I won't admit that you are better than the West Mountain medicine saint. You little girl." Tianshan Mountain's old Yao pointed at Fu Yeni and said angrily, "You're so young, yet you're trying to play mind games with this old man. Do you really think this little trick will work on this old man? This old man wants to help you, but it's definitely not because of your provocation. It's because I can't bear to see a beautiful little girl like you die just like that." Hearing the heavenly mountain Yao Lao's words, Fu Yeni secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She knew that the old man had agreed, but it seemed that this poison was a very troublesome matter for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken so long to agree. "Thank you, old Yao. I'll leave everything to you. Your great kindness, Fu Yeni will definitely remember it in her heart." Fu Yeni said. Tianshan Yao Lao waved his hand and gave Fu Yeni a strange look. He said, forget it. What's the use of a little girl's kindness? You should keep it for yourself. But don't thank me too early. You have been poisoned by scarlet Henera. It won't be easy to cure this poison. Moreover, this brat has been poisoned too deeply. He has already turned into charcoal and is 90% dead. It will be too difficult to save him." While saying this, the old man shook his head. It was clear that this was an extremely difficult matter. "No matter how difficult it is, it won't be a problem for you, old Yao, right?" Fu Yeni said. The old man blew his beard. "Little girl, you still want to set a trap for me? Don't try to bewitch me. This old man won't fall for it. Didn't you just say that there is no poison in this world that you can't cure?" Fu Yeni said. The old man stroked his beard and nodded confidently. "Of course. As long as this old man wants to cure it, there is no poison in this world that this old man can't cure. But the scarlet Henera you have been poisoned with is too terrifying. It will be very troublesome to cure it. Moreover, whether it succeeds or not, it will have a lot to do with you. Even if this old man has the art of reversal, if you don't cooperate well, then this old man won't be able to cure you." Fu Yeni was slightly stunned. However, as long as the old man was willing to help, then there shouldn't be any problems. After hesitating for a moment, Fu Yeni said, "We will listen to all of your arrangements. We will cooperate however you want us to. I believe that we will be able to do it. There won't be any problems. Old Yao, don't waste any more time. Hurry up and cure him. If you delay any longer, Qin Xiao might not be able to hold on." Qin Zhao's current situation was indeed very dangerous. Qin Xiao felt that he was on the verge of collapse. If he didn't forcefully hold on to his last breath, then he might collapse at any time and never be able to stand up again. His soul and consciousness were very weak and blurry. His whole body was weak, and he couldn't even stand properly. If he delayed any longer, then he might not be able to hold on. He had already held on for so long. However, after hearing that the old man was willing to save him and seeing the light, Qin Zhao's heart became stronger. Chapter 2763. After old Yao looked at the anxious Fu Yeni, he nodded his head and said, "The two of you come with me. Little Fatty and Little Skinny, the two of you go guard the door and don't let anyone in. No matter how important the person is, let them wait. If you let anyone in again, I'll hold you responsible." Little Fatty and Little Skinny were filled with grievances. They only had so much strength. If a three-step ancient saint really came, they would not be able to stop him. However, at this time, they could only do as they were told and hurriedly walked out. Old Yao brought Fu Yeni and Qin Xiao to a secret room. This secret room was filled with medicinal furnaces and was filled with the smell of medicinal herbs. The smell of these medicinal herbs was not simple. They were filled with pure heaven and earth spiritual energy. Heaven and earth spiritual energy was the source of all energy. It was the purest energy in the world, and was scattered all over the great thousand world. There were also heaven and earth spiritual energy in the 8 great saint realms. The immortal spiritual energy in the celestial realm was actually heaven and earth spiritual energy. It was just a different name. If an ordinary person stood here and breathed in the rich and pure heaven and earth spiritual energy, it would be very beneficial. It would allow their cultivation speed to become extremely fast. Even for ancient saints, it would still be of some use to them. Old Yao looked at Qin Shao and Fu Yunyi seriously. Then, he transmitted his voice to Fu Yunyi. Little girl, the poison in your body isn't too deep. Moreover, you're strong and from the Fushi clan. You have the bloodline of the human emperor in your body. If it's just to save you, it won't be a problem. As long as you cooperate with the old man, we can eliminate the poison in your body with our strength as 4th step ancient saints and the old man's detoxification method. However, if we want to save this kid, the situation will be much more complicated. After all, this kid is only a 1st step ancient saint. He doesn't have a special monarch physique, and doesn't have the power of the bloodline inheritance. He's much weaker than you in all aspects. It's already a miracle that he's able to survive until now. If it was an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. Fu Yunyi looked at old Yao of the Celestial Mountain. He had used telepathy to speak to him. Obviously, these words were not suitable for Qin Shao to hear. Fu Yunyi asked via voice transmission, Yao Lao, we're already here. If you have anything to say, just say it. Since you agreed, there must be a way. As long as there is a way, I will save Qin Shao no matter what. Qin Shao became like this because he blocked the goo poison for me. It was my fault. Therefore, no matter what, I will find a way to save him, no matter what the price is. Alas! Yao Lao Yu sighed and said, Well, little Yun and I, this old man will say it directly. You've been poisoned with Scarlet Hinara's poison. This poison was created by someone called the Dark Poison Saint from the Dark Sanctuary. This person is known as the world's #1 poison saint, and he has always been secretly competing with me. Scarlet Hinara's poison has always been his proudest work. In fact, I've met someone who was poisoned with Scarlet Hinara's poison before. I've always seen it as a challenge from the Dark Poison Saint. He is known as the world's #1 poison saint, and I am known as the world's #1 medicine master. Therefore, for the world's #1 title, we naturally have to compete. Therefore, this old man tried to find a way to cure Scarlet Hinara's poison, but, alas, I'm ashamed to say this. That time, this old man failed. In the end, I couldn't cure Scarlet Hinara's poison and lost to the Dark Poison Saint. That can be considered the only time this old man has suffered a setback ever since he claimed to be the world's #1 alchemist. This matter has always bothered this old man, and it has always been the Dark Poison Saint's pride and joy. These years, he has always used this matter to pressure this old man. But this old man is also a person who doesn't dare to admit defeat. Although he failed last time, these years, he has been researching how to cure this poison. Previously, he finally had some result. Yao Lao, can you get to the point? When life and death are at stake, don't tell me stories. I don't want to hear it at all. Fu Yunyi couldn't help but urge. Ahem, ahem. Tianshan Yao Lao awkwardly coughed. He immediately straightened his face and said, The important thing is, if you want to detoxify that brat, you must cooperate. Moreover, you must have your bodies tightly pressed together. The best way is that you can't wear any clothes. Of course, this is very difficult. Therefore, you should wear less clothes. This old man isn't joking with you. After all, clothes have some blocking effect. That kid situation is very dangerous. If it's only you, little Yunyi, there won't be any problems. But if you want to save that kid's life, you can't make any mistakes. Although this old man has some confidence that I can cure this poison, I have never cured anyone before. You are the first. Therefore, to ensure your lives, this old man has to be careful." Hearing the Sky Mountain Yao Lao's words, Fu Yeni suddenly froze on the spot, as if she was struck by lightning. If such a thing happened under normal circumstances, she would definitely beat up anyone who dared to say such things to her. However, the situation now was indeed a little different. Fu Yeni couldn't get angry, but it was really too difficult for her to do such a thing. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that Qin Xiao had seen her naked? Then wouldn't her innocence be ruined in Qin Xiao's hands? Fu Yeni had never thought of such a shameful thing, let alone that she would do such a thing with Qin Xiao. Even if it wasn't a matter between a man and a woman, it was basically a breakthrough in the relationship between a man and a woman. She already had one foot in the ranks of the matter between a man and a woman. Fu Yeni really couldn't imagine how she could do such a thing. She bit her red lips hard, and her hands involuntarily clenched together tightly. Her fingers dug into her palms, but she didn't feel a trace of pain. She was still struggling hard in her heart. On the one hand, she felt guilty that she had caused Qin Xiao to become like this, and she wanted to save Qin Xiao. On the other hand, she couldn't accept such a thing. It would be hard for her to accept it even if she was beaten to death. This was her life's innocence. She had kept her innocence for so many years. In order to save Qin Xiao, she had to give up her innocence. Was it worth it? Was it worth it? Was it worth it? This question had been lingering in Fu Yeni's heart at this time. She didn't know why she was still hesitating about such a question. According to her character, shouldn't she not even think about it? If she really felt guilty, she could save the ancestor and ask him to resurrect Qin Xiao. After all, Qin Xiao was only a one-step ancient sage. As long as the ancestor was willing to help, he could be resurrected easily. However, Qin Xiao had been watching silently from the side. Although she couldn't hear their voices, Qin Xiao naturally knew that they were communicating through voice transmission. Seeing Fu Yeni's hesitant expression, Qin Xiao also knew that the situation was not good. If Fu Yeni was so embarrassed, it seemed that it wouldn't be so easy to get rid of the poison in her body. Perhaps she had to pay a price that even Fu Yeni was hesitant about. Qin Xiao laughed bitterly in his heart. This time, he had really taken a big tumble and fell for such a trick. It seemed that before she became really powerful, she really had to be careful in everything she did. Indeed, one careless move could cause her to lose the whole game. But Qin Xiao didn't regret doing so. He didn't regret joining the Justice Alliance, he didn't regret going into the giant stone elephant with Fu Yeni, and he didn't regret blocking the poison for Fu Yeni twice. Not to mention that Fu Yeni had saved his life. Even if it were Yuan Yuan and the others, Qin Xiao would still do the same. I have always believed that I am in charge of my own fate and not the heavens. I have always refused to accept the heavens and didn't believe in it. I wanted to go against it. But unfortunately, I didn't fulfill this ambition. Although I am unwilling, I have no regret. If this is my fate, Qin Xiao, although I don't accept it, I also have no regrets. Although there are regrets, there is no fear. Miss Fu, thank you. But you don't have to worry about me. If possible, please help me pass a message to Zhang Yang and Yuan Yuan. Ask them to help take care of my family. If there is a reincarnation, I want to meet them again. I am tired, I want to sleep. After saying that, Qin Zhao's eyes slowly closed. Her body suddenly became weak and she fell straight down. Her breath was so weak that it was almost completely gone. His soul consciousness had completely lost its vitality at this moment and had dissipated without a trace. Qin Xiao. The moment she saw Qin Xiao fall, Fu Yeni's eyes suddenly became slightly red and a little sour. She came over and hugged Qin Shao, not letting Qin Shao fall to the ground. At this moment, Fu Yeni found that she actually had the urge to cry. This was the first time she felt like crying. She had always thought that she was a very, very strong person. No matter how difficult the situation was, no matter how dangerous the situation was, she had never been afraid and had never backed down. But at this moment, she found that there were times when her heart softened. There were also times when she wanted to cry. There were also times when her nose was sour and her eyes were red. Qin Zhao's last words, and the moment when Qin Shao closed her eyes and fell down, at that moment she did not know what kind of force hit her hard. It hit the softest part of her heart, a place that she herself had never realized. It was a fierce blow that broke her strong defense in an instant. Qin Shao, wake up, you can't sleep, don't sleep. I don't want you to die, I don't want you to die. Do you hear me? I don't want you to die, I don't want you to die. Why are you so stupid? Why are you so stupid? Why did you block the poison for me twice? You even sacrificed your own life. You are an idiot, a big idiot. Can you wake up, please? In Fu Yeni's eyes there was a trace of sparkling and translucent tears, which she had never shed before, were about to burst out of her eyes. At this moment she, who had always been strong, lost her sense of propriety. She completely lost her sense of propriety. She did not know what she should do. However, Qin Shao still did not have any reaction. Her breath was getting weaker and weaker. Her life force was close to zero. She was completely unconscious. Soon, she would die completely. Sigh. What is love in this world? It makes people want to live and die together. Tianshan Mountain's Yao Lao saw this touching scene and shook his head and sighed with emotion. He nodded approvingly at Qin Shao. Not bad, little fellow. You are indeed a very good little fellow. This old man can be considered to have seen countless people, but to be able to see a young person like you, this old man has not seen many. No wonder even the cold and aloof little Yeni was moved by you, little fellow. She is so protective of you. If little Yeni can be like this, if this old man can't save you, then how can this old man still have the face to claim the title of the world's #1 pharmacist? Chapter 2764. Tianshan Yao Lao made his move and channeled his power into Qin Zhao's body. Seeing Tianshan Yao Lao make his move, Fu Yeni came back to her senses and said anxiously, Yao Lao, I beg you to save Qin Shao. You must save him. He can't die. I won't let him die. I won't let him die. If he dies, I'll fight you to the death. Tianshan Yao Lao rolled his eyes at Fu Yeni and said, You're begging me to save him, yet you dare to threaten me. You're really infuriating. However, I'm magnanimous today. I know you're in a bad mood, so I won't argue with you. Don't worry. Since I've made my move, I won't ruin my reputation. Humph. Isn't it just saving someone from the Grim Reaper? Isn't it just going against the heavens? That's what I'm good at. This kid is so lofty. Why don't I be domineering for once and ask the heavens for a person? This old man will do his best, but you can't be careless on your side either, little girl. Without your cooperation, that old man won't be able to do anything. At most, you'll be able to prolong his life. If you want to completely cure the poison in your body, your cooperation is very important. Oh right. Don't worry. I won't peek at you. You just need to seal the space. I'll stand far away and close my eyes. You just need to listen to my commands. Fu Yeni, who was still struggling and hesitating just now, readily agreed this time. Okay, I'll listen to you. However, you can't leave this door. Otherwise, I'll pester you for the rest of your life. Cough. Tianshan Yao Lao was speechless. He was trying to save someone out of kindness, yet Fu Yeni was threatening him. What kind of justice was this? Sigh. Forget it. Saving someone is more important. Little girl, hurry up and get ready. Sit face to face with that kid and stick close to each other. Well, it's best to hug each other and listen to my command. Tian Shan Yao Lao said. Fu Yunny bit her lower lip hard. Her lips were bitten open, and a stream of dark red blood flowed out. However, Fu Yunny didn't hesitate. She immediately created a small space and covered her and Qin Shao. With her attainment in space, she could completely isolate them from the outside world. No one would be able to see them. Of course, she completely believed in Tian Shan Yao Lao's character. He wouldn't do something like peeking at them. What happened next made Fu Yunny's mind. Although she had decided to save Qin, but they still needed the two of them to be honest with each other. Although Qin Shao was currently in a coma, she would still wake up. When she woke up, wouldn't she be able to see all of this? Besides, Qin Shao couldn't see it now, but she could. It was hard for her to get over this hurdle in her heart. Qin Shao became like this because he wanted to save me. I was the one who pulled him into the righteous alliance. In times of danger, he didn't care about his own life. He stood up and blocked the parasite poison for me twice. I'm afraid no other man can do this. He risked his life for me. I'm just sacrificing my chastity. Why can't I? Fu Yunny didn't hesitate. She started to take off her clothes. On old Yao's side, he was about to activate the Great Formation. Countless rays of light filled the entire chamber. All the furnaces were ignited, spewing out raging flames. Countless rare medicinal herbs flew out. They continued to fly out and into the various medicinal furnaces to refine all kinds of medicinal insects. Under the guidance of Tian Shan Yao Lao, these medicinal insects flew into Qin Zhao's and Fu Yunny's bodies. These medicinal insects were used to fight against the parasite poison. At the same time, old alchemist of Heavenly Mountain said to Fu Yunny, "Little girl, quickly unleash your human sovereign bloodline. Use your human sovereign bloodline to feed those medicinal insects and make them even stronger. At the same time, transfer your power into Qin Zhao's body. Do your best to merge with him. Let the two of you become one. In this way, you'll be able to bear most of the power for him. Let his body, soul, and will slowly recover. Little girl, during the process of detoxifying the poison, you must not be distracted at all. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. You must remember this. Once you start, you can't stop. You must restrain this mental barrier well. Otherwise, not only will that brat die, even your life might be in danger." Fu Yunny clenched her teeth and nodded her head. "Okay, I understand. Don't worry, Yao Lao, I will restrain myself. Let's start." Outside the mansion, little Fatty was still enjoying himself on the rocking chair. He was eating fruits, drinking wine, and being served well by Little Skinny. Little Skinny was also happy to serve Little Fatty. The two of them were really an interesting combination. "Senior brother, do you think that Miss Fu is good-looking? It seems like you're very interested in all the other females. They're all your targets. But I think that you don't have any lust for Miss Fu. Don't you always go into heat when you see a female?" Little Fatty suddenly asked. Little Fatty rolled his eyes at Little Skinny and said, "Who said that? Your senior brother still has some standards for beauty. How can an ordinary woman enter this senior brother's eyes? I just feel that Fu Yunny is not good-looking at all. Not only is she not good-looking, she is also very fierce. Which part of her looks like a woman? Towards this kind of woman, senior brother is telling you, you must stay away from her, even further away. You can't afford to offend him. You see, the previous time it was because you did not listen to senior brother's words. That was why we were all given a good beating by Miss Fu. You say, such a violent and vicious woman, how can we offend her? How can senior brother like her? I am already scared just by looking at her. How would I dare to think about it?" Just thinking about it makes me shiver and feel very uncomfortable. Little Skinny shook his head. With that thin neck of his, if he were to shake his head again, it would be able to twist his head off. Little Skinny said, "That's not right, senior brother. Didn't I tell you not to offend Miss Fu the previous time? You were the one who wanted to offend her. How did it become me? Also, senior brother, you said that Miss Fu is a beauty, the most beautiful woman you have ever seen. You even said that if you could do that to her, you would be willing to die. Pay. Little Fatty immediately stopped the skinny boy's words and scolded. Nonsense, this is just nonsense. All these are not important at all. The most important thing is that this senior brother does not have the slightest bit of improper thoughts towards Miss Fu. Okay, let's not talk about this. These are all matters of the past, why bring it up, it will affect the mood. Where's the wine, quickly pour wine for senior brother. Little Skinny was very obedient and immediately shut up. He then began to pour wine for Little Fatty. But Little Skinny was a person who could not stand loneliness. Very quickly, he could not help but ask, "Senior brother, what do you think is the relationship between that guy and Miss Fu?" "How would I know?" Little Fatty said exasperatedly. Little Skinny thought for a while and said, "I saw that Miss Fu seemed to be very concerned about him, but they are not from the same clan. To be able to make Miss Fu so concerned, senior brother, do you think that Miss Fu likes that guy? But speaking of which, that guy is indeed very handsome. I feel that he should be a genius." "Chaved," Little Fatty hissed in disdain and said, "Handsome my ass, that charcoal, how is he handsome? You have followed me for so long, and you still don't know how to write the word handsome? Looking at your senior brother every day, you still don't know what a handsome guy looks like? With your standard of beauty, how can I save you? That brat, is he even 1/10,000 as handsome as your senior brother? The word handsome, what does it have to do with him? Only someone like me, your senior brother, is considered handsome, do you understand? Poochie." Little Skinny could not help but laugh out loud. He laughed in a carefree manner, as though he was very happy. "You idiot." Little Fatty rolled his eyes at Little Skinny and continued to drink his wine. Life should be enjoyed like this. A pity, he still lacked something by his side. If only he could have Ru Hua as his companion, then it would be even more perfect. This time, Skinny Boy couldn't seem to stop laughing. He just couldn't stop laughing. Seeing Little Skinny laughing, Little Fatty could not help but scold, "Stop laughing, quickly pour wine for your senior brother." Little Skinny poured the wine and said with a smile, "But senior brother, I really feel that you are not as handsome as that guy, not even 1/10,000. If I were young Mistress Fu, I would definitely like that guy too. That guy is not only handsome, but he also has the charm of a man, and has the aura of a hero." Little Fatty immediately spat out a mouthful of wine, jumped up, and smashed Little Skinny's head. He scolded angrily, "Little Skinny, whose side are you on? Why are you siding with an outsider? Is it because your senior brother has not beaten you for a long time? Are you asking for a beating?" Little Skinny touched his head with a face full of grievance, and did not dare to say anything. After Little Fatty taught Little Skinny a lesson, he sat back down and said to Little Skinny, "Remember, Little Skinny, listen to your senior brother. Even if what Master said is wrong, what your senior brother said is definitely not wrong. There is a serious problem with your beauty standards, so your senior brother wants to save you and change this serious problem of yours. If not, you will not know who is good-looking when you go out in the future, and you will be laughed at by others. We are the disciples of the Heaven Mountain Herbelder. If we go out, how can we throw away Master's face? If you don't want to throw away Master's face, then you have to start from your beauty standards. Listen to your senior brother, just follow my standards. Senior brother is definitely a real handsome man in the entire world. The most handsome man looks like this. If you want to judge whether a person is handsome or not, you don't have to look at anything, just follow my standards. There will definitely not be a mistake, do you understand? Little Skinny scratched his head, as though he was deep in thought. He kept having the feeling that he had been duped. Is senior brother really considered handsome like this? Is he the standard handsome man? Although he did not go out to explore, he had seen many people, but he had never seen anyone like his senior brother. Doesn't that mean that in this world, there are not many handsome men? Such a saying doesn't seem right? In such a big world, how can there not be a few handsome men? This is not right, this is not right. But at this moment, little Skinny did not dare to say anything more. Chapter 2765. Heaven and earth were dim, and her consciousness was drifting. It was vague, intermittent. Soft and warm things came to her from time to time. In a trance, she could feel a unique sense of beauty. It was like a dream, but it felt a little real. It was an indescribable feeling, rippling and hovering between the illusory and the real. His body was like a flowing river, slowly recovering. Her consciousness became clearer and clearer, and the feeling became more and more real. The reality gradually won over the trance. That kind of gentle and jade-like touch, like a thin electric current, kept surging up and attacking her body, soul, and consciousness. Qin Zhao's consciousness finally returned, and he felt that everything had become clear and real. Qin Zhao knew that she was not dead. The goo poison in his body had completely disappeared, and everything had returned to normal. Immediately, Qin Zhao felt that she was held tightly by someone. Not only was she held tightly, but she could also feel the touch of the soft and jade-like skin. It was a very wonderful feeling. She could smell a refreshing fragrance. She could feel two slender hands gently resting on her back. He could even feel two soft things pressing against his chest. It was an indescribably wonderful feeling, a wonderful feeling that he had never felt before. For a moment, Qin Zhao felt as if she had been struck by lightning. A strong electric current flowed in her body and surged. Her mind was blank for a moment, and there was a buzzing sound. Qin Zhao opened her eyes abruptly. What came into her sight was a snowflake-like white. She could only see a trace of a back and a few strands of hair. Such a scene brought a great shock to Qin Zhao. The blood in Qin Zhao's body boiled and exploded in an instant. This was also a scene that Qin Zhao had never seen before, an experience that he had never experienced before. Under such a huge impact, Qin Zhao's entire person stiffened on the spot, a stunned expression on his face. Many thoughts came to her mind. It's Miss Fu Yunny. Qin Zhao was also a little confused. After she fell down, her consciousness completely disappeared. She had no memory at all. As soon as she woke up, she saw such a huge shock. It was really a shock that she was a little unprepared and did not react for a moment. Fu Yunny was a high and aloof goddess. She was in existence in the ancient sage realm. She was a figure that even Qin Zhao did not dare to provoke. She was sacred and inviolable. But now, she was hugging him tightly. Not only were they hugging each other tightly, but they were also very honest with each other and had such intimate contact. What was going on? Qin Zhao tried his best to recall. Those intermittent fragments reminded him of some of the situations he had experienced when he was in a daze. Qin Zhao subconsciously wanted to push Fu Yunny away, but Fu Yunny's hands suddenly tightened. She hugged Qin Zhao tightly and said in a trembling voice, "Close your eyes. Don't look." Hearing Fu Yunny's voice, Qin Zhao could feel how nervous she was at this time. Not only was her voice trembling, but he could also feel that her body was trembling. Qin Zhao was also very nervous and embarrassed about such a matter. Qin Zhao was naturally not stupid. He immediately understood that Fu Yunny did this to save him. This made Qin Zhao have an indescribable feeling. He did not expect that Fu Yunyi would sacrifice herself to save him. How much courage and determination did it take for a woman to be willing to sacrifice her chastity to save a man? Especially a woman like Fu Yunyi who had already stood in a high position. Thinking of this, Qin Shao could not help but feel shocked. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he always felt that there was no way to say anything. Close your eyes. Hurry up. Don't look anymore. Qin Shao suddenly shivered and closed his eyes at once. After he closed his eyes, Fu Yunyi slowly let go of him. The warmth suddenly disappeared, and the wonderful feeling also disappeared in an instant. To be honest, this kind of change made Qin Shao feel an inexplicable sense of loss. Qin Shao could not explain this feeling. After a while, he heard Fu Yunyi's voice, "It's done." Qin Shao dared to slowly open his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he found that Fu Yunyi was no longer in this small space. In this small space, the situation outside could not be seen, so only Qin Shao was left here. Qin Shao saw his clothes on the side, so he got up and put them on. Thinking of the previous situation, Qin Shao could not help but shake his head. He had an indescribable feeling. At this time, the space was suddenly opened. Qin Shao saw Fu Yunyi standing there. Tianshan Mountain's Yao Lao was no longer in this secret room. Qin Shao walked over. When Fu Yunyi saw Qin Shao walking over, she looked a little uneasy and a little tense. Her whole body gave people the feeling that she was tense. She looked a little evasive when she saw Qin Shao's eyes. The atmosphere was very awkward. "Thank you for risking your life to save me. I'm sorry." Qin Shao looked at Fu Yunyi and said. Fu Yunyi's expression changed slightly. She gently bit her red lips and said, "I didn't risk my life to save you. Nothing happened between us. Let's forget about this matter. In the future, only 3 people will know about it. I don't want a 4th person to know." Qin Shao nodded and said, "Well, I know. I understand. Anyway, I still want to thank you for saving my life. I also want to apologize to you." "You don't have to apologize. You didn't do it on purpose. I volunteered to save you. You saved me, so it's only right that I save your life. Well, let's not talk about this matter anymore. Let's go." Fu Yunyi shook her head and said. Qin Shao did not say anything. Since Fu Yunyi did not want to talk about it, then he would not talk about it. The two of them walked out. Tianshan Mountain's Yao Lao was still refining his medicine. He looked very busy. When Qin Shao and Fu Yunyi walked behind him, Tianshan Mountain's Yao Lao stopped. "Not bad. You're quite fast. I thought you would need at least 1,000,000 years to come out. I didn't expect that you would recover completely in just 600,000 years. Not bad, not bad. It seems that the effect is much better than what the old man had imagined. This old man is indeed smart. Truly amazing to be able to think of such an ingenious method. Isn't it just the scarlet Hanera poison? How can it be a problem for the old man? The old man is the best medicine master in the world. How can he be called that for nothing?" Tianshan Mountain's Yao Lao looked at Qin Shao and Fu Yunyi and said proudly. He had suffered greatly from the scarlet Hanera poison before. Now that he was able to get rid of the scarlet Hanera poison, Tianshan Mountain's Yao Lao was naturally proud. The enmity from back then could be considered as avenged. Most importantly, he had won the contest between him and the dark poison saint. Naturally, he was very happy and proud of such a thing. "Yao Lao, thank you." Fu Yunyi looked at Yao Lao with a serious face and said. Qin Shao also said gratefully, "Yao Lao, thank you for saving my life. If it wasn't for Tianshan Mountain's Yao Lao, he would have died." This was probably the closest Qin Shao had come to death since he was born. It was Fu Yunyi and Tianshan Mountain's Yao Lao that pulled Qin Shao back. "Good. You two are lucky. Since the goo poison has been cured, you two should quickly leave." Tianshan Mountain's Yao Lao looked at the two and immediately asked them to leave. Fu Yunyi shook her head and said, No, we're going to stay here for a while. Although the goo poison has been cured, Qin Zhao's vitality has also suffered some damage. Therefore, it's better to rest for a while. It's also going smoothly. Let's walk around Guyong City. It's a rare trip. Qin Zhao's vitality had suffered some damage, but it wasn't a big problem. Qin Zhao didn't care too much about this. If he were to recuperate, he would be able to recover in a short period of time. Hearing Fu Yanni's words, Tianshan Mountain's Yao Lao immediately rolled his eyes and said, "Little girl, you're too much. Old man, I cured the two of your goo poison for free. I made old man pay a big price. I saved your lives for free and you still want to stay here. Guyong City is so big, where can't you go? Let me tell you, there's no way. Other places can't compare to your place. Your place is the most suitable for recuperation. Alright, Yao Lao, you go do your own things. We'll take care of ourselves," Fu Yanni said without any trace of politeness. After that, she said to Qin Zhao, "Let's go. We won't disturb Yao Lao's refining. We'll find a place to stay." This, seeing Fu Yanni's barbaric action, Qin Zhao was a little stunned. Was this really appropriate? Tianshan Mountain's Yao Lao had personally asked them to leave. If they stayed, wouldn't it feel like they were begging for mercy? To be honest, Qin Zhao really couldn't be so thick-skinned. However, Fu Yanni insisted on staying. Therefore, Qin Zhao was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do. Seeing Qin Zhao in a daze, Fu Yanni glanced at Qin Zhao and said, "Why are you in a daze? Let's go." Qin Zhao looked at Tianshan Mountain's Yao Lao. Although he had asked them to leave, he didn't seem to have the intention to chase them away. This time, he didn't say anything. Did he acquiesce? After hesitating for a moment, Qin Zhao followed Fu Yanni and left. After the two of them walked out of the refining room, Tianshan Mountain's Yao Lao said behind them, "Little girl, I didn't agree to let you stay. Hurry up and leave. We won't stay for too long. At most, we'll leave in a few tens of thousands of years," Fu Yanni replied without turning her head. Qin Zhao followed Fu Yanni and saw another side of Fu Yanni. However, Qin Zhao also knew that Fu Yanni did this for him. If that was the case, then he would be ashamed. As a man, he actually needed a woman to take care of him. It was really embarrassing. To put it bluntly, the root cause of this was because he was weak. His strength was not good enough, so he ended up like this. Strength, strength. Fu Yanni was very familiar with the place. Soon, they arrived in front of a small courtyard. This place was not big, but it was very clean and refreshing. It also felt a little warm. It seemed that it had been a long time since they lived here. "We'll stay here for the time being. It can be considered a place to rest. This place is better for you to recuperate. I'll get Yao Lao to bring some medicine over later. The effects will be better," Fu Yanni said to Qin Zhao. Looking at the courtyard, Qin Zhao didn't care about where they stayed. After all, for an ancient sage, anywhere was the same. However, the air here was filled with a strong medicinal smell. It was very helpful for recuperating. It was an excellent place. Author Cruel Death 3rd Update. Chapter 2766. Although Qin Zhao felt that the loss of vitality was not much of a problem for him, if Fu Yanni wanted to stay, he could only stay. After all, he was following her, so it was better to listen to her. Fu Yanni entered the room. Qin Zhao wanted to follow, but a spatial barrier blocked the room, blocking Qin Zhao's path. Qin Zhao was stunned for a moment, then he immediately smiled bitterly. "From now on, the room is mine and the courtyard is yours. Without my permission, you are not allowed to come in." After Fu Yanni closed the door, she left Qin Zhao a sentence. Qin Zhao curled his lips and smiled helplessly. Alright, as long as she was happy. However, thinking about what happened before, Qin Zhao still felt a little guilty. In order to save himself, It was indeed too difficult for Fu Yunny. He took advantage of Fu Yunny like this, so he had no way to repay her. Forget it, let's put this matter aside first. Qin Shao found a tree, sat down cross-legged, and let Xiao Gu and baby Mo out. The two of them were locked in the inner world for a long time this time. As soon as Xiao Gu came out, he complained, "Big brother, you finally let us out. If we didn't come out, I would have been bored to death." "Bah, Xiao Gu, don't you talk to Shu Ling every day? Seeing you guys every day disgusts me to death," baby Mo immediately said. After being exposed by baby Mo, Xiao Gu smiled awkwardly and said to baby Mo, "You are still young, you still don't understand adult matters. I am older than you. Ahem, you are younger than me in your heart." Seeing the two of them bickering as soon as they came out, Qin Shao patted Xiao Gu and said, "I asked you to ask about Shu Ling. How is it?" When it came to serious matters, Xiao Gu immediately became serious and told Qin Shao. Qin Shao previously asked Xiao Gu to understand the general situation of Guyong City from Shu Ling. According to Fu Yunny, she wanted to temporarily stay in Guyong City for a while, so Qin Shao naturally wanted to know some things about Guyong City. After listening to Xiao Gu's explanation, Qin Shao had a rough understanding of Guyong City. He couldn't help but admire City Lord Guyong. I didn't expect City Lord Guyong City to be someone from the immortal domain. However, he wasn't born in the immortal domain. He also came from another universe. To be able to establish Guyong City and maintain its prosperity in this vast world, for 8 million universe eras, is indeed Xiao Gu's words. Guyong City was built by City Lord Guyong 8 million universe eras ago. At that time, City Lord Guyong was an extremely powerful world god. It was said that at that time, City Lord Guyong was one of the top world gods. His strength was at the top of the Great Thousand World, and he shocked the 8 great holy regions and the Great Thousand Secret Realms. Now, City Lord Guyong's strength was definitely unfathomable. He was extremely famous in the Great Thousand World. It was precisely because of City Lord Guyong that ordinary world gods didn't dare to act rashly here. Being able to maintain such stability naturally provided a basic condition for Guyong City's prosperity. Moreover, Guyong City was a platform for development. Anyone could enter and there were no restrictions. The only restriction was that the weak couldn't enter Guyong City. Therefore, the weakest in Guyong City was generally at the 3rd or 4th step of the heavenly venerate realm. Ancient sage realm existences were common and there were many of them. Moreover, it was a gathering place for people from the 8 regions. Therefore, many ancient sages gathered here and became a communication platform for the 8 regions. City Lord Guyong was an extremely powerful and capable person. He was also someone who was respected by many. He built up the reputation of Guyong City and naturally attracted more people to come to Guyong City. With the increase in popularity, Guyong City naturally became famous in the Great Thousand World, forming a good cycle. Thus, Guyong City was prosperous now. It gathered a large number of ancient sages and became a very important communication platform for the 8 regions and the Great Thousand Secret Realms. Moreover, City Lord Guyong stood aloof from worldly affairs and didn't care about worldly affairs. He had always been in Guyong City. He would treat everyone equally. He wouldn't say that he took special care of the people of the immortal domain just because he came from the immortal domain. He also wouldn't say that he gave special treatment to the people of the immortal domain just because he came from the immortal domain. From this point, Qin Shao admired City Lord Guyong. In terms of reputation and strength, City Lord Guyong was probably much stronger than her senior brothers. With such a powerful existence, if he was willing to stay in the immortal domain, he could dominate a region. However, City Lord Guyong built Guyong City in the endless universe ocean. When one's cultivation reaches a certain level, There might be many people like City Lord Gu Yong and the woodcutter old man who like to stay aloof from worldly affairs and live the life they like. Such a state of mind is actually quite good. I also want to be like that. However, I obviously don't have the means to reach such a state now. Now, I'm still desperately chasing after my dreams and thinking about so many things that are waiting for me to accomplish. Qin Shao shook her head and collected her thoughts. It was enough to have a rough understanding of Gu Yong City. She probably wouldn't stay here for long. The next step of the plan would depend on young Lady Fu. Thinking of Fu Yunyi, Qin Shao couldn't help but take a look at the room. However, the door was tightly shut and there was a space wall blocking it. It looked sacred and inviolable. Speaking of which, Qin Shao and Gu Lingyue had never been so intimate. However, with Fu Yunyi, it could be said that they had a physical relationship. Thinking about it, Qin Shao immediately felt sorry for the two women. One was Gu Lingyue, the other was Fu Yunyi. This matter was really too helpless. "Hey, big brother, look at what this is." Xiao Gu suddenly jumped over, his voice interrupting Qin Zhao's thought. Qin Shao looked at the thing in Xiao Gu's hand. It was a round jade tablet. On one side of the jade tablet, the two words Gu Yong were written. These two words were exactly the same as the words on the city gate of Gu Yong City. On the other side of the jade tablet, the word above was written. It seemed that there was nothing special about it. However, the material used to make this jade tablet gave off a very unusual feeling. Qin Shao pinched it hard and found that it didn't budge at all. What was the use of this jade tablet? After studying it for a while, Qin Shao couldn't figure it out. Therefore, he put it away. There was nothing else to do. Qin Shao planned to rest here for a while. "Little Gu, baby Mo, if the two of you feel that it's too boring to stay here, you can go somewhere else. However, it's better not to leave here. I don't feel at ease if the two of you go out alone. You can go and play with little Fatty and little Skinny. Remember, don't cause trouble for me," Qin Shao said to the two of them. The two of them were more playful, so when they heard Qin Zhao's words, they immediately became happy. They nodded and left. After seeing the two of them off, the place finally quieted down. Qin Shao began to recuperate. Somewhere in the immortal domain, the heavenly Tao's power was vast and mighty, enveloping a part of the world and causing a huge commotion. With such great power, anyone with a bit of knowledge would know that this was an ancient saint breaking through. Fortunately, this was an extremely desolate place. There was no one within 100 million miles, so it was a relatively quiet place to break through. When the heavenly Tao's power completely dissipated and the world calmed down, a figure walked out of the desolate place. His body emitted a vast and mighty light, as if a god had descended. Ha ha ha! That figure let out a wanton laughter. His laughter was so complacent and carefree. Second step, Ancient Saint Realm. My prodigy has finally broken through to the second step, Ancient Saint Realm. That existence is really powerful to be able to help me break through to the second step, Ancient Saint Realm, so quickly, completing my endless pursuit. The dark evil technique is really powerful and has a miraculous effect. It can help me break through so quickly. For this, even if I have to pay a huge price, it's worth it. Qin Shao. The Heaven's Chosen's eyes suddenly became incomparably sharp. You're really lucky. Last time at the Eight Realms Divine Palace, you actually managed to escape and keep your life. Humph, but that's fine too. If you really died in the hands of others, it'll be considered as revenge for me. However, since you didn't die in my hands, I'll still feel some regret. Since you didn't die in the hands of others, I'll still have a chance to kill you and let you die in my hands. If I don't kill you, I'm not a human. In order to kill you, even if I have to fall into the abyss, even if I have to fall into the darkness, I won't hesitate. Sacred Academy? Now that I've broken through to the second step, Ancient Saint Realm, the Sacred Academy is no longer of much use to me. Qin Shao, don't think that I won't be able to find you just because you're hiding in Guyong City. It'll only take a little more time. I'll definitely kill you. I definitely will. I'll definitely find an opportunity to kill you. Your good luck can only come once or twice, but I don't believe it can last forever. However, while you're not in the immortal region, I'll first get some information for you. Consider it as some interest. Let our battle begin now. You have your good luck, and I, the prodigy, also have my great fortune. I've reincarnated and reached this level with great perseverance. You, Qin Shao, want to destroy me? How can I tolerate you? How can I tolerate you? Sacred Academy, where Princess Xiaoyu cultivated. Princess Xiaoyu, Yuan Yuan, Ming Yuexin, and Princess Ru Xin gathered together again. The four of them had become a rather famous group of sisters in the Sacred Academy. They were called the Four Golden Flowers of the Sacred Academy and were highly sought after by many men in the Sacred Academy. Most of the time, the four women were stuck together, almost inseparable. When they were not cultivating, they also liked to gather together and chat. However, the topic that the four of them talked about the most was probably Qin Shao. At this moment, the four of them were discussing Qin Shao again. I don't know where brother Qin Shao has gone. It's been so long, but there's still no news about him. Zhang Yang and Xia Dongho also haven't found anything. That Fu Yunyi is really something. I don't know where she took brother Qin Shao. Hey, Sister Xiaoyu, that Fu Yunyi doesn't like brother Qin Shao, right? She wants to steal brother Qin Shao from us, right? Princess Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at Yuan Yuan. Don't drag me in. I've already drawn a clear line with Qin Shao. Don't drag me in either. I don't have that kind of thought about Qin Shao. We're just friends. Ming Yuexin also said. Princess Ru Xin shook her head and said, Don't drag me in either. I just admire Qin Shao very much. I have no other intentions. Yuan Yuan blinked. After looking at the three of them, she speechlessly spat out 2 words. All right. Huh. Princess Xiaoyu's face suddenly became extremely unsightly. Chapter 2767. Seeing Princess Xiaoyu's expression, Yuan Yuan and the other two immediately looked at her and asked with concern, What's wrong? Did something happen? Damn it. Princess Xiaoyu's expression was extremely ugly. She gritted her teeth and spat out the 2 words in anger. She was obviously very agitated. Seeing this, Yuan Yuan and the other two were even more at a loss as to what was going on. However, he could also tell that something big must have happened. Otherwise, Princess Xiaoyu would not have been so agitated and angry to such an extent. Princess Xiaoyu was not even in the mood to talk to Yuan Yuan and the others. She directly rushed into the sky and left the cultivation place. Yuan Yuan and the other two did not hesitate and immediately chased after her. Soon, Princess Ru Xin also became angry. Ming Yuexin, Yuan Yuan, something big has happened. I just asked my father, and he told me that something big has happened in the Fujin Ridge. Princess Xiaoyu's entire clan was massacred. Everyone in the Xin Hua clan was killed. Not a single one was spared. Including Princess Xiaoyu's younger brother, Xiao Dao. Not only Xiao Dao, but Fatty Kai, who was with Xiao Dao, was also killed. What? How could this be? Hearing Princess Ru Xin's words, Ming Yuexin and Yuan Yuan were dumbfounded. How could something like this happen? The Xin Hua clan was Princess Xiaoyu's clan. Not to mention the Fujin Ridge, even in the entire southern baron, no one should dare to provoke them. Princess Xiaoyu was a first-step ancient saint and a student of the Saint Academy. She also had good friends like Qin Shao, Prince Zhang Yang, and Ming Yuexin, who would dare to provoke the Xin Hua clan. But now, not only did they provoke them, they even killed the entire Xin Hua clan in such a cruel way. Killing an entire clan was an extremely bloody, cruel, and evil method. It was not something the world could tolerate. Hearing Princess Ru Xian's words, Ming Yuexin and Yuan Yuan were extremely angry. Could this matter be aimed at Princess Xiaoyu? But who would have such a deep hatred for Princess Xiaoyu? Why would they do this to the Xian Hua clan? Isn't the master of the Fuji Immortal Palace in the Fuji mountain range? He's a first-step Empyrean saint. Someone wiped out the Xian Hua clan in his territory and he didn't even stop them? No matter what, he is still Princess Xiaoyu's master. Wouldn't it be a huge joke if he allowed his disciples' clan to be exterminated in his own territory? Ming Yuexin said. Princess Ru Xian shook her head. My father still doesn't understand the exact situation. He's also trying to understand this matter. My father said that this matter should be very complicated. With such a purposeful and evil action, I'm afraid it's not as simple as just targeting Princess Xiaoyu. My father told us to be careful along the way. My father originally wanted to go and take a look, but I told him to stay in Heaven Mountain City. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but it's very worrying. Mingyu thought for a moment before nodding at Princess Ru Xian. Yep, the background behind this matter is probably very complicated. Princess Xiaoyu spends most of her time in the Sacred Institute and doesn't leave the Sacred Institute much. Even if she did offend some people, it shouldn't be to such an extent. So, this matter, it's very likely that Qin Xiao is the target. Xiao Dao and Fatty Kai were Qin Zhao's two most important friends in the Fujin mountain ridge, but they were both killed. It's very likely that the culprit's next target is Heaven Mountain City. Ru Xian, tell your father to be careful. Your true body is also in Heaven Mountain City, you must guard the city well. Also, tell Qin Zhao's family members not to leave Heaven Mountain City and ensure their safety. Princess Ru Xian nodded, expressing her understanding. Lin Fu City was unprecedentedly quiet. On the empty ground, corpses were placed everywhere. These corpses belonged to the Xian Hua clan's people in Lin Fu City. These people who were paid by the Hua clan were constantly migrating to Lin Fu City. More than half of the Xian Hua clan's people had already arrived in Lin Fu City. But now all of them had died tragically here. Over 100,000 corpses were placed here. It felt like a sea of corpses. The Fujin Immortal Palace had already sent people over to guard this place, not allowing anyone to come close. The big news had already spread throughout Lin Fu City. Naturally, it caused a great commotion in Lin Fu City. A silhouette landed on the ground, and when she saw the corpses of the Xian Hua clan's people lying on the ground, Princess Xiaoyu finally broke down and burst into tears. Her tears were like pearls from a broken necklace, dripping down her cheeks. Her heart was trembling violently. She didn't even have the strength to walk. When Princess Xiaoyu arrived in front of Xiao Dao's corpse, she collapsed on the ground and hugged Xiao Dao tightly in her arms. She was crying so hard that she almost broke down. Ming Yuexin and the others also rushed over. When they saw such a scene, the three ladies couldn't bear to look at it. Their bodies were also trembling. Looking at Princess Xiaoyu's heart-wrenching appearance, Yuan also began to cry. She walked over and hugged Princess Xiaoyu. She didn't know how to comfort her, so she could only cry together with her. A figure stood not far away. His face was extremely solemn and cold. Ming Yuexin walked over and said, "Palace Master Fujin, what is going on? So many people died in front of your eyes. Are you going to say that you don't know anything?" Palace Master Fujin looked at Ming Yuexin and sighed helplessly. He shook his head and said, "What if I say that I really don't know anything? I had something to do just now, so I went out. When I came back, everything was already settled. Although I caught a few people, they were all men of sacrifice. They are all dead. Therefore, I really don't know what exactly happened. In a very short period of time, the Xian Hua clan was annihilated. 2 of my Fu Jin Immortal Palace's outstanding disciples were also killed. I am also very angry, but I am also very confused. I really don't know what exactly happened. The person behind this is very strong and his methods are also very terrifying. His plan is very meticulous and flawless. I don't even know where to start. Ming Yuexin's face turned gloomy. Is that really the case? At this moment, Princess Xiaoyu suddenly started to turn back time. She wanted to revive the people of the Xian Hua clan. Ming Yuexin saw this and immediately ran over to persuade her. Sister Xiaoyu, don't be rash. With our strength, even if we turn back time, it will be difficult to revive them. I don't care. No matter what, I have to try. I want to see what exactly happened. I want to see who did such a vicious thing. Princess Xiaoyu looked a little crazy at this moment. She desperately wanted to go back in time. However, the person who did this was obviously very strong. He had already wiped out everything. Therefore, Princess Xiaoyu couldn't see the situation at all. There was a strong force blocking Princess Xiaoyu. She couldn't see what happened just now. However, Princess Xiaoyu didn't want to give up. She continued to turn back time crazily, desperately trying to break through the barrier. Ming Yuexin and the others wanted to persuade Princess Xiaoyu. However, they knew that she was in a very bad mood. She was on the verge of collapse. She probably wouldn't listen to anyone now. His frenzied appearance was truly frightening. They began to worry about Princess Xiaoyu. Sister Ming Yuexin, why don't we join forces and see if we can help Sister Xiaoyu break through this barrier, and see what happened back then? No matter who did such a thing, we must help Big Sister Xiaoyu take revenge. We will definitely kill him. Yuan said with some reluctance. Ming Yuexin thought for a while and could only nod. She was afraid that this was the only way now. There was no better way. They could completely understand Princess Xiaoyu's feelings at this moment. Therefore, the 3 of them joined in. However, they still couldn't break through the barrier and see what happened in the past. Everything that had happened in the past had been forcibly erased by a powerful force in this space. Such a method was definitely not simple. Alas! Beside them, Palace Master Fu Shi shook his head helplessly and bitterly. There was an indescribable pain in his heart. He opened his mouth slightly but closed it in the end. Xiao Yu, hurry up and stop. Hurry up and stop. We have no way of breaking through. Don't try again. If you go on like this, you will hurt yourself. Ming Yuexin suddenly said. However, Princess Xiaoyu didn't seem to hear her. She was still crazily trying to break through the barrier. Ming Yuexin wanted to forcibly hold Princess Xiaoyu back, but Princess Xiaoyu shook her off. Go away. Don't worry about me. I don't want you to worry about me. Don't worry about me. Sister Xiaoyu, don't be like this. Yuan looked at Princess Xiaoyu sadly. Ming Yuexin and the other 2 also looked helpless. What should they do now? Princess Xiaoyu seemed to be going crazy. Suddenly, a peach blossom fell. Then, pieces of peach blossoms slowly fell from the sky like falling snow. A strange fragrance drifted over. In an instant, it purified the atmosphere in the air and made the atmosphere beautiful. Ming Yuexin and the other 2 were stunned. It wasn't Princess Xiaoyu who did this. Why were there peach blossoms falling? Flowers bloomed with a thought and peach blossoms filled the sky. Wasn't this the unique ability of the peach blossom physique? A figure landed among the peach blossoms. His white clothes were also embroidered with peach blossoms. It was a man, a very delicate-looking man. He was very petite and dainty. At first glance, he gave off the impression of an 11 or 12-year-old boy. He looked very delicate and pretty, but he gave off a childish vibe. Ming Yuexin and the other 2 looked at each other when they saw the peach blossom man. A person with the peach blossom physique? A person with the peach blossom physique like Princess Xiaoyu? The person who had arrived was none other than the Peach Blossom Valley's Valley Lord. He landed next to Princess Xiaoyu and said to Ming Yuexin and the other two, who were still in a daze, "Ladies, can you step back a little and leave this to me? I know Miss Xiaoyu. We are of the same origin. Let me comfort her. Don't worry. With me here, nothing will happen to her." Although this was the first time Ming Yuexin and the other two met the master of the Peach Blossom Valley, they felt an inexplicable sense of trust. They felt that this man could be trusted. Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, the three of them stepped aside and left Princess Xiaoyu to the master of the Peach Blossom Valley. The master of the Peach Blossom Valley came to Princess Xiaoyu's side with a pitiful look. He looked at Princess Xiaoyu tenderly. With a wave of his hand, peach blossoms circled around them like water dragons. They were like mischievous troublemakers, playing and enjoying themselves. Miraculously, Princess Xiaoyu's emotions quickly calmed down. Author Ken Shang said, "By the way, I didn't write the main character in this chapter. Ken Shang is setting up a situation for the exciting plot later. So please be patient." Chapter 2768. Who? Qin Shao stood up and stretched his body. After recuperating here for 10,000 years, his yuan qi had finally recovered completely. After going through this calamity, it could be said that it was completely over. Furthermore, he had also gained some benefit. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth in his body had also become more abundant. In the past 10,000 years, Qin Shao had been recuperating in the courtyard, while Fu Yunyi had been staying in the house and had not come out. Qin Shao was also a little puzzled. He did not know what this woman had been doing all this time. Her yuan qi should not have been damaged at all. The gu poison had also been cured. She had been hiding in the house for so many years without coming out or making a sound. Could it be that she was shy? It was not a good idea to stay here all the time. "Miss Fu, can we leave now?" Qin Shao went forward and asked. However, he found that there was no response. This made Qin Shao even more puzzled. Why was there no response? Where was she? The situation did not seem right. Qin Zhao's intuition told him so. Qin Shao did not hesitate. He immediately broke the spatial wall and entered the house. However, after entering the house, Qin Shao found that Fu Yunyi was not in the house at all. This discovery made Qin Shao speechless. This woman, I was wondering how she could stay in this small house for so long without making a sound. Turns out that she had already run away. Sigh, women are all liars. She even said that she would bring me along. In the end, she still sneaked away alone. Forget it, forget it. Maybe with my little strength, Miss Fu really does not like me. After Fu Yunyi left, Qin Shao did not want to disturb Yao Lao anymore and decided to leave as well. Very quickly, Qin Shao found Little Gu and Baby Mo. The two of them were playing with Little Fatty and Little Skinny. The four of them were having a lot of fun. Knowing that Qin Shao was about to leave, Little Fatty walked up with a flattering smile and said, "Heh heh, brother Qin Shao, you can't leave Guyong City so quickly, right? I see that this is your first time in Guyong City. It's rare for you to come here. Coming from your immortal domain to our Guyong City isn't an easy task. Since it's so rare for us to come here, we should at least take a look around Guyong City and experience the local customs of Guyong City. Otherwise, wouldn't we have wasted our trip to Guyong City? Guyong City is one of the best places in the Great Thousand World where people from the 8 regions gather. It's necessary to stay here for a period of time. In this way, I can learn more about the situation of the other Saint Domains, and even make some friends from the other Saint Domains. In that case, it will be much more convenient for me to travel to other Saint Domains in the future." Moreover, Guyong City was not only a gathering place for the 8 regions, but also a gathering place for information. There will be many opportunities here from time to time. For cultivation experience, it's definitely a very, very good place to stay. How about this? I'll be your guide for free and show you around Guyong City. What do you think, Brother Qin Shao? Seeing that little fatty was so enthusiastic, Qin Shao also felt that it was a little strange. This was the second time he had seen little fatty. Why was he so polite to him? He wasn't Fu Yunny. It was only when Qin Shao noticed that little fatty was intentionally or unintentionally rubbing against baby Mo that Qin Shao understood that little fatty was interested in baby Mo. His eyes were also intentionally or unintentionally glancing at baby Mo. When he looked at baby Mo with a strange light in his eyes, Qin Shao understood that little fatty was interested in baby Mo. For such a thing, Qin Shao would definitely not agree to it. Baby Mo was obviously not interested in little fatty at all. However, baby Mo was still a relatively naive little girl. She was also very ignorant about the matters between men and women. Little fatty probably wouldn't dare to have any thoughts about Fu Yunny. As long as it was a female, he would probably be interested in anyone else. Thinking about this, Qin Shao felt that he shouldn't think too much about it. Otherwise, he would really vomit. I didn't say that we were leaving Guyong City. Since we're here, we naturally have to walk around before leaving. Before Qin Shao could finish his words, little fatty laughed again. Hee, that's right, that's right. Of course, we have to walk around before leaving. I knew that Brother Qin Shao is such a person. Qin Shao didn't give little fatty a chance to finish his words and interrupted him. There's no need for a guide. We don't need to trouble you, Saint Little Fatty. We know the way, so we're just going to walk around. Alright, I've disturbed you for a long time. It's time to leave. I won't disturb the Heaven Mountain apothecary anymore. I hope that both Saint Masters can help Qin Shao thank him. After saying that, Qin Shao left with little Gu and baby Mo. Before he left, baby Mo even made a funny face at little fatty, as though he was very happy and proud. Looking at the backs of Qin Shao and the other 2 leaving, little fatty was a little anxious. His eyes were fixed on baby Mo's back. Beautiful, so beautiful, so beautiful. Little fatty's face was full of greed. His eyeballs were about to fall to the ground. Senior brother, your saliva is all over the ground. You're a handsome man, why are you so unsightly? Skinny Monkey pushed little fatty and added, Baby Mo is already far away. Don't look anymore. Little fatty wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth without batting an eyelid. He looked at the sky and sighed. Sigh, ask the world what love is. You don't understand, you don't understand. For someone like you who hasn't even figured out your sexual orientation, how would you understand such a profound question? I've already fallen deeply in love with baby Mo. From now on, apart from her, I won't fall in love with any other girl. Do you understand this feeling? No, you don't understand. You don't understand at all. Skinny Monkey scratched his head and thought for a while before saying, That's not right, senior brother. Why does this sentence sound so familiar? I think I've heard you say it more than 10,000 times. In these countless years, out of every 10 girls who came to your door, you've at least treated 8 of them like this, right? Bullshit. Little Fatty reprimanded him sternly. With a straight face he said, The past is the past, and the past is the past. Those are just some experiences in life, just some things in the past. Humans need to experience these things in order for them to grow. I'm letting myself grow, that's why I have these experiences. Do you understand? Now I've found my true love. Baby Mo is my true love. Skinny Monkey scratched his head and couldn't help but think to himself, could it be that senior brother has really changed? But very quickly, little Skinny realized that he was still too inexperienced. When a burly lady walked towards him, little Fatty, who was just lamenting about love, immediately ran over and said to the burly lady with a fawning smile, "Miss, are you sick in the head? I'm an alchemist, I can take a look at you. Ha ha. You're the one who's sick. Your whole family is sick. Are you blind? Oh right, where are your eyes? No wonder even this old lady couldn't recognize you." The tall and burly woman immediately scolded. Qin Shao and the other two walked in Guyong City. Qin Shao realized that the environment here was indeed not bad. Although there were no city guards or the like in the city appeared to be very stable and peaceful. There was a thriving atmosphere everywhere. Although there weren't many passers-by, there were many ancient saints. They could be seen everywhere. There were cultivators from all 8 saint domains. People from different saint domains gathered here and got along very well. Qin Shao had seen such a situation in the 8-domain divine palace before. But that situation was still a little different. The 8-domain divine palace was an organization formed by the 8 saint domains. But within the 8-domain divine palace, the 8 saint domains were still subtly divided into 8 factions. Therefore, they did not really get along well with each other. Between the 8 holy domains, there would always be some open and covert struggles, and there would always be some competition. However, Guyong City didn't have this kind of atmosphere. Everyone came to Guyong City and lived in harmony with each other, creating a very good environment. I heard that Ming Xiangjuan obtained a valley tile. Yes, I heard that too. Not long ago, when I was strolling in Guyong City, I picked it up in a corner. I'm really lucky. But it's a pity that it's only a low-grade valley tile. A low-grade valley tile is not bad. We've been in Guyong City for so many years, but we haven't had such good luck. That's right. This kind of good luck has never fallen on us brothers before. I'm thinking, why don't we go to the Jubao Pavilion to buy one and get some good luck? Let's forget about it. The valley tile of the Jubao Pavilion is very expensive. I think we shouldn't dream about it. When he heard these discussions, Qin Shao couldn't help but pay attention to it. He immediately associated it with the jade tile that Xiao Gu found in the courtyard. On one side of the tile, there was the word Guyong. On the other side, there was the word upper. Combined with the conversation of these people, Qin Shao couldn't help but think, could it be that the jade tile that Xiao Gu picked up was a valley tile? It sounded like a valley tile was more precious. If it was really a valley tile, then the word upper was written on it. Did it mean that it was a high-grade valley tile? If a low-grade valley tile could be talked about enthusiastically, then what about a high-grade valley tile? Qin Shao looked over. The people who were discussing this topic just now were 4 men of different appearances. They were all in the one-step ancient saint realm. Judging from the clothes and aura of these 4 people, there should be 2 Great Way Sacred Realm cultivators, 1 Sword Sacred Realm cultivator, and 1 Elemental Sacred Realm cultivator. Qin Shao walked over and took out the jade tile with a move of his hand. He handed it to the 4 people and said, "4 friends, I wonder if the valley tile you were talking about is this one?" The gazes of the 4 of them landed on the plate in Qin Shao's hand. When they saw it clearly, the eyes of the 4 of them immediately lit up. Their eyes emitted a bright light and turned into a look of greed. Upper, high-grade valley tile. The 4 men looked at the high-grade valley tile in Qin Zhao's hand, and all of them were very excited. Seeing the expressions of the 4 people, Qin Shao knew that this was really a valley tile, and it was a high-grade one. Although he didn't know the specific use of the upper-grade valley plate, he thought that it should be priceless. It should have an incomparably huge effect. It should be something that people would scramble for like a flock of ducks. Let me take a closer look. An ancient saint reached out his hand and was about to take the valley tile in Qin Zhao's hand. Qin Shao was not a fool. He was naturally prepared for this kind of thing. After seeing the reaction of the 4 people, Qin Shao had already judged the situation, so he naturally had to be prepared. As soon as the ancient saint reached out his hand, Qin Shao immediately clenched his hand, not giving the ancient saint a chance to take the valley tile away. The ancient sage's expression changed slightly upon seeing Qin Zhao's reaction, and he immediately chuckled. "Why are you being so stingy, fellow Taoist? I'm not asking for anything from you. I just want to take a closer look at it so that I can verify the authenticity of the item. We don't dare to say whether it's real or fake with just a casual glance." Author Cruel Death 3rd Update. Chapter 2769. Qin Shao rejected, no need. Thank you for your kind intentions. I already know. After speaking, Qin Shao was about to leave. The ancient sage immediately became anxious and hurriedly blocked Qin Zhao's path, saying, "Don't be in such a hurry, fellow Taoist. There are many fake valley tokens, and the person who forged them is also very skilled. If you don't look at it carefully, it's hard to tell if it's real or fake. We only took a quick glance and didn't look at it carefully. After all, this thing is relatively rare. I was just curious, so I wanted to take a few more glances. I don't have any other intentions. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to be so nervous. This is Guyong City. In broad daylight, do you think we would dare to snatch something from you? Besides, we're all ancient sages. To be able to meet each other here is also a kind of fate." Looking at this person's appearance, Qin Shao knew that this person harbored evil intentions and wanted this valley token. This also showed how precious this valley token was. It seemed like he had run into dog shit luck this time. He didn't expect to be able to pick up a valley token in that courtyard. Interesting. Qin Shao wanted to figure out what the use of this valley token was. What benefits could a high-grade valley token bring? It could make ancient sages drool. Since it's called a valley token, it should be issued by the city lord of Guyong, right? Qin Shao chuckled and said, "Although I don't know much about valley tokens, it's also something issued by the city lord of Guyong. How could it be fake in Guyong City? Then I want to know, who has the guts to do this? Your Excellency's words don't seem to be convincing at all." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the ancient sage man smiled awkwardly. At this time, the other 3 people walked over. One of them, a middle-aged ancient sage man, cupped his fists towards Qin Shao and said, "Fellow Taoist, you might not know. Looking at your appearance, you should be new to Guyong City. It should be your first time in Guyong City, right? Actually, it's like this. The valley token was indeed given out by City Lord Guyong. Normally, no one would dare to fake it. However, there are also some fake valley tablets that are leaked into Guyong City from the outside. Such things have indeed happened before, so my brother here has no intention of deceiving you. We've never obtained a valley token before, so we're a little curious. What happened just now was rather abrupt. I apologize to you on his behalf. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face." Since the other party was speaking nicely, Qin Shao was naturally willing to talk nicely. Qin Shao waved his hand casually and said, "It doesn't matter. Get out of the way. Let's part here." "Haha, fellow Taoist, you're quite unapproachable. Why don't we go over there? There's a pretty good restaurant over there. It's fate that brought us together." "How about I invite you to have a few drinks with me? Just as well. I can also tell you about the value of the valley token. Isn't that killing 2 birds with 1 stone?" The middle-aged ancient sage man said with a smile. However, looking at these people who seemed to be harboring malicious intentions, Qin Shao knew that these people were definitely up to no good. Therefore, he didn't have any intention of talking to these people. There was no need to be afraid of talking to the wrong people. If Qin Shao wanted to know about these things, he didn't need to ask these people. Moreover, these people were pestering him relentlessly. It was obvious that they came here with a purpose. How could such a small trick escape Qin Zhao's eyes? Therefore, Qin Zhao naturally didn't pay much attention to them. His face darkened slightly, and he said without any trace of politeness, "Not interested. Get out of the way." Bah! The ancient sage man who blocked Qin Zhao's way just now became angry. He glared at Qin Zhao and said, "Brat, don't be so shameless. We're talking nicely to you, but you're scowling at us. Who do you think you're scowling at?" The other three people also surrounded Qin Zhao with different voices. Their eyes flashed with ruthlessness. When Little Gu and Baby Mo saw this, they were very angry, especially Little Gu. He had a bad temper to begin with, so how could he tolerate this? Xiao Gu wanted to move, but he was stopped by Qin Zhao. He gave him a look that told him not to act rashly and to listen to his orders. Qin Zhao glanced at the four people and chuckled. "What? Or do you want to snatch it by force? If you want to snatch it by force, then I'll accompany you. However, you're recklessly breaking the rules of Guyong City. Are you really not afraid that the city lord will blame you?" The rules of Valley Harmony City were actually quite simple. There weren't many restrictions, unlike the 8 realms divine palaces which had many restrictions. In Guyong City, it wasn't easy to kill people. It wasn't that they couldn't kill people, but that they couldn't easily kill people. In other words, if there was a valid reason, then it was okay to kill people. As for whether there was a valid reason, the city lord would naturally judge. Not to snatch by force was also one of the rules. With these 2 rules, it could guarantee the stability and peace of Guyong City to a large extent. The atmosphere in the city was very good. Hearing the rules of Guyong City, the 4 people's expressions couldn't help but change. However, the middle-aged ancient sage man immediately smiled and said, "You're exaggerating, fellow Taoist. We naturally wouldn't do such a thing. However, we brothers are quite interested in the Valley Tablet on your body. Of course, don't be nervous. We're interested, but we'll use normal methods to obtain it. We originally wanted to invite fellow Taoist for a few drinks. We just wanted to ask if fellow Taoist could give us something. Fellow Taoist can name a price. We'll try our best to satisfy you. What do you think?" "Not interested." Qin Zhao bluntly refused. He didn't even need to think about it. The middle-aged ancient sage man didn't get angry and said, "Fellow Taoist, you don't need to be so decisive. Actually, that Valley Tablet might not be useful to you. It might even be a burden. Guyong City isn't as simple as you think. Don't think that the rules of the city are omnipotent. The binding force of the city's rules isn't as strong as you think. There's a reason that I think you should understand. Fists can change all rules. Not to mention the rules set by humans, even the rules set by the heavens are the same. Why don't you name a price, or we can discuss it properly? Everything should be discussed." Qin Zhao sneered and said, "Then I'm sorry. You found the wrong person. There's no room for discussion with me. Also, I don't like you beating around the bush. We're all smart people, so why don't you make things clear? After all, no one is a fool. We can see the situation at a glance. Whether it's a wolf or a sheep, I can see it clearly. However, I don't like dealing with wolves. I already said that I'm not interested. If you don't move aside, then attack." Qin Zhao's arrogant attitude completely enraged the ancient sage man who spoke first. He angrily pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and said, "Brat, don't be so shameless. Do you really think that we don't dare to attack you? You're just a brat from the immortal region. How dare you be so arrogant here? Do you want to die?" Xiao Gu couldn't take it anymore and directly rushed in front of the ancient sage man. The 2 of them were about to collide. Xiao Gu glared fiercely at the ancient sage man and said coldly, "Try saying that again. I won't believe you if I don't bite you to death." Baby Mo was also very angry. A powerful aura erupted from his body. As soon as the aura of a second-step ancient sage was released, the 4 of them were completely stunned. The four of them looked at Mo Bao Bao in surprise. They did not expect a second-step ancient saint to have a second-step ancient saint as a follower of a first-step ancient saint. The four of them were only first-step ancient sages. Although they were confident in their own strength, they were only first-step ancient sages. If it was 4 against 3, they were naturally confident that they could defeat Qin Shao. However, the situation had taken a drastic turn. Now they were facing a second-step Empyrean saint and 2 first-step Empyrean saints. Their advantage in numbers had been reduced to nothing. Therefore, their aura was immediately suppressed. The man who was about to refute Xiao Gu's words suddenly felt a little dejected. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth and didn't dare say anything else. Qin Shao saw that Baby Mo had stunned the four of them and chuckled. He looked at the ancient sage man who had spoken to him and said provocatively, "Yes, I want to die. But can you kill me? Come on, I want to be tortured." This sentence sounded a little despicable, but when it came from Qin Zhao's mouth, it immediately gave off an extremely arrogant and domineering aura. Didn't he want to be arrogant? Then Qin Shao would show them how arrogant he was. In the face of Qin Zhao's arrogant provocation, the ancient sage man couldn't wait to kill Qin Shao, but he suppressed it. "What's wrong? You don't dare to make a move? Didn't you say you wanted to kill me and torture me just now? Now that I've asked you to kill me and torture me, why are you all so scared? Why are you all so quiet? Since you're all so useless and don't dare to make a sound, why are you still stopping me? Hurry up and get out of my way." This was simply a humiliation to the four of them. It was like a slap to their faces. They were very arrogant just now and wanted to stop Qin Shao, but now they didn't dare to say anything. Was he going to make a move? They would definitely be the ones at a disadvantage. Even if they didn't make a move, they would still feel humiliated. They felt very uncomfortable and aggrieved. This was especially true for the ancient sage man who had blocked Qin Zhao's way. He was extremely embarrassed. After hesitating for a moment, he took a step back and made way for Qin Shao. He had no choice. He had to give way. Seeing that these people had given in, Qin Shao sneered in his heart and walked away. However, just as he took 2 steps, a voice came from behind him. "Wait!" An ancient sage man wearing a mage robe walked in front of Qin Shao and sized up Qin Shao. After raising his eyebrows, he suddenly laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, this is really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance without any effort. Why do I feel that you look a little familiar? But I can't remember who you are. Now I finally remember who you are. Qin Shao, you're the person who has been put on the wanted list by the Elemental Saint Realm, right? I'm also a member of the 8 Realms Alliance. You publicly killed an ancient sage of the Elemental Saint Realm in the 8 Realms Divine Palace, and now you dare to appear in Valley Harmony City. Do you really think that there's no one in the Elemental Saint Realm who can stop you?" Author. Ken Shang. Previously, I couldn't update quickly because I had something to do, so I didn't ask for fresh flowers. Now that I've updated, everyone can at least send me some fresh flowers, right? Chapter 2770. Qin Shao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard the words of the Elemental Saint Realm Ancient Saint. Xiao Gu also became a little worried and looked at Qin Shao. Now that Fu Yunyi wasn't here, there was no strong protection. If someone from the Elemental Saint Realm really chased after them, things wouldn't be good. When the other 3 ancient saints heard the words of the Elemental Saint Realm Ancient Saint, they immediately laughed sinisterly and looked at Qin Shao with a hint of playfulness. He had restrained his wolf nature just a moment ago, but now it had completely erupted. Although Qin Shao was also a little worried about the revenge of the Elemental Saint Realm, he thought that there shouldn't be many ancient saints in Guyong City. Even if there was one, there shouldn't be many members of the Eight Realms Alliance. Besides, this was Guyong City. It wasn't a place where people from the Elemental Saint Realm could behave atrociously. Therefore, Qin Zhao's expression was still relatively calm. He glanced at the Ancient Saint Realm Ancient Saint and said coldly, "What? Do you want to make a move? Do you want to avenge that Ancient Saint Realm Ancient Saint? Oh, by the way, that Saint Wizard Mocha's should be a second step Empyrean Saint, right? Well, he died in my hands, so why don't you take a piss and look at yourself first?" What he meant was that a first step Ancient Saint like you dared to say that you wanted to kill me, Qin Zhao. Were you tired of living? Qin Zhao's straightforward words made the Ancient Saint Realm Ancient Saint's face turn green with embarrassment. No matter how confident he was in his own strength, he knew that he was definitely far from being a match for Qin Zhao. Even Ancient Saint Mocha's had fallen in Qin Zhao's hands, let alone him. However, he didn't want to make a move on Qin Zhao, so what was there to be afraid of? After sorting out his emotions, the Ancient Saint Realm Ancient Saint said seriously, "Qin Zhao, don't blame me for not warning you. There are quite a few Ancient Saints from our Elemental Saint Realm in Guyong City. Although there aren't many of them, there are at least a few hundred or 1,000 of them. To kill you, Qin Zhao, I don't think it would take so much power, right? As long as I casually summon them, I will be able to gather enough forces to kill you, Qin Zhao. So, don't you think you should take a good look at yourself? Shouldn't you be having a good talk with me? The few of us won't fight with you. We won't do something that will only benefit us. We won't do it if we don't have full confidence. However, as long as I spread the news that you're in Guyong City to the Ancient Saints of our Elemental Saint Realm, just think about it. What kind of consequences will there be? Ha ha ha, Qin Zhao, oh Qin Zhao, you are really lucky. Back in the Eight Realms Divine Palace, he had been rescued. After coming to Valley Harmony City, you were able to pick up a high-grade Valley Plate. How is your luck so heaven-defying? However, your good luck has come to an end after meeting me. So, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't say that I'm threatening you. I'm just giving you a serious warning. If you know what's good for you, obediently give me that Valley Plate and I can let you go. I won't tell the people of the Elemental Saint Realm that you're in Valley Harmony City. If you don't know what's good for you, then let's see if you can be as lucky as last time and have someone come to save you at the critical moment. Oh right, let me give you another reminder. In Valley Harmony City, there's more than one Ancient Saint Realm existence in our Elemental Saint Realm. How was this a reminder? This was a blatant threat. Hearing these words, Xiao Gu was indeed a little frightened. He looked at Qin Zhao again and again, as if asking Qin Zhao what to do. Thinking about the incident in the Eight Realms Divine Palace, Baby Mo felt very guilty and blamed himself. If she hadn't acted in a fit of anger, the matter wouldn't have blown up and become so tense. Now, wherever his master went, he would be threatened by the people of the Elemental Saint Realm. Qin Zhao chuckled and coldly glanced at the Elemental Saint Realm Ancient Saint. You think you can threaten me? Then I can tell you clearly that you're not qualified. Far from qualified. If you have the ability, then go and call your Elemental Saint Realm Ancient Saint to come and kill me. Don't say so much useless nonsense. Okay, you can scram now. If you block my way now, I can guarantee that you won't live to see tomorrow. The Elemental Saint Realm person was frightened by Qin Zhao's cold gaze and words and subconsciously retreated to the side. Qin Zhao didn't care and swaggered away with Baby Mo and Xiao Gu. It wasn't until Qin Zhao and Xiao Gu were far away that the Elemental Saint Realm Ancient Saint reacted and cursed angrily. Damn it, who do you think you are? You're just a one-step Ancient Saint. You think you can be so arrogant just because you have some strength? You think you can look down on everyone? I spit on you, spit on you. You self-righteous bastard, I'll make you pay the price. I'll let you know how the word death is written. Humph, I'll tell the Elemental Saint Realm people that you're in Valley Harmony City. Genially, you can't. At this moment, the middle-aged ancient saint man immediately stopped him. Saint Master genially frowned and looked at the middle-aged ancient saint man in confusion. Zhuang Long, why can't I? Can you bear it? You can, but I definitely can't. Such a person must be taught a lesson. I must make him die. Zhuang Long shook his head and said, Genially, you're too impulsive. It's certain that he will die, but before he dies, we should snatch the upper-grade plate from him. That's our goal. It's too easy to kill him. But if you let the Elemental Saint Realm people kill him, what will we get? That valley token will definitely fall into the hands of others. By then, we'll have nothing to do with it. So we can't do that for now. For the time being, only the four of us know about this secret. This is a great opportunity for us. A upper-grade valley token. The value and benefits it can bring is enough for us to take the risk and snatch it. Hearing ancient sage Zhuang Long's words, the other three nodded their heads in agreement. That was indeed the case. The three of them looked at ancient Saint Zhuang Long. Since he said so, he must have a plan. A sinister and cunning smile flashed across Zhuang Long's face. On the other side, after walking away, Xiao Gu was still very worried. Big brother, why don't we leave Guyong City quickly and return to the Immortal Region first? I feel that it's too dangerous here. It's safer to return to the Immortal Region, Xiao Gu suggested. Baby Mo, on the other hand, looked sad and did not make a sound. After clenching his teeth, Baby Mo said, That's right, Master. Why don't we hurry back to the Immortal Region? It's all Baby's fault. It's all Baby's fault. It's all Baby's fault for causing Master to be in such danger. Qin Xiao shook his head and patted Baby Mo's head. Silly girl, don't think like that. This has nothing to do with you. It's not your fault. Actually, Master approved of you killing Mochas. It's just that you broke the rules of the Eight Realms Alliance. It's not a big deal. I don't want to join that kind of Eight Realms Alliance. But Master, Baby Mo still felt apologetic and couldn't get over that hurdle. Qin Xiao waved his hand and interrupted Baby Mo. All right, Baby Mo, let's end this here. Don't mention it again. Don't ever mention it again. As long as you don't cross Master's bottom line, Master will never blame you. What's more, you did the right thing. Why would Master blame you? Hearing Qin Xiao's solemn words, Baby Mo didn't dare say anything more. He could only nod and say, Oh. After comforting Baby Mo, Qin Xiao said to Xiao Gu, There's no rush to leave Guyong City for now. First of all, we haven't even made a trip around the city. Second of all, we still haven't figured out what benefits this high-grade valley badge can bring. These benefits are definitely in Guyong City. If we leave, won't the benefits go to waste? Third of all, Miss Fu left without saying goodbye. She didn't say she wouldn't come back. Perhaps she has something to do. If we leave without saying goodbye, it may make Miss Fu worried. Therefore, no matter what, we can't leave Guyong City for now. Xiao Gu also understood this, but he was still a little anxious. But big brother, if we wait any longer, we might be in danger. We might not be able to leave. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, That won't happen. You're worrying a little too much. Perhaps there are many elemental sacred region ancient saints in Guyong City, but this isn't the Eight Realms Divine Palace. This is Guyong City. I'm afraid there won't be many ancient saints here who are members of the Eight Realms Alliance. Moreover, even if they are members of the Eight Realms Alliance, that matter has already passed. This isn't the Eight Realms Divine Palace. Even if someone knew about it, who would dare to take the lead? Even Mochas, a second-step ancient saint, died at my hands. I'm afraid ordinary first-step and second-step ancient saints wouldn't dare to step forward, right? Without a leader, the people of the elemental sacred region are just a bunch of loose sand. They won't be able to do much. Moreover, Sacred Master Luolan personally made a move, but I managed to escape safely. Many people will think too much. Therefore, they won't step forward easily. Therefore, even if that person spreads the news, the people of the elemental sacred region won't dare to do anything. Not to mention, the four of them won't easily leak the news. After all, what they value more is the Valley token in my hands. They covet it very much and will definitely think of a way to snatch it back. Therefore, how could they easily leak the news about me? We were a little careless when we came out. It seems like we have to change our appearances so that we won't expose ourselves easily. It seems like the people of the elemental sacred region have already spread the news of my situation back to the elemental sacred region. Xiao Gu scratched his head. After listening to Qin Xiao say so much, he was still confused. He seemed to understand, but at the same time, he didn't. It seemed to make some sense, but it seemed like there were still risks. Qin Xiao couldn't be bothered with all this. Since trouble was coming, there was no way to avoid it. They could only wait and see. Since it was coming, they should take it as it came. Counter soldiers with arms and water with an earth weir. There was no need to think too much. It would be fine to just keep things simple. Chapter 2771. After asking the book spirit, Qin Xiao finally understood the benefits of the token. Generally speaking, the token could be seen as a huge game played by City Lord Guyong. Such a huge game was to attract people to Guyong City. It could be considered as building a brand for Guyong City. It was also an opportunity for City Lord Guyong to interact with the people who came to Guyong City and build up the reputation of Guyong City. As for the token, it was extremely attractive to ordinary ancient sages. If one's luck was good, they could really obtain a huge reward. It was a huge opportunity. Opportunities were things that could only be encountered by chance. How could it be so easy to obtain a huge opportunity? Even if Qin Xiao had heaven-defying luck, it was still very difficult for him to obtain a huge opportunity. Therefore, to most people, the token was extremely attractive. As for the token, there were a total of 5 types. According to the grades, they were low, middle, high, and peak. Different grades had different types of tokens. As for the last type, it was known as the death exemption token. It meant that no matter what kind of heinous crime you committed, no matter who you offended, and no matter who you wanted to kill you, City Lord Guyong would protect you. As long as you had the death exemption token, City Lord Guyong would protect you from death. Unless there was an existence stronger than City Lord Guyong that wanted to kill you, there would be no solution. City Lord Guyong would protect you with all his strength. He would gather the strength of Guyong City to protect you. In other words, as long as you didn't offend an existence stronger than the world god stage, you would be able to avoid death. This was the power of the death exemption token. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the death exemption token was the most desirable token. It was enough to make a 4th-step ancient sage go crazy for it. Generally speaking, no one would be foolish enough to offend an existence stronger than the world god stage. If they really offended an existence stronger than the world god stage, they wouldn't have the chance to hide in Guyong City. For such an existence, killing a world god stage expert would only take a single thought. Therefore, obtaining the death exemption token was equivalent to obtaining a guarantee of not dying. As for the low, middle, high, and top-grade valley tokens, each of them had different benefits. They were all unknown and random, and could only be known when one obtained them. Therefore, its value was determined by its grade. Generally speaking, only one would appear in 100 trillion years. Guyong City had been built for 800 trillion years. That was to say, from the time Guyong City was built until now, there were only 8 supreme-grade Valley tokens. Therefore, it was almost impossible to find a top-grade Valley token. There were very few high-grade Valley tokens, and those who were able to obtain them were definitely heaven-defying. The number of death exemption gold medallions was also relatively small. According to the records, since the establishment of Guyong City, there had only been a few dozen death exemption gold medallions. However, the death exemption golden medallion had a restriction. It could only be used by one person. In other words, once it was activated, it could only be used by the person who activated it. It could not be given to anyone else. If the person who activated it died, then the death exemption golden medallion would become invalid and would be taken back by City Lord Guyong. Therefore, after all these years, the number of death exemption gold medallions that remained in Guyong City became even fewer. Furthermore, the death exemption golden medallion was only effective in Guyong City. It would be ineffective outside of Guyong City. I really stepped on dog shit luck this time. I obtained a high-grade Valley token the moment I arrived. However, I don't know what benefits it will bring. The most interesting thing is that, after obtaining this Valley token, you won't be able to obtain benefits immediately. You also won't be able to exchange for benefits at the City Lord's mansion. Instead, you have to wait for information from the Valley token. Then, you can use the information from the Valley token to obtain the corresponding benefit. Therefore, all I can do now is to wait and do nothing. However, it shouldn't take too long. Qin Xiao smiled. He felt that this was very interesting. It was a little different from the situations he encountered in the past. It wasn't just this aspect that was interesting. These tokens were randomly placed all over Guyong City. One didn't need to pass any tests to obtain a token. It was completely random and depended on one's luck. If one's luck was good, then one could easily obtain it. Just like Little Gu, he could even pick it up in the courtyard. That Valley token could have been in the courtyard for a long time. However, Little Fatty and Little Skinny did not discover it. Instead, it was picked up by Little Gu. What was this called? This was called luck. It was also possible for a Valley token to be randomly placed in an inconspicuous corner of the street. One could pick it up while walking. In Guyong City, there were also some people who specially searched for Valley tokens in various corners of the city. However, the appearance of the Valley token was completely random. Furthermore, it would not always appear in the same place. It could appear for a while before disappearing and going to another place. Therefore, as long as one was in Guyong City, everyone would have a chance to obtain a Valley token. Everyone's chances were balanced. It didn't mean that if you deliberately searched for it, your chances would be higher. If others didn't search for it, then the chances would be lower. As long as your luck was good enough, then to put it bluntly, you could even trip over a Valley token while walking. If your luck was especially bad, then even if you searched for millions of universe epochs in Guyong City, you still wouldn't be able to obtain anything. The way this game was played was a little interesting. It was precisely because of this fairness and equal opportunity that many people came here for the reputation of the Valley Plate. They always thought that they could try their luck in Guyong City. Who knew, they might also be lucky enough to pick up a Valley token. Moreover, because Guyong City was a place that stood aloof from worldly affairs, relatively speaking, the 8 great saint domains, the great 1,000 secret realms, and the various powers of the great 1,000 universe would not come to Guyong City and cause trouble in Guyong City. As a result, Guyong City had vaguely become a pure land in the great 1,000 universe. Therefore, many people were willing to let their original bodies stay in Guyong City and keep a low profile. This way, even if their original bodies died, at least their original bodies would still be alive. A large part of the reason why there were so many ancient sages in Guyong City was because of this. These people's original bodies stayed in Guyong City to protect their lives. Therefore, they kept a low profile in Guyong City and would not easily cause trouble. They would endure as much as they could. The good atmosphere in Guyong City probably had something to do with these reasons. Big brother, where are we going now? Xiao Gu asked with a bored expression. Walking in this unfamiliar Guyong City did indeed feel a little aimless. Qin Zhao's gaze moved and looked at a majestic palace not far away. He said, "Let's go to the Adventurers Guild over there to take a look." Earlier on, the book spirit had introduced some basic information about Guyong City. Among them, the Adventurers Guild was more important. In fact, the Adventurers Guild was established by the City Lord of Guyong City and was managed by the City Lord residents. Therefore, it could be considered a more formal and official organization. The purpose of the Adventurers Guild's existence was to be a large platform. It was a communication platform and also an information platform. In the Great Thousand Realms, what good places are there to explore? They can come here and form a team. Come, let's go together. If one wanted to do something but was not capable enough, one could spend a lot of money to hire people to help. In fact, the City Lord residents would even release some missions and reward people to complete them. Organizations like this were not new. Basically, they could be found everywhere. However, the Adventurers Guild might be bigger and better in comparison to other guilds. It was mainly targeted at the ancient sage realm existences. Such actions were obviously intended to increase the popularity of Guyong City and make more people willing to come to Guyong City. As soon as he entered the Adventurers Guild, he was immediately greeted by a tall and beautiful elven woman. Her face was full of smiles, and her smile was so bright and beautiful. The elf race was one of the more special races in the Great Thousand Universe. The elf race was not big. In the Great Thousand Universe, the population of the elf race was extremely small. However, the elf race was famous for their beauty. The men of the elf race were very handsome, and the women of the elf race were especially beautiful. They were suitable for the aesthetic standards of any race. Therefore, no matter where the elf race went, they were considered to be more popular. Her long ears, sharp chin, high nose bridge, bright sapphire-like eyes, snow-white skin, golden ratio, and light blue hair all accentuated her beauty. This elf woman was also a one-step ancient sage. "Welcome, lords. How may I be of service to you?" The elf woman bowed respectfully to Qin Shao and the other two. For a first-step Empyrean saint to act so humbly as if he was a servant, Qin Shao was a little surprised. It would be understandable if she was a four-step heavenly venerate. However, she was a one-step ancient sage. However, from this point, it was enough to show how high the service quality of the Adventurers Guild was. The atmosphere in Guyong City was very good, so it was reasonable to have such high-quality service. Qin Shao smiled and replied, "We're just a little curious, so we came here to take a look. We don't have any good ideas for the time being." The elf woman still had a smile on her face as she said, "Don't worry about it. 3 sirs, you can take a look around. There are a lot of sirs inside as well. 3 sirs can sit over there and have a drink. If the 3 of you would like to know more, I can give you a good introduction or a small recommendation." Qin Shao nodded and said, "All right then. Miss Xiaoya, please give us some information." Elf Xiaoya nodded with a smile and led Qin Shao to the side. With a wave of her hand, a thick booklet appeared in her hand. Every page of the booklet was filled with small jade slips, each of which recorded a lot of information. Elf Xiaoya asked, "How should I address you, lords?" Qin Shao introduced, "My name is Qin Shao, this is Xiao Gu, and this is Baby Mo. Xiaoya greets Lord Qin Shao. It seems that Lord Qin Shao is a person of great fortune. I feel that Lord Qin Shao should have a valley token on you." Elf Xiaoya smiled and bowed. She knows that I have a valley token on me? But thinking about it, this elf Xiao Ye is a member of the city lord's mansion. It's not a big deal for her to know. Xiao Ye continued, Lord Qin Xiao, do you have any ideas? Do you want to take on a mission to earn some rewards, or do you want to find a better place to gain experience? Qin Xiao didn't have any ideas in these aspects for the time being, so he said, these are not urgent for the time being. Just introduce me to some information and let me know more about the situation. When I have a good idea, I'll tell you. How about it? Chapter 2772. Fairy Xiaoye smiled and nodded. She began to flip through the thick booklet, trying to find something suitable to introduce to Qin Xiao. Soon, Fairy Xiaoye took out a jade slip and placed it in front of Qin Xiao. A message was released from the jade slip. Fairy Xiaoye explained, Lord Qin Xiao, these people want to explore the soundless stream. They are still missing 3 people to form a group of 10. The soundless stream is an extremely strange place. It is extremely dangerous. However, the soundless stream's heaven and earth spirit qi is extremely dense. Moreover, the world is silent. It is extremely helpful for one to cultivate and comprehend the laws. Moreover, there are many opportunities in the soundless stream. It is a place worth exploring. Xiao Ye feels that this mission is more suitable for Lord Qin Xiao. You can consider it. After Qin Xiao learned about this activity, he shook his head and smiled. The soundless stream is a bit far from Guyong City. Moreover, there are too many people. I don't like to go out with too many people. Fairy Xiao Ye smiled and said, It seems that Lord Qin Xiao likes to be closer and with fewer people. Let Xiao Ye take a look. Xiao Ye searched again and quickly found a suitable mission. She released it. Lord Qin Xiao, our Guyong city previously issued a mission to go to the Yuanlong land to hunt down a person who has committed a heinous crime. This person was a second-step Empyrean saint, and his strength was formidable. Moreover, he is hiding in the Yuanlong land. It is very difficult to find him. Someone had accepted this mission before. However, they failed in the end. The reward for this mission is also very high. I think Lord Qin Xiao should consider it. Looking at the map, the Yuanlong land was not far from Guyong City. Qin Xiao was also interested in hunting down a person who has committed a heinous crime. However, Qin Xiao was not willing to leave Guyong City so easily. Firstly, he wanted to wait for Fu Yunyi. Secondly, it would be safer for me to stay in Guyong City. Especially now that he had a high-grade valley token on him. Even if he wanted to leave Guyong City, he should wait until he obtained the benefits of the high-grade valley token. Jinoli, Zhuanglong, and the others were all eyeing them covetously. Once they caught the opportunity, they would not let it go easily. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Qin Xiao shook his head and said, For the time being, I will not leave Guyong City. The mission you mentioned is not bad. I'll think about it after I've decided to leave Guyong City. Oh, you don't intend to leave Guyong City? Then it seems that there really isn't any mission suitable for Lord Qin Xiao and you. Fairy Little Ye said. Qin Xiao waved her hand and said, It doesn't matter. We just want to learn about it casually. We don't have to have any activities or tasks right away. We can also prepare for the future. All right, Miss Xiao Ye, thank you for your patient reception. You don't have to entertain us, we'll just walk around inside. Fairy Little Ye nodded her head and retreated to the side. After sending Fairy Little Ye off, Qin Xiao walked inside. Soon, he saw some people chatting in groups of 2 or 3. They were drinking wine and chatting happily. As soon as Qin Xiao and the others arrived, they seemed to be very welcomed. A man from the ancient sage realm came forward to greet them warmly. He walked up to Qin Shao and asked, "Brother, how should I address you? Are you from the immortal domain? I feel that the immortal energy in your body is very dense. I'm also from the immortal domain." Qin Shao looked at the other party. He was a first-step ancient saint. Indeed, he was emitting immortal energy. However, it was not accurate to judge which sacred domain a person was from just based on their aura. If Qin Shao released his great Tao aura with all his strength, it could be said that he was from the great Tao sacred domain. Of course, most people were prepared for this. They only needed to judge based on their aura. When walking outside and meeting people from the immortal domain, Qin Shao would always feel a sense of familiarity. "I'm Qin Shao. How should I address you, brother?" Qin Shao cupped his fists and said. Hearing Qin Shao's name, the ancient saint was surprised. He stared at Qin Shao with wide eyes and a look of surprise on his face. "What? Qin Shao? You're that Qin Shao? Qin Shao from the Sacred Academy? Is it really you?" Seeing the ancient saint's reaction, Qin Shao couldn't help but be taken aback. His reputation in the immortal domain had already spread to such an extent? Even if he had heard of his name, there was no need to act so exaggeratedly, right? No matter what, he was still a first-step ancient saint. He wasn't someone who hadn't seen the world. Moreover, for an ancient saint to be able to walk outside for so long, he must have experienced something. "Yes, it's the real deal." Qin Shao nodded. The ancient saint immediately cupped his fists to Qin Shao and said with a happy smile, "Nice to meet you, it's really a pleasure. I've known you for a long time. I didn't expect to see you in Guyong City today. It's really rare. Your reputation in the immortal domain is very resounding. It's not an exaggeration to say that you're like the sun in the sky. I often hear stories about you. I've always wanted to meet you, the #1 genius in the immortal domain. I've always admired you. Today, I finally get to meet you, so I'm a little excited." Looking at the ancient sage's expression and hearing his words, Qin Shao could not help but feel a little fearful when a first-step ancient sage, especially one who was a senior, spoke to him in such a manner. In fact, Qin Shao had always felt that such praise was a little too much. He didn't like such excessive praise. Qin Shao had never been good at chatting, so he didn't know what to say at this moment. It was a little awkward. The ancient saint immediately reacted, patted his head and said, "Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Luo Meng. Hee, if you want to talk about it, there is actually some history between us. The reason why I paid so much attention to you before was actually related to my cousin. My cousin worships you a lot. He's simply your little fan. He often praises you in my ear, saying how evil you are, how monstrous, and how heaven-defying you are. The more he talks about you, the more I admire you." "Your cousin?" Qin Shao was stunned. Who was his cousin? Was there such a relationship? Saint Venerable Luomeng nodded and said, "Yes, my cousin is your good brother. His name is Meng Dali." Hearing Meng Dali's name, Qin Shao was pleasantly surprised. He carefully looked at Saint Venerable Luomeng and found that there were some similarities between him and Meng Dali. Qin Shao cupped his fists again and said, "So you're Dali's cousin. Sorry for the disrespect. According to seniority, I should call you Cousin Luomeng." Luomeng immediately waved his hand and said, "Ha, that's too serious. Just call me Luomeng. I don't deserve to be called cousin." Qin Shao shook his head and said seriously, "Of course. Dali and I are brothers. His cousin is naturally my cousin. We can't mix up the seniority." Luomeng smiled and said, "Okay. Since you insist, I'll be thick-skinned and accept it." Haha, sometimes the fate in the world is so wonderful. No wonder my cousin worships you so much. You entered the Sacred Academy at the same time. You broke through to the ancient saint realm early, and Dolly is still working hard to break through to the ancient saint realm. Everyone has his own fortune, his own destiny, his own path, and his own future. There's nothing to compare, Qin Shao said. Luo Meng nodded his head in agreement. That made sense. Oh, right. Luo Meng suddenly patted his head and said, Look at me. Come, Qin Shao, come and sit over there. I have a few friends to introduce to you. Qin Shao also saw the three people over there. The three of them also looked over from time to time. Luo Meng brought Qin Shao to the three people and said to them with a smile, Brothers, let me introduce you to an experienced person. You may not have heard of him, but he's really experienced. Qin Shao looked at the three people calmly. The man sitting in the middle was a second-step ancient saint. He was steady, strong, and had an extraordinary aura. He had the air of a leader. It was obvious that he was the leader of these people. Judging from his aura, he should be from the Great Tao Saint realm. The one on the left should also be from the Great Tao Saint realm, and the one on the right should be from the Sword Cultivator Saint realm. Both of them were first-step ancient saints like Luo Meng. This is Qin Shao, my cousin's good brother. I didn't expect to meet him here. Although he's from the same generation as my cousin and is younger, don't underestimate him. He's very heaven-defying. He's known as the #1 genius in the immortal realm and also the #1 on the saint ranking of the Immortal Realm Saint Academy. He's created many miracles. He's definitely the best among the younger generation in the immortal realm. He's definitely the target of countless people and a role model to learn from. As for his strength, it's said that he's unfathomable. How is it? Experienced enough, right? Luo Meng then said to Qin Shao, let me introduce you. The one in the middle is our captain, Saint Tianyi. After all, he was a second-step ancient saint, so Qin Shao politely cupped his fists and bowed to him. The other party returned a smile and nodded to Qin Shao in response. The one on the right is Qin Liui. Nice to meet you. Qin Liui cupped his fists at Qin Shao and said. Qin Shao also replied, Nice to meet you. Luo Meng then pointed to the ancient saint man on the left and introduced. This is Tan Jun. When Tan Jun was introduced, the other party's expression was not so friendly. His face was full of arrogance. He raised his head, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Qin Shao with disdain. He was indifferent to Qin Shao's cupping of his fists, as if he didn't care at all. Such a reaction caused Luo Meng to feel a little embarrassed. Qin Shao's eyebrows also furrowed slightly, but they quickly relaxed. There was no need to be calculative with this kind of person. After all, they had met by chance. It was the first time they met, so it was not a big deal that the other party ignored him. It was a very normal thing. Friends, if they could be friends, then so be it. If they couldn't be friends or acquaintances, then so be it. There was nothing to lose. There were some things that one could understand after experiencing it. In fact, it was not a big deal. Although Qin Shao did not have much experience, he understood this principle. He was quite broad-minded. Looks like this place doesn't welcome me. I'm just here to get acquainted with cousin Luo Meng. I shall not disturb the few of you. Qin Shao smiled faintly and prepared to leave after saying those words. Luo Meng was a little embarrassed. He didn't know what to say. This made him feel a little awkward. On one hand, it was his own people. On the other hand, it was Qin Shao who he wanted to introduce to him. Chapter 2773. What's the hurry? Since you're here, just sit down and have a drink. When Qin Shao was about to leave, Tan Jun said, although there seemed to be some arrogance in his voice. Hearing Tan Jun's words, Luo Meng pulled Qin Shao and said, Ahem, brother Qin Shao, don't mind him. Tan Jun is like this. He treats everyone like this. Since you're here, why don't you sit down and have a drink? It's always good to know more people when you're outside. Qin Shao knew that Luo Meng meant well. First of all, they were all people of the immortal region. Naturally, there was some closeness outside. Second of all, because of Meng Dali, Luo Meng was still very warm to Qin Shao. Qin Shao could feel this. However, his three friends were obviously not so warm. Even Tian Yi and Qing Lu only greeted Qin Shao politely. They did not show any enthusiasm. Tan Jun's arrogant attitude was there. They just looked at it indifferently and did not pay attention to it. From this, it was enough to see that these three people were not very welcoming to him. Especially Tan Jun. Not to mention welcoming him, he was probably a little hostile to him. His arrogance made Qin Shao feel very uncomfortable. Therefore Qin Shao said, "No, I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first." Qin Shao would never use his warm face to stick to a cold butt. He disdained to do it. Qin Shao still had this little bit of arrogance. If he could chat with someone, then he would not miss out on getting to know them. If he could not chat with someone, even if he forced himself to know them, it would be useless. They would not be of any help to him. Tan Jun was originally an extremely arrogant person. When he heard Luo Meng praise Qin Shao like that, and described Qin Shao as someone who had experienced many dangers, this aroused the arrogance in his heart. Therefore, he was a little unhappy with Qin Shao. Now that he saw that Qin Shao's arrogance was not inferior to his, and he obviously had a feeling of tit-for-tat with him, he was very angry and unhappy. Under this anger, Tan Jun suddenly stood up, glared at Qin Shao and shouted, "Stop! Humph, you're so arrogant. Don't be so shameless. You don't know what you're capable of. How dare you be so arrogant? You're just a junior. How dare you be so arrogant in front of us? Do you think you're so capable? Do you think you can be arrogant because you have a little talent? Do you think you're standing at the peak of the first step ancient saint realm? You don't know etiquette." Seeing this scene, Luo Meng was even more embarrassed. He knew Tan Jun's temper, and he didn't expect Qin Zhao's personality to be so direct and fierce. It was supposed to be a good thing, but now it turned out to be a bad thing. Tan Jun, Qin Shao is young and not very sensible. Luo Meng wanted to say a few good words for Qin Shao, but he did not expect Tan Jun to say, "Luo Meng, shut up. This has nothing to do with you." I have to teach such a young man who doesn't know etiquette a lesson. Don't protect him. Luo Meng was also very speechless. What was this? A good thing turned into a bad thing. But could he really not do anything? He was the one who introduced Qin Shao to him. Now that things were so unpleasant, how could he just let it go? Wouldn't he be scolded to death by Meng Dali? Therefore, Luo Meng gritted his teeth and said again, "Tan Jun, if you're my brother, you should give me face and let this matter go. Let Qin Shao and the others go. It's just a small matter. You don't have to be so angry, do you? I apologize to you on behalf of Qin Shao for what happened just now. Your brother has already said so much. Do you still want to be calculative?" After Tan Jun looked at Luo Meng unhappily, he snorted and waved his hand. "Forget it. Since you, Luo Meng, have come forward to plead for leniency, if I do anything else, it will seem that I don't care about our friendship. These people, let them go quickly. Don't provoke me here." Young people nowadays are really a bit interesting. They really think that they are invincible just because they have a few false titles. They dare to not put others in their eyes wherever they go. Originally, Qin Shao was too lazy to argue with Tan Jun. There was no need to argue with this kind of arrogant and unruly person. It would only hurt his own tolerance. Qin Shao had seen a lot of people like this, but he did not expect Tan Jun's mouth to be so mean. He kept talking, and his words became more and more unpleasant. Luo Meng was embarrassed, and his face was a little ugly. But because of his face and friendship, Luo Meng's face was swollen red, and he did not know what to say to Tan Jun. He was sandwiched in the middle, and both sides were not good to talk to, which made him very uncomfortable. Luo Meng really regretted bringing Qin Shao here. He did not expect that such an unpleasant thing would happen. He really did not know what happened to Tan Jun today. Did he eat gunpowder? Even if he was in a bad mood, he should not make fun of others. In short, it was really a very speechless thing. Qin Shao also saw that Luo Meng was in a difficult position, so he did not want to make a big deal out of this matter. He wanted to calm it down. But Xiao Gu was not happy. He was angry and did not care so much. He directly rushed to Tan Jun. Fortunately, he was stopped by Qin Shao. "Damn, if you dare to talk about my brother again, I will bite you to death." Xiao Gu did not care so much. If he was unhappy, he wanted to bite him to death. As soon as Xiao Gu's words came out, Luo Meng's face suddenly changed. His expression stiffened, and he subconsciously thought that it was over. This time it was really over. The situation could not be reversed. Qin Shao also knew that it seemed that today's trouble was unavoidable. But forget it. If it was unavoidable, then it was not a big deal. Qin Shao was not afraid. He just did not want to cause trouble, and did not want to make things difficult for Luo Meng. But if it really exploded, it was not a big deal. In fact, Qin Shao wanted to explode in his heart. Qin Shao never had the habit of letting others jump on his head. Tan Jun's face instantly became gloomy and ugly. His eyes were spewing out anger as he stared at Xiao Gu coldly. Where did this bastard jump out from? How dare he talk nonsense like this? It seems that he is tired of living. I think the one who is tired of living is you. You keep insulting my brother. What did we do to provoke you? Xiao Gu retorted angrily. Qin Shao turned around and pulled Xiao Gu behind him. He took a step forward, and Tan Jun also took 2 steps forward. The two immediately confronted each other. Luo Meng, who was on the side, did not know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, he was in the most difficult position. He did not know what to do. He wanted to mediate, but now it seemed that whether it was Tan Jun or Qin Shao, the smell of gunpowder had been ignited. It seemed that it would be difficult to stop them. Moreover, it was not right for him to help either of them. While Luo Meng was in a difficult position, Xiao Gu pulled Luo Meng and said to him, "It's okay. You don't have to worry about this. It's not your fault. My brother can handle it. You just stand aside and watch." Just watch from the sidelines? Qin Shao can handle it? It was not that Luo Meng did not believe in Qin Zhao's ability. It was just that Qin Shao was really too young. Moreover, he had not been a sage for long. Even if he was monstrous and heaven-defying, how strong could he be? If Qin Shao really had an accident, how could he face his cousin Meng Dali in the future? Therefore, this matter really gave Luo Meng a headache. However, he really did not have any good way to solve this matter at this time. He could only stand there and stare with a stomach full of bitterness. "Are you crazy?" Qin Shao opened his mouth and asked a question that made people spit saliva. This sentence sounded relatively plain, but it was full of lethality. Tan Jun was already angry at this time. When he heard Qin Zhao's question, it made him even angrier. He gritted his teeth and spat out a few words coldly. "Are you looking for death?" However, Qin Shao did not show any weakness. He continued to ask, "Do we know each other? Today should be the first time we met, right? We should be strangers who met by chance, right? I didn't know you before and you didn't know me. As soon as we met, you were so arrogant and wanted to trample on me. Do I, Qin Shao, owe you? First, I don't know you. Second, I didn't offend you. Third, I don't owe you anything. So, I'm being polite to you because of my character. It's my duty to not be polite to you. Why do you have to be so high and mighty in front of me? Who do you think you are? Are you a fourth-step ancient sage or a worldly immortal? If you are, then I admit it. Unfortunately, you are just a first-step ancient sage. We are all first-step ancient sages. Why do you have to be above me? Why do I have to be polite to you and let you trample on me? Where does your sense of superiority come from? Just because you are older than me and have lived longer than me? If you think this is your seniority, then I really have to look down on you. Have you been living like a dog for so many years? After cultivating for so many years, you are only at the same level as me, a kid who has only cultivated for tens of millions of years. Don't you feel ashamed? Are you ashamed? Why? Do you still think you are amazing? Yes, you are really amazing. To be able to live like a dog for so many years is indeed a special ability. I admire you, really. I definitely can't do that. Qin Zhao's words made Luo Meng's jaw drop. What a talent! However, these words were filled with deep humiliation. Tan Jun's face turned completely black when he heard this. Tan Jun was so angry that his body trembled slightly. Flames of anger were already spewing out of his eyes. Damn it, this guy is really courting death. Xiao Gu was still adding fuel to the fire. Big brother, don't say that. Dogs have dignity too. It is also a kind of humiliation for dogs to be living like this. No matter what, dogs are also members of the beast race. Although their level is a little low, they still have some backbone. Dogs definitely don't want to do such a shameful and undignified thing. Some people are like this. They call others beasts, but in fact, they are even worse than beasts themselves. Xiao Gu's words clearly had a double meaning. He echoed Qin Zhao's words and made a powerful counterattack to Tan Jun's insult. The two of them echoed each other and made Tan Jun so angry that his lungs were about to explode. There was actually someone who dared to humiliate him like this. It was really abominable. It would be difficult for him to calm the anger in his heart if he didn't kill someone. Luo Meng was so shocked that he couldn't speak. His jaw was about to drop. At this moment, he really admired Qin Zhao and Xiao Gu. This pair of master and servant was really sharp. Words were like knives, killing without spilling blood. Author Cruel Death. 4th update. Chapter 2774. Originally, it was said that if one endured for a while, the wind would be calm and the waves would be calm. If one took a step back, the world would be wide open. When one went out, the word tolerance was especially important. After all, this great wide world was not that simple. Even if you think you're strong, there's always someone stronger than you. There's always someone stronger than you. If one did not provoke them properly, it would bring about a fatal disaster. Not only did Qin Zhao not tolerate it, but she also provoked him and used a ruthless move. Her courage was indeed extraordinary. You're courting death. Tan Jun could not bear it anymore. How could his pride allow him to be provoked like this? Therefore, he directly made a move. He was a great path cultivator. As soon as he made a move, a strange force surged toward Qin Zhao and Xiao Gu at the same time. This force turned into ice alls in the void, piercing through the void and whistling over with a cold sharpness. These cold ice alls carried a terrifying power, and the power of the law of the Great Path was contained in them. Saint Master Tan Jun's strength was obviously very powerful, and a casual move was no small matter. Those ice alls looked simple and ordinary, but in fact they were incomparably powerful. They whistled through the void, as if they were going to pierce through everything. Humph! Qin Zhao snorted coldly and used the power of the law of space, forming a sealed protective shield with space, enveloping the three of them. In addition to the power of space, Qin Zhao also used her heart force at the same time, attacking those ice alls with her heart force. The two forces were used at the same time, immediately blocking all the ice alls, and they fell one by one. In addition to attacking people, heart force could also be used to attack power. As long as it had spiritual power, heart force could be used to attack it. However, in the past, when Qin Shao used heart force in battle, she mostly used it to attack people because it was the most direct attack method. As long as she dealt with people, the rest would naturally be dealt with. But in truth, the usefulness of heart force was far greater than that. It was just that Qin Dong hadn't put it to good use. Of course, the main reason was that although Qin Shao had always been cultivating heart force, he hadn't cultivated any heart force cultivation technique. He also hadn't tried out other applications of heart force in other aspects. Qin Shao used his heart force and space law to deal with the icicles. It was very effective. Instantly, the icicles fell to the ground. Qin Shao was very satisfied with the result. Baby Mo, little Gu, step aside. I'll take care of this, Qin Shao said to Baby Mo and little Gu. The two of them naturally knew Qin Zhao's strength, so they naturally didn't worry about anything and immediately retreated to the side. Before Xiao Gu left, he also pulled Luo Meng away. Luo Meng didn't know which side he wanted to stand on, so he didn't resist being pulled to the side by Xiao Gu to watch the battle. Tian Yi and Qing Lu were still sitting there, watching the battle. Their expressions darkened slightly, and a sharp light flashed in their eyes. That was an unfriendly signal. However, Qin Shao didn't expect the two of them to give him any good signals. Seeing that his move was easily blocked by Qin Shao, Saint Master Tan Jun couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He knew that he had underestimated Qin Shao. He didn't expect him to be so strong, but the pride in his heart didn't allow him to have any thoughts of admitting defeat. Since he had already made a move and things had come to this point, no matter what, he couldn't let it go easily. Humph, kid, it seems that I've underestimated you. I was just stretching my muscles just now. It's a little difficult to use my full strength here. Why don't we go outside, find an open space, and have a good fight? Tan Jun said with a cold smile. After all, they were in the Adventurers Guild, and the space was indeed a little limited. Not only was the space limited, but if they really fought here, it would seem that they didn't put the Adventurers Guild in their eyes. Wouldn't that be a blatant challenge to the City Lord's mansion's supreme power? No matter how arrogant Tan Jun was, he definitely wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Qin Shao didn't want to provoke too much trouble, nor did he want to fight with Tan Jun. Think about it, the fight just now was enough. There's no hatred between you and me, so it's meaningless to continue fighting. I just want to tell you that you can't just step on anyone. There's a minimum of respect for others. If I don't offend you, don't offend me. If we fight here, we'll stop when it's time. But if we really want to go out and fight, I think there must be a winner. Are you sure you want to go out and fight with me? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Saint Master Tan Jun sneered and looked at Qin Shao playfully. He said, "Why? Are you afraid? Do you think that you've gained the upper hand just because you took one of my attacks, and you want me to respect you? I've heard ridiculous words, but I've never heard such ridiculous words. I'm afraid you're still living in a dream. It's fine if you don't dare to fight. I'm a magnanimous person, and I'll give you a chance to settle this matter. Apologize to me solemnly. And your dog, come out and apologize to me, and I'll let this matter go. Otherwise, I'll definitely teach you a lesson today. Otherwise, how can I let you go so easily?" Hearing Tan Jun's ruthless words, Luo Meng was even more helpless. He shook his head and sighed. He really wanted to come out and stop all this, but he knew that even if he was willing to come out, he wouldn't be able to stop it. If he were to come out, things would only get worse. However, Xiao Gu pursed his lips and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, Saint Master Luo Meng. My big brother will be fine. Just wait and watch the show." Hearing Xiao Gu's confident words, Luo Meng couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Xiao Gu in surprise and then at Qin Xiao. In his heart, he was thinking, is Qin Xiao really so powerful? He knew Tan Jun's strength, and he was definitely very strong. There was no doubt that he was one of the top experts in the ancient saint realm. Ordinary first-step ancient saints were no match for Tan Jun. Even if he were to fight with Tan Jun, he might not be Tan Jun's match. How long had Qin Xiao been in the ancient saint realm? In total, it was probably less than 20 million years, right? This amount of time was just like a nap for an ancient saint realm expert. It wasn't worth mentioning at all. In 20 million years, it would be difficult to even consolidate one's cultivation base. No matter how strong Qin Xiao was, how strong could he be? Even if he was a student of Saint Academy or a personal disciple of Saintly, it was impossible for him to be so heaven-defying unless he used a treasure. However, if it was a life-saving trump card, it definitely wouldn't be used easily. It was fine if he didn't use it, but once he used it, it would probably cost his life. If it really cost his life, it would be a big deal. That was definitely not a good thing. I'll ask you one last time. Are you sure you want to fight with me? Qin Xiao asked again in a deep voice. Tan Jun sneered. No need to bluff. Such a method is really despicable. Stop talking nonsense. I've already given you 2 options. Hurry up and choose. If you don't choose, then admit that you're a coward. Ha ha ha. The big commotion here attracted a lot of attention. Many people looked at Qin Xiao strangely, and many looked at him sympathetically. The trees want to be still, but the wind doesn't stop. Since the other party was determined to do so, Qin Xiao could only nod and agree. All right, as you wish. Humph. Tan Jun snorted coldly. He crooked his finger at Qin Xiao and walked out first. Qin Xiao didn't show any weakness and immediately followed. Tian Yi and Qing Lu also stood up and followed. Luo Meng was still there in a daze, but he was pushed out by Xiao Gu. The people in the Adventurers Guild also followed him out. Soon, the group of people arrived at an open space. Qin Xiao and Tan Jun stood facing each other. The cool breeze was cold, and it was bleak. The battle intent was strong, and the aura was thick. What's going on? Why did you decide to fight here just because of a disagreement? I wonder which unlucky bastard offended Saint Master Tan Jun. Saint Master Tan Jun, I've long found him an eyesore. He's too arrogant. He thinks he's a genius expert and has never put others in his eyes. Today, he must have kicked a hard bone. This young man should be from the immortal realm, right? Looking at his appearance, he shouldn't have lived for more than 100 million years. He's still a kid to us. Young people are indeed like newborn calves who are not afraid of tigers. You can do anything if you're not careful. Isn't that so? Young people are very hot-blooded and impulsive. This young man is very unfamiliar. He should have just come to our Guyong city. He's still too young. Sigh, when I first left the Power Saint realm to explore the world, I was also very hot-blooded. I wanted to fight with anyone and never bowed my head. So, after suffering a lot, I learned to be smart. This young man is definitely going to suffer a big loss. However, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Growth is a price that must be paid. Will he lose? It's possible, but not necessarily, an ancient Saint Realm man from the elemental Saint Realm suddenly said. His gaze sharpened as he looked at Qin Xiao. Clearly, he had recognized who Qin Xiao was. Naturally, he knew that Qin Xiao was not an ordinary first-step ancient saint who was full of youthful vigor. Although there were not many onlookers at this time, Tan Jun somewhat enjoyed the current scene. He wanted to teach Qin Xiao a lesson in front of everyone and let him know how to write the word respect. Saint Master Tan Jun glanced at Qin Xiao. The corners of his mouth curled up as he said playfully, Qin Xiao, right? A young genius from the immortal region, right? You claim to be the number one young genius of the immortal realm, right? You're really boasting. Why don't you just claim to be the number one young genius of the great thousand world? Today, this young master will properly poke at your cowhide and see how thick it is. Let's see how capable you are to be able to boast such a big cowhide. I hate people like you who are full of themselves the most. Not only are you full of yourself, but you're also extremely arrogant. Today, let this young master teach you how to be a proper person. Tan Jun's words also provoked quite a few roars of laughter. What? The number one young genius of the immortal realm? Is there no one else in the immortal realm? Oh, so the number one young genius of the immortal realm looks like this. I've learned something new. Ha! Although I'm not from the immortal realm, I know many friends from the immortal realm. I've never heard of the number one young genius in the immortal realm. Hey, isn't there someone from the immortal realm over there? Saint Master Luomeng, is that kid telling the truth? Is it so easy for the immortal realm to call him the number one young genius? Luomeng's face was a little red. He did not know how to respond to this topic. Chapter 2775. Qin Shao only smiled faintly in the face of everyone's mockery. He did not pay much attention to them. There was no point in winning with words. It was better to use one's fist to do the talking. Only by using one's fist could those who criticized him obediently shut up. Noisy, you talk too much nonsense. Qin Shao said coldly and directly made his move. He waved his sword and slashed out, displaying the heaven-opening sword technique. However, Qin Shao did not use the heaven-opening sword. Instead, he casually took out a low-grade saint artifact. After all, the heaven-opening sword was a natal weapon, and its grade was equivalent to a mid-grade saint artifact. Its power was incomparably great. Qin Shao felt that there was no need to use the heaven-opening sword to deal with Saint Master Tan Jun, so naturally, he did not use it. In ordinary battles, Qin Shao did not need to use the heaven-opening sword. Therefore, Qin Shao had already refined a low-grade saint artifact as a weapon for ordinary battles. Moreover, even after displaying the heaven-opening sword technique, Qin Shao did not use much power. He only used the power of the law of space and the law of time, in addition to the power of the law of immortal Tao. With the power of these three laws, coupled with the power of the second level of the heaven-opening sword technique, it was more than enough to deal with ordinary ancient saints of first step. Even if it were to deal with a slightly weaker ancient saint state being, it wouldn't be an issue at all. After all, there were three types of laws within it. Not only that, the synergy between them was perfect. In addition, the power of the heaven-opening sword technique was extremely powerful. Therefore, the combined effect of these powers was enough to deal with some first-step Empyrean saints. Qin Shao did not think that he needed to use too much power to deal with an ancient saint of first step like Tan Jun. A person who was so arrogant and unruly was usually not a true genius. He was just an arrogant young master with a little bit of strength, a little bit of background, and a little bit of arrogance. Qin Shao had seen many people like him. Tan Jun snorted disdainfully when he saw that Qin Shao had taken the initiative to make a move. He threw his hands behind him, and two 1-meter-long circular scimitars appeared in his hands. He held the scimitar with both hands and slashed rapidly in the void. Immediately, circular blade qi gushed out from the scimitar, turning into crisscrossing blades that tore through the void. Moreover, these saber qi lights were very strange. They appeared and disappeared from time to time, cleverly hiding in the void. It was very unexpected and impossible to guard against. These saber qis actually contained the laws of space and time. Moreover, it was clear that Tan Jun's use of the laws of space and time was very good. When combined with his cultivation method, it was very powerful. The power of these three laws had already fused to a certain extent. Although it didn't feel particularly perfect, it had already displayed a very powerful and terrifying power. If time and space could be used perfectly, it would be a very scary thing. After all, space was everywhere. As for time, it was impossible to guard against it. Once the power of the two laws fused together, it would appear and disappear unpredictably. It would be difficult to resist. At this time, Tanjun's saber chi was like this. Each saber chi appeared and disappeared unpredictably. From time to time, it rushed out to kill Qin Shao. Moreover, the number of saber chi was increasing. This void was completely filled with saber chi. It was as dense as a waterfall. Such a scene gave people the feeling that the lethality should be extremely powerful. Although Qin Zhao's heaven-splitting sword art was also very powerful, it was straightforward and didn't have many changes. The saber chi that Tan Jun unleashed gave people the feeling that it was ever-changing. It was omnipresent and came from all directions. Under such circumstances, Qin Shao seemed to be at a loss for what to do. This also allowed Qin Shao to discover some of his shortcomings. Although I have mastered 6 types of nomological powers, I can only make them cooperate and use them together. In fact, it's not possible to achieve a perfect combination of all 6 law powers. There are too many law powers, so it's very difficult to achieve a balance. The effect of a perfect combination isn't that obvious. It's just a matter of increasing the volume. Moreover, each law has its own uniqueness. It has its own weaknesses and areas of strength. How to use it perfectly with the cultivation method is also a very important aspect. The fusion of the power of laws should be the focus of my future cultivation. If I can do this, then I will be able to become even more powerful. Qin Shao kept analyzing his shortcomings in his mind. He was also thinking about where to focus his cultivation in the future. He wanted to improve himself in battle and summarize some experience. Although Saint Master Tan Jun only used the power of 3 laws, he had achieved a certain degree of fusion of the power of 3 laws. In addition, he had achieved a better level of exertion of the special power of laws. Therefore, the means he used were extremely powerful. Qin Shao also saw a lot of useful things from Saint Master Tan Jun's means, which inspired his own cultivation. If the heaven-opening sword art was a direct power, then Saint Master Tan Jun's power was as soft as water. It was just like water. No matter how sharp a sword was, it would be difficult to cut it. Even if it was cut off temporarily, it would quickly recover. This soft power was a good use of the special power of space and time. Coupled with Saint Master Tan Jun's cultivation method, it seemed to be ever-changing after it was used. It trapped Qin Shao in it. Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword art tore a big hole again and again, but it was quickly stitched up again. This made Qin Shao unable to kill Saint Master Tan Jun. Of course, no matter how soft the water was, it was not afraid of a sharp sword, but it was also afraid of a huge rock. Qin Shao certainly knew that if he used all the power of the 6 laws and the heaven-opening sword art, he could naturally break through all the techniques with brute force. His strongest sword art could even defeat a 2nd-step ancient saint, let alone a 1st-step ancient saint. That was naturally a piece of cake. However, Qin Shao was not in a hurry. It was rare to meet a good opponent, so he naturally wanted to fight slowly and gain some cultivation experience. Although Qin Zhao's strength was strong, he had cultivated for too short a period of time. Some of his experience was indeed lacking. These were all aspects that Qin Shao needed to learn from others. Humph, let's see how long you can last. Saint Master Tan Jun could not help but sneer proudly when he saw that Qin Shao was constantly resisting his attack. He felt that victory was already in his hands. It would not be long before Qin Shao could not hold on any longer and would be defeated. Luo Meng broke out in a cold sweat for Qin Shao. No matter what, this matter was still his fault, so he naturally didn't want anything to happen to Qin Shao. If Qin Shao was really taught a lesson by Tan Jun today, it would be difficult for him to meet Meng Dali in the future. He would definitely be scolded to death by Meng Dali. Just now, Xiao Gu had told him not to worry, and he felt relieved. However, looking at the situation now, why did he feel that something was wrong? At this time, there were hundreds of onlookers, and more people were coming to join the crowd. These onlookers were unanimously not optimistic about Qin Shao. They felt that Qin Shao was definitely going to lose. Among the onlookers, 4 figures appeared. If Qin Shao saw them, he would definitely recognize these 4 people. These 4 people were none other than the people who wanted to seize his high-grade valley token. Humph, this kid is in trouble. Let's just wait and clean up the mess. It seems that even the heavens are helping us, Janoli said with a sneer. Zhuang Long said in a deep voice, let's not act rashly. There are many people here. Let's not make any mistakes. Let them fight first, then we'll just sit back and reap the benefit. Janoli nodded and said, haha, don't worry, brother Zhuang Long. That kid is in a very bad situation. He will definitely lose. I know a little about Saint Master Tan Jun. He is not an easy person to deal with. He has never let anyone off so easily. Therefore, that kid will definitely be beaten half to death by Saint Master Tan Jun today. When that happens, we'll just follow that kid quietly. When there's no one around, we'll make our move and force that kid to hand over his high-grade valley token. We'll fight 4 against 2. Even if they have a second step ancient saint, it won't matter. As long as we hold that kid's life in our hands, we'll win. The other 3 nodded their heads in agreement. On the battlefield, the fight between the 2 was getting more and more intense. Saint Master Tan Jun kept exerting his strength and pushed his means to the extreme. He wanted to take down Qin Shao, but he was unable to do so. Therefore, Saint Master Tan Jun kept strengthening his means. In the end, he had almost exhausted all his means and pushed them to the limit. He was just short of using his trump card. However, he still did not achieve much. He still only managed to trap Qin Shao and beat Qin Shao up. Strangely, there was no substantial progress. He could not completely suppress Qin Shao and defeat him. Such a situation made Saint Master Tan Jun very unhappy. He was very puzzled. How could this be? Was Qin Shao a cockroach that could not be killed? Did he become stronger when he met stronger opponents? He had been increasing his power and increasing his strength, but there was still no change in the situation. It was really hard to accept. The onlookers were also a little anxious. They were tired of watching. Why was it always like this? A battle without progress was not interesting at all. It was as if they were watching a show. It was boring. Saint Master Tan Jun was also a little anxious. He had already used all his strength and means. He was only left with his trump card, which he could not use. He had been unable to take down Qin Shao, which made him more or less anxious. Don't you have any other means? Is this all you've got? At this moment, Qin Shao suddenly looked at Guo Yi and asked. Such a question was like a heavy thunderbolt that struck Saint Master Tan Jun hard. It made him feel extremely uncomfortable, and he felt like vomiting blood. It was like a hard slap to his face. The casual words were full of contempt. At the same time, Saint Master Tan Jun suddenly had a bad premonition. Could it be that Qin Shao had not used all his strength? From the beginning until now, he had not used all his strength? Impossible, right? It should be impossible, right? However, the more he felt that it was impossible, the more anxious he became. Chapter 2776. Once they panicked, their morale would weaken. Once their momentum weakened, they would naturally feel like they were about to lose. Qin Shao had fought with Tan Jun for so long only to gain some experience. Otherwise, he would have broken through Tan Jun's offense long ago. At this point, Qin Shao had some confidence in Tan Jun's strength. He could be considered a very powerful first-step ancient saint, but he was only a first-step ancient saint. Qin Shao had defeated a second-step ancient saint before. How could a first-step ancient saint be a match for him? It was about time. Qin Shao was ready to end the battle. Heart Force and the Law of Light were added to the heaven-splitting sword technique at the same time. The Law of Light's specialty was its speed, which was faster than light. The Law of Heart Force was strange and invisible, making it difficult for people to guard against. With the addition of the Law of Heart Force and the Law of Light, Qin Zhao's heaven-splitting sword technique immediately became much more powerful. After tearing open a hole, Qin Shao charged toward Tan Jun at an extremely fast speed. What a fast speed! Not good. This sudden turn of events scared Tan Jun to the point that he jumped up in fright. Tan Jun had a bad premonition in his heart. At this moment, when he saw Qin Shao rush out of his saber chi domain and directly charge toward him, he was shocked. At this moment, he hurriedly retreated, but Qin Zhao's speed was too fast. Not only was his speed extremely fast, but there was also a terrifying force surging toward him, directly attacking his soul and will. Heart Force method? He's actually a Heart Force cultivator? And his Heart Force method is so powerful. Tan Jun was even more shocked. Qin Shao was obviously cultivating the immortal path, which was already very powerful. He did not expect the path of Heart Force to be so powerful. It was extremely rare to see a person who could cultivate two cultivation paths to such a powerful level in the great wide world. This was especially true for young cultivators who had lived for less than 100 million years. It was a rare sight. Although Heart Force was not Qin Zhao's main attack method, it had indeed become incomparably fierce when used in conjunction with the auxiliary power. It had caught Tan Jun by surprise and made him feel as if he had caught him off guard. Under such a powerful attack from Qin Shao, how could Tan Jun block it? He was sent flying by Qin Zhao's sword. He spat out blood and his saintly body was badly injured. His clothes were torn apart. He looked very embarrassed. As the sword fell, all the loneliness vanished, and the entire area instantly became deathly silent. The power of the sword strike just now had truly shocked many people. Tan Jun Ku was also a one-step ancient saint, yet he was severely injured by Qin Zhao's sword strike. It was clear how powerful the sword strike was. Frightening, truly frightening. After Saint Master Tan Jun was severely injured by Qin Shao, how could he still have any fighting spirit left? If he continued to fight, he would soon die under Qin Zhao's sword. The power of Qin Zhao's sword strike just now still made him tremble in fear. What made many people's jaws drop was that the victor of this battle was actually that young man from the immortal realms, that nameless young man from the immortal realms. How can that guy be so strong? In the crowd, Genoli and the other three were also a little dumbfounded. They definitely didn't expect Qin Zhao's strength to be so strong. They originally thought that Qin Shao would be severely injured by Saint Master Tan Jun, and then they would find an opportunity to reap the benefits. However, they never expected that the result would be the opposite. In the end, the one who was severely injured was actually Saint Master Tan Jun. Qin Zhao's strength was clearly far beyond their imagination. They couldn't help but think that if they had rashly clashed with Qin Shao just now, the four of them would have been the ones at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, the four of them looked at each other. In such a situation, what should they do? Just Qin Zhao's strength was already so strong, and he also had a second-step ancient saint realm spiritual beast following him. It was definitely not easy to deal with. With the strength of the four of them, how could they possibly fight against it? Therefore, they were naturally a little frightened at this moment. Tian Yi and Qing Lu couldn't help but frown slightly. The way they looked at Qin Shao had obviously changed. They didn't say anything and just watched the show. They were very relaxed about this matter. They also didn't expect that Tan Jun would be the one at a disadvantage in the end. The crowd of onlookers didn't think highly of Qin Shao just now. Now they were all dumbfounded. Reality had slapped them hard in the face. Everyone's way of looking at Qin Shao had changed. Qin Shao didn't care about the changes in these people's eyes. Instead, he walked step by step towards Tan Jun and looked at him with a bit of coldness in his eyes. Being stared at by Qin Shao like this, Tan Jun inexplicably felt a trace of fear. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Such an action was clearly a display of cowardice. He was truly afraid of Qin Shao, and he was afraid from the bottom of his heart. That was why such a situation had occurred. Didn't you just say that you want to teach me how to be a man? Didn't you say that you want to teach me a lesson? It seems that your martial arts skills are far inferior to your martial arts skills. I really don't know where you get the courage to say that you want to teach others how to be a man. Who gave you the confidence? As soon as Qin Shao opened his mouth, his words were extremely lethal. He returned Tan Jun's words back to him. What he had just said was like a cruel slap to his face. Such words were obviously a great humiliation to Saint Master Tan Jun. It was like a slap to his face in public, mercilessly slapping him in the face. In front of everyone, Tan Jun obviously felt a great humiliation. This was the shame of his life. But who could he blame? He was the one who started it. Now, he had to bear such a bad consequence. He asked for it. Qin Shao didn't stop there. He chuckled and continued to say, "There is a good saying. You can forgive God's sins, but you can't live with the sins you bring upon yourself. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. And this is what you get for humiliating me. This is what you get for being arrogant and ignorant. You want to step on everyone you see. I didn't want to fight with you in the first place. I didn't want to cause too much trouble. I didn't want to lower myself to the same level as an unruly person like you. I have always hated such arrogant and condescending people. I wanted to keep the peace, but the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. My good intentions didn't gain your understanding, Saint Master Tan Jun. You just had to force me to fight. I told you earlier to consider if you could stop now. But you didn't agree and insisted on fighting with me. I wonder what you, Saint Master Ming Jun, think about the current situation? Slap, slap, slap. Qin Zhao's words were like a series of invisible slaps that landed heavily on Saint Master Tan Jun's face, causing him to feel a burning sensation on his face. This was obviously rubbing salt on his wound, continuing to humiliate him, ruthlessly humiliating him. But what else could he say? Other than the anger in his heart, what else could he do? He wasn't as strong as Lin Fan, so he didn't have the right to resist. Should he continue fighting? Wasn't that just courting death? Saint Master Tan Jun couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to fight with Qin Shao. He even wanted to use his life-saving trump card. But he still forcefully suppressed this thought. It was better not to have such thoughts. If it really came to this, the possibility of him dying would be higher. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die. So, no matter how unbearable he was, he could only bear with it. No matter how great the humiliation was, he could only swallow it. No matter how regretful he was, there was no medicine for regret. The evils he brought on himself were the hardest to bear. Humph! How ridiculous was this irony! Qin Shao humiliated Tan Jun in such a way that the onlookers were speechless. If there wasn't any deep hatred between them, there wouldn't be such a need, right? If he stopped before going too far, the matter wouldn't be blown out of proportion. In that case, it would probably be a situation where he was neither dead nor alive. However, Qin Shao wasn't afraid of anything. He didn't stop there. Instead, he said coldly, "The matter between us is over. But the matter between you and Xiao Gu isn't over yet. You humiliated Xiao Gu several times just now. Let's settle this score. I'm not a difficult person. As long as you apologize to Xiao Gu, I'll let this matter go. Otherwise, I'll just give you another sword strike. Qin Xiao didn't hold back at all. Beside him, Xiao Gu also lifted his head. He looked at Tan Jun and said, "Originally, I was not so magnanimous. However, since my big brother has spoken, then let's do it." "Humph! How dare you insult me like that? Apologize quickly. Otherwise, this matter won't be over." This master-servant formation clearly gave off an unforgiving feeling. Tan Jun's expression was extremely ugly. His mood had already sunk to the bottom. He was already on the verge of exploding, but he was forcefully suppressing himself. At this moment, Qin Xiao actually wanted him to apologize to a spiritual beast? Wasn't this a great humiliation? How could Saint Master Tan Jun do such a thing? It was fine if he admitted defeat to Qin Xiao. After all, he wasn't as strong as him. It wasn't a big deal for him to lower his head. But how could he match up to that spiritual beast? Therefore, Saint Master Tan Jun was completely enraged. His face was filled with rage, and his veins were bulging. He looked like he was about to explode. At this moment, an angry snort was heard. "Humph! Little friend Qin Xiao, how arrogant of you! Do you really think that we're all weak?" Following the voice, two figures walked over to Saint Master Tan Jun. The person who had spoken was none other than Saint Master Tianyi. He was a second-step ancient saint. He hadn't spoken yet. He was Luo Meng's team leader. Obviously, he was also a very capable person. Putting everything else aside, just the aura of a second-step ancient saint was enough to shock many people. Seeing that Saint Master Tianyi had stepped forward, the onlookers couldn't help but start a heated discussion again. They thought that the show was getting more and more interesting. This fellow Taoist Qin Xiao has indeed gone too far. There's no deep hatred between us. He should have stopped before going too far. Why did he have to be so aggressive? Yeah, he's a little unforgiving. He's gone too far. In this way, isn't he forcing Saint Master Tan Jun to fight to the death with him? Young people are too hot-blooded. It's better not to provoke this kind of person. Yeah, he's young and hot-blooded. He's fearless when he's outside. He's like a newborn calf that's not afraid of a tiger. Now that he's provoked Saint Master Tianyi, I'm afraid that fellow Taoist Qin Xiao won't have a good time. Hey, who's from the immortal region? Who knows where fellow Taoist Qin Xiao is from? I feel that he's really arrogant. Actually, it's okay. As far as I know, it's Saint Master Tan Jun who was aggressive earlier. He wouldn't let Qin Xiao go no matter what. That's why he's in such an awkward situation now. Author, Cruel Death, she said. 3rd update, 4th update later. As the old saying goes, those who have fresh flowers, please contribute them. Cruel Death's updates should be fast enough now. He's self-consciously exploding every day, but the number of fresh flowers doesn't seem to increase. So, I can only come and beg. Chapter 2777. Qin Xiao was not surprised to see Saint Master Tianyi come out to stand up for Tan Jun. These people were in cahoots, and Qin Xiao had noticed that Tianyi and Qing Lu were not happy with him. Seeing Tianyi and Qing Lu walk over, Tan Jun took a deep look at Saint Master Tianyi. He meant that there was no need to say more. If he could not stand up for Tan Jun today, he would leave it to Tianyi. Oh no, the situation is not good. Luo Meng saw that Tianyi was about to make a move, so he shouted and looked at Xiao Gu anxiously. However, Xiao Gu was still very calm and composed. He looked as if he didn't care at all. He just sat there and drank his wine leisurely. Xiao Gu, Qin Xiao is in danger. Luo Meng saw that Xiao Gu did not respond, so he could not help but say. Xiao Gu waved his hand and said, "It's okay. My brother is not that weak. It's just a second step, ancient saint. My brother can handle it. Come, sit down and drink with me." Luo Meng was speechless. How could he drink at a time like this? In the face of Saint Master Tiany's powerful aura, Qin Xiao was still very calm. "What? Are you going to stand up for Saint Master Mingjun?" Qin Xiao chuckled, but there was a bit of unruliness in his voice. He looked at Saint Master Tiany without showing any weakness and continued, "I, Qin Xiao, have never caused trouble, but I am definitely not afraid of it. The cause of this is Saint Master Mingjun. He wanted to humiliate me and bully me. How can I let him do whatever he wants without fighting back? I have endured it for a long time. In the end, I can't take it anymore, so I naturally have to fight back. If you don't care about right or wrong, then let's talk about the fist. Now that my fist is bigger, why can't I get my dignity back? You want to stand up for him? It seems that you are ready to play your hooligan to the end. If that's the case, it's okay. I, Qin Xiao, will keep you company. What's there to be afraid of? If they were to be reasonable, Tan Jun would not be able to stand up. This was the way the world was. Either one was reasonable or one was reasonable. However, reason would always yield to the fist. Therefore, the fist would always be the one that was unimpeded. This was an eternal truth. Tiany's expression darkened slightly and said coldly, "If we are reasonable, you have already won. Everything should end. You are the one who won't let it go. You've already flaunted your tongue a few times. Don't you think you're going too far by being so aggressive? If you are to stop now, I will not say anything more. This matter will be considered to be over. If you still want to do something, then I'm sorry, I won't let's go. If you still want to pursue the matter, then fine, I'll accompany you. If you don't have the ability, then let me give you a piece of advice. It's better to know when to stop." The threat in Saint Tiany's words was very strong, and his words were very clear. Qin Xiao had his reasons, and so did Saint Venerate Tiany. He had no choice but to stand up for Tiany. The current situation seemed to be very unfavorable for Qin Xiao. In the face of the oppression of a second-step ancient saint, any other first-step ancient saint would have chosen to temporarily endure and take a step back. Furthermore, he had already achieved his original goal. He had already gotten back his dignity. At this time, even if Qin Xiao took a step back and stopped, it would be a great victory for him. However, Qin Xiao did not lower his head. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Saint Venerate Tiany, I think you might have miscalculated. You want to use strength to force me to lower my head, to force me to retreat, and to force me to give up my dignity. Do you think you are very strong? You're just a second-step Empyrean saint. Don't think too highly of yourself. If you were a fourth-step ancient saint, I, Qin Xiao, might have admitted defeat today. However, you are just a second-step ancient saint. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Who gave you the courage to think that you can dominate everything? Do you think that you can make me, Qin Xiao, back off and make me, Qin Xiao, swallow my anger obediently? I'm sorry, but your threat has no effect on me. I won't accept any of your words. I'll say it again. Either he apologizes to Saint Venerate Tiany, or I'll slash him with my sword again. It's up to him to choose between the two options. Saint Venerate Tiany, you can't represent him. If you want to force your way in, just do it. There's no need to talk so much nonsense. Use your strength to speak for yourself. If you can defeat me and make me admit defeat, that's your ability." He was too arrogant. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, Many people stared at Qin Zhao with their mouths agape. They were secretly amazed by Qin Zhao's arrogance. He was indeed arrogant. There was no limit to his arrogance. He was a first-step ancient saint. How could he not take Tianyi, a second-step ancient saint, seriously? His words were so frivolous and humiliating. It was a little heaven-defying. Saint Venerate Tianyi's face darkened when he heard Qin Zhao's humiliating words. He pointed a finger at Qin Zhao and bellowed, "How arrogant of you! There has never been a first-step Empyrean saint who dares to speak to me in such a manner. Qin Zhao, I think you are really courting death. I didn't want to. If I bully you too much, I just want you to back off. I didn't expect you to be so unappreciative. Fine, fine, fine. Since you insist on courting death, don't blame me. So many people here have seen it. They can all testify for me. In the future, the people of the immortal realm won't say that I bullied the people you bullied. It was you, Qin Zhao, who courted death." After saying that, Saint Venerate Tianyi made his move without hesitation. He was also a cultivator of the Great Path Sacred Realm. He mainly cultivated the Great Path Sacred Realm. As soon as Saint Venerate Tianyi made his move, a huge hole seemed to open in the sky. It seemed to be connected to a black hole. The space started to spin like a huge whirlpool. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the huge whirlpool. It looked very terrifying. At this time, Saint Venerate Tianyi was exerting his power to maintain the terrifying huge whirlpool, making the huge whirlpool even more powerful and terrifying. The power of the Great Path Law and the power of the Space Law fused together very well. Together with his powerful means, it became extremely overbearing. The huge whirlpool fell, enveloping Qin Zhao in it. The mighty power of heaven and earth roared and attacked. All kinds of power were changing in it. It was extremely ferocious and attacked Qin Zhao crazily. It looked like it was going to kill Qin Zhao. Saint Venerate Tianyi's strength was indeed very strong. The moment he made his move, it was very terrifying. Even an ordinary ancient saint would have a chance of being killed by such a terrifying power. Even a slightly stronger one would find it difficult to withstand this move. Whether it was the Space Law or the Great Path Law, they had all reached the Small Success Realm. Moreover, the Great Path Law should be close to the Great Success Realm. If it went one step further, it would be the Great Success Realm, which was the third step of the Ancient Saint Realm. Saint Venerate Tianyi was obviously a second-step ancient saint who was close to breaking through. Just the power of the Great Path Law was extremely powerful. Coupled with his powerful means, the moment he made his move, it formed a terrifying murderous prison that enveloped people and killed them domineeringly. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Qin Zhao did not have any hesitation. Facing a second-step ancient saint, Qin Zhao had to be alert. He had to fight carefully. Saint Venerate Tianyi's strength was probably above Saint Sorcerer Maka's. He was extremely difficult to deal with. Although Saint Sorcerer Maka's was also a second-step ancient saint, the Saint Sorcerers of the Elemental Saint Realm were good at long-range attacks. They were not good at close-range attacks. Therefore, after Qin Zhao broke his means, he directly pressed forward and beat him until he did not have much strength to resist. However, Saint Venerate Tianyi's situation was obviously different. He was a great path cultivator, and did not have any obvious weaknesses or shortcomings in any aspect. The Great Path itself was a more comprehensive and inclusive path. It was known as the leader of the Eight Paths. Therefore, in terms of cultivation, Saint Venerate Tianyi also had a natural advantage. Yes. However, his advantage was not particularly obvious in front of Qin Zhao. This was because Qin Zhao's Great Path nomological laws had actually reached the initial level. It was just that Qin Zhao did not use the Great Path nomological laws much. At this time, in the face of Saint Venerate Tiany's fierce attack, Qin Shao immediately made his move. This time, there was no ambiguity in his attack. He used all 6 types of nomological powers. Although Qin Zhao's 6 types of nomological laws had not reached the point of fusion and his realm was only a first step ancient saint, he had the advantage in quantity. A quantitative change could completely cause a qualitative change. When Qin Zhao's 6 types of nomological powers were completely combined and displayed together, the power that could be exerted could reach an extremely shocking level. Not only that, but Qin Shao also had the power of the inner world, which made him even more powerful. Therefore, at this time, he displayed the heaven-splitting sword technique with all his strength. When the sword slashed down, the entire vortex shook violently. It was on the verge of collapse. Qin Zhao's heaven-splitting sword technique with all his strength was strong enough to deal with a second-step ancient saint. Moreover, it was strong enough to deal with a second-step ancient saint. Saint Venerate Tiany's strength was extremely strong, but he also had a very high level of arrogance. Therefore, when he attacked Qin Shao just now, he did not use all his strength. In this way, Qin Zhao's powerful strength erupted and continued to erupt. Under this powerful strength, the power of Saint Venerate Tiany's vortex was about to be broken by Qin Shao. Such a situation had truly shocked many people. When many people saw Saint Venerate Tiany's attack, they were secretly worried for Qin Shao. They thought that Qin Shao would definitely suffer a great loss this time. However, to everyone's surprise, not only did Qin Shao not suffer a great loss, but he was also able to resist Saint Venerate Tiany's attack. Not only that, but he also showed signs of breaking Saint Venerate Tiany's attack. Wasn't this too incredible? It was really too shocking. Saint Venerate Tiany could not help but frown slightly. Obviously, this situation was also beyond his expectations. He knew that Qin Zhao's strength was extraordinary. Since he was able to injure Tan Jun, his strength should have reached the second step ancient saint. However, Saint Venerate Tiany only felt that no matter how heaven-defying Qin Shao was, he should only have the strength of an ordinary second-step ancient saint, which was still far from him. He had absolute confidence that he was one of the top second-step Empyrean saints. Author Cruel Death 4th Update. Chapter 2778. He now completely understood that he had underestimated Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's strength was really unexpectedly heaven-defying. He had never even heard of such a heaven-defying person before, let alone seen one. Even if I underestimated you, it doesn't matter. It won't affect the result. I don't believe it. No matter how strong you are, how much damage can you do? However, as a second-step Empyrean saint, Tiany had his own pride. After Saint Tiany snorted coldly, he continued to attack, using all his power of law and means. With a wave of his hand, his natal weapon flew out. It was a weapon in the shape of a flying guillotine. It flew directly toward Qin Shao with an extremely strong killing power. On one hand, the huge vortex enveloped and swallowed Qin Shao. On the other hand, the terrifying flying guillotine rushed toward Qin Shao at an extremely fast speed. Not only was it extremely fast, but it was also very powerful and terrifying. This natal weapon was also at the level of a middle-grade sacred object. In addition, it was a natal weapon, so it could exert an even more powerful and terrifying power. Wherever it passed, it felt as if the space was completely cut off. Since Saint Tiany had used his natal weapon, Qin Shao did not hesitate or be careless. He flipped his palm and held the heaven-opening sword tightly in his hand. At the same time, Qin Shao waved his other hand, and Li Sheng's flying dagger also flew out. Qin Zhao's flying dagger was close to the realm of great accomplishment, which was relatively high. In addition, Li Sheng's flying dagger had become Qin Zhao's natal weapon, so its power could not be underestimated. While dealing with the huge vortex, Qin Zhao urged Li Sheng's flying dagger to attack Saint Tianyi. Qin Zhao's strength continued to soar, which made Saint Tianyi's expression change a little. As soon as they clashed, his expression became even more gloomy. Saint Master Tianyi was fighting with all his might, but even so, he still couldn't gain any advantage over Qin Zhao. The power of Qin Zhao's Li Sheng's flying broadsword was also unusually sharp and domineering. It roared between heaven and earth and surged through the universe. The Tao of flying daggers was a peerless Tao. Saint Master Tianyi's flying dagger was completely suppressed by Qin Zhao's flying dagger. Of course, it was not completely suppressed. It was mainly because most of Saint Master Tianyi's power was used on the huge whirlpool to suppress Qin Zhao. However, what Xing Yang didn't expect was that Qin Zhao's resistance was too strong. Therefore, Saint Master Tianyi had no choice but to increase the power of the vortex to keep suppressing Qin Zhao. If he couldn't suppress Qin Zhao there, once Qin Zhao broke out, the situation would be very different. Then, he would be in trouble. Therefore, Saint Master Tianyi was using all his strength to maintain the vortex. The power he used to display the flying dagger seemed a little weak. Under such circumstances, it was naturally suppressed by Qin Zhao's flying dagger. The Tao of flying daggers was a completely different Tao. Although it was a side Tao, its power should not be underestimated. Under Qin Zhao's full power, its power was still very strong. Its power shook the 9 heavens, and its sharpness was unparalleled. It pushed back Saint Master Tianyi's holy weapon again and again, firmly suppressing it. In this way, the situation between the two of them was worth thinking about. It was hard to judge at the moment. Many people were worried about Qin Zhao, but now they were worried about Saint Master Tianyi. If this continued, people would feel that Saint Master Tianyi would be at a disadvantage. If Saint Master Tianyi was really at a disadvantage, then this matter would be very interesting. Saint Master Tianyi was considered a reputable figure. He was a second-step ancient saint. In Guyong City, he was considered to have some prestige. Even in the Great Way Sanctuary, he was considered a reputable figure. As the leader of Saint Master Tan Jun and the others, he came out to stand up for his younger brother, but he didn't expect to kick a hard board. If he, Saint Master Tianyi, were to lose, it would be a humiliation for him. Therefore, at this moment, Saint Master Tianyi felt very uncomfortable and conflicted. The strength that Qin Zhao displayed at this time was not inferior to his at all. It was indeed very difficult for him to defeat Qin Zhao. Even if he used his trump card, it might not be effective, unless he really had to go all out. However, the situation today was obviously not to the point where he had to go all out. Moreover, he had his trump card. Did Qin Zhao not have one too? When it came to the point of going all out, he had to be prepared to die. Sometimes it was really a tragic ending. However, if he were to stop now, firstly, Saint Master Tianyi would feel embarrassed. Secondly, he was worried that Qin Zhao might not be willing to stop. It would be useless if he was the only one who stopped. Hence, Saint Venerate Tianyi was caught between a rock and a hard place. In his discomfort, he used all his strength to activate all kinds of method. He didn't hold back at all and used all his nomological power. It shook the sky and the earth, and the battle array was really a little scary. The battle array was huge, and the power was strong enough. Many people were trembling in fear. Luomeng, who was watching the battle, obviously couldn't be as calm as Xiao Gu and Baby Mo. His heart was hanging in the air. Qin Zhao used all his strength to activate the heaven-splitting sword skill and Li Sheng's flying dagger. The two powerful methods were used at the same time. This was much stronger than the power used in the battle against Saint Master Makas. It could be said that Qin Zhao was already fighting with all his strength. He was only short of using the Tai Chi 8 trigrams mirror. Under Qin Zhao's all-out attack, Saint Master Tianyi didn't have much of an advantage. Of course, it seemed that the situation was still under Saint Master Tianyi's control. After all, no matter what, his realm was much higher than Qin Zhao's. This was a natural advantage. In addition, his methods were indeed vicious. Therefore, although Qin Zhao could resist, it was very difficult for him to turn the situation around, and it was very difficult for him to win. It could only be said that he could resist Saint Master Tianyi's attack and be in an invincible position for the time being. However, Qin Zhao was also very clear that although he was in an invincible position now and could resist all of Saint Master Tianyi's attacks, it was obviously impossible for him to win. Now, Chun Shao and Saint Master Tianyi both knew that both of them still had trump cards that they hadn't used. Both of them still had a certain amount of leeway. However, did they really have to use their trump cards? Obviously, they hadn't reached that point yet. There was no deep hatred between them, so they didn't have to fight to the death. He, Saint Master Tianyi, was just trying to help his little brother regain some face. As for Qin Zhao, he was trying to defend his dignity. Therefore, the core of the battle between the two of them was actually a battle of dignity. If they really had to use their trump cards, then both of them would be defeated and injured. No one would benefit. Not only would there be no benefit, but once they used their trump cards, it would obviously be a big loss for them. Therefore, both of them were tensed up, waiting to see who would take a step back first. The battle was extremely fierce, and the scene of the battle was very shocking. Heaven-defying, it's really heaven-defying. When did the immortal domain have such a heaven-defying genius? Why haven't I heard of him? He's so young. It's normal that we haven't heard of him. We haven't been to the immortal domain, so the people in the immortal domain don't know much about him. I'm impressed, I'm really impressed. TSK, as a one-step ancient saint, he can actually fight evenly with Saint Master Tianyi, who is a two-step ancient saint. It's really amazing. I have to say that Taoist Qin Zhao is really a peerless genius. He's so heaven-defying. No wonder he's so young and frivolous. He does have some capital. The battle is exciting, but I'm afraid it's not going to end well today. Saint Master Tan Jun's face alternated between green and white. He had thought that Qin Zhao would admit defeat obediently after his captain had made a move. However, he had not expected Qin Zhao to be able to fight against Saint Master Tianyi. What made Saint Master Tan Jun feel extremely uncomfortable was that his pride had been shattered by Qin Zhao. Saint Master Tan Jun thought that he had taken the initiative to provoke Qin Zhao and force Qin Zhao to fight with him. He felt that it was the stupidest thing he had ever done in his life. It was really funny, really funny. He had never been so humiliated before. He had completely lost all his face today. Saint Master Tianyi finally could not help but say, "Qin Zhao, you're really a genius. You do have some capabilities. No wonder you're so young and frivolous. You do have some confidence. I respect you as a genius. Why don't we both take a step back today and stop fighting? I'm afraid it won't do you any good if we continue fighting. Although I admit that you're really strong, it doesn't mean that I don't have a way to deal with you. Between us, it's just a fight. We've already fought and we've already fought. I can stop here. In the future, we'll mind our own business." Saint Master Tianyi's meaning was obvious. Firstly, he did not want to continue fighting. Secondly, he was indirectly telling Qin Zhao that Tan Jun should stop apologizing and that they should both take a step back. Thirdly, he was vaguely giving Qin Zhao a threatening signal. If they continued fighting, he would have to use his real trump card. The threat was quite strong. Even if Saint Master Tianyi intended to calm the situation down, he still put himself on a high pedestal and could not suppress his pride. How could Qin Zhao agree in such a situation? Qin Zhao sneered and replied, I didn't want to fight with you from the very beginning. It was you who forced me to fight. I had no choice but to do so. I've already taken a step back. If you want me to take another step back, I'm sorry, but I can't do it. A tree needs a layer of bark to live, and a man needs a breath to live. I can muddle through some things, but for some things I have to fight for an explanation even if I have to risk my life. No one can trample on my bottom line. If I don't even have the ability to fight for it, I won't fight for it. But if I have the ability to fight for it, I will definitely fight to the death. I still want the same thing. What I want is very simple. I just want an apology. No matter who it is, they should bear the corresponding consequences for what they have done. And I think my request is kind enough. I've already taken a step back. If you still want me to continue taking a step back, I'm sorry, but I can't do it. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Saint Master Tiany's face darkened. His eyes flickered with a strong and complicated light. He stared fixedly at Qin Zhao, his eyes becoming incomparably cold and sharp. It was like a knife, a sword, or a cold awl. Chapter 2779. Are you really not willing to take a step back? Holy Master Tiany asked in a cold voice. He sounded like he was giving an ultimatum. As long as Qin Zhao dared to say no, he would use his trump card to make things difficult for Qin Zhao. At this moment, Saint Master Tiany was expressing his firm determination to Qin Zhao. It was also the most threatening and the last warning. If Qin Zhao still did not know what was good for him, then he would not be polite. However, Qin Zhao still did not fall for it. He was still very determined and said, Saint Master Tiany, I have made myself very clear just now. I don't want to say anything more. If you want to fight, then let's fight. At most, both of us will be defeated and injured. I, Qin Zhao, will fight for what I deserve even if I die. You. Saint Master Tiany was really angry. He did not expect Qin Zhao to be so determined. He had already forced him to this point, but he still dared to be so stubborn and refused to give in. This difficult question was thrown to Saint Venerate Tiany, who was put in a difficult position. Should he really continue to fight? If he continued to fight, both of them would be defeated and injured. In the end, he would not gain any benefit. Moreover, judging from Qin Zhao's attitude, even if both of them were defeated and injured, he would not be willing to give up. Even if he did not have much combat power, he still had two spiritual beasts. Saint Master Tiany was not a blind person. He could naturally see that Baby Mo was a spiritual beast in the second step of the ancient saint realm, and Xiao Gu was a spiritual beast in the first step of the ancient saint realm. The two spiritual beasts together were definitely not to be underestimated. He was afraid that Tan Jun and Qing Lu would really be at a disadvantage. Therefore, if they continued to fight like this, they would be at a disadvantage in the end. He had misjudged the situation from the beginning, so it had become so awkward and difficult to end. Now, if he wanted to end it, he had to ask Tan Jun to come out and apologize. How could Saint Master Tiany be willing to do that? Enough! At this time, Tan Jun clenched his teeth and walked out. He stared at Qin Zhao and said, I'm the one who started this. It's my fault. I'll apologize to your spirit beast. Can you stop now? Hearing Saint Master Tan Jun's words, Qin Zhao stopped. Saint Master Tian also stopped. If he didn't stop now, it would be very difficult for him to retreat. At that time, whether he was willing or not, he could only fight to the death. Saint Master Tan Jun had taken the initiative to come out at this time. Obviously, he wanted to calm the situation down. Qin Zhao put away the sky-opening sword and Saint Li's flying knife. However, she did not step back. Instead, she looked at Saint Master Tan Jun. Saint Master Tan Jun's face was ghastly pale. He struggled to look at Xiao Gu. After a while, he finally spat out a few words. I'm sorry. I apologize to you. Xiao Gu pouted and waved his hand at Saint Master Tan Jun. Forget it. I'm a magnanimous man. I won't lower myself to your level. Get lost. Crack. Saint Master Tan Jun clenched his fists so hard that they were about to explode. His bones cracked and his anger surged out like an erupting volcano. He was angry. He was really angry. He really wanted to kill Xiao Gu. He wanted to kill this beast. It was just a beast, a spirit beast. How dare it speak so rudely and humiliate him? If it was Qin Xiao who said that, he could still tolerate it. After all, Qin Zhao's strength was obvious. He was no match for Qin Xiao. Even if he was not convinced, he had to admit that Qin Xiao was powerful. Saint Master Tan Jun had to admit that he was insulted by an expert. However, how could he tolerate being humiliated by a spirit beast? However, things had already come to this point. He could only tolerate it even if he could not. He could not stir up trouble again for things that had already calmed down. Tan Jun walked back with a cold face. Saint Master Tian Yi did not stay there for long. He left with a cold face. The three of them quickly left, leaving with a trace of embarrassment and wretchedness. Luo Meng hesitated for a moment. He wanted to follow them, but decided against it. Saint Master Luo Meng, I'm not good with words. However, I think it's okay to lose such friends. If you go over now, I'm afraid they won't like you. They might even blame you. So, you might as well ignore them. You don't owe them anything anyway. This matter isn't your fault, Saint Master Luo Meng. It's that Tai something Jun is too self-righteous, too arrogant, and doesn't take others seriously. There's a saying in my big brother's hometown. Sooner or later, you'll have to pay for what you did. Those who are too arrogant will get their retribution. We from the Immortal Region don't have to follow those from the Great Tao Sanctuary and the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary. There should be quite a number of people from the Immortal Region in Guyong City. You can totally form your own team. Why do you need to join in the fun of others? Xiao Gu saw Luo Meng's appearance and came forward to comfort him. Luo Meng shook his head and smiled bitterly. He sighed and said, Xiao Gu, you're right. However, it's still a little one-sided. Actually, you can't say that when you're outside. Making friends and forming teams depends on fate and need. You can't just look at the region. You'll understand in the future. Often, it's the people you think you're on the same side who will kill you. Don't think that just because you're from the Immortal Region, you're family. Just because you're outside, you can trust them and they won't harm you. If you think that way, then you are gravely mistaken. You will often be cheated to death. You'll know if you pay attention to Guyong City. Most teams are formed by people from different sacred regions. This kind of team will actually be more united and more at ease. Ah! Xiao Gu was stunned when he heard Saint Master Luo Meng's words. He scratched his head and looked at Luo Meng with a puzzled expression. He asked, why? Qin Xiao walked over and patted Xiao Gu. She said, there's no reason. You'll know in the future. Cousin Luo Meng's words are from experience. They can't be wrong. There are some things that you will slowly understand once you experience them. The human heart is always the most terrifying thing. No matter when, you can't trust anyone easily. Life is long. It's a blessing to have a confidant. Xiao Gu still didn't understand. He shook his head. However, he didn't want to think too much about things that he didn't understand. Anyway, he didn't care. He just needed to follow Big Brother. Big Brother would always be his guiding light. He would do whatever Big Brother asked him to do. If Big Brother didn't ask him to do something, he wouldn't do anything. This was much simpler. He didn't need to think too much. How great was that? I'm sorry, Cousin Luo Meng. I've caused some estrangement between you and Saint Master Tianyi. You won't even be able to return to them, Qin Shao said apologetically. Saint Master Luomeng shook his head and smiled. He waved his hand and said, "It's okay. There are some things that can't be helped. As for gains and losses, you'll gradually forget about them after experiencing more. I'm just a temporary team with them to gain experience. We're not life and death brothers. Therefore, it's nothing. Actually, Saint Master Tianyi is not a bad person. It's normal for him to protect Tan Jun. He's responsible for this. I've never liked Tan Jun. He's really too arrogant. He doesn't put people in his eyes and likes to bully others. However, other than this flaw, he's good in other aspects. I can only say that people with different principles can't make plans together. In terms of character, the three of them aren't bad people." Qin Shao nodded. Sometimes there was no right or wrong. It could just be a difference in philosophy, a disagreement in character, or a disagreement in taste. This wasn't a big deal. Not everyone could become friends when they were together. Since Saint Master Luomeng could see through this, Qin Shao was relieved. Otherwise, he would have felt guilty. Saint Master Luomeng was the most innocent one. He had suffered an undeserved calamity. "Cousin Luomeng, there are too many people here. I think we shouldn't stand here. It's uncomfortable to be stared at by others. Since we're fated to meet here, why don't we find a quiet place to drink and chat?" Qin Shao suggested suddenly. Saint Master Luomeng smiled and said, "Sure, that's what I was thinking. Ha ha ha, you were in the limelight just now, shining with boundless radiance. That's why you're the center of attention now. Everyone is staring at you." "I think you're going to be famous in Guyong City soon. You've helped the Immortal Region gain some fame. In Guyong City, there are more people from the Great Tao Sacred Realm and the Sword Cultivator Sacred Realm. Even the Elemental Sacred Realm has more people than the Immortal Region. That's why the limelight has always belonged to them. The Immortal Region rarely gets to be in the limelight. This time, you've helped the Immortal Region to gain some pride. Tsk Tisk, you've actually withstood the attack of a second-step Ancient Saint, Saint Master Tianyi, with just the strength of a first-step Ancient Saint. This is enough to make people talk about and praise you. I'm afraid it's hard to find another person with such a glorious battle record in the history of Guyong City." Qin Shao shook her head and chuckled. "Cousin Luomeng, don't praise me so much. Aren't you afraid that you'll kill me?" "Ha ha ha. What's there to be afraid of? If you're so arrogant and complacent, you wouldn't have achieved what you have today. The fact that you have achieved what you have today shows that you are a humble and low-key person. That's why it's necessary to praise him appropriately. To be honest, I really admire you a lot." Saint Sovereign Luomeng chuckled. "That's right. I really admire you." Xiao Gu also nodded. "That's right. If you don't allow others to praise you, wouldn't that be unreasonable? Big brother, you're already low-profile enough. You should enjoy the treatment you deserve." Qin Shao shook his head and was a little speechless. These two people were singing the same tune. He really didn't know what to do with them. "Let's go." Qin Shao changed the topic. The four of them left. Luomeng led the way. He was familiar with Guyong City. The surrounding crowd was still discussing animatedly and refused to disperse for a while. Among the crowd, Janoli and the other three had ugly expressions. They had never thought that the final outcome would be like this. Qin Shao had not only defeated Saint Master Tan Jun, but even Saint Master Tianyi couldn't do anything to him. In the end, he had to take a step back and let the matter settle down. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.